Attack on Titan, and there was like some beautiful moments in the show. I look over at her, and she's got like tears streaming down her face, and I'm like, that's how I knew like I converted her forever.
Oh, same with mine. She was in tears at certain parts. I'm not going to tell you which parts because it'll spoil it for the others. But
I know, but yeah.
it is the most heart. Hey, this is a an advert for the show. It is the most in touch with human emotion anime I've ever seen. It shows you every single emotion a human being could go to, and it captures everyone well. It's like, mwah, it's artistic as fuck.
Hell yeah, yeah, well said. So I'm glad, to go for her, to her to go from like, ew, anime is like sucks, to like she's crying watching. Yeah, we ended up watching a bunch of other shows. We watched Cowboy Bebop together. We watched Full Metal Alchemist. We watched a whole bunch of anime, so she ended up really loving it. So for Kenshi, I've got something for you. So let me go to my anime references channel, and I'm gonna post you uh, the starting map of the show. So basically, the idea is these people are born within these walls, and so this is what they know. This is pretty much all they've known. They were born within the walls, and they're going to die within these walls. Essentially, this is kind of the way they see it. And so these main characters, there's like three main characters: Aaron, Armin, and Mikasa. Like friends, they're all young kids, and they find this book. Let me get the book screenshot. They find this book that describes a land and a world beyond this little walled area. Book says, oh, fire, water, land made of ice, and fields of sand. You can kind of see the top right there. There's like a desert. The land made of ice. Maybe like the Arctic and that kind of thing. And so they're like, whoa, like they get sparked, and they're like, well, I want to go explore. I want to know if there actually is water, land, or a sea outside of this area. And so that pretty much starts the journey. And so honestly, I think the parallel, you can see a parallel right there to a lot of us, because here's another a little meme that I made in reference to the show. Essentially, the globe is basically like that little playpen area. They told you that, look, this is it. This is all there is. This little area. There's don't you don't need to explore beyond this. That's all there is, right? And what's even more interesting, Kenji, is that the walls in the show are basically, there's like a religious group. Um, it's called like the religion of the wall or something like that. And they basically say like, oh, the walls are important, and you must praise the walls, and the walls are good. What does that sound like? It sounds like the globe heads. You're like, no, the globe, like this area is it. There's nothing. You don't need to look past that. Praise the wall. And so we're like the main characters. We're like, nah, dude, I think there's more. Let's go and try to explore outside. So the military does do some exploration outside of their little area. Well, you can see the two walls there, and there's like some giants in that third area. So it's like kind of dangerous. They don't normally go out. So the military is the only really, ability. That's the only way they have an ability to explore beyond their little area. So they join the military to go and try to explore more. So, man, it's like there's so many parallels to what we talk about here. The walls being like the globe, like the playpen, and then we're like the ones that want to go explore more. And so, yeah, it's one of the best shows I've ever seen. Like, if I had to pick like a top 3 anime, Attack on Titan's in that top 3, easy, hands down. So I would highly recommend it. And some of the characters, it's not just like the main characters are awesome. All the characters, like a lot of the characters, are fantastic. And I think the reason why my girl was crying is like some of the other characters have done some really honest and deep things. He says, I'm going to check it out. I need to diversify from DBZ. Yeah, DBZ is like a cult classic. It's not as deep. It's not very. It's awesome, and I love DBZ. Obviously, my profile picture and all that stuff pretty much should resemble that. But Attack on Titan is deep, like really, really deep and thought provoking. Side note: Tenkaichi 4 soon, maybe. Maybe I've heard. I haven't played any of the games or any of that stuff. I don't really get too involved in DBZ at the moment, but there's when I do get involved with Dragon Ball, it's the abridged series on YouTube. If you haven't seen it, you can look up TFS DBZA on YouTube. I would go watch all of it. There's 60 episodes. They're only like 10 minutes long or so, and it's absolutely worth your time. If you want to recap DBZ in a funny way. What's up, Wave Mixer? How are you, sir?
Good morning. Good morning. I didn't realize I had a hot mic here. Sorry about that.
No worries at all. We're just talking a little bit of anime, probably boring you and maybe some other people. But Attack on Titan is extremely thought-provoking, and I think has a lot of parallels to what we do here in this server. So that's why I brought it up a bunch of times before. And I highly recommend it would be worth your time. You definitely won't regret watching it, for sure. Probably not for the kids. That's like another misconception about anime. They're like, oh, it must be like boobies and panties and all these, like there are some shows that do that. They call it fan service, when there's like chicks with big boobs and all that stuff. But like Attack on Titan does not have that. It's blood and like there's a lot of deeper meaningful stuff in it. So yeah, go watch it. If you need a link to watch it too, I don't guys have streaming services that have it. But if you need a way to watch it, I've got a link for you. You can hit me up, Kenji. I can definitely give you that, so you can watch it for free. Attack on Titan, so sick. Okay, so I was converting a file. Let's see. Link, please. Yeah, I got you. Posted it before, so not a problem. It's there's a lot of content too, so there'll be plenty to absorb. This website should be easy to go through it. So check that out. We just double check the link, make sure it's still working. Yeah, it's good. So yeah, start from the beginning and enjoy. It's still going. There's still like I think they're going to drop another few episodes later on this year, maybe next year. So you'll have a chance to catch up with the rest of us if you start now. It's not like 800 episodes. There's only like let's see. It says there are, I don't know, less than 100. So way less than 100. So you'll have a chance to catch up with the rest of us. No problem, big dog. I got you. You'll enjoy that for sure. So yeah, I've put on like a couple people. Like I know Flatman Cam was like, yeah, man, I started watching. It's sick. So I love hearing people come back and say they enjoyed it. Oh, okay. Here's another thing. Kenshi, I was talking to you earlier about being sold Paradise, right? Attack on Titan, this map that I posted, the place that they were born is called Paradis. It's in paradise. So that's another analogy. Right? Those people are sold this idea that you're in a paradise. Look, we got walls around you to protect you. But actually, it's super, super dangerous. So, yeah, the parallels are absolutely crazy. Yep. So, you enjoy that. All right. So, back to my clip about the ratio. Bad multitasker, dude. Let me just do this for you guys here. again, like the reason why I like talking about Attack on Titan because it's relevant. But there are some other shows like Jujutsu Kaisen, not really relevant. But we were talking about the golden ratios and stuff earlier, so I wanted to play this clip. So right now it's just processing, and I will throw it in the bot. It's only like a minute and 38 seconds. So here we go. I'm going to put it in the hopper. And again, not too relevant, so don't get your panties in a bunch. But let's take a listen.
My curse technique allows me to forcibly create a weak point I can exploit on any opponent. 7 to 3. Striking the point at that ratio when you draw a line along the target's length causes a critical hit. That allows me to deal a fair amount of damage, even to those ranked higher than me. And if their cursed energy is weak, I can slice them in two, even with a blunt blade. Are you listening, Itadori?
Huh? You were talking to me? Should you really be revealing something like that to the enemy?
It's no problem to reveal a technique like that to an opponent. In fact, it can even work to your advantage if it misleads.
I want to focus on the curse. It feels like I should be listening to him.
There is merit to it. Revealing one's hand is a gambling tactic that increases the effectiveness of one's technique. I'll show you. All of that force came from me.
Oh man. Not only is the blade he used completely wrapped, but he used the back of it to slice right through that thing.
Yeah, so and not too relevant to the topic, but he was talking about the we were talking about golden ratios and stuff like that, and this character uses that ratio to like one of his skills. He's able to take anything, whether it be a hippo or a demon, a bicycle, whatever, and he just finds the ratio and he'll attack at that point. He's able to critical hit every single time. And if you notice at the end there, he was using a blade that was wrapped, and he hit on the back of the blade, so not even like the sharp part, the dull part, and he still like scored a critical hit because he used the ratio. So really interesting. And I'll post the video for Flatloid Right in the chat here, and anybody else that wants to see the visual of it, I'll post it there in the chat. This is from Jujutsu Kaisen. Dude, honestly, like, if I had to compare Demon Slayer to Jujutsu Kaisen, they're both super good, but I think I'm liking Jujutsu Kaisen a little bit more. So, Big Group, when you're finished, make sure you go over and go watch JJK. It's so good, man. So,
Hey, I'm already looking for it, bro. You've got me already.
yeah, and they're doing the newest season right now, so I'm all caught up. I'm watching the new ones, and it's like I'm blowing my mind. I was late to the JJK train. It was already popular and big before I found it, but I can see why it's so popular and so good. So now I'm gonna have to change the event right now to CB's Anime Hour because this is fun. I'm over here talking anime. I will give you guys sauce on one more show, maybe two more, because these two are a little bit more relevant. Change this here. How does anime relate to Flat Earth? Let's see. So, earlier, Kenshi, this was a couple of days ago, our friend Kenshi here had asked, what are some things you've stumbled across like on your journey, down the rabbit hole that, interest you or that stand out, or what are some of your like conspiracies or whatever that you think that aren't necessarily related? And I always come back to this thing. And so I'll get into it in just a second let me just get just start this event up really quickly. I'll kind of go deeper into these two shows and what I think is kind of deep. We talked a little bit about it earlier, but I'll go even deeper here in just a second. I'll give you guys some other shows to watch. Y'all have to write these down because y'all got some homework to do. So, 1 second. I find my events pictures. Oh, here we are. I'm so bad at multitasking. I gotta stop talking and start. Finish my task here. 1 second, I'm almost done. All right. And we are live. CD's Anime Hour. Boom. Okay. So, let me just get some screenshots. Well, a good way to, let's see, Loom has joined the panel. Welcome, Loom.
What up?
So, we're talking a little bit of anime right now. Loom, are you familiar with any anime shows?
More than I'd like to admit.
Sorry, one more time.
More than I'd like to admit.
Why is that? Why is that?
Because I'll watch everything.
Okay, cool. Maybe you'll be able to keep up with this then.
For sure.
So I think a way I find good shows is I'll go to this website. I'll use the trending button. I'll go to trending and see what's popular. And there was a while for a month. This is back in, I don't know, April, May of this year. There was 2 shows that were scoring really high, and they were really, really popular. I'm not a big One Piece guy because there's so many episodes. I'm like overwhelmed to get started.
I'm all caught up.
Oh damn, son!
I've been caught up for like a decade.
Hey, there you go. Yeah, so I haven't taken on that project because I feel overwhelmed. But that's always scoring top of the boards. One Piece is always the most popular.
Well, you want to know how I look at it?
Go ahead.
Are you ever gonna stop watching stuff?
Probably not.
Well, now you have a reason not to run out of content.
I know. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Like, it's a marathon. You don't need to watch all 1,077 episodes in one go.
Right.
That would take 60 days of watching 70 episodes. Although my math is wrong, but something like that.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure it would take a long time. I know Kim, I was typing that. Flatsy Klein said she started that journey.
Yeah, if you don't want to start the whole like anime journey, they have the live series now. It's actually decent.
Saw that. Is it okay? I watched the first bit of it, and I didn't finish it. I ended up cutting it off, but I did hear it was pretty good. I saw it was scoring pretty highly somewhere else, so I figured I'd check it out. I might start there and see if it gets me excited to start the One Piece thing. But excuse me. So anyway, so I started using this trending button to find out like, well, what's popular, what are people watching, and you can see there One Piece obviously very high, top of the month there. Number 2 was Demon Slayer, right? So Big Root is watching that right now, so very good. Number 3 was this Hell's Paradise, right?
Yeah, I've seen those.
Wow, I'm telling you, that show blew my freaking mind, dude.
Yeah, it's an action-packed little season.
So good. It's only like 11 episodes, I think 13. Yeah, like 11 episodes, and it's only 1 season. Bro,
I'm waiting for the second.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like it absolutely blew me away, and it also had a lot of parallels. So we were talking to Kenshi earlier about how Attack on Titan is basically the people are sold this idea that they're in paradise. Even the town, the little area is called Paradis, or paradise. And so what's interesting is like, okay, so there's this island that they call paradise. Is it really a paradise? You know?
Have you seen the whole thing?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's amazing.
Yeah. Well, I think it actually ties back to reality to some degree.
They all do.
Yeah, exactly, Lou. Exactly.
Every single anime has a mythos in it that tie to what's going on and what has happened in our own mythology.
Facts. And I love drawing those parallels and finding out what they are. So
yeah.
I think the name hits the nail on the head. Flying, you're the perfect person to join right now. We're talking anime and stuff, references and shows and movies. So,
Sword Art Online is pretty up there with the allegory.
Okay, yeah, we'll get into that too. So, but even the name Hell's Paradise, I think, hits the nail on the head.
Yep.
We're sold this idea that this place is some type of paradise, right? You look around, the weather's nice, birds are chirping, nice people sometimes. But, like even when they arrive to the island, let me not give spoilers, but it's supposedly very beautiful and it seems like it's paradise. But quickly they realize there's a lot of danger.
It's like saying in many different ways that shit don't seem right.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that it's like, I don't know who wrote the show, but they were on point. They were pointing at reality. I think saying the same type of thing. It's like, well, we're also sold a paradise, but then you look around, and it's like, man, this place is like kind of fucked up. Like it's like dangerous, and there's a lot of dark things going on here. It's not exactly what we were sold. And so the name hits the net. Like I think the name is perfect. Hell's Paradise.
Yeah. Another thing I noticed they do with anime is they'll use the hero's journey in it a lot, and I think what that does is they desensitize us. It desensitizes us to our actual purpose, because you're so used to watching this anime character do these virtuous things and be a good person, so you don't have to.
Right. So another, what's interesting is that also along with this Hell's Paradise, there was another show that was new for this year, and it was dubbed in Japanese. It's Tengoku Daimakyo. Translates to Heavenly Delusion. It's almost the same. Heavenly Delusion.
Haven't seen it.
You haven't? Okay, all right. Well, put that on your list. Actually, let me get you a synopsis here. I thought I posted it. Where is it? I mean, look at the name also, right? Heavenly Delusion, Hell's Paradise. Basically the same idea. Is this some type of heaven or is it some type of hell? The Heavenly Delusion show is set in 2034. So it's 10 years from next year. Things are a little bit collapsed. Cities are abandoned. People go through the cities, they rummage it, they look for food in cans and stuff like that. They're trying to survive. There's people living kind of like Owen Benjamin out like on farms, growing tomatoes, growing weed and stuff like that.
Oh, I'd about kill to be able to do that. Have a garage and a dog.
Oh, we know you. We know you want to grow some weed.
I bet y'all drinking that wine too, aren't you? Just smoking them tweeds and everything.
Oh, but anyway, so what they're trying to do is in the premise of the show is they're trying to get back to some kind of heaven, and so it's just really, really interesting. There's also an element of people within a certain area and they're trying to get out. just like there's a lot of shows that talk about that. Attack on Titan, there's this little area they want to get out of it. We talk about the globe, right? This is this little playpen they've essentially set up around your mind, and we're like, no, we're getting out of that. That's where that meme that I made comes from. I'll post it again. I think that idea is really prevalent in a lot of shows. There's this area, let's get out. So that's why I made that meme.
Well, once you did the flip flop with their names, that rung a bell.
The Hell's
Just
Paradise.
Yeah.
Just wanted to quickly say, happy to hear you in here, Mimas. It's a treat. Haven't heard you in here in a while.
Mimas.
Who the fuck is that guy? Who the fuck is that?
Sorry, somebody in here sounds like Mimas Aurelius.
I wish he was here. That's Papa right there. That's Uncle. No, I haven't seen him in a while. He was in the lobby earlier. If you want to say what's up. No, I haven't seen him in the panel in quite a while. But so what's interesting about those two names is like both of those shows were trending and popular and new for 2023. So it's like this idea seems to be on people's minds. Are we living in a heaven? Or are we delusional? And this is like some type of hell. I don't know. So Kenshi, that's my answer. You were asking like, oh, what is one of the things you found like in your journey? That's what I found. I found out that we were sold an idea that this place is some kind of paradise, and I believed it for a long time. But now I'm thinking, well, maybe that's not true. Perhaps that's dark. That may sound pretty dark to people, but hey, it is what it is, and I'm not the only one thinking that. Clearly, whoever wrote these shows was kind of thinking the same type of thing, and whoever's watching them seems to, they clearly agree. The shows were both very, very popular. Let me get you guys the synopsis for the Heavenly Delusion. 13 episodes as well, so if you wanted to watch it, it's quite good, in my opinion.
Another one I've been watching is Jujutsu Kaisen.
Yes, sir, dude. We were just talking about that. Yeah, I just played a clip from that. Yesterday and today, we played clips about JK, and bro, that show is freaking so good. Like, not really Flat Earth related, but it's so good.
I don't think it's gonna be Flat Earth related.
No, not even a little bit, to my opinion. But either way, it's
But it's not really just about Flat Earth. If we're in a spiritual war, then Flat Earth is just one of their big weapons.
True. So yeah, there's it's not called. They decided to stick with the Japanese title Tengoku Daimakyo, but it translates to. And I'll just double check the translation. They considered putting it in English for people, but they decided to just leave it. I remember using my Google Translator, and you can use your phone if you have a phone and the app on Google Translate. You can open up your camera and put it on like Japanese text, and it'll translate for you. And what's interesting, sometimes it'll show different words. But yeah, it was like, yeah, pretty much translated to like Heavenly Delusion, which is really interesting. Damn near the same. Goku stands for heaven. Daimakyo. Had you want to say something?
No.
Sorry.
Here.
Heaven.
There is a mythical bird figure called Tengu, which is like described as a bird-like demon that almost became divine. So maybe there's something there too.
Have you seen the show?
No, I have not. No.
Whoa, dude! Because actually, in the show, that's so interesting that you brought that up. That's what's one of the elements of the show. There's this like huge bird, like, demon thing. And that's wow, dude, I will get you. I gotta get you something for that because that's part of the show as well. It's like there's this like huge
Oh
bird.
wow.
Yeah, and actually that's like one of the logos. I had talked a while back to the panel and to the server about getting a logo. We need a better logo, guys. Like this little server icon with the circular Earth. Like, what if the Earth isn't circular at all? Who knows what it is? Anyway, we could come up with a better logo, right? So I DM'd Wave Mixer. I guess he does some logos, and I gave him the logo from the show. It is this bird thing. Let me show you guys. Actually, I have it here. This is part of the show. This is like the logo. JRFX08 says I'm a professional logo creator. Cool. Let us know what kind of like logo you think you can come up with. Because dude, like that's not the Earth, bro. That icon that we have is not the Earth. I think we could come up with something that's way cooler, way more memorable, and would maybe last forever. Get like a Volkswagen logo, BMW, Nike, Adidas. All these things are, you could just draw the 3 lines and everyone knows what that is. The Nike swoosh, everyone knows what that is. I think we should come up with like a flat Earth logo as well. But anyway, in the show, Flying, if you see what I posted there, that's like this icon that pops up in the show a lot, this huge bird thing. So that was really, really interesting that you highlighted it and you haven't even seen the show. So that's very cool. But came up with an idea to start the logo based off of that. I'm like, oh, okay, well, this is a horrible, rough draft, but well, okay, well, I don't know, just seeing that logo, I was like, all right, well, I'll make my own logo for Flat Earth based off of that. But I'm sure you guys can come up with way better stuff than I did. But yeah. Anyway, yeah, so JRF, let us know what you come up with, man. That would be really cool. If we could come up with something that is more memorable, something that I don't have tattoos, but like somebody can go get tatted, like an actual logo for the Flat Earth. So love to see that. Let us know what you come up with. Some people have made some logos. I'll post those actually. Let's see. Logo ideas, yeah.
I like the one that you just posted there.
Yeah, I was just thinking like, well, okay, well, we've a couple elements is the water, obviously is very important. So I drew like a flat horizon and then you can see the water underneath it there, right? It's a horrible rough draft, but like this is another one someone came up with. I think using the black swan could be really funny, really, really interesting as well.
Cool.
Yeah. I'm sure we can come up with something even better. So yeah, they're just like the important things are the flat horizon and the water. Those are really key elements. I don't know. Maybe one of you guys will come up with something even better. So let me know. Yeah, that's what gave me the idea. Watching the show, I'm like, they keep showing this icon, this little logo in Tengoku Daimakyo, and they don't really get into it too much, the logo. But I was like, well, shit, we need a logo. So
I think like the more catchy logos are very simplistic. It doesn't have to be too overproduced. Like
exactly,
just a couple of things.
Yeah. Think of like the Nike swoosh. Yeah, it's real simple. Everyone knows what that swoosh means. What I mean, so we might have to start off with some text or whatever, but eventually I'd love it to become so iconic that everyone knows what it is. So not sure what that thing might be, but maybe one day. So get to work, JR. Get to work. We're gonna put you to work. So That is from Tengoku Daimakyo. Heavenly Delusion is the translation there. Oh yeah, I mean, again, I mean, it's like I think it relates. I mean, when I was young, when I was a kid, they were telling me things like, "Oh, you can be the president, and you can become anything you want to, and if you just put your mind to it, you can become the president." Y'all, does anybody here believe that? Bill?
I want to get shot.
Yeah, the answer is
Hell no!
you're going to be in somebody's bloodline, or you know, or you want to get shot. Yeah.
Whatever you thought the president does, he doesn't actually do those things, you know.
Right. So that goes right back to the point. Is like we're sold this idea. Oh, guys, it's a paradise. You can be anything you want. Everything's great. You know, blah blah blah. But then you start zooming out away from the beautiful skies and the beautiful weather and some of the beautiful people and the nice people, and then you start to see some of the dark, you know, dangerous stuff that's around us. So, is this a heaven or is this a hell? And again, that sounds super dark, and I don't want to don't let me like sway you. I'm a very positive person, outgoing, bubbly, and all that stuff. But I do acknowledge the truth, and I think you guys are probably similar in the fact that we're not afraid of the truth, regardless of what that might be. And so, if it is true that we're living in some type of like dangerous place or whatever, then it is what it is, man. I mean, just look at like the music industry, for example. Freaking, they used to do it subliminally, behind the scenes and backwards, playing stuff backwards, and you didn't notice what they were saying. And nowadays, it's like, look at Doja Cat's new song. How my demons look. Like literally, dude, I'll freaking get this song for you guys. We might.
What's going on with CB today? Hold on, I must need to turn you up or something.
Sorry, I'm just at the library.
Library mode. I gotcha.
Yeah, can't be too. I don't want to like bomb the whole library with Flat Earth stuff.
Yeah.
But I'll do my best.
It used to be that like it would be a taboo thing. Marilyn Manson, people were like, "Oh my God, this is the Satan. We can't have this." And nowadays, it's just the same stuff, but it's just accepted. It's like it's normal.
Dude, look, I'm gonna deafen the YouTube bot real quick. I can't wait till we get on Rumble because we can literally just watch the video together. I'm gonna deafen it for a second, and we'll listen to just some parts of this song, dude. Listen to how freaking it's gone from subliminal. It's like in your face now. They're not even trying to hide this demonic shit. Let's take a listen. Sorry for the YouTube out there. We're gonna deafen it for a second. We'll be right back. Yeah, bro. Like, yeah, you're right. They'll come up with excuses. Oh, it's just artistic. It's creative. Like, no, dude. They used to hide it. Now they don't even have to hide it anymore. And like, you still see it. They're not even. They're not. It's so obvious. And then the whole video is her like in this demonic
Yeah, they're
shit,
almost like
climbing on the walls and like Insidious style. Like, it's so wild, dude. So it just
they're
goes
totally
right back to this idea that like, what kind of paradise is that? How my demons look, bro. Like, what the hell?
that's just
And
nutty
that goes
stuff.
right back into what Big Root. He's watching a show called Demon Slayer. Maybe it is more relatable than I thought. Like we literally have to slay demons and shit. How like maybe these Globers come here demonic and shit. Like we have to slay them too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Freaking demons.
We've got a long way to go.
Demonically possessed by the globe.
This must be the front lines of all of that. Like, and I don't even care. We're just so
The
I'm
only way to
carefree
slay a
about
demon
that.
is to chop the freaking head off. So hey,
Like
that's what it takes.
you know what? Ignorance
it.
is bliss in some ways, and like so. I'll
Gotta take a
just
bathroom break.
keep
I'll be
on.
right back, guys. When someone keep cooking.
Just keep going along. Keep searching for the truth. That's the spear tip that leads the way. So I suppose no wonder I feel like I'm being attacked sometimes. Probably am. But so what? I've always, if you guys that don't know me very well, I'm a very show me state kind of person. I grew up in Missouri. I literally did, and there's something about that show me state, like not only as the state of a geographic place, but a state of being. There is something to that, and it's definitely seems to be part of my being. However that happened. Anyway, I won't rant for long, but however any of us happened, completely a miracle.
Speaking of consciousness there, Sonny, g'day, Sonny, is Tony here. Were you conscious or were you aware of what was going on with the fires in Maui when I don't know, on the night that it happened?
Oh, for myself, no. Listen, I live in California, not far from there, and I'm sure a lot of the news was about that. But I've kept myself away from the mainstream news, so I usually hear it late, and when I hear it, I hear the truth from you guys. So I don't hear I usually don't hear the news because I don't keep up with it that much. Other than when I started feeling like my building was moving all the time, I started checking the earthquakes. And I check them regularly now. And you know what? My intuitions and feelings and senses about that are right on the money. I don't know how, but
you mentioned it a couple of days
sense
ago.
them. What's that?
Like you mentioned the movement at the earthquakes a few days before the fires actually happened, didn't you? Over there.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible because I rely almost completely on intuition first. So sometimes I can be, I suppose, what you call a little impetuous. Like I don't mean to be. I kind of grew up being a smartass, and that's how I got attention. So like now I'm much older, much older. I still have some of those characteristics, but they've been toned down. Mostly, I'll say.
I don't see anything wrong with your approach to what you're trying to say there, Sonny. I think you've come through life quite similar to myself, to be quite honest. But please go on. It's quite interesting.
You got to be on the upper floors in case of earthquake. And the building falls, you have a better chance of survival.
Like I know if this lamp hits the wall, like I see it moving, I see it moving all the time. Like this now, it's my key thing. And it kind of trips me out because I'm going, am I making this up? Like, is the fan on? Okay, so like right now it is, and it does swing a little bit. But when the fan's off and nothing's moving in an enclosed space, There's only me there. I know I didn't make the lamp slap the wall. It's like 2.5 inches away from the concrete wall is this hanging lamp.
It's quite interesting there, Sonny. I've been in I believe 4 throughout my entire life. Two I've slept through. One I didn't feel really. I was actually in the shower, and I've actually spoken to someone else who was in the shower with the last one, and they didn't feel anything either. So it was just sort of just the way you feel with the water flowing over you. But my last one was in Victoria a couple of years ago, and the epicenter was around 240 kilometers away, and I'm not kidding. I sat in my chair looking at the same screen as what I'm looking at right now, and I would have moved 20 millimeters. Only about two inches. I'd say about 2 inches, maybe a little bit. Well, about 50 millimeters. I'm not kidding. I just rocked in my seat, going, "Wow, this is amazing." I got straight up, went inside, and spoke to the people inside, and they just went, "We didn't feel anything," and it was clear as day for me. So it really is your consciousness, as you say, your connection to it. You sort of know what's going on. I was filming that morning that it happened here in Victoria a couple of years ago, and there was strange anomalies in the sky. There was mysterious events happening, and I didn't like. I cottoned onto it on the first instant that had happened, and I filmed it. I took a couple of shots of what I thought was strange anomalies in the sky, but it wasn't more than an hour after I went home from my filming spot to be trying to upload all these pictures and images that I already got, and I'm feeling this earthquake rock, and straight away I posted it on Facebook and whatever. But it was quite awesome. Yeah, I've seen a couple of videos of Maui and what's going on over there, and it's quite interesting. If it's true, if it's really coming out of there, that's it's quite a capture this year. That they've. I do feel that, like everyone says, how many people are awake on flat Earth and all that sort of stuff. It's not really that. I think it's more of a consciousness to say, yeah, everyone's being lied to now. It's time. Who cares what the shape of the Earth is? We can prove it's not, and that's all. That's all we can really, throw into people's faces. Everything else is academic.
Yeah. So I want to say this about the earthquake first of all, and then I'll shut up. But I've lived in California 50 years, exactly 50 years, and I've never felt them to such extent where I notice them. Now, when I'm out moving around, most of the time I'm on my bicycle, or if you're walking, I'm usually walking with a purpose and a direction. So I don't think I would ever feel them then. But I felt them more this year than I've ever felt the entire time I've been here. And so I think that is part of waking up and becoming aware of my senses. And throughout the summer, I was outdoors with bare feet a lot, and I think that grounding, it shifts something in us, and it may take a long time. Now, see, I'm 65 years old and I'm discovering new senses. I'm becoming more, hopefully, most of all, hopefully I'm becoming more sensible.
I think you're desensitizing from the programming, but I think a lot of people think that way. But I agree with you 100%. The older I get, the more sensitive I get towards some subjects, for sure. In what's going on, the anomaly, where the moon is, what the sun's doing, how the weather's going to feel, what sort of light I'm going to get in the morning and in the night, all that sort of stuff. That I don't have to think about that anymore. I just have to feel it. Honestly, I can lie in bed and the blinds are shut and it's quite dark. It might be 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning. The sun's about to come up, and honestly, I can already picture what's coming up in my head. And I'll walk outside, and it's exactly that a lot of the time. And I'm not kidding. I've become so lapsed in my filming that I go out there and I get good stuff now, and I just come in. I'm just like, okay, I got what I came
Yeah. I think I see what you mean. Kind of like Providence and taking place right in front of you.
You do. You feel part of you feel part of the what we call the universe, or this unified, invented, matrix that we call our verse. It is a verse. We have a rhyme, we have a rhythm, we have a speech. Like everything flows. And I agree with you 100%. Please go on about the earthquakes, because I'm quite interested in
Okay.
earthquakes, especially.
Okay, so
I can share.
all that sort
I
of
can share an
vibration
earthquake
stuff.
experience.
okay, go ahead, Fat Man. Good to hear you.
A number of years ago, floor of a building, a lady I was seeing, the pictures on the walls were literally shaking. She was running around freaking out, grab Beamer, grab Shadow, the two cats. And I was just standing in the middle of the apartment like, if this is my time, this is my time. And I've often wondered or thought, would it be worth surviving something like that? Like, I don't know. If the building did fall on us, I don't know if I would have wanted to survive that. I think I would have been ready to meet the maker.
So listen, that's amazing, and those are rare occasions. Like I've really never been in one that I can recall, and I lived in Los Angeles a long time, where like everything was shaking, except for during and shortly after the Northridge quake. I did visit my brother in LA from San Diego, but I felt a lot of earthquakes, the big ones that were in Los Angeles. I felt them here in San Diego. But like what I felt last summer, I noticed this really amazing because I was on the beach on my mat in my sleeping bag in my tent on the beach. Open skies, and it's an amazing experience. So just that right there, being right by the water, and you hear it washing up on the shore, and like being just a couple of feet above sea level. So I felt it, whereas like underneath my body, like if you could, like I'm laying on my back, right? So if you can imagine, my senses start going to like what's underneath my back, deep down in earth. I start feeling a connection to deep down under me somehow. And I started noticing this shit's freaking moving. And right as I thought this thought like that, it went vroom, and moved a couple of inches. No shit. And it felt like
It's like you envelopes you, and you're just surrounded in love, man. I get it 100% what you're saying.
It was weird. No. So it felt like there, because you're right on the sand, and the ocean is hitting. Those waves are hitting in long lines, long horizontal lines of waves coming in, and so you feel the percussion of the waves. When I was now I was a half mile almost, but still on the sand, still right by the water where the river goes up. The river outlets right at the beach there, and the big waves come in, and so you can feel the waves moving. And then I felt something deeper than the waves. That's partly what I'm saying, is I felt it going. I felt it doing a motion like there's caterpillars under there. Yeah, like machinery or something far off underneath me. Like it feels like some kind of mechanism is going on work. I can feel it creeping, especially when I was on the sand. When I was on the sand, especially. But now when I'm here at home, it feels similar here in the building. It's like a magnifier of any of these motions, and it started freaking me out this year. Like, because I really didn't know, like, oh, holy shit. Like my imagination's at it again, creating things like out of nothing, which we have the ability to do, which is pretty wild. That's how I think I make myself disappear.
You're so cool. With that ebb and flow, I like to call it an ebb and flow. It's all like that washes over you. That resonance of that flow of the ocean that you said goes on for miles. Did you bring your string thing with you? Like, were you playing along? Were you getting any inspiration, or did you feel anything while you were there? Because that's the sort of connection that I like to listen to for sure.
Inspired in different ways, because I guess yes, I would have to say yes, but it's not something that's, I don't even know how to describe this in words, really, but the intuition and the inspiration that comes comes in diffused kind of ways with seemingly direct meanings, but undefined. I know that sounds very, very. So it could come in musical ways for me, and in storytelling, because I literally, when I've gotten closer to Earth, like I hear the stories of Earth, like I feel them going through me or something. Like it's
the opus of life, yeah.
Yeah. So, like you said about like feeling that. Yeah, I feel more secure actually. Like I'm not afraid of any of these things. I think I'm already blessed or something. And there's no explaining that because
you're blessed, man.
A lot of times
Tasty the other day, man, and you guys are fucking awesome. Like, even though she drowned you out with her guitar, man, you were just playing awesome, man, and I love everything you do.
Thank you, man. It's great. It's honestly, it's great to have fans. Like I'm really an interesting sort. I'd have to say, even looking at myself, I'm pretty bizarre. Like I don't know how like I am who I am, but I just am. And like I didn't make it that way. I don't take credit for it. I'm going to relieve all those duties to someone with a higher pay grade than me. And so that has served me. Hold on, I'll stop. That has served me really well doing that. Passing, like, I'm taking responsibility for myself. I have to, because I can be very erratic, and I need to be controlled. I need to control myself, and I know that I'm able to do this, and at a striking degree, become very focused at very intricate types of things. I have to watch out for how intricate my mind can go. But I'll tell you how I feel lately, and then I'll just stop talking, and you guys carry on. But like I feel lately is I feel like I want to sleep way longer, so I go to bed really early, and I have a restless sleep. I don't really get rested, but it's like I don't really need much rest, and I'm trying to fight that because my energy wants me to, I guess, keep moving, so I just keep moving. Like, so now I'm up to like 2 bike rides and a walk. That's pretty good. Like, but I feel a little fatigued, but the energy doesn't say, okay, now it's time to stop. I think I'll know when it's time to stop, and then I will. So I don't know how I've been blessed with almost more energy than one person should have. And I'll stop.
I think that's quite awesome. My question is still to you, there's only you mentioned that you don't know who you're meant to be. Who do you want to be? Do you want to be someone different to what you are? Because I think you're quite awesome, just the way you are. So, is there someone you're inspiring to be?
I'm fine the way I am. Like I'm not trying to like become the one, like to be popular. Like all of those things have like passed before my eyes, and like all of my different phases of life, like I see them, and I see the advancement of just becoming more pure. And what I mean by that is finding my way back to innocence.
Have you lost your innocence?
No, I don't think I have. See, that's what I mean. Like,
I think because I've been trying not to lose that. And if you've lost it, I'm like, just explain what it is, and I may see if I've got some spare for you or something. I'm not sure.
Well, I actually appreciate you picking my brain a little bit. It's like some of these can be very touchy subjects, and like I do have a concern about like, well, oh, Sonny's really silly or just stupid or whatever. Like my self-critic is really on high alert all the time, and so I have to like. But I do appreciate you like picking my brain like that.
My sentiment is true. The only thing I'm trying to truly get to with you, Sonny, is to get a little bit more musical talent out of you, I suppose. I suppose it's a little selfish on my behalf, but I'd be happy if you played a little bit more, to be quite honest. And in other channels, it doesn't have to be this one, but it's quite entertaining.
That would be fun. Like I could just use my standard acoustic guitar. It's a beautiful instrument, and it
I've got to
plays
admit that I was playing along with you the other day when you were playing your own tune, and man, I thought we sounded quite good together.
I think we did. What was I playing then?
Sorry, what were you saying then? You were talking about your stringy thing.
Well, I don't often get requests. Now, a lot of times I get requests to play for it, and I only intend on playing for a few minutes. Maybe I play a little too long, but whatever. But let's see here.
I went to the bathroom. Came back.
Oh, that's not the one. Hold on. Might have been things I missed. Don't be unkind. It don't mean I'm blind. I miss a thing or two. Wait a minute. Oh, screwed up a little bit. But there you have a little tidbit. I love that kind of music. But my music, my vibe is more like this. If you know what I mean. Hold on, need a pick. I did all that with my fingers. I'll use a pick. That's something I've kind of been working on. That little deal right there.
I do like it, man. It's quite you, to be quite honest. It resonates quite freely and openly, and yeah, there's a little bit that could be added to it for sure.
I like that it's got this like da 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 da. I even like that. It's like off kilter. Cha cha cha.
You're so funny, man. Cha cha cha. I seen her. I don't know. She doesn't look any more than one, but she was walking, but she was dancing to the cha cha cha. And she'd say it at the same time, just like you said, cha cha cha. It's so funny, man. Well done. Very pretty too.
Thanks a lot. I hope it came through okay, because it's all about like placement, mic placement.
Oh, no, it was perfect. I come through clear as a bell. I got my little bass thing out there and did a couple of little beats in the middle there. So I enjoyed it as well, man. I'm very much a beginner, so whatever I do is amazing to me. So, and look, I'm easily impressed as well. But don't let that take anything away from that performance, man. That was awesome.
Oh, no problem. I appreciate it so much, man. And I run everybody out of the room a lot of time because
hey, it may not just be you.
Oh yeah, it was everybody. Holy shit!
Thanks, you guys.
I like it.
What they're trying to tell you there, Sonny, is they can see how much talent you've got, and there's no way that they want to bring it back on the topic in the Flat Earth on the Flat Earth channel. Okay,
you know what? They are really ultimately, yeah, they're very polite, and I appreciate it because they've given me a lot of leeway. They've actually given me a lot of leeway throughout the years here. And Helio Skeptic, absolutely. So, love you, bro. I hope you're doing well out there, and in Arkansas and all
Little Rock. Well done, Little Rock. What a fucking awesome place. It sounds awesome, and the way Helio or Dennis bloody explains it, man, it's just like I've got so many things trying to manifest in my head at the moment, but one of them's helping Dennis out, that's for sure. So let's see what happens in the future, man. Like I can't promise anything to anyone. I'm getting by just like you are there, Sonny. So I think we're definitely a dying breed, that's for sure.
Yeah. So One Big Pond. I have a SoundCloud. Do you know that? I'll give you my SoundCloud.
All right. Just letting that to me. I do see you on TikTok. You haven't posted for a couple of months, but I
haven't done it. Yeah, I do have a TikTok. I'm
It was
sorry.
about 4 or 5 days before the fire, and you put up a video of you walking up a hill with your push bike. But
Yeah.
yeah, apart from that, I haven't really seen anything really new. I did like the one you did with the amplifier, and you were fixing that. That was quite awesome. Those couple of videos.
I want to do some more of that, and I take apart devices and things like my pedal effects. I have a bunch of pedals. I'm a guitar nut, so I've been doing this for a lot of years. So I have a few 5 or 6 pedals I got, and a couple of amplifiers, and yeah, I plan on doing more music. Actually, that was really my initial intention. I just got kind of diffused, like I was talking about earlier.
It's like leaving the globe when you find music, man. You can't go back to listening to everyone else. You have to create your own. It's the same as the globe, man.
Yeah.
Once you get out of that spin, mate, there's no going back. You've just got to try and figure out what the hell everyone else is on.
That's why shout out to Music Conspiracy Guru. Shout out to Alex.
He's awesome, man. He's awesome.
He's phenomenal, and like so, but he's got the whole production thing though, and that's where like I think I'm really good as a single artist, but like I would need a lot of production value put into like trying to do a solo act is really hard, and what Alex does is just phenomenal.
Once again, you're not set up. Also, you don't have drums and
Right.
pianos and recording studios and like as his name's Michael, isn't it? Music Conspiracy Guru.
I have some of it. Yeah.
Even he stated that he gets a lot of help with the distribution of what he's putting together and a lot of help there, which is, we all need it. So we can't be expected to know everything and do everything. All these globes expect us to have all the right answers for them all the time, but we're pure males, man, or simply male. So expectations are always high, but
yeah. Here's let's see.
For sure.
This one is a group I played with, and most all of these are me on the guitar. There's a couple places where there might be another guitarist, but for the most part, 9 out of 10 of all these songs from this list are me on the guitar and mostly singing. We do have a female singer. This is a band I played with a few years ago, so I'll post.
Are you dropping it in the chat?
In the live stream.
There you are. Sorry. I was impatient. I was waiting for it.
There's one, and then let's see. I have some of it's kind of rough. It's mostly all one microphone, 3 people, and that's it. We started getting quite good actually, but then I have my own. Here's my. I think I'll show that. There we go.
Who's singing on that track?
I am. Which one?
Okay, the one, North Park Jam.
That's me singing. Which song is it?
Jam with Song. Oh, I thank you.
I thank you. Yeah, that's me singing.
Okay.
The only one that I'm not singing on, I'm doing backup singing, is on Susie Q. That's a good song too. But it's like a 8-minute, 15-second long Susie Q.
I'm currently singing.
I thank you. Some of those aren't very good. Like my singing isn't my strong suit, but I started getting much better, and you can kind of hear the progression. But I do a couple of.
Who's your drummer there, Sonny?
It's actually an ex friend of mine I used to play with for quite a long time, but we kind of had a falling out during the Kool-Aid scare. Cocoa Pebbles. Anyway, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, look, I'm quite critical on the drummers, having been one for most of my life. So
Yeah, this guy.
look, there's a little bit that I'd like to change in the drumming section, but apart from that, look, I like what I've listened to so far.
This guy's a very good drummer. He became a very technical drummer and really just like could just pull off anything and was just such a timing guru. Like kept us on track, man. Really great drummer. But there's always, like different characters, and it's hard to keep a band together in timing wise. Like when you're in the spot right there at that moment, you got to keep the time. Like so, you got to be prepared for any.
I'm not trying to critique too much, but it just sounds a little flat to me. That's all. But apart from that, yeah, he seems to keep him beat and all that sort of stuff. What drummers are meant to do, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and I'm playing like 3 or 4 different guitars.
Has lost his splash, and they've lost the sizzle. There's sort of like just background noise all the time, and it's sort of like, we could change that up a little bit. I'm sure it's not. Look, I've only listened to a couple of little parts of songs, so don't take my criticism too harshly, please.
Oh, I won't. No, I know. Yeah, it's definitely, like I said, it's got one microphone hanging up in the studio. Now the studio was very good as far as the insulated and padded. Like this was a room inside of a room. So it was a very good studio. So we were able to hang a microphone above the band and just play live. And that's what most of these are all one takes. Like we just,
that makes sense. In here real quick. Can I pop in for a second?
Yep.
We lost our. I've been trying to be real polite, just like wait till you guys are finished. But we lost our panel here. Wanted to get back on track, and maybe if we can build back up to getting back to some conversation that's more tailored towards the greater audience. But I don't want to be rude, Sonny. If you want to, finish up your.
Oh no, it's no problem at all. We were just having it.
We lost like half of our panel. Everyone's leaving. I went to the bathroom and then I came back and it's like guitar hour. So I don't know.
Yeah, to our defense, I did try and talk about Flat Earth and throw it in there every now and then. But this is awesome, man. Like,
no, it's good. I mean, it's beautiful. What you were playing was gorgeous. Honestly, I was listening. It was beautiful. So I wanted to at least let you get it out. But seems like people have like left the call. So
yeah, and see that's where I want to back off because I don't mean to leave the whole entire audience. So I'd like them to come back if you're out there listening. Or whatever.
It's okay. Yeah. We just got to remember like we got to keep people engaged and stuff like that. And
yeah, absolutely. I'm a big one on tradition. We have a tradition here to uphold, and so I know our primary purpose. Right, we have a mission statement. Right.
So we'll get back on track and we'll go searching for that curve for sure and try and numb it out some sort of way for sure.
It's okay. We don't have to be robots or anything like that. It's just I remember when I joined the panel, it was just me and Sonny in here. Mm-hmm. And so I just started talking to myself, and next thing you know, we got 10, 15 people, which is great. And people were chiming in, we're talking different stuff. So let's just try to keep in mind that let's get the engagement up. And don't forget that there's like a larger audience. Obviously, there's not that many people here or YouTube, but I think if you keep those folks in mind, they'll start to kind of pile up. But if we ignore them, they'll go off and do other things. I saw Drace was here for a while. He left. I'm kind of sad about that. So I wanted to chime in with him, but
yeah, Drace is pretty cool too. I like Drace as well, and his sister. So, they're pretty cool people. They got their head screwed on correctly, that's for sure. I really am in search of someone with a little bit of evidence to the 3 points that we all bring up all the time, and I'm happy to go over them with anyone at the same point as well. But for me, it's more of a connection of a flow of light, the flow of the stars and the moon, and just really connecting to Earth and knowing that it's not imaginary spinning ball is enough premise for me to go beyond this flat Earth. But I'm definitely happy trying to nut it out with everyone else, that's for sure. CB.
I'm sorry, Sonny. I know that sounds rude. Just be like, Sonny, stop playing the guitar. But it's like,
hey, no, really, it actually isn't, because it's just part of the deal. It you know, the thing.
Yeah.
It's just the way, it's part of the landscape for me. As a musician, that's just something that needs to be have balance as well. So
It's
hey,
part of you, man.
game, man.
It's like looking off an arm. I get it, man. You know, I'm with you.
A lot of times, listen, a lot of times I'll be listening on here, and I'm not ashamed to say it. Sometimes I just get bored, and I'll put myself on mute, and I'll sit here and play while I'm listening to you guys have a conversation. And I have plenty of time I can do that. I don't need to interrupt the whole bandwidth, all the bandwidth, you know, like, so I'm prepared to like play for a little while because people ask me to, and then back off, and then we get some balance. But yeah, I don't like running off the whole show there.
It was really beautiful though, so I will say that it was gorgeous. That's why I stayed around and listened. But I'm just mad because, like, you know, we started off with nothing. It's all right, guys. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, and I come back and everyone's gone. It's like, oh,
and you were talking about anime, which how it relates to, like, they have these little tidbits in these anime apparently, and I really watch it. I don't know if I'll have time to like start watching new things at this point, but I enjoy the whole conversation, you know. Even though I don't really watch those, I understand the flat earth that they're putting out there in some of these different shows. I can see it. So
I know someone probably criticized me, like, "Oh, well, you guys were just talking about anime." But yeah,
anime.
I apologize if. Yeah, no, it's like it was getting some bit of a crowd going. So, but it's okay. I mean, we can get going again. So it's fine.
Yep, we'll start to cook.
Somebody's in the Cogdis room now talking about like shooting seismic waves into the earth proves this and proves that.
I love like, those. Bring him in.
Yeah, let's see if he'll join the panel. The plea deal, VC for release.
The seismic waves. I know we've heard this story before. I don't know if it's from the same person, but seismic waves. They say they measured them from this place to this place, and if you imagine that it's a ball, yeah, then it could go from one side to the other, I suppose, as long as you're imagining, huh?
Well, yeah, from my understanding, all those things are based off of, and I see Water N join the panel. Water N. So I've unmuted you for now. So if you want to chime in, you're welcome to. I'll give you a VC pass so you can come and go, and you'll be in charge of your own mic. You probably noticed you were server muted upon joining. It's just a safety feature. If you end up leaving, the server mute will just go back on. I'll give you a minute or two to chime in. We are live at the moment, so I might have to pop you back on. There he goes.
Looks like he just Dipperoonie.
Just finished listening to Susie Q. Have you listened to Bobby McFerrin's interpretation of Susie Q and a few of the other really golden songs, man? If you can download the album Don't Worry Be Happy, delete the song Don't Worry Be Happy, because I think it's actually one of their worst songs on the entire album. But the whole album, man, you can just vibe to it. You could play to it quite easily there, Sonny. And I'm not trying to take it off Flat Earth, but
no. But see, check out on that version of Susie Q how it's like almost every single guitar riff I pulled out of the Swiss Army knife. Like, I have almost every single mood from the 60s, 70s, 80s, and more modern, like, in my riffs.
Oh, look! Once you said it was recorded with one microphone up above everyone, yeah, it made a lot of sense. And yeah,
and there's no cuts.
That isn't there for sure.
There's no edits on any of these tracks. There one time they weren't edited. There was no all the production value was from the very beginning. So we just played, and we didn't have to. That's why some of them are so rough, as far as like the start. False start, and then we'll start and do something like a lot. And there's a lot of those improvisations that I made up on the spot, and the band just followed along with the riff I created.
You're awesome, man. Well done. All right, look, I appreciate everything you've done, man, and thank you for sharing that with us.
But you know what a trip is? And not to get back off on the subject, we were just talking about CB, but the picture I took in my SoundCloud, the sunny one, that sun, I think that was prior to 2017. And now I can look at that picture and go, holy shit, look at that. Look at that sun. That's an ocean view from up there in Mount Soledad, actually, is where that is. My son and myself walked to the top. I remember that day very well, and I took that snapshot with my little flip phone back in the day. That's a flat Earth. That's a flat Earth picture. Look at that. Look how low that sun is. Appears to be. A couple of my there's one beach shot I did like 10 years ago, 12 years ago. That's floating around in here because I posted, someone made a meme of it. Shout out to old dude. At least that's who I saw.
So the sun going over the horizon, what's your outlook on that there, Sonny? Because I find it quite comical how people argue about it going over a curve, and I wouldn't mind listening to your point of view on it.
The sun, it just appears. It appears to go down in our view as it gets further away, just like everything else, just like the lamppost or the lights in one of those long hallways. As it starts going down, it starts receding in our vision till it gets to almost the midway point between our vision. Top and bottom converge upon each other. So as it gets further away, it starts to appear as if it's dropping down. That's what's happening with the convergence to the to the middle of the focal point, right?
Yeah, for sure. So we can capture with a camera. We can capture the sun, halfway, 3/4 way, quarter of the way through. Mm-hmm. It's quite clear that it is going beyond our vision point, our edge of our horizon, our focal point. There's no doubt about that. Nobody in their right mind could ever express that it's actually going down. It's actually only going away, even on a globe that can only be turning away from you. So the fact that people say that it's going down just shows you how indoctrinated and how ridiculous people think.
So if you relate it all to the horizontal, like when the sun's coming up in the east, it's going to appear. The further away it is, it's going to actually look more like it's rising in our vision than it is moving across. Once it starts getting closer, it's moving more across our vision than back and forth, if you know what I mean. That's just perspective.
I like to look at the clouds in those formations as the sun's moving across. You can see how the atmosphere that we breathe is a definite firmament. It's its own firmament. Then we go up in the layers and the realms and the connections that we seek throughout this hectagonal being that may be in the center, but who knows what it could be. It could be just an orb. It could be a magnetic light, and there's many things it could be. 93 million miles away? No, it's definitely not that. Even general geo. How do you even say that? This is why I don't speak. The words elude me when I want them. So look, we can get it. We can get it going over. English. Yes, exactly. It's quite funny. We can clearly see the edge of our vision and the hard line that creates, which we call a horizon. So the fact that the sun is moving away from us, whether we're on a globe or a stationary plane, it makes no difference to what we're visually going to see. So the fact that people argue about this is really does my head in, and it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. You're exactly right there, Sonny. That black swan image there with the horizon behind the 9.41 Mount Earls is quite ludicrous that people think otherwise. So yeah, it's just ridiculous. Look, I've filmed a lot of things over my life, and everybody knows when you start zooming in a camera, the perspective or your perception changes. So you need to account for that. When I'm zooming into the moon, I don't just line it up and there it is. I have to adjust for movement and refraction and everything else that goes along with it. So it is quite weird that people will argue black and blue that the sun's going down over the horizon, not around the visual horizon or the optical horizon, for sure. Sorry if that was confusing. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. It can be kind of a confusing topic because, well, what we understand about explaining the black swan is that there's Globers out there that do not understand it no matter how many times you explain it to them. They just can't get the concept for whatever reason after 6 to 8, 12 times in one conversation.
The denial is their best defense, and that's all they've got for their defense. They've got no proof. They can't offer you anything else. They're dumbfounded, and they know it. They can clearly see it as well.
We're talking about Black Swan, and no one, and don't worry about it, CB. It's.
No, you don't know on us. We're trying to impress him too, you know.
I guess this could go both ways. Hold on, this little. Is that? Yeah. Oops.
Themselves are flat, right?
I like the discussion about the sun because, well, here's something I saw the other night, a couple weeks ago, actually. I saw this up in the sky that freaked me out, man. That was.
Did you take that shot?
I'm pretty sure I took that shot. No, I don't. I'm not sure if I did because it looks like it could be one of my shots, but I'm not sure because when I actually saw it, it looked much darker than that. So I think that's someone else's shot, but that's what I saw. I saw it was just a darker.
That's quite awesome. So you're in California. How far away from Houston are you? From where they launch the rockets? How far away are you?
They launch them from Edwards Air Force Base here in California.
Yeah, right. Okay, yeah. Well, that makes a lot of sense. So how often do you see this awesomeness?
I've never seen that particular thing. I've seen photographs of that before, and it's something that they said it was a Starlink launch, apparently.
Are you not following them? Like you're in a perfect location to get this sort of stuff that we're all craving. Like, is there a reason why you're not following it, or are you're busy? You got your own things happening?
Yeah, I'm just busy. Like I don't have good camera or anything, you know. I mean, it's not that great. I mean, like here's about the best it can do on a sunset, but this is pretty good for a phone. And now I have a new device. This is actually from the old device. Is it from the new one or the old one? I don't know. It's not bad. Here's some perspective for you. Look at this shot. This is like going through these.
So those 4 or 5 degrees of the smog that we see, you know, like we get that everywhere. That's what I call the start of the firmament. That's our first layer. Like the smog doesn't seem normally arise much higher than that, and that's sort of where you get the what do you call them? What are they calling them? halos. They're calling them moon halos, sun halos.
Moondogs. Sundogs and moondogs.
Now the sun dogs are the reflection either side, so you get 3 suns in a row and the one up above. So that to me is what a sundog is. No, what I'm saying is there's a halo that goes over them, like the anomalies, the orbs in the sky.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're quite interesting. I do have one, but I can't find one. But I sent one to Sandra, P900 Cubics once, and she sent it back saying awesome shot. But I can't find it now. But I know she's got it. But it doesn't matter. I'm not fussed about it. They're quite. I'm pretty sure that's where you get most of them through when you go through that layer just above it, up until about the 14th degree. And then you can't really get any, because I've filmed an awful lot over that degree, and I've never been able to get one. But early on in my career, when I was catching it quite low, I got a couple. So,
How large? There's some non-converging rays. I have another one of non-converging rays. Let's see.
Non-converging rays. Can you?
I'm sorry. Are they divergent? My bad. I might have been.
That's right. That's right. Hey, I'm with you, man. I'm not pulling you up to bring fault. I'm pulling you up to be clear. That's all.
Yeah, I want to be clear. So yeah, they're obviously. What I noticed about that shot in the park is look how large the sun halo is, or whatever you want to call it. It like when I get a shot of the sun and it's really close to the horizon, it looks literally huge.
Yeah, there's a lot of light refraction in that though. The lights dim and it's not as hard, so it actually gives you more light. It's a refraction of it's actually bouncing back a lot of light from the connection that we've got to our convergence point. Yeah, our personal dome, as I like to say. I like to think that everyone's got their own personal dome, and how the sun and the moon move is completely up to you to that point of the Earth. But it doesn't work when everyone's doing it on the globe. It doesn't work. Like you can't put it all together and it all makes sense. It just doesn't. Like I've gone through my head a million times, in my conscious state while sleeping and waking up and having epiphanies and going to do things and film whatever, and I can't get any change more than what's in my head. So it seems to be right what's going on in the sky with how I perceive it to be, but everything else is confusion. Every bit of gravity talk, every bit of Coriolis, sorry, guys. I'm such an idiot. Like, I know how to spell it. I've been writing it for so many, but I just never speak, so it just doesn't come out right. So I'm trying to speak so I can get a little bit of a verse up, but I don't want to be regurgitating, numpty at the same time. So I'm trying to change it up and put it all together at the same time. It's quite difficult to do.
That's all right. I suppose everybody dipped over to the politics. I'm just going to stay on here with you. There might be some silence. I need to cook something.
All right. It is 2:43 in the morning here in Queensland, Australia.
Morning.
I know, man. It's pretty late for me, so I can crash at any time. So please don't take offense if I just piss off.
Wow, that's amazing. It's 2:43 a.m. That's incredible. So the next day also, right? So it's September 26th already?
Yeah, it's Tuesday, man.
Amazing. Yeah, it's 9:43. I just finished my first cup of coffee.
9:43. That's a good time of the day, 9:43. You're going for a bit of a walk and see who's out and about. What a beautiful time of the day 10:30 anywhere in the world is a beautiful time of day, I think. 9:30, 10:30, absolutely perfect.
Yeah,
Like,
we're getting we had a almost full day of rain one day. Then it was very sunny and windy the next day, but still warm in the 70s. And today it's overcast. A lot of
in the
overcast days.
70s, that's low 20s for us, I think. 70s.
Yeah, 22, 23.
Yeah, that's chilly. Here in Queensland, we're coming out of winter. We're averaging around about 25 to 27 every day. It's a tough life for someone's got to live it.
It's hot, yeah.
I've got friends down south in Victoria saying, I don't know, do I bring my coat with me? Of course you bring your coat with you. Whether it's hot or cold, you have to bring your coat with you. It's Victoria. You get 4 seasons in one day, as they say.
Yeah, it does say here. Like it went from mid 80s Fahrenheit to down to like 60, 68, 69, which in just a few hours, that's quite a drop.
Look, I did plastering for a long time and got arthritis in my middle finger, in my rude finger, as you say, and I can click it now at any time. But in the cold weather, it would swell up in the winter, and I'd have to grab it and warm it up and move it around and crack it and pop it and do all that sort of thing, just to get it to start flexing. Up here in Queensland, with warm weather all the time, you don't have to do any of that, and I'm sure that's why most older people go to the warmer states. It's not just because of the classy weather. It's because it heals you. It loosens you up. It frees you, and it immobilizes you from the stagnicity that you may be in. Yeah? It really does. The sun is awesome, man, and we all need it. Vitamin D, get it into you.
Yeah, I had the same kind of thing. Like I thought I had broke my right hand and a few months ago, and but what I did notice is where my thumb was pulled back almost all the way. They thought that little xiphoid bone in there, that one they can't see with X-rays, they thought that might have been broken. But I think more what happened is I bruised the heck out of my middle knuckle. That one you're talking about, there it goes, right there. And in that right hand. So I got to be careful when I'm riding, because I notice sometimes I don't realize it, but my knuckle is hitting the brake, when you're holding on your handlebar. And if you go through if it's moving your hand too much, it's making that right knuckle hit up against. Boy, I really know it when I do that, man.
I've got really big hands, man. Like even extra large gloves are hard for me to put on. I can put on large gloves, leather gloves, and squash my hand, and they just pop apart, man. I've got big hands, so I know what you're talking about. When you put your hands in those grips on the bicycle, my knuckles generally hit the even the 2-finger pull breaks. So yeah, I'm with you, and I feel your pain.
Yeah. So you just learn these things, and you realize like you start to become aware of like your technique and how you're actually riding, and what kind of things fit the physicality and your body mechanics, how it all plays in together. It's really
teenager. As a teenager, the race bike, just the hoop, the race bike handlebars, I'd turn them upside down and put the brakes up, so I'd be driving like that. So most of the time, I'd if I didn't have my hands free, I'd just have them in the middle. It's only when I'm trying to race and get around cars that I'd be using the brakes. So I love riding a bike, man. It's actually quite uplifting, like knowing that you can get around quite freely on a couple of wheels. It's a bit like skipping. Once you learn how to skip, you never go back, man. It's so simple. Just keep doing it.
And I know, and I literally have to force myself to walk more, because I get so spoiled on the bike. I just start wanting to go nowhere unless I'm on the bike, because it's so much easier than walking. I need to reprogram and get that walking thing going too, because like the walking really helps my feet to splay out like they're supposed to. And that has to do with like how my hip and knees and ankles are all aligned with each other, and my spine in general. Like I notice when I walk more, my feet pop and they click, and they kind of work. It works itself out, and the rest of the alignment kind of goes in line with that. As long as my feet are being active, if I'm being active walking,
So get some turmeric on it. Every single thing that you do, man. Turmeric it for 2 months. I bet you won't feel those pops and those creaks and those cracks when you get up from sitting down and squatting. I'm serious, dude. I've put it into practice. I've done this. I'm not, like when I found Flat Earth in 2015. It was very awakening. Yeah, they taught me a lot of things that I'd never thought about before, and health was one of them. Like alkaline the body, and there's just so much stuff that I could ramble off. Man, I'm not trying to get off any Flat Earth subject. It is an awakening to your life. Finding Flat Earth. It is, if you're not conscious of what really is there, you will be programmed for the rest of your life. And if that's the way you're happy being, and that's the way you're happy pushing, that you don't want to change it, you can't change your mind for the programming is too deep. Like you've paid too much for it, you know too much about it. It's all like it's very hard to give up, but it's very hard to let go. So when you've never had that connection to it, it's quite a revelation when other people go, yeah, well, this is the way we see it. And you're like, well, that makes so much sense. Why on earth weren't we taught that in school? And why are we fighting so hard to fit into a system that doesn't want us? And I don't know how to be any more clear than that. The government doesn't want us. It doesn't want those not creating the system that they hold so dearly to themselves. We all need to awaken out of this matrix and really get a grip on what reality is and what we're paying for and what we're being charged for. Like like our life isn't a joke. We shouldn't have to pay for it. Yeah, you shouldn't have people with a gun on their on their hip stating facts on how you should be living.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of them just making shit up themselves, just like the Globers kind of do.
Once you see them as a corporation, once you see them as a business, once you see them as thieving parasites to what they really are, because they're working for an organisation that wants your money. Yeah, it's no different to anyone else, except that they've got the rule of the government behind them to say what they do is correct until proven differently. So they can kill you, they can smother you, they can injure you, they can put you in cuffs and throw you to the ground and do whatever they want, because it's all in the mentos of what some people call reality. Well, their fucking fantasy isn't my fucking reality, yeah. So it's pretty simple when you get down to the nitty gritty of it. Do they have the right to put their fucking hands on me? I've never fucking put my hands on anyone else. Yeah, and that's where most people, I think, with my education or my lack of education or my lack of being able to speak to everybody in the appropriate way, yeah, is where a lot of people fall down. This is where the revolution or this changing of the guard, so to speak, may come in.
Yeah, because like now's the time where liberty and justice, are things that are on people's mind. And so when that becomes something that is censored, which I think is basically what has happened, then that's the beginning of the end, folks. Like they started it. We just called their hand, like in a card game. We called their hand. They got pissed, and they thought they were going to stop free thought.
The way I see it is, they put out a fear campaign. All those that took the fear campaign sort of need to be, let go of. Like, if you're going to accept this as life, as part of your acceptance to whatever they say goes, yeah. Once we get rid of those people, and I'm not saying anything against anyone. If you're gullible enough to fall for it, good for you. Go and get your health wherever you think it's best provided. But I'm pretty sure that an education is an education. If you're not doing horticulture, if you're not doing so many things in your own life that you will suffer, and they will make you suffer purely for the fact of they have control, and as long as you follow their control, they will always be in control. There is no way you can take it away from them with giving them your compliance. So not consenting is your best consent. Sorry, I'm just dribbling on now. I gotta shut up. Go ahead, Sonny.
No, it's all right because I'm moving about throughout my kitchen. I'm trying to make some food right now.
Sorry to interrupt. Please, I hope it's healthy. Please share with us what your culinary
look.
life will be shortly.
I love bacon and eggs, and I know that's going to be against somebody's dietary.
Shut up, Sonny, or I'm moving in with you, all right?
Yeah, I like bacon and eggs. I love that. I eat a lot of dairy, cheese, milk, eggs, meat. I eat a lot of meat. I'm pretty much a carnivore.
Are you into tomato juice?
Tomatoes?
Tomato juice, yeah.
Tomato juice. At times I can drink the tomato juice. I don't usually have it around.
I'm telling you, for all reflux and all acid, interruptions into your breath. Yeah. Tomato juice is your savior. You get coconut water into you. At least 2 bottles, like litre bottles, a week will change your life. And I'm not kidding. It will change your life. Yeah. Tomato juice will just keep your heart strong. It will pump you out. The turmeric that I told you about, I'll drop something in the chat in a sec. Oh, hang on. Have I got it here?
I could put the turmeric. I could put some turmeric in some tomato juice, huh?
No, I was listening to these guys, Still Toe Morning Show, the other not long ago. They just finished, but there's a bloke on there which I don't mind, and he's quite intelligent in the right ways. He talks a lot of shit as everybody does, but I cut out a little bit, which I thought was one of his most valid points in the entire show. But he talks about how turmeric is definitely one of the top 3 that you should have in your everyday life. Like, I put it on everything. Like, toast and honey. Put some turmeric on it. Put some cayenne pepper on it. Yeah, cayenne pepper, man, it'll change your life. If you've got any blood thickening, if you need any just loosening up and getting your blood back to what it should be, cayenne pepper is the way to go. Turmeric will loosen you up, all your joints, all that sort of stuff. It will generate you and help heal your muscles, do all that sort of stuff, same as cayenne pepper. Stick with those 2 and you won't go wrong, man. You can chuck them on anything. They don't harm anything. You can't overdose on cayenne pepper, man. You can have it by the teaspoon. It will save your life. If you're having a heart attack, throw a teaspoon of cayenne pepper down the throat, and I guarantee you it'll kick you back in your life. Mate, it is unbelievable. If you don't like the tickle that's in your throat, just take a teaspoon of honey on top of it. It helps to activate it as well, if you don't know that.
So I have some curry powder. It has...
Curry is just a flavour, and it is a nice herb, but it actually doesn't have too many beneficial.
But this one has turmeric. This one has turmeric in it.
Oh, well, that'd be cool. But grab yourself some turmeric, man. It's so cheap, and believe me, I've got at least a kilo of it, man. And like when you look at those 30-40 grams that you get for $3 or $4, you buy 50 grams of it for $3 or $4 as well. So I always buy it by the bulk, man. I love it, man. I put it on everything. Like it once you get used to it staining the turmeric, once you get used to it staining everything, you get used to learning how not to get it everywhere. So, to start with, it took me a couple of years with not thinking of it too clearly, but I don't get any turmeric yellow anymore on anything. I think I've just got on top of it, and I think if you keep on top of it, and not let it soak in to anything, that it doesn't stain anything. It's quite good. It's a wonder drug. It really is. Sorry, I will shut up.
From my understanding, turmeric is also supposed to be helpful in prevention of cancer, and I had my bottle of turmeric this morning.
Oh, dude, like this, like all herbs. Like, why do white makes it just mute? Anyway, I'll finish what I was saying. All the herbs, like I've got the daily dozen of herbs that I put on absolutely everything. It doesn't matter what I'm cooking. I'll just throw it all in there. I'll put whatever in. It doesn't matter. Like, just throw them in. Little bits of everything. I've been telling people this my entire life. Little bits of everything. Don't pig out on a fucking packet of chips or bucket of ice cream or something stupid or a cheesecake to yourself. It may fill you up and it may satisfy you for the hour, but you give yourself herbs every day, and you don't have to think too much. Your body looks after itself. Keep it alkaline. Try not to put too much sugar in it. Sugar is cancer. Cancers love sugar. So learn the difference. Learn how your body works. I found it really satisfying. I did a 8-day. Well, it was a dry detox, but I did have water, so it was a water detox. But if you go into the water detox, I didn't have as much water as what I could have, so it was sort of more of a dry about it with a little bit of water. But anyway, I cleaned myself out over a couple of months prior to that. But once I started the detox, man, healing myself, you can feel yourself healing. And as soon as you put bad food in, like a bit of alcohol or like if you eat a hamburger or something like that, straight away your body goes, oh, that's not, you can do better than that. You don't feel any of it with fruits and vegetables and things like that. Your body just doesn't react to it. It just goes, yeah, I like that. So learn the difference to fighting your body and knowing what your body is fighting, and you come out a winner every time.
Yeah. By the way, there.
Panel back.
Abducted, bro.
All right. Well, let me play the clip one more time. So the question was like, why wouldn't say you had like a huge, a job, you were collecting a pension or whatever, like, wouldn't surprise me that people would just keep their mouths shut to continue collecting a paycheck. So let's take a listen to what that might sound like.
Get back, please. Everybody, stay back.
Yeah, we had 3 male victims, high school students, it looks like.
So who were those two? And why were they on the scene before forensics got there? One of them looked like he was just a kid.
I don't know any more than you do so far. But you saw the stiffs, didn't you? They were something else. No ordinary human being could do that. You just have to pretend you never saw it. If you want to make it to retirement in this job, anyway.
And you never saw it if you want to make it to retirement. I mean, that seems fairly plausible. If you were to learn the truth about something and you were like CEO of SpaceX or whatever, I don't know, like, if you're pretty high up, engineering degree, astrophysics or aerospace, whatever, and you learn to say, this truth about this stuff has recently come out. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's people in those fields that have learned some of the things that we know, and they just kept their mouth shut. So you're gonna have people that are just, people be like, oh well, how could everyone be lying? Not everyone's lying. A lot of people are just believers. They just believe. But I think there are probably people out there that know what we know, and they're just quiet about it.
There's also pathological liars that believe in what they're fucking lying about, but they
Right.
don't know it's a lie. So
Right.
That's what I was saying yesterday. It's flat earthers versus flat earthers. Us being flat earthers. NASA also being flat earthers. Some of them. The ones that are at the top of the organization. And then everybody in the middle that doesn't know what's going on.
I remember you saying that. That was a good point.
Yeah, as I guess I understand your point is that because you mentioned that there's no way. It's like there's no way for us to zooming out. Yes, you can go up, but it's just a POV point of view. But the thing is that people that working as in this kind of field, I don't know. Like for me myself, am I a liar or am I
you're a pathological liar.
No. You're a believer.
pathological liar? Because if I'm a liar, right?
Fall into the
Yes,
believer.
I'm not a designer, but we learned the schematic, we learned the drawing, we learn about this coordinate system, and it using a mathematics normal radians degree measure the azimuthal angle and so on and so on. And then what the fuck is this? This is a pathological liar, and we are selling the products in daily basis to all the Fox space station. Is that I mean, what kind of a company that's selling a waste product every day?
Oh, do you think people would buy like people aren't wanting to buy flat earth? If you're in a business and you want to make the most money, sell people what they want. They want this space stuff. They love it. But I wouldn't say that you're a liar. I don't know if I agree with Zal there. I would say you're a believer. Most people fall into the believer camp. Just believe, like I did. I believed in the globe my whole life. Like I was telling people for their birthday, I'd be like, congratulations, you made it another trip around the sun. Cringe looking back on that, but I genuinely believe that. It's not like I was lying to people. I didn't know. But once you do know, I guess, Neil, if you come to learn some things, we could teach you. If you do know, and then you go back to continue to, sell those ideas to people, then maybe you start to become the liar. But
No, actually,
we'll just
you
believe
are not liar because you claim you don't have evidence actually to your claim to say, hey, we cannot zooming out. We cannot. It's like, I mean, how do we actually be able to zooming out?
Like Google Maps. You
How
can
do you
take a
become a
camera.
liar when you've been lied to?
Sitcom product.
You can't zoom out your
How?
eyeballs.
Yeah, we can use tools, right? We have a lot of tools.
Tool. I think what you're saying is you can go away from the surface. That's why I say, yeah, you can go up. You can't go out, but you can go up to see more. But that's not zooming out like, if you open Google Maps, right, you can kind of zoom in on your town and then zoom out and see the country. You can't do that with your eyes. So going up in the sky isn't necessarily zooming out your eyeballs, to see more of the earth. So you can go up in the sky, you can get in an airplane, you can see a little bit more than you could when you're on the ground, but it's not zooming out your POV to see more. You can zoom in. You can use a camera, zoom in. You can use a telescope, zoom in. Binoculars, zoom in. Right? But there's no like zoom out feature, as far as I'm aware. That would just require going up. Like
Yeah, that is what I'm saying is that you have to get yourself go up,
yeah.
and you say that there's no way for us to go up from this earth.
I say you can zoom in, but you can't zoom out, and you can go up, but you can't go out.
Okay, you cannot go out. Okay.
Out.
So
Can't go out of
do you think,
reality.
why do you think we cannot go out to the
Gotcha.
space?
Can answer that. So, well, number one, you got to keep in mind that flat earthers don't see the earth as a flat object within a large space, right? You know, I used the analogy of Halo and PlayStation. Like, Halo is an Xbox exclusive game, so you can't take Halo 3 and load it into a PlayStation. It's not going to work because they're not compatible. So you also can't take flat objects like a disc and load it into outer space and assume that that's what our position is. That's not the flat Earth. So you have to look at our position kind of how you look at universe. You don't see, you can't leave the universe. You can't like go out of the universe. See what I mean? So like you can't like pop out of the universe and then take pictures from the outside and say, "Oh, okay, well, it all looks like this or it's this shape or whatever." That's not a POV you're ever going to have, this outside of the universe perspective. That's how we see the earth. The earth is the large space. It's not an object within a large space. It is the large space itself. So, just like you can't leave the universe, you can't leave the earth, turn around and like say, "Oh, okay, well, it's shaped like this or whatever." That's why I say you can go up, like you can get in a plane or go up to a high altitude balloon or whatever. But you can't leave and pop out of the earth and see all of it. There's no such thing, in my opinion, as quote seeing the whole earth. Just like there's no quote seeing the whole universe.
Hmm.
Is it like also
Uh,
like
Would you say that?
this is really hard for me to
I
understand because you're saying that there's no way for you to go out, but there is a way for you to go up.
Yeah, of course. Just like
No out, yes up. But my point is that, are you done or?
oh yeah. I mean, think of it. It works the exact same way in in your worldview. You can explore the universe. We have quote, that they say there's Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 flying around and exploring, but those things will never be able to like leave reality, all of reality. We're just saying like we see the Earth as all of reality. So just like you see the universe as all of reality, there's no leaving reality.
yeah, man, there's no
So
edge to the
yeah.
universe, bro. Why should
I'll
there be an edge to the earth?
Some people say there's a bit of a mixed signal when it comes to that. There's an article that says we asked 5 experts whether they think the universe is infinite or not. Some of them say that it is. Some of them say that it's limited. I will admit that when I believed in the globe, I definitely thought it was infinite, but I also kind of pictured it as this big blob as well. So I guess I kind of saw it as infinite, but also I guess with some sort of edge. Not sure how that would work. But either way, our realities are the same. The way you see reality is the same. It's not been fully explored, and it's not an object floating around within a larger object. Globe is the object floating around within your big space. We're saying the Earth is the big space, not some object floating around. So the Earth isn't a planet. People say, well, oh, how about the other planets? How come it's like one flat planet and all the other globe round planets? That's not the way we see it. It's not like that at all. So,
Oh, so do you able to see the shape of the planet?
no, just like you can't see the shape of the universe.
Oh, okay.
There's no
Like when
outside
you are staring outside in the middle of the night and you see there is there's kind of like uh How do you see moon, by the way?
That's a good question. I see the same thing you see. I would just like remind you that yeah, everyone sees the same thing. Now, for our globe friends, they look up and just like you can write an email and then attach a file, basically attached files, stories to all these things. So they see the moon and then the story is attached to it. Oh, it's a rock and it's shined by the moon or the sun and we've landed on it and all these things. I see the moon too. It's just that story that's been attached to it, we're saying is cap.
Okay. So is the moon is actually like a flying disc or is like a flying ball,
Oh,
floating ball, or floating disc?
I get what you're asking.
It's more
Funny.
akin to a disc than a ball, to be honest.
I'd be careful. I would be careful about saying that, Zal, because people are going to hear you in a different way than the way
I
you
know,
need to say that.
but I'm just saying it's more akin to a disc than a ball. And
It could be a ball or whatever. It can be anything. Like let's say,
no, it's definitely not a ball.
well, it's not a rock. That's what I would say. It could be literally anything it wants to be. It doesn't matter. Look at a rainbow. It's not like a rainbow is like a flat line across the sky. It doesn't have to be. A rainbow can be whatever. It's like the moon or the sun or the stars. They can be whatever shape they want.
Oh yeah. How come the rainbow is curved? Yeah.
But how come? But is it also flat?
Yeah, but at the same time, it's flat.
Yeah, so I'm saying the surface of the Earth will never change. That's why it's important to go
But
instead
I'm
of
just
like
saying, like the characteristics of the moon is more akin to a flat object than a ball.
You see the rainbow is an object, Zal?
What?
Did you say a rainbow is an object?
No, I said the moon. Oh my
No, I'm just I heard you. I was just asking in general, like, would you say a rainbow is an object?
No, I think it's more like an optical thing.
Okay. I would say that the moon is probably closer to that than what I would call an object. Just my opinion. You could be completely right about that, what you said before, but I would probably say it's more of like an optical thing than an object, but I could be wrong. I could totally be wrong. I think people have this weird misconception, not you, but a lot of our globe friends. They're like, oh, flat Earth must mean everything is a flat disk now.
Yeah.
I have heard people say that it's more akin to a disk.
I
just
feel like
think
that's programming, bro. I think they program that into what the Globers are supposed to have a
I agree.
think about us.
I agree with that.
but
That's
bro,
why I use the PlayStation analogy, because they're like, oh, well, if I just put this flat disk, then that makes sense. No, they're not compatible.
Bro.
This is Xbox, and you're playing PlayStation.
CB, bro. Does that mean there is a like kind of a denomination of this a flat Earth, just like a Christianity, right? There's a lot of a denomination because I've encountered, I've spoken with a few flat earther that, and they even quote Bible. They even have a lot of justification from Bible that this is actually flat. And is that a kind of a denomination in the flat earther, just like Christian?
I wouldn't say that. I don't think that's exclusive to this group of people. You could take any group of people and you're gonna have some religious people, you're gonna have some non-religious people. That's true even on the globe side. My earthly dad is like super heavily globe head. He also loves the Bible and stuff like that. So I wouldn't say that's exclusive to flat earthers, that there's like a group of religious people that believe in the Bible and stuff like that, so not exclusive to this group of people. But this topic is made up of a bunch of individuals. There's no leader or daddy teaching this topic. We're all kind of like found this on our own. I look at this place like an NFL locker room. Everyone had their own journey and eventually made it here. So there's going to be things that Zal can teach me. I'm going to get my notepad out and write down because I've never heard before. There's also going to be things that I've come up with that you guys maybe will be able to use as well. So there are.
I mean, I'm sorry, bro, because what I'm so eagerly want to say this because this version of a flat Earth, this is what I like. I mean, your version, your denomination, whatever it is, this is what I truly really like. I mean, not the other version of a flat earther
Oh, you
that
talking
is
about Flat
so
Earth Society version?
fundamentalist. Not a
Oh,
society,
no,
not a flat
no. You're talking
society
about
that
the
is
Flat Earth
actually
Society sect.
anti. I know
You,
flat earther society, they are anti-flat earth. They just
There you
kind
go.
of like joking, mocking, you know.
Correct.
yeah,
correct.
exactly. There you go.
No, that's not. I'm not talking about that society. I'm talking about literally a flat earther, but they actually believe it's totally flat. I mean, I speak with a lot of spoke with a lot of flat earthers in that kind of I mean, really a fundamentalist,
Wait. What
a
is
religious.
what is it that
I
you're
can
saying that is actually flat?
I can give
Everything in the
you a
universe?
PDF. Yeah, I can give you a PDF. Let me just get from my download folder
Look,
because I
man,
did download it.
if the flat earther still believes in space, they're not a flat earther.
Correct. Correct.
No, they don't believe in space. They don't believe in space, but they actually believe that it's actually flat.
Oh, we do.
Space
I
is
mean,
flat?
Wait,
What
wait,
is
wait,
flat?
wait.
What is actually flat?
It's about the Earth.
Yeah, we all believe the
uh,
earth is
It's true.
flat.
We
What are you
do.
talking about?
We can go over that because I think that's actually another misconception that people have. Like
what I
they
believe in
think that it
about.
means smooth or something like that.
Oh, are you talking about like two-dimensional? That kind of flat? Like it's not three-dimensional anymore? Is that what you're saying? That people think that the earth is two-dimensional? Like a piece of paper?
I don't know, man, but
Wait.
his name is Bussell. Bussell.
Okay.
Hey, what's his name?
Axel. Have you guys his name Axel Bussell and then
Who the fuck is that guy?
yeah, that guy who actually believe, not just believe, but he has a PDF file. I did download it last month. Oh, man. But forget about it. It's like, but this is what I'm saying is that looks like a lot of denomination of the flat earther. Just I'm not society, but believer. See.
Maybe. I mean, I would say yeah. It is flat. All of it. It just depends on what you mean. I think most people don't know what that word really means. I like to use the example of, and people get mad at me when I was in the politics server. They were getting pissed. Not our friends here, but our friends on the other side of the fence were getting upset with this analogy. But think of your floor. Right? You've got a flat floor underneath you, and it doesn't matter what it's made of. It could be wood. It could be tiles with grooves. You could take a lion rug or a zebra rug and put that down on the floor. Well, it's not going to make the floor curved. So yes, it is flat, bumps and all. Just like if you have a carpet, there's a carpet under me right now. It's got small bumps. I mean, I know that you have like really thick rugs with big bumps on it. Well, that's still a flat floor. It just has topography on top. So when you go out into reality and you see hills and trees and mountains and all those things, you could just think of that as like the lion rug, the zebra rug that's on top of the flat surface. If the words flat earth is confusing, you could just rebrand it to flat water because mostly we're saying that the water is flat. And then people will go, oh, well, what about waves? Well, just go right back to your rug. It's just bumpy. It doesn't mean it's curved. So there's not going to be any rug you can put down on your floor. It's going to make the floor curved. You know what I'm saying? Okay.
Yep.
So
Yep. Does that make sense?
yes.
Is that what you're talking about?
No, I have a PDF file in here. Do I have a permission to post a file in here?
I'll give you perms for now. Yeah. Sure. Give me 1 second.
Okay, thank you.
Shoot.
I actually download the file on May.
Go ahead and post it for us.
I'm gonna post it in the live stream voice text.
All right.
Okay, let me just get it in here. Okay, got it. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Bible verses. Okay.
Yeah, it's a flat Earth Bible verses. So yeah, that guy gave me this one.
Yeah, I don't come from the Bible angle. I don't have anything against that. I would say that it's the earth that you have to go and measure and test to see if it like validates the book. Obviously, the book isn't the proof. You have to go out into the field to find your proof. But I have nothing against that. But you will have, again, have people who on both sides who are into the Bible. My dad is a huge globe head, loves outer space. He also is like a big Bible guy. So yeah, so wouldn't say it's an exclusive thing for this topic, using the Bible. So
Hello, I'm back.
I'm back, sir.
So what's
Yeah,
in the PDF
welcome.
file? What's in the PDF
Huh?
file?
Bible verses.
It's a bunch of verses that are justified that this Earth is actually flat.
Bible verse? Oh, you're talking about Bible verses.
Yeah,
What's on
Bible
your?
verses.
Yeah, yes, the Earth is flat.
Yeah, not me, but that guy that I met a few months ago.
But
I tried to
what?
present some of these verses to my dad, and he got pissed.
But my point is, what are you saying? They actually believe that it is flat. We flat earthers believe that it's flat. How is that different from what you're saying? I don't understand.
How is that difference with what I'm saying?
From what we are saying the Earth is flat, and then you're saying
Oh
no, it's
yeah.
different. These guys believe that it's actually flat, and I'm like, yeah, we believe that it's actually flat. What do you mean?
What I mean is that CB explained to me that the flat is that the flat that what you are seeing, what you are actually stands into. So this guy, I mean, there's a couple of them. It's not just this guy,
Just tell
but
me this guy.
actually believing that the earth is actually totally flat, even from the outside, even if it's someone trying to see it from the outside of the earth. Or if you go up, right, if you go up, like go until to the very highest, and you see all surrounding this totally flat. That is what he claimed. And because he quoting a lot of from these Bible verses is
Don't
from
worry about the Bible
Leviticus.
verse. So what you're saying is,
Uh-huh.
we believe that if we go up, it wouldn't be flat. This guy believes that if we go up, it would be flat. So at the end of the day, we're not really flat earthers, but he's the real flat earther.
No, I'm just trying to understand what CB explained to me that no, there's no way for you to go out.
When he
Oh,
says no, when he says no way for you to go out, he's trying to say like
Yeah.
to see the universe as a whole. But what you don't understand is that he's saying that the Earth itself is, in a sense, our universe.
yep, got it. Yeah,
Yeah.
people will try to present to you ideas of what it would look like from an outside view. I think it's more like just an idea for young minds, in the same way that you might have like a baby mobile over a crib with planets and stuff like that. That's not how it's really, that's not what it really looks like. But it's helpful for someone that's a new mind to sort of wrap their mind around it. So you will see sort of depictions of like, okay, well, here's what it would look like from the outside, but no one gets that POV. That's like a God's perspective, just like the universe.
Okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute. So the earth is actually the universe?
I would
In a
say that
sense, yeah.
this is the place. It's like the universe is like it's supposed to be like the embed of reality. All the objects are within it, right? For the universe.
Oh, it's just the naming convention issue in here. Because in my language, Earth is this one, and Mars is that one, and Sun is that one, and Pluto is that one. So the Earth is actually all of it in your definition. Oh, okay, okay. Thank you. All right. I mean, it's just a naming, by the way. It's just a semantic. Okay, got it.
No worries. That's a tough people for people to understand. Most new people, when they come to this topic, they go, "Okay, well, I'm gonna keep I'm gonna keep everything a globe like Mars. I got Pluto, and then let's take the Earth and swap it out and put a disk in there." And that's what they're thinking. That's what they think we think. And I'm always trying to remind people that's not it. That's why I use the Halo and the PlayStation analogy. You can't take a Halo game and put it in a PlayStation. It won't load. It doesn't work. They're not compatible. Flat objects in the universe isn't compatible with our position either. You have to think of
Wow.
you have to think of like our position like the universe. It's all of reality.
Oh man, who put Globe Earther to me?
That was me.
I'm gonna convert then if that is the case.
No, you
Oh,
should say
okay.
that. You don't. You need to have adequate reasoning and stuff like that for you to like just say that you're a globe. I mean, flat earther. I mean, we're not
True.
trying to get you in here. We're trying to get you to think.
True. We don't.
No,
We
I
don't.
mean CB
We don't
explained
need
it
flat
very
earthers. We
well.
need people to think. That's the problem.
I get where you're
Yeah.
coming though from, Neil, because most new people they like close their eyes and they try to imagine flat Earth, and it's usually some sloppy pancake floating around in space, and they go, "Well, it can't be that. There's no way." So they go, "Okay, well, I'm definitely not a flat earther." But it's good that you understand now, like at least what our position is. Clearly, you're like, "Oh, okay, well, that makes more sense," which is good. But yeah, Zal's right though. We're not just trying to like convert people. We really want you to like go think for yourself, and eventually you'll need to go and like kind of do some tests or something outside, and then you can be like, all right, I'm on board now. We don't want you to just like hang up the Discord and be like, well, these guys said it, so must be true. We got to stop doing that. That's what globeheads do.
Yeah, that's what
Wow,
globe
wow.
do.
Thank you, man. Thank you, man. That's just wow. I didn't know that. I mean, that is makes sense. I mean, you explained it very well. Yeah, I think that totally makes sense.
Do you want to know why our universe doesn't have a space? That's why satellites can't exist.
And I'm Zal. Behind it. There's a good argument that's behind it, so Zal can walk you through it if you'd like. It's pretty simple, and it might help you for your job. You might want to quit, or you can keep working and collect your paycheck, like we talked
Yeah,
about
collect your
earlier.
paycheck, bro.
Yeah, but Zal, go ahead and if you want to hit up with the argument, I'd love to hear this.
I was just gonna bring up the gas pressure thing, but
That's
that's
it.
about it.
That's it. That's
That's
it.
the main one.
Good, bro. You
Like,
got it.
but have you
Yeah.
heard of the gas pressure argument, Neil?
No,
No. So in
no.
nature, right? Do you know that high pressure always goes to low pressure?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay, so for example, you have a propane tank, right?
Uh-huh.
Inside the propane tank, there's gas pressure, right?
Hmm.
And outside the propane tank is a lower pressure, correct?
Yeah.
So if you open the propane tank, what happens?
It's gonna be blow up.
Well, yeah, kind of, sure. It's gonna go out, right? It's gonna go out of the opening, right?
Yeah.
And the reason why is high pressure always goes to low pressure. That's the reason, right?
Yeah.
So now picture the Earth, okay? Earth has gas on it, so it means that it has pressure, right? It has gas pressure, right?
Yeah.
And space has no gas, right? It means it has no pressure, right? So Earth is the
Okay.
high pressure and space is the low pressure. How come the gas is still on Earth?
Okay.
I'm asking you a question. How come the gas is still on Earth?
How do we know that the space is a low pressure?
Because that's what they tell you. They say it's the absence of particles and everything. It's a vacuum, is it not? Is space a vacuum? Yes or no?
No.
Oh, space is not a vacuum.
It's
So-
not a perfect vacuum.
We didn't say anything about perfect just yet. So
Oh, yeah.
But it is, so is it a vacuum? Regardless if it's a perfect one or not.
Yeah, almost vacuum.
So it's nearly a perfect vacuum, right? But it's enough of
Yeah.
a vacuum to have a lower pressure than the Earth, right?
Yeah.
So why doesn't the gas and molecules and stuff like that go into space?
Is it because of the ozone?
Okay, what is the ozone made of?
The particle.
Ozone's made of O3, isn't it?
Made up of gas.
Gas.
Yeah. The ozone is made of gas. So, can you demonstrate to me? Can you show me an example where I could have a layer of gas holding in other gas below it?
I guess we need Neil in here. Another Neil. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
No.
Who the fuck is that guy?
No?
Yeah, who the fuck is that?
Who the fuck Neil Tyson? I'm just
you
a
don't-
Neil spirit, not a Neil Tyson.
You don't need him. You just need a demonstration. So the
Yeah,
question.
you just need to
obvi-
demonstrate it to us. Just show us that gas can
Well-
hold in gases.
Well, let me respond. It is makes sense when you say that the higher pressure will move towards the lower, extremely low. I mean, space is extremely low, right?
Yeah, so why
But
wouldn't it go to extremely low?
why the Earth is not go up to the extremely low pressure?
Yeah,
I
can you
don't
show
know.
me?
I'm not the expert on that area.
No, you don't need to be an expert.
The
You just need
only
to be. You said the reason why is because of O3 gas or ozone, right?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that. I'm not in that. I'm not studied that specific. I'm actually study on this kind of mathematics of azimuthal spherical coordinate system because I'm working in this kind of a terrain database. But
But we're
I'm
not
sure
talking
you
about
don't
the
like it.
database. We're just talking about gas going into lower. What was it? Pressure. That's it.
I know the high and low air pressure. So I know that, but why it's not go up? I think I don't know how to answer that. What do you think? Why?
Okay, so what is stopping the propane from going out of the propane tank?
Being the same pressure?
No,
No.
the gas inside the propane tank is always higher than the outside, which is like Earth, always higher than space.
Well, if that is the case, then it's gonna be squeezed in.
No, the walls of the propane tank itself is the barrier between the gas and the outside.
Okay, what about the other way around?
The other way around, what do you mean? For Earth? Is that what you mean by the other way around?
Yeah,
Well, you see,
because
Earth
of
has
the wall.
yeah.
Just
So
now you mean why
what
the
I'm saying
higher
to you,
got
what I'm
squeezed
saying
the
to you
lower?
is
Huh?
The Earth that you know, where's its walls?
So the Earth, you're saying that is a lower pressure, and the outside is
No.
higher.
No, the
Other way.
outside is the lower pressure because the outside is space, is it not? That's what you believe?
No. Okay, you mentioned how to stop it is become higher and inside is
No,
lower.
no,
No.
I said how to stop it is the barrier between the two. I didn't say outside higher and reverse. If it was the reverse, then that means that Earth would be sucking all the air and whatever it is, Earth would be the vacuum, would it not? If it was
Yeah.
reverse, it would mean that low goes to high, not high goes to low. It would be a violation of just fluid dynamics, I guess, or gas pressure in general. It never goes the other
Mm.
way. So
So
according
what is
to
the
you,
barrier?
look. Do you know the boiling point of water?
100.
Let's just say it's 100. Did you know that the boiling point of water reduces when there's lower pressure? If you change the pressure,
Yeah.
the boiling point changes. Do you know that?
Yeah.
So did you know that if Earth was subjected to the pressure of space, the water on Earth would actually boil, become gas, and then leave Earth?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, so if we don't have that type of problem here, it means that we either have a barrier or space isn't real.
We have a barrier.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
Well,
Earth is contained. Where is the containment or the barrier on your ball Earth?
Maybe on the atmosphere. Ta-dang.
That's the thing that Neil. That's the thing that needs to be contained. That's the gas that
That's the
I
atmosphere.
was talking
That's
about
what
with you.
needs to be contained. Yes, correct.
So
The
that the gas
atmosphere needs to
doesn't
be
contain
contained.
itself.
The gas does not contain itself. Yeah.
What
Earth is an
about
open system,
sun and the
Neil.
Earth?
Huh?
Okay. What do you call this? If the Earth is universe, right? What do you call this? The land that we are standing in right now. What do you call it?
The land. It's called land.
Okay. This land. What is this land? I mean, against the sun. How is that working?
The land
The
is
sun.
next to the land is next to the oceans.
Bro,
Let's not
you
get off
still
track
have
though.
you
Yeah.
still have the misconception that the sun is in space, right?
Okay. The sun. Where is the sun?
Where is the sun? The sun is in the
Yeah.
sky.
Well,
Oh, okay. In the sky.
Neil, let's not get
So
too far off track. Like because there's a couple of things about the gas pressure thing that's really important. Let just start slow with a couple examples. Have
yeah.
a 2 liter of soda, right? And I open the container. Psst, I pour it in a coffee cup. Leave it on the counter for a week. The high pressure, the fizz, right, is going to eventually dissipate. It's going to go flat, no pun intended. So we can see that you need the container to have the gas pressure. So same thing with like maybe a car tire. You have your rim, you have the gas pressure, and it's the tire that holds the pressure in, right? So we're simply asking, can you give us an example where you essentially have this gas pressure without container?
The container is gonna be the atmosphere.
No,
No, the atmosphere
that's
is the
the
gas.
gas. It's the gas pressure. So
Yeah,
basically,
it become container.
no, they're essentially saying that the wheel is so big that you don't even need a tire of the gas pressure.
Yeah, you're basically saying that the wheel is so big that you don't need the rubber tire for the air to be contained on the wheel, so you could technically drive without the rubber tire. That's what you're saying. You understand, Neil?
Yeah, I'm looking at this, right? The atmosphere is actually playing as a container, and to protect the lower pressure of
Yeah,
this
and
of this.
okay, let's go with your logic then. Okay, what is the atmosphere made of?
Made of gas.
Okay, so can you explain to me how come the gas inside a propane tank? How come propane gas can't hold the propane gas inside the tank if we open it?
I'm maybe to rephrase that a little bit, Zal, for you. Like, let's say, Neil, you have a business, you sell different types of gases, propane and stuff like that. I go, look, I've already got my propane container. Can you just sell me the gas? Just don't worry about the container. Is there a way you'd be able to send me or ship me some gas without the container?
This is really a tough question.
I know.
How
And what's
about
up,
this? How about
Central?
this?
Central.
I need you to pour me a glass of water, but don't give me the glass of water. Just don't give me the glass. Just give me the water.
Yeah, essentially, Alan Watts said this one time. He's like, well, why don't you try to mail me some water without a parcel? Like, essentially, the point is that you need the container. It's required. Every example, the soda, the car, the bicycle, these all need some sort of container to contain the gas pressure. That's the issue when it comes to this topic, is that, well,
But for some reason the Earth is special. It doesn't need a container to hold all
Right.
this gases in. Like
and that's a
magic.
big problem. That's a big problem. So
You understand where we're coming from now, Neil?
I fully understand because I'm not familiar with this kind of atmosphere and how it actually works. I fully understand your logic in here because of atmosphere is contains nitrogen, oxygen, and argon or whatever,
So
carbon
the
dioxide.
atmosphere is the gases that need to be contained.
Yes, but how it works and this atmosphere, could it be it becomes like the container, and
How does the gas become the container?
I'm not looking into that perspective. If we want to see it at different POV, into my perspective, because
Yeah, I know what
I'm
your perspective is. Your perspective is that you think the gases can make the container. That's like saying water can hold the water in. Like, I don't need a glass to hold water. I could just use water to hold water. That's what you're saying. You don't need a container to hold the gases in on Earth. You could just use the gases that's already there to hold the gases in. That's what you're saying.
what about the
I'm just saying.
no, I was thinking.
Do you understand the problem now? Do you understand the problem?
Yeah, I understand the problem, but I'm actually
Do you?
trying to not really understand the problem in
So you don't
in
understand the
just
problem.
in this just one context without involving like the sun and the
We're not
moon.
involving the sun at all. We're not involving any of that right now. We're just talking about gases.
to be honest,
That's my point.
the
Can
sun
we
would
try
actually
to
run into the
involve
same issue.
other components like the sun, the moon, and other planets? The
No,
interaction between this land that we are standing right now in this land,
No, you just
and
need to get
how it
one
is
thing.
interact with this moon, the sun,
You don't need to worry
How
about
will
that, man. You don't need to worry about that. That's just going off topic. Like, think about it this way. Like, we're talking about you know the movie Chronicles of Narnia, okay?
no, but by the way, Zal and CB, how old are you guys?
Does it matter?
I was going to say a little bit off track.
No, I'm just kind of like curious. I mean, are you guys like high school student or
No,
college student?
no. I'm 29.
Oh, 29. Okay,
And
29.
I'm in my
What about
30s.
you, Zal?
I'm in my
Oh,
30s.
okay. Oh, wow.
What about you, Neil?
Are you trying to psychoanalyze us
know,
and have a stereotype in your head about us?
Yeah, they do that.
No, not me.
How
I'm
old are
not
you?
part of them. I'm quite old.
Okay, but the point is, do you understand the problem though?
Not really. I'm not familiar with that.
Neil,
I'm
Neil,
not familiar with them.
He
Sorry.
still doesn't
At least-
understand the problem. Okay.
at least, like, because this is an important argument, I think. So I at least want you to be able to like, leave here and say, okay, I understand the argument. So, have you heard of an antecedent relationship before?
No. I've never heard that.
No worries.
And
It too.
I'm not really in this physics field, right? The only physics fields that I'm interested is these quantum things.
Okay. Well, this is even more simple, so no worries.
Yeah, this is way more simple than quantum physics.
I'll give you an example.
No, I don't think this is simple because
It is,
if I'm trying to simplify this, it's like I need to presuppose like this. There's no space. There's no.
You don't need to presuppose
No.
anything. You don't need to presuppose anything.
There's no presupposition. We're going to
So,
start with
how should?
Hold on, Neil. Hold on, buddy. We're just going to start with things that
should
you can
I-
demonstrate in reality, right? So I'll give you an
How should
example
I
of
understand?
I'll give you an example of an antecedent relationship. Okay, so if I plop down on your dinner plate a filet mignon, it's not Beyond Meat, it's not tofu. This is a real deal. Well, know for sure that beef came from a cow. You don't need to see the cow. You don't need to know how many spots it had, what farm it grew up on, what its name was. Those things you know because that there's beef on your plate that it came from a cow. That's an example of an antecedent relationship. I also like to use the example of like a banana, right? Like if we have a picnic and there's banana slices, well, you know that banana came from a peel. So you don't have to see the peel. I don't have to like dig it out of the trash can to show you that it came from that. So those are examples of an antecedent relationship. So this relates with the gas pressure, right? So the gas pressure is kind of like the banana slices or the filet mignon. You know that it came from containment or some type of container. It's required, just like with your bicycle tire or your car tire. To have the gas pressure, you need the container to contain the pressure. So that's all we're saying. This is something you can demonstrate. And I've got a lecture from. Got a lecture for you. It's just a short clip from an old gentleman talking about the second law of thermodynamics. So this is just basic entropy. There's really nothing to presuppose. So let me just play this clip really quickly. You guys can take a listen. He'll talk about what I'm talking about here. Let's just take a listen. And that was the long version. Hold on 1 second. Let me get the shorter one.
Okay.
All right, let's try this one. Let's see if this works.
One of these bulbs, some bromine, and in the other, I have a vacuum. And if I open the tap between these two, you will see spontaneously the bromine rush from one to the other. Now that is the simplest change we can have, perhaps, because all that happens is a change in entropy. In this case, the expansion into a vacuum, nothing else is involved. There's no energy change, there's no temperature change, there's no change except entropy. So without the entropy
So I also posted a GIF from that clip there. You can see he's got basically this chamber. There's on one side there's a vacuum, and the other side has the bromine gas. And so in the middle there's a valve. As he opens the valve, high pressure of the gas in the bromine side rushes to the other side where the vacuum is, showing that this high pressure moves to low pressure. And you need the containment to contain that gas there on the one side. And so essentially that's the issue, is that one, without a container, you don't have the gas to begin with. And two, if there's a quote vacuum, and the high pressure would move to low pressure, just like if you, with your can of soda or your 2 liter of soda, you open the container, the high pressure moves to the lower pressure area. The fizz in the soda will dissipate into the room, essentially the atmosphere in the room. And so the point is that you need the container. It's required to have the gas pressure. So that's one of the major points here, and hopefully that will click. It's one of the pillars of what we talk about here. So hope you enjoyed that. Shout out to Zao. And yeah, Zao, you can check your roles there. Good job with the argument, my friend.
Did I get a new role?
Check it out.
Yeah, thank you, man.
I hope you see it.
Is it valued? Is that the new role?
Sir.
What are we talking about?
We're talking about gas pressure. So you should now understand.
So do you understand the problem?
Yeah,
Neil, that's another reason why you can't go out, because we're inside of a contained system.
Yeah, we are in. Are you guys done?
Yep.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to understand. Yeah, I do agree with you. We are inside the container, so there is no way for us to go out from a container, because that is gonna be it's just gonna be blow up.
Okay, Neil, wait, give me a second, Neil. Give me Neil. Why do you agree that we are in a container?
I did say, because if we go outside of the container, then it's gonna be blow up, because the gas pressure from the high to low. I think that makes sense. It's logic. So, but I'm trying to understand this kind of an atmospheric pressure. Could it be placed as container? And how that works actually? How would be the high pressure of the Earth affecting the atmosphere pressure? This is the things that I'm not really familiar. So how does the Earth actually affecting the atmosphere pressure? This question is maybe silly question to you guys, right?
That's okay.
I think you missed it. Probably
I missed it.
I'm asking you, why do you agree that there's a container?
Did I answer that?
You didn't really answer it, no. You gave a really vague answer. You just said it was logic, pretty much.
No, it's gonna be blow up.
What's gonna blow up?
If you go out from if you open that container, which is you cannot open the container because we are sealed by container. Then it sense.
How are we sealed by a container though?
I don't know how.
Yeah, see, you don't you don't really agree because you don't know what we're talking about. Still.
Let's give him this, Sal. Let's give him this. Your friends, Neil, are saying that it's gravity pulls the gas down. That's typically the answer you'll hear. I mean, obviously,
No, that's not. I was actually thinking about trying to answer you guys. What about gravity? But that's why I was actually trying to include involving another component, which is the sun and the moon and the
No.
other
Let's
component like
let's focus on
Mars.
one thing at a
Because
time,
this
Neil.
no. What I'm saying is that this also has a gravity, like the moon. The moon has a gravity, right?
We can't get there
So
yet
if the moon has
until
the
you
gravity,
understand the problem first. You have to understand the problem, then everything will fall into place, Neil. That's just how it is. Okay? So you apparently agree with us that there's a container over.
okay, Zhao, I got a idea. Hear me out. Okay, what about we talk about gravity? Now we involve gravity in here as another part of a component. What about if the gravity it becomes draw the pressure, become the pressure from the inside and the pressure of the outside of the atmosphere, it become like same level that it will not be able to move in and out
Okay,
because of the gravity. It's like
you're
make
telling
it
me
balance.
so you're telling me the gravity can let's dial up gravity to the point where it can attract the so-called pressure, right?
It become makes the pressure balance, something like that.
Okay, so first off, this is just a thought experiment. Second, we're talking about science that can be demonstrated, repeated, and like proven in the real world. So for you to have this thought experiment work, you technically need to prove it. For example, if I have the can of propane, right? You listening? If I have a can of propane and it's full of propane, what happens if I opened it?
Yeah, it's gonna be blow ups. Yeah.
Okay. So is the can of propane subjected to the Earth's gravity? Yes or no?
No.
No. So if I threw this can of propane up in the air, it wouldn't fly down. It wouldn't fall down. I took this can and I threw it up into the air.
Because it's really small.
No,
the sizes matter in here, guys. The
No, I'm
sizes
asking
matter.
you, if I took this can of propane, right? You know how heavy a can of propane is, right?
Not really.
Okay. So you take a can of propane and you throw it up into the air. Would it float or would it come back down?
It will come back down.
If it comes back down, would it mean that it's subjected to the Earth's gravity? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So if I place this can of propane on the ground, right? It's subjected to the Earth's gravity, correct?
Yeah.
So if I open up the lid, what would happen?
It's gonna be a.
Okay, so why doesn't the Earth's gravity keep the gas in the tank?
Because the pressure is so high.
What pressure is high? The pressure outside the tank, right? The pressure outside the tank is high?
No, inside the tank.
Okay. And it would mean that the pressure outside the tank is low enough, right?
Yeah.
So you're telling me that because the pressure outside the tank is low enough, the gas would still leak out regardless of gravity, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so why doesn't the pressure outside in space, why is that not low enough to take the gas off of Earth?
Because of the size.
No.
It is. It's like
So
how
you're
should
telling
I
me when I put the tank down onto the
You
ground,
can
the size of the Earth is
No.
not enough to subject the gases in the tank to hold it in.
No, you can actually put this analogy experiment into the deep ocean, deep down in this giant ocean.
Okay. And what would that do?
And just think about that this is deep ocean. We are in the
So, okay, I take the tank, I put it in the deep ocean, the deepest part of the ocean. I opened it up. Does the gas come out?
no.
You sure?
Yeah, because the pressure of the outside is so high.
No,
It's
you're
gonna be
wrong.
sucking
Because
you.
if you take a propane tank and you force it down deep into the ocean, the gases want to go up against its buoyancy. Because the gases are lighter, it wants to go up. So the more you force it down, the greater the pressure becomes. In fact, the tank would explode. You wouldn't even need to open it. So no, you're wrong here.
Okay. Tarang, where's the soundboard? Oh, CB is left.
So you get
I
my
think
point, though?
we can. Yeah, I get your point, but
No, you don't get my point. You still don't get the point. You still don't get the
I
point.
get
Every
your
time you
point,
say yes,
Zal.
I prove you wrong. Every time you say
No, I
yes, I
totally
prove
get your
you wrong.
point because
No, you don't.
the Earth is going to be explode. It's going to be
No.
explode because
No.
no, in my position, if I
In
think
your
that
your position is gravity holds the gases onto the Earth. Why? Because the Earth is big enough.
yeah, no,
Yeah,
what I'm saying is that
but the Earth is not
it
big
just
enough to
doesn't make
hold the
sense.
gases in a propane tank because the Earth is not big enough. Because there's too
Exactly.
much. Yeah, because there's too much low pressure outside of the tank. But you're saying that the pressure outside of the tank is not lower than space, correct? That means space is actually an even lower pressure, correct?
Mhm.
Is it? Is space a lower?
I
Is
don't.
space a lower pressure than the outside air you're breathing in? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so how come Earth cannot hold the freaking gas inside the propane tank in a freaking higher pressure as in the outside atmosphere that you're breathing right now compared to the freaking lower pressure of space? How come it could hold it in with space's pressure, which is stronger than the atmospheric pressure that you're feeling right now?
Yeah.
Does that make any
That
sense to
makes
you?
sense.
Does that make
Yes,
any
that
sense to
makes
you?
sense.
Yeah, it doesn't.
I said yes. I said yes. Relax, man. Relax. Are you eating? What is the?
But you get it now, right?
Yeah, I get it. I get it. Don't worry, man. Relax.
So you
Not a
can't
big
just
deal.
say that the size of the Earth plays anything. The propane tank is already on the ground. It's already
Wait a
having the
moment.
full force of the size of the Earth on it, and it's not
Zal,
holding the gases in.
Zal, is that profile is your picture? Are you Korean or Japanese?
Stay on the subject. Let's not talk about Zal. Actually, talk about the Earth.
Yeah,
No,
yeah, Neil.
he's so exciting, man. Exciting.
Yeah,
He's
Neil.
so
Why don't you talk
exciting
about the
about this
Earth?
topic.
Stop changing the subject.
Well, yeah. I mean, flying. What do you think about?
I think that you're kind of not getting it. Well, you presented a couple of examples there, but can't really comprehend how you're not seeing it, but it's quite simple. Because the Earth is, as you're saying, like it's big, right? And the space is even bigger. So, relatively speaking, it shouldn't matter because space is huge and all of it is vacuum. So, all of the air on the Earth, especially because it's spinning, right? It should just get left behind. If you ever see a smokestack on the top of a train, as the train is moving, all that gets left behind. So, why is all of that Velcro sticking to the Earth? Why is it not just getting left behind?
Yeah. I don't know the answer to that.
You already know the
Is
answer
it
to that.
question?
We already told you the answer to that. We told you so many times.
Can
You
I
still
say
don't-
something in here?
Because you don't get it, man.
Can I say something?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I'm not sure because there must be an answer in this equation. Yes, I get your point. Because if the pressure is higher inside and the pressure in outside is lower, definitely it's gonna be blowout. If we open the can of this propane, right? It's gonna be blowout. Zzz, definitely. That's the logic in here. But how we apply this logic to this Earth, if the Earth has a higher pressure and
space has
the
a lower
outer
pressure.
space is lower pressure, then it's going to be the same thing. And where's the container? And if there's no container, well, we're going to be explode, right? Because this is higher pressure and the space is lower pressure. Why we're not explode? Okay, what about gravity? Well, if it is the gravity, I mean, how could be this can of a propane is not even is still explode? I mean, is that against the gravity? Well, the
Okay, let's do
answer
this
to
then.
that,
Can you demonstrate gravity holding
right,
in anything?
No. He's trying to tell us that he's following along, right?
Yeah,
So
it's
far,
you flying. Are you English?
so Neil,
I mean,
so
English
Neil,
is your second
so
language.
Neil, from what you
Yes, I'm
concluded,
trying to say that I'm following the logic in here. That is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, so from
Flying,
what you
thank you.
concluded, is there a space?
That's part that I'm struggle with. To be honest, I'm not
If
trying.
there is a space,
to,
then the gas would go out. If there isn't a space, then yeah.
Okay, in terms of this analogy of a pressure things, I'm not expert in this, right? The struggle that I'm having right now, it's on another field. Okay,
What's that
as,
field?
as I'm telling you guys, I'm not a pressure engineer. I'm not a gas engineer.
Okay, so we can just like, if you want to put an exclamation mark on this, we can say that this subject is something that you just believe in, right? We can just say that. We can leave the subject and
please.
can we do that? Can we say that this is just something you believe in?
Flying.
That it works this way. Can we do that?
Flying. Come on. So my field of expertise, I'm working as designing a satellite communication, and I'm not working into this space pressure. But if I'm trying to understand your logic, that is totally 100% makes sense. I'm following that. But I'm willing to study this more into the atmosphere pressure because this is interesting. This is well, if this is makes sense, and if I'm trying to combining it with my field of expertise, then it's gonna be contradict, and I need to
No, it
solve
won't.
this
No, it
contradiction,
won't.
right, Zal? You
No,
get
it
you get
won't.
my point, Zal?
You keep talking about satellites. How much research have
Yeah,
you done in
because
satellites?
my satellite is actually stay in the orbit, right? In the orbit, orbiting, and this orbiting we have a quarterly review on this terrain database that we are updating every quarterly, every year, 3 times a year, 4 times by the way, four quarter,
Mhm.
yeah, every year. And if it is comparing to this pressure logic things, it's gonna be contradict. I need to
No, there,
solve this contradiction.
there is no
Well,
contradiction.
before I can come back to this, I need to spend a little bit of time to study this, because when we are launching orbit, well, the fuck, I mean, what is the pressure, right? This is interesting. I need to get back to my product engineer in United States and in our community with
Why don't
Japanese
you look at
people,
it?
with Korean
Why don't you
people.
look at a satellite launch
Yeah,
and you
I
tell
will,
me?
but I will get back to you. I will get back to you guys. Don't worry,
Nah, nah,
because
nah, nah,
it's
nah,
2
nah, nah,
a.m.
nah.
right now in my time.
How about
So
this? How about
see
this?
you later, guys. See you
How about you
later,
watch? How about you
alligator.
watch 1 minute of this? Watch 1 minute of this, and then you can go to sleep. Okay?
Yeah, just DM me. I will use my computer right now. Just DM me. Send me a lot of a YouTube video. Okay, I'm gonna watch
I'm not gonna send
those,
you a lot of
and
YouTube.
yeah,
I'm just gonna send you one thing, and then you tell me
one,
what you
just
think.
one. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's just
Okay,
one
thank
minute
you,
long.
guys.
It's just 1 minute long. Just watch it and tell us what you think.
And also,
Okay,
can you
I'm
please
sorry,
bring
guys.
the friend you mentioned? Can you bring him over here so he can explain it to us? We can actually
Yeah,
talk to
sure,
him.
sure. I'll
Thank
talk
you.
to him. Yeah, sure. Thank you, guys. See you later, alligator.
All right.
Bye.
Cheers,
Seriously,
mate.
you can't stay for one more minute and tell us what you think about the video I sent you.
He already left, man.
I was just
Well, I'm
gonna send
looking
him.
forward to it.
I was just gonna
Can you
send
bring
him
somebody
a
over?
video of a satellite being launched in a balloon.
It's definitely not going to bring some cope in there. I mean,
I mean,
we're going to see.
he said it was in space.
I mean, of course, his friend also will not know much, but it's going to be fun. Hopefully, he comes back with his friend. I want to see that.
And I'm still annoyed with the fact that he keeps bringing up, oh, it's not my expertise. Bro, you don't need to have expertise in knowing that when you open up a can of fucking soda, that the gas is gonna come out because it's pressurized. It's that simple.
Obviously. But he's deferring to somebody else. He's saying he's putting faith in somebody else knowing better than he does. So, and that's where they can just say, okay, that's a belief that you have, which I wanted to get to, but he just wants to talk about his friend, which, I mean, sure.
And I just find it funny, like, well, I hope he at least gets the argument now. But his belief that the satellites are in outer space is the contradicting thing that he was talking about. I'm like, are they in space though?
At least he is one of the more reasonable globe earthers. Like, he's not completely loony. I mean, he wasn't having too much denial there. I mean, he was kind of admitting that he doesn't know. So at least that's
Yeah, but I
fair.
feel like when we get somewhere, they start leaving, man. When we get somewhere, they start leaving.
Yeah. Well, last time I heard somebody like want to ask somebody they know, they came back a flat earther because they realized the person they asked didn't actually know anything.
I know, right?
Yeah, it's kind of how it goes. You just assume there's people that know better, but they don't actually know.
Yeah, they have their freaking faith in some sort of scientific council that likes to spew out the word scientific.
There's always somebody higher on the rung on the ladder of science, which, I mean, evidently it takes a while to get to them because we haven't gotten to the one speaker of truth which can actually show it in reality. I mean, it's kind of silly. You just kind of keep climbing the ladder and you just can't find the one guy that has all the answers. You just can't find him. I mean, not all the answers, just one answer, just actually tangible answer that can be verified in reality. We can't have that.
Mm-hmm. And they claim that they've done the science. Annoys the shit out of me, man. Shut the hell up, please. We did the science. Oh, you're not gonna believe in science.
Yeah, you launch something in the air, then you just put some numbers down, like okay, it appears here and there, and that means it's in orbit. I mean,
Well, the thing
sure.
is, like on the flat Earth map, you could clearly see where the wind currents go, and it goes around constantly. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
have you seen the wind currents being
Yeah,
mapped
yeah,
on the freaking what was it, Gleason's map? Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
I'm just saying, like, if you have a freaking balloon that was just flying around in those wind currents, yeah, technically you're orbiting the world.
Yeah, he's just imagining a globe that's. I
Yeah,
mean,
he's just imagining a freaking satellite spinning around a freaking beach ball globe.
he can't imagine it just works still. It still works here as well.
Yeah.
Anyway, that guy does, I guess, subscribe to the Bible, so maybe he's more biased towards okay, maybe they have a point. Maybe if the Bible does say some things about it, then maybe I will look into it.
If that's the case, then I need to freaking talk to him more.
I like what you said to him about at the very start. What you said about the wife, that kind of really like you got him there. He was like, okay, I have to actually entertain this now because I guess it matters. Maybe it matters. I like that.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite examples. People who just say it doesn't matter, the truth doesn't matter. I'm like, yeah, nothing would change, right? Correct? You still have to do your job, all that stuff. But all of a sudden, you just you just know something's going on.
Yeah, it's a good way to reel them in. Yeah, that was good. It's probably somebody who actually has some values. I mean, you're not going to do that with an atheist, I think, too much, but like at least somebody who's in that realm of visibility as far as just like, okay, God exists. Let me actually think that things can matter instead of like somebody who's just like doesn't see a reason in anything. Nothing matters. It's very tough to appeal to somebody like that. The 99% reality person where nothing is real. It's like,
Or more like it's 99% real. You just don't know.
um, what were you playing there, by the way, in the chill chat? I was seeing you played something with the goblins or whatever. Like, I was like, I don't want to like interrupt. The conversation was kind of flowing there, so I didn't want to interject with something stupid like the game. But what was it?
It's called Dark and Darker, bro. You want to play?
Dark and is it a multiplayer or is it a single player?
It's multiplayer, man. I was in a dungeon full of people, bro. What do you mean?
I thought it was just some random goblin NPCs, man. That's
No,
what I thought.
there's goblin NPCs too, but there's also freaking players that we're here to like loot the dungeon and get the heck out, right? And then players are just trying to kill you for your loot.
Is this the game where you said like, "Oh, I know some things, but if I let others know, then they will take advantage of it"? Is this the game?
No, that's every game. That's every game.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Any game that there's competition in it, if you have knowledge, you have an edge.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
And what people don't understand is life is pretty much a game like that too. But they think everybody's all good and everybody wants to freaking save you. That's why they give you the free vaccines. Get the hell out of here, man.
Mhm. Yeah, it's I mean, there's some things like boundary with skill also in those, but also there's some aspect to it where you don't allow yourself to see the borderline where the skill begins and where this actually reality allows you to go. It's like reaction time. Some people have like I play some fighting games and people say, "Oh, you can't react to this or that," and it's a little bit of that is like they're putting a barrier on how they
Yeah,
actually put.
fake news. Yeah, like the only way you'd find out is if you actually tested it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So
That's why,
like a lot of
like,
people like they just give up already. Oh, I can't react to this. It's like okay,
yeah,
you
it's
kind of defeat
because
yourself.
someone that's better at the game than me said so. So I
Yeah,
take
yeah,
his
yeah.
word as gospel. I see. Like I like to use video game examples most of the time because you can apply it to real life in so many ways.
These days, it's also like very relatable because a lot of people just play them. So I mean,
Hmm.
it's very easy to appeal to
I'm
that
just saying, like,
part.
if you see people being competitive in games, you don't think they're gonna be competitive in real life. Give me a break.
Oh yeah. But yeah, as far as that is also concerned, I mean, I haven't like been competitive in a way that like, oh, I have to like be number one. But I have been competitive in a way that like, oh, I'm having fun, but I still want to win. And in that setting, I'm like, okay, I can tell people the good things because it's also more fun for me if I'm facing somebody who's competent,
Hmm.
who's able to withstand like the onslaught and like
Yeah, but
just
think of it this way. Think of it this way. Like, you're in like a match type game, right? You're not in like a dominating type of game. Like a game where if you lose a lot. You know what I'm saying?
mm,
Think of
can
it this
you
way. You ever heard of Rust? You ever heard of Rust?
vaguely, but not enough for you to be able to metaphorically explain something about it, I think.
All right, I'll just explain Rust to you. Rust is basically a Wild West game. Okay, you're out there. Everything that you have is you built on your own, like your house, your your food, your uh, your weapons. Like you make that stuff, right? So if you have an edge or if you're controlling territory, right? People are going to be taking your resources, which would make you weaker. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
So in order for you to like thrive in that game, you pretty much need to control everything. Because if people have access to resources, they have access to weapons. If they have access to weapons, they can freaking fight you. They can kill you. That type of shit. They can raid your stuff. Everything that you built, they can take all of it. You know what I'm saying? It's like a
Yeah, they can.
micro
Yeah,
it's like a microcosm of real life, okay? So the best thing you can do is basically uh not let them have anything. Like in your game, you want a challenge, right?
yeah,
Like
yeah.
that's why you would let inform people of what's going on. But in this game, you don't want a challenge. You want everybody to be dumb. You want everybody to just do their own thing that doesn't encroach into your territory, you
Yeah,
know?
I see the parallel. And also, if you could convince somebody to just like work on your behalf, oh, okay, like build me this house, but it's gonna be mine. Like
Yeah,
that's
that type
also
of
a
stuff.
benefit. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah,
And the thing is, the bigger I played so many games where it's like the bigger you get, you're gonna end up in politics. It always happens. I freaking hate politics in games, but like if you ever play a game where you become so big that you have to deal with other players, like it's so annoying, man. Like think of it this way, like me and my friend, we built a base, we raised up a shit ton of animals and farm and all that, right? We have so much resources and stuff like that. One day, a guy from another server comes into my server and says that if we don't become their slaves, they'll kill everything we have. They'll destroy everything we have. That's basically the deal. It was literally like the scene from 300. The messenger comes. My God wants you to offer up earth and fire. He wants your loyalty and he wants you to pledge your allegiance to freaking Persia. If you don't, we'll destroy you. It's simply that. That's what happens when you get into politics.
I get that, yeah.
I'm just saying, man, being a leader sucks because like immediately, like you're just minding your own business, having fun at a game, and then all of a sudden, who's your tribe leader? Some guy asked for who the tribe leader is, and then I'm like, okay, I'm the tribe leader. I was like, okay, here's your ultimatum.
Acknowledge me.
I heard that game was like a big MMO online called, I think, EVE Online. It's like about spaceships or something.
Yeah, but it gets into politics later. Like at
Yeah,
first
yeah.
it's about spaceships, and then next it's about owning land and claiming territory and controlling resources and ruling.
Because so many people can just group up and just take out any one person. So if you're
Exactly.
alone, you really can't do anything.
Exactly. You have to join a freaking political side or a club, and then you'll get protected, right? But you'll also get enemies at the same time, right? But if you
Yeah.
decide to be a lone solo man, right? Guess what? Both huge factions can destroy you. At least you take at least if you join one, you'll be protected by that faction, but you're technically a slave to that faction at the same time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the only way to win is not play the game. It's the same as if you're in prison, right? If you're in prison, then you're in prison. You have to take one of the teams. They're gonna tell you, "Oh, are you part of the?"
Yeah. Otherwise, both teams will freaking destroy you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I'm just saying, like video games are a real microcosm to real life. Like people think
Because we're playing it, like the people are playing the online ones. We're playing the games, so of course we're gonna show our nature in the games.
But the funny thing is, like, at the end of the day, like, they don't realize that real life is also a game. And it's also like that. You know, people control territory, they control land, they control resources. And the reason for suppressing, what was it, like information and stuff like that is for their own gain in some way, shape, or form. Because if I discovered something, which I do almost all the time, I keep it to myself. It could be from base designs to ship designs to I'm telling you, man, like I have a ship design in that game that I was talking about, and I'd never told anybody. I mean, like I could simply just post it on freaking YouTube and then show people my best ship design, but I don't want anybody to use that shit.
Well, the one thing I might think is like maybe it's not parallel is that like within a game there's a set amount of resources which are finite, and I don't know if that's the case on
No,
Earth.
no,
Like,
no, no, no. In the game, it's infinite resources because the stuff just respawns. In real life, it's even more severe. You know what I'm saying? Because some resources don't respawn. Like I don't know. I'm honestly starting to think that like metals might be the only resources that don't like just come out, but freaking oil and trees and air and water, I think that's renewable. I think all that is renewable.
Facts. That's facts.
It's just metal. Metal is the only thing that is not renewable. But then again, you could recycle, so it's sort of renewable.
We can get metal from asteroids, meteorites.
Don't give me that
Like-
crap, Creation Bear. You know that there isn't freaking space.
What's crazy about that, bro, is they want to charge you. They'll say that they collected this quote metal. I was going to say hello to that guy that just joined. But they say they collected some of this metal and put it in an iPhone, and then they'll charge you like $14,000 for an iPhone with this quote metal from the sky, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah,
I think I'm
that's such a
getting off
freaking
with some
scam,
links.
bro. That's such a fucking
Yeah.
scam.
And well, that I don't know if it was remember our friend here that what we were just talking to in the chill room. He was like, I don't see why it matters. I was just gonna try and tell him, like, look, dude, you brought up money. Like, I gotta make money. I was gonna say, like, bro, they want to take your money. They're gonna try and sell you things like freaking iPhones. Hold on, let me unmute this guy real quick. Yeah, Meep, welcome to the panel. I see you just joined. I wanted to just give you a chance to chime in. There's an automatic server mute that it'll just stick back on if you leave. So if you wanna chat and come back and have control of your mic, you'll have to just say what's up, and we can go over the rules and stuff real quick. I'll give you a VC pass, and but you'll have to chime in. What's up?
You want to know what You want to know what that metal's that special
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1
iPhone is
second.
for?
1 second, Zal. What's up, Meep? Can you hear us?
Yeah, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. We got you. We're just curious
Okay,
what
cool.
brings you here.
I have no idea where I got this link from. I don't know.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't know where you guys advertised. Maybe it was Rumble. I think maybe Rumble.
Ooh,
Anyway, so I jumped
nice.
in a couple of days ago, maybe a week or so ago. I got busy. This is really the first time that I've been around. I finally put it together that this is the chat that gets streamed to Rumble. Am I right? Yep. So
Yep.
I am.
Let's get ready to rumble!
I'm
What the
so
hell is
sorry. I
that?
had to do it. I had to do it. Let's
That was
please continue.
loud.
Anyway, you
Yeah,
were
continue.
saying something.
Anyway, yeah, sorry about that. I mean, that wasn't me, but anyway. Yes, so I thought I've just been having a look around, and I thought, oh, do I jump in here to listen to you guys rather than watching it on Rumble? I could actually listen to you guys, and here I am. And excuse my ignorance, I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm just wanting to have a listen.
No worries. We're glad to have you. And
Thank you.
it's okay. A lot of people haven't really done the rodeo just yet when it comes to this conversation. So I kind of look at this place like Dancing with the Stars. Maybe you've seen that show before.
Yeah.
You're like the D-list celebrity, no offense, and you've joined, and we can help show you the merengue and the two-step and all that stuff. So it's
Okay.
not a
Yeah.
conversation that most people have had.
I don't intend to contribute because I don't know enough, but I'm here to sort of listen and learn and just out, basic curiosity, really.
Yeah,
So
that's all good. You can
yeah,
lead the dance, so it's all good.
yeah,
Mm.
happily be server muted. That's fine.
Oh, well, you got your VC pass now, so thanks for chiming in. Just make sure that you know that since you already know this is on Rumble and YouTube and stuff, just keep any online etiquette in mind. We don't want to know your
Of course,
social security number and your street address and all that stuff. So
of course. Yep, yep.
otherwise, you should be fine. I've given you the
Okay.
VC pass, so you can come and go as you please. But yeah,
All right.
awesome. We're glad to have you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Well,
Yeah.
I'll probably go on mute because are you streaming to Rumble right now?
I think we're actually the Rumble stuff is under construction, so we're currently um fixing that so we can go and do some exclusive stuff on Rumble that we can't do on YouTube. So be on the lookout for that. You can probably see in the
Okay.
panel here we've got a Rumble bot. So my boys in the
Yeah.
back are cooking up some stuff for us. So
'Cause didn't
yeah, just be
I'm
on the
sure I
lookout.
came across you guys live streaming on Rumble maybe a week or so ago, which is I think where I got the
Mhm.
Discord link from.
Yeah, yeah. One of our guys has been basically mirroring our YouTube stream over there. So I'm
Okay,
looking.
so you're going live to YouTube.
Correct. Yeah, that's
Gotcha.
our
Okay.
main home for the moment. But I'm looking to get us and do some exclusive stuff on
Okay.
because YouTube has some like a lot of censoring and all that stuff. So I'm sure as
Okay.
you're already aware.
Yeah, I'm just going to turn down the volume on this. How do I do that?
Yeah, you can
Turn.
right click on my name and let's see. Oh,
Because your
actually,
voice is fine, but that soundboard volume is like
yeah, sorry, it's a little loud. If you go to your settings, voice and video, there's a soundboard volume slider. You can turn it down there.
There we go. Got it. Okay, you can go down to 30%. That's good. Okay, great.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, good. Because that's that Let's Get Ready to Rumble, that just about blew my ears off. I was like, what the
Yeah, that
hell
was
was
loud for me too.
that?
I apologize.
Yeah, no, that's okay. No, I didn't even know that setting existed. There you go. I'm pretty much of a Discord newbie, so excellent. Oh well, I'll shut up, let you guys get to it. I'll mute myself, and it's nice to meet you all anyway.
Guys.
Yeah, nice to
Thank
meet
you.
you too, Meepy.
Thanks.
If you have
All
any
right, guys.
questions, please feel free to chime in. We also might have some questions for you in the future, so just keep that in mind. But
Yeah, sure.
welcome.
No, or I will answer as I can.
Sweet. Yeah,
Okay.
sorry, Zal. Go ahead, Zal. You were saying something before, Zal. I mean to cut you off there.
I said that I know the actual use for that metal that you're talking about. It has like no uses outside this, but like it's completely useless, right? Like it doesn't have any use outside this thing, but its one singular greatest use that they use this metal for is laundering money. It's surprisingly easy to launder money with this metal.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised by that. You know what's funny? When it comes to those iPhones, I bet you they're just putting like dirt in it. It's probably just like some dirt, nothing special. Um, the company is called Caviar. Here's a quick clip from maybe you guys remember that guy MKBHD. Forget his real name. I think he changed. Oh, Marquez Brownlee, the guy that does all the iPhone and X stuff on YouTube. You probably have seen him before. This is him talking about that Caviar company.
Number one, the Caviar iPhone with a piece of the moon in it. I asked Neil deGrasse Tyson if he thinks it really is a piece of the moon. He says it's possible, but also this is the same company who covered an iPhone in $100,000 of gold and who also made a Cybertruck iPhone, so clearly they have a thing for flashy phones.
Go to their website. They have phones. Sorry, I'm just trying to get a quick bite. They'll sell you a phone for like $15,000 while claiming
Telling you,
that
man,
there's
it's
like
just
a
a
piece
money
of
laundering scheme. I mean, like, I
yeah,
might
I
as well
would
just
honestly
like
wouldn't
start
be
a
surprised.
company where like I freaking get a piece of toast and like make it look like Jesus and then sell it for $50,000 online and say that, oh yeah.
Yeah. Honestly though, like well our friend Neil, he was asking like, why does it matter? I'm just trying to make money. I'm like, dude, well, they're trying to take your money and sell you ideas that would only be sold to folks like you. No one in this panel would ever, I don't care how much money you have, if flying was like stupid rich, like money he didn't even know what to do with, I don't think he still would buy that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care how wealthy you are. That's like, that's stupid. That's only marketed towards those goofballs. Nobody in this panel would buy a $15,000 iPhone because they claim there's a piece of freaking meteor in it or something crazy like that. There's the link in the chat, and I think I have some screenshots of that as well to show you.
Sorry to interrupt you guys. I'm just trying to find you
No.
on YouTube so I can bookmark it.
Yeah.
What do I search on YouTube?
Search 247 Flat Earth Discord. It should come right up. If you do no spaces or spaces, it should still work. I've done it no spaces and it works. 247
Is in
Flat Earth Discord.
247 or 24/7?
You can do either one. I've done just
And it-
247 and it's worked. So
Flat,
it should
flat
come up.
Earth?
Yep. Discord. I'll see if I can get a link, if I can beat you to it.
I should be able to find it. No, I think I got it.
Yeah, you should. It should come right up. If not, I got you.
I think I got it. Oh,
Okay.
there you go. I just heard myself.
Sweet. I heard that too.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, it's good to have that link. You can always like make clips, or sometimes I'll go listen to the YouTube and see what the heck the conversation is before joining the panel. So you can use it for lots of different things. Honestly, another good reason is like you'll be talking to somebody and they'll be like, "Oh, I never said that," and it's like, dude, you literally just said it. It's recorded.
Right. And so
yeah.
also, I'm watching it on YouTube. Where do I find the text chat channel? Is that just the
Oh,
live stream
okay.
voice text above? Okay, I got it. I got it. Yep.
Yeah. Cool.
Carry on. Yep. Okay, I'm set. Awesome.
Asking the right
Thank you.
questions. Very nice.
Thanks.
No problem. Yep. So I was getting some screenshots for you guys on the iPhone. But yeah, if you go to their website, it's just hilarious. They've got like a Mars edition, a Moon edition, Meteorite edition. Oh, here they are. Here, dude. This one is 13,000. This one is 7,700. And this one is 7,200. So they're saying that the inside of it, there's a meteorite. It's like, dude, there's not a single flat earther. I don't care how much money you have. Like, even if you had money to waste,
Even if
there's
you're
no
not
way
a
you're
flat
gonna.
earther, bro. Even if you're not a flat earther.
No, but I'm saying that's their target audience. They're trying to sell it to those guys. And people ask you all the time, why does it matter? Why do you guys care about all this stuff? Because then you won't be so gullible to go buy a fucking iPhone and they charge you an
I
extra
guarantee you it's
12
not.
grand.
I guarantee you that's not their target, bro. I guarantee you.
Well, I'm just
I
saying,
guarantee
I know
you
what
that
you're
like.
saying. I agree with you on the money laundering thing. There's probably some truth to that. I just don't think, obviously, flat earthers are not their target audience. It's gullible globe heads. I'd be like, oh my God, I'm Elon Musk iPhone, $7,000. I'll just get that. Only a little bit extra. Meanwhile, it's like $6,000 more than a regular. You could buy 7 iPhones with that. That's so crazy. I even have another clip that's that I'll put in the bot here. It's an insurance company that says they'll cover you from space junk. Let's take a listen.
They say an asteroid wiped out the dinosaurs. I don't know about that, but I do know if space debris hit my car, it'll be all right. Comprehensive car insurance can cover things that fall from the sky. Hail, trees, golf balls, even meteorites.
Oh my God. Stop your fucking lying.
Like, dude, clearly, if anyone asked you why does it matter or why do you care about this topic, you can just tell them, look, that type of stuff, you selling me car insurance that'll cover my car from being hit by a space junk. Like, if you knew the truth about this topic, you would never pay for that. I don't care how much money you have. So, don't be gullible, folks. There's a reason why it does matter, in my opinion.
And that's only surface level of why it matters. There's just like the thing you say to a new glober, I mean, the new flat Earth candidate, is just tell them that because you don't want to face them with the real things because it's going to scare them off. You just tell them these little breadcrumbs, you know?
That's what I do flying, exactly. You're always on point, and I completely agree because it goes way deeper than that. Way deeper. Yeah. Well, number one, they're going to try and sell you things. And if you know the truth, you won't buy it. Number two, like, why would they lie? Well, dude, when I was little, and I have a little brother, like 10 years apart. And so, like, when I was young, playing video games and stuff like that, this is back before, like, multiplayer got really popular. There'd be, like, a lot of single-player games, Call of Duty or whatever. And I'd be playing, and, like, I'd love video games. I'd be, like, cutting the grass thinking, like, I gotta get back to my game. So I'd get on the game, and little brother would walk in the room. Hey, I want to play. I'm like, all right. Well, why don't you sit down in front of me here, young lad? Sit down. I'll give you a controller. I act like I was plugging it in, and I'm like, all right, I'll sit behind you, and like so. All right, buddy, you're up. Go ahead. And so he's clicking, clacking on the controller, turning his hands left and right and stuff. And I'm behind him, actually plugged in, really playing the game. I would do that 10 times out of 10 if I could. And if people can do that to you in reality, then why wouldn't they? And Meep says it's really late here, guys. Oz, I'm off to bed. Nice to meet you. I'll jump back in tomorrow. Cool, sounds good. It was nice meeting you as well. You come back anytime.
Yeah, when I was around 11, I had a friend, and I convinced him that eating bugs is like good for your health, and I made him eat bugs, and I was like, why did I do that? I was just thinking, oh, is he gonna believe me? Can I just pull this off? And that's the way I did it. People do things for peculiar reasons sometimes. You don't even need a big reason sometimes. Just do just curiosity at times, but.
Exactly, just to see if you can get away with it. Yeah. I mean, and dude, I think that analogy, I've had some people, the whole vacuum thing you mentioned. What? Bro. Come on, somebody's in the chat listening to YouTube from like an hour ago.
Cam, can you hear us in the real time, or are you stuck in the past? Are you a time traveler, perhaps?
Oh, see, look,
Damn,
Kenshi in
can
the
she?
chat. Kenshi says, not proud of it, but I got a guy to send me 40,000 in Bitcoin in 2021. Yeah, people are gullible, exactly. And so if you can get away with it, why not try? And I think that's kind of the mentality. These people, I mean, dude, just look at some of the news they put out about, this rocket's gonna crash into the moon, somebody's rocket's mystery. Like they have all types of stories they just put out, and people like eat it up. You know, they believe it. So
Or
yeah, I
if they
mean,
just say the word scientists have discovered X, it's true.
right.
Studies find ... Just anything. Studies find no paper, no nothing, just an article saying it, and you have parrots repeating it.
Yep.
And you
And
go to work,
yeah.
in your coffee break, you're just regurgitating all that shit. You heard it.
Yeah, we saw this during the last 3 years. This is why we need to get on Rumble soon. But yeah, and, they would just start repeating the news: safe and effective, safe and effective. It's like,
Yeah,
yeah. So
that's a good bit from what's his name? The
Jim Brewer.
comedian Jim Brewer. Yeah, that's good.
Did you see the clip where it went like, the thing was like 100% effective, then it went to like 90%
Yeah,
effective, then it went to
yeah, I did see that.
80%, then 70%, then like 60. It just keeps going down.
Yeah, I did see
Like
that.
I'm
Yeah.
literally like in the supermarket, and I just hear that stuff like on the speakers, and I'm like looking around at all the other people. I'm like, don't none of you think this is weird that we're constantly hearing broadcast this message in our ears, like just ad nauseum over and over? None of you think this is weird? You're just walking around with these face diapers. Like, what's up with you guys? Please,
Yeah.
what's happening?
The freaking tape on the alleyways or the aisles, like you must go this way. It's like, yeah, not happening. Sorry, I'm walking the
Yeah,
wrong
dude.
way on
I
every
don't
aisle.
even listen to the red light sometimes. I just go. You know.
Bro, I was at church. I was at church, and one of my churchgoers was like, "Oh, if they made us take the vaccines, I mean, if they didn't let you go into the church because of the vaccines, and that's where I
Oh,
put the
hey,
line,
bro,
but the
Zhao,
mask
Zhao,
is okay."
bro, Zhao, just really quick, you got to speak in a little code if you're gonna use that word. You can't
Yeah,
use
yeah.
that word in particular. We're still on YouTube, so once the Rumble thing goes up, I'll just deafen the YouTube bot, and we can say whatever on Rumble. But just say the V or the juice or something like that instead of the word. We don't want to get banned. But please continue with your point.
Wait, I didn't know that we can't say the V word.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm just trying
it's
to.
medical misinformation according to YouTube and Discord sometimes.
The algorithms,
Okay,
bro. You know how the bots always
can I
use
say
the
the
algorithm.
gene therapy shot?
Just say the V or something like that. That's fine. We all know what you mean when you say that. I like to say the juice, but yeah, the V or the juice,
The
whatever.
the R juice?
Just make up whatever thing that you want to call it. Just some goofy shit.
Yeah, go ahead, please. You're making a good point, so please continue.
So basically, he said that the masks were fine, but the V, he draw the line there. I'm like, that makes no sense, man, because like I was basically kicked out of the church for not wearing a mask, and you're telling me I can't draw the line there? Like, it makes no sense. If you're not gonna like fight for something that's smaller, why would you fight for the bigger thing?
Yeah, it's like the line would just keep going further and further. The longer it just progresses, is less like you accept more bullshit than you should be accepting.
Mm-hmm. Like like I'm just saying, like if you're not gonna fight it while it's easy, why would you fight it while it's hard? Like I keep trying to tell people that.
Damn, that's a good point, bro. I like that.
Yeah, this is the age old. You give them a finger, they're gonna take the whole hand.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Very slippery slope, and we've seen it. We've seen it with lots of things, not even just that. Freaking y'all remember a couple years ago, it's like, can't we just get married? You're like, God, I guess whatever. You two.
Yeah.
I can't say the word. I can't wait to get a Rumble, dude. All right, you freaking cigarettes can get married, and they're like, and now they're like trying to freaking chop your kid's cock off, and it does go fast. So yeah, give them an inch, they take a mile.
Yeah, you invite the vampire
And if you
to.
and if you don't fight for that inch, why would you fight for that mile?
Yeah, bro. That's a great point, dude. I have a clip that Tate basically saying pretty much exactly that. Like, first of all, it takes a lot to say no. It's not easy to say no. And if you don't have the ability to fight for that line, like you say, like, why would you? And I think that's what makes us strong is that we're willing and able to say hell no. So let me get that. I'll get that clip here. Just dig it out.
Yeah, nothing can defeat righteous just conviction when you can actually stand up for what you believe in
Here
or
it
what you
is. Let's take a
stand
listen.
for.
This is Tate talking about the ability to say no.
Testosterone level. I don't know if you ever saw the study which linked people's testosterone level to their ability and capability to disagree with something. So they did a study which is pretty self-explanatory. The higher your testosterone level, the more likely you are to disagree with a point. And the reason for that is because, especially in older times, if you're going to disagree with something, you had to fight over it.
Yeah.
If you're going to say no to somebody or some tribe or some person, there's a high chance that you're going to have to fight that person. You have to defend your idea. If you don't have the propensity or the capability to defend your idea, then why would you go against the ideas of the people who are stronger than you? So reducing testosterone levels make men more compliant and more complacent because we're less likely to say no because we can't defend what we think. Why would we say you're wrong, but we can't do anything about it? We might as well just say, well, then you're right. Might makes right.
Yep. And that was during his recent Tucker interview on Twitter. I thought that was a great point. I clipped out a bunch of things. I disagree with you, Tate. Fight me. Nice one in the chat.
1v1
He
me,
did
bro.
say studies have shown, so I mean it's a red flag for me.
1v1 me, bro.
You want me, bro? Classic. I mean, it does make sense though, right? Like, and honestly, I don't even think it's a male thing because clearly there's a lot of females here in this server that have the same ability that everyone in this panel does, the ability to say no, like stand against the crowd, because people have tried to mock this topic for years, and we're still like, no, I don't care what you say about me, we're going to continue on.
But how come you're
Doesn't
not
matter.
going to acknowledge the non-binary genders, huh?
Hell no!
Talk about males and the females, but what about the non-binary? I find the freaking non-binary nonsense so freaking funny. They say,
Yeah.
okay, there's people who believe that they're male and female are binary, right? And then people who don't are non-binary, right? But you basically force them into a binary system of non-binary and binary, therefore they're binary again.
Gotcha, bitch!
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. Yeah, it's a silly game. I think a lot of people are just like, nah, we're
Yeah,
not playing.
it's all a satanic joke, dude. Like I'm 100% sure that the freaking principalities and the demons are all just like giggling in a corner somewhere. They're like, oh my god, they're so stupid.
Yeah, and not even with just that topic, with a lot of things. I completely agree. Imagine if you were in that position, would you not be laughing at people? I would. Be like, you idiot. You're falling for this stuff.
Yeah, I would be making a rocket that's shaped as a phallus. I would be, yeah, because that's how it is. I mean, that's what they're doing. That's literally what they're doing. That's
Bro,
literally what they're doing.
what other shape would you need for penetration, man? Tell me.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, and people love it. They like eat it up so much. They love it, dude. I mean, remember that Neil? We talked to him. We're like, oh, okay, so why do you believe what you believe? He's like, well, my job.
Well, you didn't catch the tail end of that. So what we came to is that he's gonna come back next time with his friend who knows the subject better, his engineer friend. So maybe we're gonna get some great material there. Hopefully, he does come back.
So he's telling us that he's gonna come back with fresh meat and put his friend up for the slaughter. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, I could do that. I could send a lot of globies into this Discord so they can get freaking torn apart. You know?
Yeah, I wanted to send in one guy, and he was like, "No, I don't want to." I was like, "Okay, I'm not gonna like force you," so I didn't do it. But he was a Muslim, so I was like, "I'm gonna hook you up with some Muslims who like subscribe to this idea or this knowledge." But like, he didn't even want to. He didn't want to do it. He was, I feel like, kind of afraid. He was on that side of, "What does it matter?" I just didn't even want to bother.
Bro, no, it does matter. That's why he's afraid. If it
Yeah,
doesn't matter, then he wouldn't be afraid.
yeah.
Yeah, a lot of them do that though. They're like, "Oh, well, my teacher knows more than me, or my cousin, or this guy." Like, but it's like the telephone game. I don't know if you guys remember when you were in school. Like, you kind of turn to the person next to you and like tell them something, and then they tell them. That's like nobody knows. That's what's funny. They all point to the person next to them and say he's got the answer, but really none of them do. You know, I bet you when he brings that friend in, his friend's gonna go, "Oh well, no, someone else has all the answers."
Yeah, that's what I said. I said he's gonna bring another guy who knows another guy. Yeah.
To
They
be
do.
honest with
They
you, I
all
feel
hand
like
the
the
buck off to
message
the
is
next
clear
person.
most of the time, but there's always some guy trolling in the telephone game, dude.
Maybe.
I'm
I
just
never thought
saying,
about
man.
that. That's
Like,
funny.
I'm pretty sure there's always a troll that wanted to fuck it up for fun.
It wouldn't surprise me. That was probably you.
No, that was not me.
Well, there's also the person who initiates the telephone game in the first place.
Yeah, that too. You bet.
They all do this. They all pass the buck off on someone else, and I'm starting to point out. I don't know. Maybe you guys remember that episode of SpongeBob where he's like sitting alone in his house and he's got like a napkin, a chip, and a penny, and like these are his friends, right? I don't know. I'll see if I can find a picture or a clip or something.
I'm like 3 years too old for SpongeBob. Like, I don't relate to any of it.
Okay. Okay. Well, he's basically sitting inside and he's like imagining these friends, and it's just a napkin, a penny, and a chip. It's like, let me actually, you know what? The clip's pretty short. Let me just mute up and I'll grab a clip. They're only like 30 seconds. Give me 1 sec.
Hello?
Hello, hello.
Maybe I should just go back down to chill chat. Just kidding.
I don't get the joke though.
Don't worry about it, bro.
What? Did you whisper there's no joke?
Yeah, there is no joke, man.
How come I can hear whispers on your Discord? What the hell?
Yo, these clips are about to be fire. Hold on.
Guys, I disprove space every time I open up a can of ginger ale, bro.
What do you mean? Just look up, you know? There's space if you look up, you know? We're waiting with bated breath for these clips here.
For whose clips?
CB has some clips he wants to share, so we're waiting.
Yeah. I think I got some of them. I'm gonna have to cut one short, but let's take a listen to the first one. This is our friends and their imaginary friends.
What am I worried about? I got plenty of friends. I can name 3 right off the bat. The gang's all here. Oh! I don't need the wish penny. Everything I could ever want is right here. In fact, let's sing our own song about the joy of staying indoors. I know.
Okay, well, so he's like literally sitting inside with a chip, a penny, and a napkin, and he's like, "Yo, guys, we're all here." He's like he's like literally imagining these things as his friends, and that's what I always imagine when I hear these guys are like, "Oh no, the experts are out there. I can name 3 of them," and that's what the first clip is. He draws these little faces on his finger. The gang's all here. Like that's exactly how they act. Oh, there's a panel out there. They've got the answers for sure. I'm just That's been my mission lately, is just to remind them like, yo, you are imagining people, like literally imagining things in your head. It's like playing a tea party with people that aren't there. This vague panel, this entity, this group of big brains with all the answers, that doesn't exist. That's why Neil said he's gonna bring his friend, and then his friend will be like, "Oh no, there's another guy." No, there is no.
You don't even know what they're assuming. Like you assume they know something, but it's like something that's very vague. It's like could be this or that, but no idea what it actually is. But he's gonna know because there's too many of them, and one of them would have found out, and then they would have told all the other ones, and then that would have changed everything. Oh man, living in a fairy tale. Because, I mean, we are the equivalent of one guy, according to them, and the one guy evidently actually can't tell all the others, so I guess it doesn't work that way.
This is Penny and Chip, and say hello to Use Napkin. Oh my God!
It's funny to me. Like they've got to stop imagining people. Like they do a lot of projecting outwards. Like they'll project outwards, um, not only onto you and us here about what you might be thinking. Project out these people as well, these imaginary people, and I think it would be better for them to stop projecting and just start absorbing the information that's already out there. Holy, hold on.
Yes, Andrew, if you're listening.
Who is Andrew, man? Tell us the story.
I don't think I ever heard him speak, or if I did, I forgot. Yeah. And, yeah, speaking of Counter-Strike, 1.6 is what I used to play as a kid, and we would peek over to the other side to see where my friends are hiding, so we're always trying to gain an advantage, really. You're right. Zal was saying that earlier, that we're always, it's in our nature a little bit to try to gain an advantage over others if we are in a competitive environment, which on the Earth, it might be seen that way.
Like normal people don't really see the competitive environment, but like when you own like an empire, companies and stuff like that, yeah, then you'll get into that mind. Normal people, they just think they live their lives, get a job, and I think the only time they actually get in a competitive environment is probably like, I don't know, fighting over some girl or something.
Video
That's
games.
about it. Or video games, yeah. but it doesn't translate over into their real life. You know what I'm saying? Like, imagine if everybody had like the best example I can give you is that you know how like in video games when people get together they could screw over like a huge company and stuff like that. The first time we've actually done that was with GameStop and against the hedge funds, and it's actually working. Saying, and that was like just a couple years ago. Like, to be honest, the regular guy can just join a group of people and bully the rich people.
Yeah, the regular guy doesn't realize the power that he has.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He's convinced he's a regular guy. But yeah, if you play the game of the house, if you show up to the casino and you play with their tools, then I mean, of course you're gonna get ripped off. So it's kind of, if you're applying for the stock market, especially, like, there's factors there that you're gonna play by their rules. So you might not come out the victor in that environment because the game is a bit rigged there.
Yep, the game is rigged as frickin' stock market for sure. Because they make the splashes, people just respond to it. But if people don't respond to it, that's when they lose all their power. That's
Yeah.
exactly what happened with GameStop. Like the splashes they were making were not affecting the shares at all.
With some things you can see kind of the narratives don't really affect much. They kind of do for a little bit, but if something is actually with some value, it doesn't really change. Like, you'll see these scandals where somebody like gets in trouble. You'll have like a bad word that somebody said and they're associated with this particular company, and then like the stock drops, but like in a month or two everybody forgets that happened. It just goes back to what it was. It's like it's all kind of just a charade, like in your head. If they tell you things are kind of going down, then it's gonna go down. But if you don't buy into it, you just
It's the opposite. If they tell you shit's gonna go bad, it's actually gonna do well. If it's gonna do,
yeah,
if it's gonna
that's
do
it.
well, it's gonna go bad.
It can be both. It can be both. I think it's also, there's some factors that's kind of like not even obvious. Like I was kind of seeing with how there's similarities with moon phases and the stock market. I've seen
What?
some stuff.
What do you mean? I think that's not really a pattern you should be looking at, bro.
No. The reason is, like, the people that actually control the stock market, they're not really caring about these in the public things. You know, that stuff doesn't affect it too much. Like, there's some behind the curtain kind of altering of the stock prices. You know.
Yeah, but
So
it's because we're using very predictable systems here, man. Like think about it this way. You know what a stop loss is?
yeah, I know.
Okay, so your stop losses are usually like a little lower than the current market price, right?
Sure.
So for example, let's say you're a rich guy. You're a rich guy, and you know that there's a bunch of people in the shares that have stop losses just under the fucking market price. So what do? You sell a shit ton of shares, right? You trigger all the stop losses, which would cause all the shares to sell because that's what the stop losses do. They sell at a certain part, right? Which would then domino effect into more shares being sold, which drives down the prices even more. So after your splash, right, you triggered like a bunch of people's stop losses. and now the price is completely down, and then you just buy it all back up again, and then you just buy a shit ton to get the price back. You go.
Yeah, that's the mechanical part of it. Like if you own a huge margin of the real estate, you can actually manipulate it more.
Yeah,
So it's
exactly.
kind of
But the thing is, what I'm saying is that there are tools implemented as like a safety measure, like the stop loss, but at the same time, it's a predictable mechanic that you can abuse.
yeah. And what I'm saying is like,
I'm
how would
talking
this?
I'm talking to this like a video game mechanic here. Like, you ever play Dota?
Yes.
Okay, who's the Death Knight, the guy that does Miscoil all the time?
I don't know the specifics. I only played it like
I
a
think
couple
his
of
name
times.
is Abaddon. I think his name is Abaddon. Okay, so his ultimate, okay, is whenever you hit him, he gains HP instead of losing HP, and it lasts like freaking 8 seconds or something like that, right? But the thing is, you could have it auto activate at like 25% of his HP. So what people do is that they freaking get him down to 25%, and then they just stop attacking him because they know when it's gonna come out. Exactly. It was there to make it like easier for him to like survive a fight or something like that, but at the same time it became so predictable that what you play around it every time.
Yeah. But it's like that's what I'm saying. It's like it can't be that predictable because I mean this is a very obvious pattern, and a lot of people would like kind of see it. So there's kind of more factors to it in terms of just like
No,
how
no,
randomly
you
things.
say people will see it, right? You say people will see it, but at the same time, I'm telling you that people would not trade without that stop loss. Why? Because they see it as a safety net. They see it as, oh, if it's going down, it's best to sell immediately, you know, right?
Well, yeah.
Before it gets down. So they see it as a safety net. But what I'm saying is, it's yeah, sure, it's a safety net, and people will not trade without it because they don't want to lose money. So therefore, they're in a very predictable situation. So people with a lot of money can trigger splashes and trigger stop losses.
Right, but that's okay. That's from the perspective of somebody who already got in the stock. Let's say somebody who just observing it hasn't even put any money in it. For him, it would be valuable to know, okay, which direction is this going to go? And at that point, it's kind of okay. It's not just up to what I will risk or I won't risk. I'm not even in the game right now. I'm just like trying to ascertain how this is going to go in the first place. So
Yeah,
from
but
that,
they're never going to be able to ascertain how it's going to go because it's a controlled market. People like control the market so hard, man. Like, proof of that is in what happened with GameStop, man.
yeah, I mean, I just think the way it's controlled is like very, very controlled in the way that people don't do it as much as the mechanisms in place do it. From the influence of people that have more resources to put into the stocks than the public
Look,
does.
do you know? Okay, when I say controlled, do you know what extent I'm talking about?
Well, you should elaborate, I guess, on that.
So what happened with GameStop during the stock market thing, right? That happened like just a couple of years ago, right? They shorted GameStop so much because of COVID. During COVID, they said that nobody was gonna visit
Hey,
little
bro,
gaming
make sure you
boutiques.
use code words there. So the C or the Coco or something like that. Just be careful with those types of words
During the
app
zombie
algorithm.
apocalypse, they figured
Yeah,
that
there you go.
nobody would go to a gaming boutique. You know what I'm saying? They wouldn't go to GameStop to get games and stuff like that. Okay? So they're like, hey, why not short the shit out of this company and just kill it and milk it for all it's got? Right? So they started shorting and squeezing the company dry, right? Betting that the prices on their stocks would never go back up based on what was happening during the zombie apocalypse. But what they didn't know was that people who were paying attention to what's going on with the shorting and all that stuff, they're like, hey, these guys are like squeezing this company dry. You know what? I'm just gonna buy the crap out of the stocks, hold on to them, right, and try to. And then he got like a bunch of people to like buy the stocks to drive up the price, so that they would lose on the short. The hedge funds, the rich guys would lose on the shorts. So everybody got together, started buying the GameStop stocks, got it so high, right? And then here's what I'm talking about when they have the extent of the control. So these guys, they stopped information feed on GameStop. Like they were since nobody was selling, they were only trading to each other, right? They're all on the same team. These hedge funds guys, they're selling and buying their own stocks to each other. So the price went skyrocketed, and then it went down at the same time. And when they were looking at their screens on their like net worth, you could see that it was just freaking spiking up and down, up and down, up and down nonstop, right? And since these guys are shorting the company, they have a time limit of when they have to pay back the stocks that they borrowed. Because shorting is you're borrowing something, you're borrowing a stock, and then you're selling it at a current price, and then you pay it back later. You know, if I could put this in an example, let's say you have a car that's worth like $2,000, right? I say, okay, since you have that car, right? Can I give you an IOU for that car, right? So I take that car, I sell it for $2,000. Let's say market price, right? Now, for me to make money, I need the value of that car to go down. So if the market price actually goes down to, let's say, 1,500, I buy the same car back, and I give back the car that I owed you. So I owed you this car, I give it back, but I only bought it for 1,500 instead of 2,000. So I keep the difference, you get your car back. So what's happening with GameStop here is that they're gonna owe shares for GameStop back to the original owners of it, since they shorted with it, right? They're buying and selling with things that they don't own, so they have an IOU. And the problem is the price is not going down. So they're manipulating media. They were talking about how silver was going up in prices. They were doing everything that they can to get the shareholders of GameStop to sell their shares, because they need those shares to pay back to the people that they owe. But another thing is they were trying to like get them to sell so they can control the shares, so they could just have the market going in their favor all the time. And that's just not happening. That's pretty much what was happening. Like they were just they put on fake news. They didn't let anybody know what was going on, and they were slandering all the people that held GameStop shares. And at the end of it, when their deadline came up, they managed to extend their deadline up to another like 2 years. That's how ridiculous this is. Like they just kept going and going. They keep buying time, and they keep doubling down. They keep doing all that stuff. That's how much control they have over the market. Like even if it hits a deadline, they can extend it and double down and keep going.
If too many people are getting kind of an advantage, like they get the rig at the end, and then they're driving the narrative as well as the big thing. Yeah.
But I just find it crazy. Like it was just a little stock market blunder that people happened to notice, right? And they were able to control the news. They were able to extend their time on their loan. They're able to stop market information, and they're able to like spread disinformation at the same time. was crazy, man.
I mean, it doesn't really surprise me at this point because, I mean, any really information that's kind of getting pushed in a big way just comes with that agenda of like more control. So whenever you do see that, it's like it's only for that reason that it happens. So it doesn't surprise me in that sense.
Yeah, I know, right? None of this is surprising. But still, though, I'm just kind of annoyed that they have so much control over this. It's just not fair.
But I mean, because it's their game. That's why. Like it's their monopoly board. You're playing on their board with their pieces. So if you're in Babylon, you're gonna get the rules of Babylon, essentially.
Well, I'm just waiting for the day that we leave Babylon.
It's like when the Globers come here and they're like complaining about, oh, you don't let us like, you ban us too quick. You're not held to the same standard. It's like, yeah, I mean, because we've earned the stripes. Like we're actually showcased ourselves to be honest people and like righteous, and you're liars all the time. Like you're obviously trolling and all that. Like we're not on the same playing field. So it's kind of the same in that sense.
So has anybody been talking to anybody about Flat Earth recently?
Personally, I like to like interject whenever I say goodbye to people that I just like met a stranger. The way I say goodbye is like,
Oh, by the way,
okay,
the
take
Earth is
care.
flat.
Yeah, by the way, yeah, that's what I do. Just to like leave them with like, what did he mean? Was he serious? What the hell is that? Because before that, like they're experiencing like me as a person. Like I'm quite reasonable, personable. So they're like, okay, this person is like chill, and I enjoy my company with them. And then they said the most ridiculous thing ever at the end of our conversation. That was so out of the blue, and I just maybe it does something. Like just put it in their head.
Not a bad idea, man.
I do that too sometimes, to be honest with you. Like a parting gift. They're like, "What the hell is that about?"
Yeah, a little kick on the ass on the way out.
They're like, "Oh, you can't be serious."
Yeah, and I don't really like go into it too much. I just like I don't deny it. I'm like, yeah, I'm serious. Like, but yeah, whatever. Bye. But if they have questions for it, then sure, I would entertain it, of course. But nobody really does too much, right? Only like general things. Also, I like to like present it as a joke. That's one of my favorite things. Like, man, the Earth is flat. What the hell? And then I just bring up like points about it. I'm like, man, isn't it kind of ridiculous though that like all these cameras look kind of like it's bending or something. Like looks weird. Don't these camera shots look weird? Like I just looked up on Google. Like all of this is like none of this looks real to me. What do you think? I just bring it to them like as if I'm just discovering this for the first time. So it like makes them feel like we're on the same experience, like we're on the same field right now. And I had some good results with that. It's like a good approach, I think. It's not like dishonest. Like it's like a bit of it's not too cool. Like I don't really approve it in the sense that like it's a bit of lying, but I mean, eventually I'm gonna actually like say that okay, all along I was kind of just messing with you. I actually already think that this is bullshit. You know.
Not a bad
But I
idea,
just
though.
like introducing their head.
I like that idea.
For me, it really
If
depends
anything,
on
it helps
the
normalize it.
person, man. If they're my friend, maybe I'll be like that. But if it's just a random stranger, I straight up tell them the Earth is flat. Sorry.
It's also like I catch a vibe. Like, okay, this person already said some things. Like, if they mention, like, okay, if they mention evolution or some stuff like that, I'm not even gonna touch that with a 10-foot pole, because I'm like, okay, this is gonna be an uphill battle.
Yep.
Like, this is what I already experienced on this server. Like, I don't
Or
want
I have
more
some,
battle.
or I have some people that talk about how they have like a relative working in NASA and blah blah blah. I'm like, yeah, sure, okay. Just because you have a relative working in NASA, I'm not saying that you're lying.
Well, that type of thing I would actually entertain, just because like it's a bit like close to home type thing where I might get some information. Like, okay, you have a relative in NASA. What do they say? What information do they have? I'm interested in that.
The relative was there and he's like, the Earth's a ball. That's basically all he says, dude. Didn't say anything else. Or he would say that I'm stupid.
That's usually how it goes, yeah.
Like,
Also, I like to just bring up the points, just not even mention flat Earth or anything. Just bring up, just how does gas pressure exist without containment? Like, how is that possible? Just like enter that thought into their head, like without the mention of flat Earth. Just let's entertain this for a second. Just plant some seeds.
Flat Earth is just my way of planting the seeds of Jesus, man.
Well,
Flat Earth is how I talk about God without saying that I'm talking about God.
Interesting. Well, outside of here, because in this environment, I don't really like to say that kind of argument because it kind of reflects on the whole group here. So I don't like to like associate the flat earthers here as like somebody, like people that like leave their proof up to God or something like that. But I will gladly. I mean, not proof up to God.
Is that how you like understood my statement?
No, I didn't.
About
It's
myself
like
mainly. I said me.
no, it's not what
That's how I talk about God. That's what I said.
No, that's not what I mean myself. I'm referring to myself right now. Like if I do approach people with that type of thing, I do it if I feel like it will resonate with them. If I feel like, okay, this person is of God, and then I will bring it up. But the reason I'm saying like in this server, I don't do it because it reflects on others. It's like if I do it, then the global will think like this is like what everybody does here. We're just talking about God, and that's all it is. When that's not all it is. So it's like kind of silly to do that here. But if it resonates with somebody like specifically outside of here, I'm gonna do it. Like it's good to appeal with the door that they have the easiest entry with, because a lot of people have different doors they can enter the subject with. They're not really receptive to certain things. Like some people might not want to hear measurements and all that. They're just going to shut it down because they don't like. They're more so in the immaterial part of it.
Look, man, I've talked to a lot of people at church about this topic, man, and yeah, they reject it and they criticize me and ask me, "Oh, why don't you talk about Jesus more?" And I was like, "Are you a believer in Jesus?" And they're like, "Yes." Okay, so why do I have to preach Jesus to you? And you already know.
Yeah, that's a valid thing to say. You might want to preach them to me because I mean, I'm not subscribing to that, but I do go to some Bible study there on the FED channel. So actually, there's one going on right now, but I guess I think it's about to end probably, so I'm not gonna go there right now. But yeah, sometimes I come around. Also, like that's why I was kind of hanging around in a chill chat earlier. You were talking about that stuff, so I'm kind of interested in that. I enjoyed the conversation there.
Are you Christian
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm not Christian. I'm.
at all?
That's why you might want to lead me down that path. I mean, I don't really want to be led by anybody. I mean, just like open some doors. Maybe I'm gonna look into them. You know,
I'm
I was
just
already
saying, like,
kind of.
I'm just saying, like, if you don't, that like that's the ultimate reason why like things are the way they are, man. Like you gotta know, like if a flat earther asks, well, let me ask you a question. If you didn't have Jesus if you didn't believe in Jesus, right? But you're a flat earther, right? Then what's the point of hiding the flat earth in the first place?
I mean, I understand that God exists, so I mean,
Yeah,
I
exactly. Like
mean,
the whole thing is at the end of the day, it will always lead back to God, right? Now,
yeah,
now
but
the
like
problem is you got to
Jesus
know
and
who
God
that
is a
God
bit
is.
different, right? I mean, even though yeah, it's not different from your perspective, Jesus and God, but for me, like that is different. Like it's a whole subscription to the whole gospel, word of God type thing. So uh, and yeah, for me that threshold is difficult to cross.
Believing that Jesus is God.
Yeah, that he even was a guy that existed.
Oh, what?
It's
There's a lot of non-biblical documents talking about Jesus existing and
yeah,
how he died.
historical kind of accounts, which are like, for me, it's very tough to lean on.
Why would like people that have nothing to do with the faith talk about something that didn't happen?
Well, there could have some, ulterior motives in controlling the message.
So so making it look like it's real for some ulterior motive.
Not making not making it look like it's real per se. I mean, they could sprinkle in real things within it, and also kind of a bit of corruptive, poison inside as well. You feel me?
No, I don't feel you, bro.
Okay. Well, but at least you understand what I'm putting down here. Like, I don't know. Like, even though if you don't agree, like, do you maybe
No,
understand where I'm coming from?
not really, because you're saying that there might be an ulterior motive on making it look real, right? I'm just, I don't
No, I'm
know.
not saying it's making it look real. That's not my point here. It's like the point is like, okay, there's actually true things within it. Like, I mean, within the Bible, there's like things that actually like just rules to live your life by, which are kind of obvious. Things you actually do feel good or bad. Like, those type of things. But in addition to that, there might be some other things in there which might not be so obvious, which you might have to take on faith in a way that you just like they might lead you down a path that's not that good in actuality. You know.
So what you're trying to say is the Bible is just a book with rules on how you live your life.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying I don't know. Maybe it's all good. Maybe it's not just true. Maybe it's actually the word of God. I'm just saying I don't know. Like, and I have really, I have a struggle with like understanding because I mean I'm trying to see it from that perspective, from how you see it. So
Well, if you want
we're
my
probably
perspective, you gotta keep seeking the truth, man. And I'm telling you, all of it will lead back to Jesus, one way or another.
uh, well, the
So,
one thing that I mean, I keep hearing these things, so that like just like that's like for me that's consensus, right? I've kind of grown to like despise consensus in a way that's like a lot of people tell me these things that doesn't necessarily mean that that's what it is. I keep hearing this, but I mean, sure, that's an
seek and you
aspect
will
as well.
find, sir. Knock and it shall be open to you.
Yeah, I do knock quite a bit. I don't know. I knock quite a bit, but I haven't. I guess I haven't knocked in in a way that you would be
Nah, nah,
sufficient
nah,
to
nah,
ask.
nah. More like you knocked, you get an answer. Don't really, you're not really sure about the answer. Knock again, you get another answer. Not really sure about it. Still not sure about it, even if the answer never changes.
I mean,
It's
hit the
like
door.
it's more like you're stubborn. It's not that you knock like for example like the people in the science field like archaeology and stuff like that, right? They find evidence that there has been dinosaur prints with human prints, or like the earth is not that old that they think it is. But every time they find evidence of that, they gotta freaking put it under the rug and pretend that they didn't find it because it didn't fit their narrative, because it would change too many things, or they didn't like it. That sort of thing. They get the answer, they don't like the answer, and they continue to search for something else.
Yeah, yeah, I get that. Although, I mean, I haven't gotten this answer
And
yet.
even if they still search for that other thing, the same answer keeps popping back up.
I want the answer to be
It's
like
not it's not about what you want the answer to be. It's either you accept what the answer is or you don't.
well, but is it possible that it hits me over the head? Just
No.
no.
If the truth doesn't hit you when it's right in front of your eyes, does it mean that it will hit you later? Like like is somebody gonna show you that the water is gonna be flat the first time that you didn't get it, and then they show you the water's flat later? Is it gonna be any different? Know what I'm
No,
saying?
but it's. I mean, this is very different though, because this is self-evident. The water is there, and it does do that. But I don't see the guy, the Jesus guy, before me. Even though I mean, obviously, it's kind of
But
figurative,
but how but how much have you looked into this so-called Jesus guy?
Well, I mean, you have a point there. I have gone in between the inspirations of doing it, kind of half-assedly. So yeah, I need to do it more vehemently, I guess.
I'm just saying, man. The search for truth is the search for Jesus. At the end of the day, you'll find him if you look.
Well, I also had a similar conversation, almost identical with a Muslim person, but they told me, the type of things you're saying, but with the Quran instead.
Yeah,
So I'm like,
that's a joke. That's a joke. They
yeah, they tell me
these guys make so many claims about the Quran, like it got debunked so hard if you just look a little
okay,
bit into
so
it.
let me hear.
You'll find the
This is
Quran
one
getting
claim I've
debunked
heard
like
from
crazy.
the person. They told me that the Quran has no contradictions. That's one of the things why it is such a strong thing.
Yeah,
Why it holds
that's a load of crock.
as a Quran.
You
I
know
mean,
how
he
they
also
say
told
that.
me that
You know how they say that the Quran has only one version and every Muslim follows that one version. Well,
he said that too.
according to Arabic history, right? There was gonna be a huge Muslim civil war over the Quran because they were saying things that were so vastly different that they were blaming each other for corrupting the Quran. They were about to kill each other and blaming each other for killing the Quran. So what
Mhm.
happened was there was this one man, I think his name is Uthman, right? He basically got all the copies that each one of them had together and he burned it, right? And then he went into this like one girl's house, found a Quran there, and basically decided that this is the version that everybody will use. But their claim of saying that the Quran was never corrupted or like never had any different versions, then why were they about to go to civil war over it? That exact
Mhm.
reason. So you
Yeah, he
gotta
was
be
giving
kind of.
examples of what if that happened? If somebody replaced the Quran, but how would
No,
you prove that?
it wasn't somebody that replaced the Quran. It's just that people had different versions of it. And the
I know,
thing is,
yeah, I was
and the
just giving an example in a way that how would you know if somebody changed one word? and you're claiming that nobody has ever changed the word. That's what he was telling me. So I'm like, how would you know? Like, if the victors of wars write the history, then how would
How
you
would you
know
know
that?
what real history is?
I mean, testifying, something like that. Yeah.
Well, you basically just have to compare everything, bro. I mean, like that's basically how I read the Bible. If you think I'd read like one version at a time, but to be honest with you, like there's a way to read all of the versions all at once. And the thing is, you could tell which one's fucking around and which one's not.
Well, yeah. I asked
Like
already.
if you compare all the versions all at once, you can tell which one's like deviating or messing around with a couple of verses or adding something. But when it's all consistent and it has the same message, right? Then no, there's no contradiction. It
Hmm.
only when the message is like lost, then that's how you know. You know. So you have. I'm just saying, like people think that there is no way to deduce any of this, but there is. You just got to pay attention to what you're like looking at, or what you're reading, or what you're researching.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're using the account of history to be the very thing you're like researching, like you're cross-checking the thing itself with itself, then it's kind of, for me, that's a bit of circular reasoning type thing. You know, cross-referencing the same thing you're trying to kind of prove to be the word of God as its own, like,
How so? Like
testifying.
you're telling me that I'm referencing something that's already there, so it's circular reasoning? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so what would be not circular reasoning for you?
I mean, for me, it's very difficult. Like, I want somebody else to introduce to me how you would actually prove something from that long ago to be authentic, because I don't think there is a way.
Yeah, but you're oh, so you think there is no way,
I
like
mean, not
possible?
that I see one.
Like
Maybe there is one, but I don't see one. Okay,
no.
let's say like that.
So let's say I wanted to prove something from the Bible, right? And instead of using the Bible, I want to use a historical account.
Yeah, but how? Like,
Is
okay,
that circular reasoning?
it's perhaps not circular reasoning, but it could be also. It's not something that you can substantiate within reality as of now. It's in the past, you know. I can't go and take a time machine or like something
Oh,
absurd like that.
so what you're saying is we need a time machine to do this type of stuff. So
I'm
it
not
doesn't
saying that.
matter like how many historical accounts or like how many witnesses or documents that have nothing to do with the Bible show this whatever it is.
I mean, because if I'm in control of all the things that are released to the public, I could just release a lot of different, so to speak, documents saying similar things. I could just control the message in that way.
You could release the message, and if there was accounts on those messages,
I could
like
just be the same guy pretending to be different accounts.
so you're gonna be frauding every single step of the way. That's what you're saying.
What do you mean? I mean, you have to presume there is every single step of the way. It could have just been released at once at one point, and pretending that there were these steps of the way that there weren't.
I mean, might as well just say that what was it? Take the freaking Globies perspective and say that it's impossible to know.
I mean, things that I mean, it's like it's a negative type thing.
I'm just saying, like
No,
when
no,
we
I'm saying like I can't prove a negative type thing. Like for me, it's like it hasn't been proven to be true in the first place. So I'm on that side right now.
how is that true though? How is a bunch of like non-biblical accounts talking about the life of Jesus and how he
I don't
died?
know if they are now, but I don't know. Like I don't know who really said them. Like you can claim this or that guy said them, but It could just be from the same.
But it could be just from to be the same guys, right?
Yeah.
Nah, man, it wouldn't make sense that way because even their enemies wrote about him. Why do you think?
Okay, but you could also
Why
make
do you?
up the enemy.
Why do
You could also
let's?
say there was an enemy. You could make that up too.
Oh, okay. So if you're gonna say that there was an enemy that made it up, okay, then fine, sure.
No, I'm saying that the enemy could also be a made-up entity, just like some more
That's
lore in the story.
that is why Muslims and Jews are so vehemently opposed to Jesus, right?
No, that's also my argument against the Muslim guy. He also had a problem with that argument.
No, I'm just saying, like, why if Jews were not against Jesus and it was just a made up enemy, then why do they say the same things as if they were an enemy? I mean, you could play like the what if games where they're
Because then, I mean, then you have the game of.
let's just say the Jews were just faking it the entire time. They actually do support Jesus. They're just pretending to be the enemies of
No,
Jesus,
I'm not
right?
saying that. I'm not saying that. Like,
No,
this
I'm
guy's
saying
just-
we can suppose that
Why would you say that then? Like,
because you're saying that perhaps it's just enemies faking it.
no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying the whole notion of enemies could be the fake thing, like that there were enemies. You just fake that.
But what you're saying is it's just a notion. It's just a belief that they're enemies. Therefore, they're actually allies. Correct?
No, now they can be enemies because they've been convinced of being enemies.
Oh, so they're only enemies because they're convinced of enemies. So they're not really enemies, but
I
they're
mean, the same
convinced
like
they're enemies.
no, they are because they've been convinced. Like the same as right now, you have. I mean, I don't want to say the two countries that are in war, but like before it, they were like brotherly countries. But you can convince them that they hate each other. You can do that, and they're gonna hate each other because you just tell them why they should hate each other.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you tell them why they hate each other, and then they went from not being enemies to being real enemies.
Yes.
So let's suppose that's the situation with.
Yeah, but we can't really tell when that happened. You know.
I don't really care about when it happened. Let's just say it did happen.
No, but if you're
So-
gonna say there was a progression of like 2,000 years ago to like 1,500, like that enemies were there and all that. I don't know when the enemies began. So like
it doesn't
maybe
matter
they
when
were
they
just-
began. It's just let's just say that they are now enemies, right?
Okay.
Doesn't matter when they began. It's if they are or they are not, right? The reason is if either they were tricked into being it or if they were actually enemies. So what you're saying is I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt and say that they were tricked into being enemies of Jesus, okay? And they wrote all those nasty things in the Talmud because they were tricked writing all those nasty things, okay? So let's say they never meant it, but they it just happened to be there, so they look like the enemies of Christ.
I mean, I'm not even saying it's like separate. I'm saying the whole story, the whole lore is together. Like it's not separate.
How am I saying it's separate?
What about the code in the Bible?
What code?
Which code are you talking about?
Yeah, there is a code, encrypted information in the Bible.
I'm pretty sure there is, but I don't
What
know
do
which
you
one
know
you're
about
talking about.
encryption algorithm?
I don't know about any of the biblical encryptions, man. I mean, I do know there are some. Oh,
I don't know nothing about it, so please elucidate if you have something of that.
Yeah, well, I just brought to your knowledge that there is a very complex encrypted information into the Bible, and we detected the algorithm, yeah, that there is information encrypted there, but we have no clue what it is unless we get the key, and we can't crack it. Not with all the computer superpower that we have nowadays, and believe me, we do have extremely.
If we know that we don't have
computers.
the key, how do we know that there's an algorithm?
any encryption algorithm key can be cracked, brute force.
Okay, but if you haven't cracked it, how do you know that it can be cracked? Because you just haven't done it yet.
There is no such thing like passwords that cannot be cracked.
I'm not saying it can be cracked. I'm just saying, how do you know that you just
I
haven't done
just
it yet?
said that with the actual technology that we have, this encryption is so complex. It goes way beyond our intelligence capabilities.
How do you? I mean, that's kind of a leap of logic to me. Because I mean,
It's
right
not
now,
a leap
perhaps
of logic. Well, a leap, even RSA algorithm will be a leap of logic for you because you don't know this algorithm which was used in nuclear weapons.
why are we talking about nuclear weapons, please?
No, look,
Well,
he,
because that
he
is
okay,
the
okay.
actual complex
Go get.
encryption
What
algorithm
he's
already that
asking is,
exists,
how
has
do
been
you
in
know that
use,
there's an
yeah,
encryption? How do you
and
know
it's
there's an encryption?
beyond your understanding. And I'm talking about something which is beyond the world's top hackers in the world.
Okay, but we're look, like, for example, like
Yeah.
how like there's a safe, right? Let's say there's a safe, right? How
Okay.
do I know that this safe needs cracking? Because there's a combination lock that needs to be, like, you need to find out how to open it. That's how you crack it,
Of
right?
course.
But the safe is there. That's how I know that there's something that needs to
Yeah.
be cracked. That's how I know that
Yeah.
there is an encryption. Now he's asking us,
Exactly.
how do you know that there is encryption? Where is the safe in this context? Where is
Well, I didn't.
the
That's not what I'm
lock?
In the
asking.
text of the Bible,
That's not what I'm
there
asking.
is
That's not what I'm asking.
encrypted
That's not what I'm asking.
information in it.
That's not what I'm asking.
No,
What
They
I'm
that's not what
found
you're
asking is,
asking.
patterns.
what I'm asking, how do you know there? Like, nobody has the capacity to actually unlock it. Just because you don't see that there's a capacity as of
But how do
now.
you know that there was something to
No,
unlock?
look,
I mean, that's
they
his
have
claim.
even
I'm just saying.
tried, they
No,
tried
his claim
even
is that
with
there is something to
artificial
unlock.
intelligence and quantum computers,
Yeah, I'm
and it
entertaining
doesn't
the
work
claim. I'm
out.
not subscribing to it. But okay, but just because people have failed at it doesn't mean it's impossible to crack it.
I'm
Why
not
would that
saying
be?
it's impossible. I'm saying it's very hard. That's what I
Okay.
said. I didn't say
What
it's
the heck is this
impossible.
conversation, bro?
I don't know where this
So,
is going, but
well,
please lead us
now,
down.
look, listen. Um, codes, programming, algorithms, these things do not naturally occur. They are the result, their antecedent is the intelligence.
All right.
Whenever you trace information, you will always find that the source of information is an intelligent agent.
That's not what we're arguing, though.
Yes, I understand that. I understand the existence of
Yeah,
God
but
is
he's arguing
self-evident.
about the veridicity of the Bible, like if
Talking
the
about
Bible
it
is
being
true or
valid,
not.
right? I'm just
Yeah,
saying, like, how
valid
about
or
this?
not.
How about this, flying? How do I know? How do I know personally that the Bible is true and everything that it says in it, like about Jesus and all that stuff? How do I know that's true? Okay, because the Bible is so far the only scripture, or I don't know, book out there that
Book. Yeah.
perfectly describes the human condition, the nature of evil, and the nature of God. And so far, I haven't found that through testing it to be wrong. The nature of evil, the human condition, and the nature of God has been clearly revealed in the Bible.
Yes, and I've seen
So
one of the
for
world's.
me, I've tested those three things all the time. Okay, that's how I know it's true. So why don't you like see the nature of evil and what the Bible says about it, and see if it matches what is going on in the world? Why don't you try to draw truth from the world and see if it's correct? That's
I
how
feel
you
like I
change.
already. I mean, whenever I do read it, I feel like I understand the context within it, and I already see it. So I don't know if I necessarily needed to see those things, but I mean, you have that's a good
But
point, and that
well,
is a
I'm
good
just
point.
saying, like, if you're gonna challenge the truths in the Bible, then challenge the truths in the Bible. See if it's correct.
Yeah,
That's all
you're
I'm
right.
saying.
Yeah, that's a good point. I should actually like read it and then address it further. Yeah.
Well, in the Bible it says that the child should not beat his parents. Would you contradict that?
I mean, whether I do or not is, I mean, to me that's irrelevant because I'm not really disputing the kind of general rules of life. I'm disputing the Jesus claim, which I mean, that's the thing.
The
I'm
Bible
sticking with.
is basic instruction before leaving Earth.
Yeah, I understand those things. I mean, I resonate with those things, and perhaps I resonate with the Jesus thing as well. But I just don't draw the parallel there as of yet, I suppose.
Hey, man.
Well,
It's
I
like
can
what
tell you
happened
this
in
for a fact.
Family Man. You just gotta let it hit you, man. Just gotta let it come to you.
Family Man, what is that?
Let me give you. Wait. Let me find a scene for you. You'll like it.
Anyway, guys, Flat Earth. Yeah, Flat Earth is a thing, so we don't want to derail too much from the subject of the server, but yeah.
They're
How many
fine.
how many different ways can
This
we?
clip. Watch this clip. Watch this clip.
Is it long? Don't
No,
let it be long.
no. But listen to what he says.
Couldn't you tell me what he says? Come on.
No.
Okay.
Sometimes you just can't tell them directly. You know, they just have to understand on their own.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna mute myself so it doesn't echo.
Okay.
Hello, boys. How's it going?
Hello, welcome. Good. Not bad. How are you?
I'm alright. I just got home.
That's good, thank God.
What are you doing?
Well, just got into bed, getting ready to sleep. I wake in the morning.
Beget. Have you been in?
He's all tuckered out.
Have you been in the politics Discord? There's a flat Earth chat in there.
In the politics Discord?
Yeah, the people here made a channel there.
Oh, I haven't seen. So who's there?
Right
Somebody's
now?
blocking me off from the truth, dude. I'm not allowed to see this video.
What?
Yeah, but
I
what
sent you a
famous
screenshot.
flat earthers are there?
What? The video is not available. What?
I don't know why.
Beasticles, T-Dub, Sasha, Quetzalcoatl, Resolve.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Central
I know them.
2.0.
Wait.
Crit.
Flying. I'm gonna go back down to chill chat. I can stream it.
Alright, I'll go there. Okay, guys, the earth is flat. We'll see you later.
Can you share me a link with that server? Thank you. Sorry.
Be good. I sent it in your direct messages.
Oh, cool. Thank you. Uh, oh. Rules get rules. Big. Okay. I'm in the war room now.
If you scroll down, you should see guest rooms, and the first one is 24/7 Flat Earth.
I see. Okay.
A lot of people in there, and it's being streamed to YouTube.
Biden impeachment. Politics. Religion 24/7. FE. Okay, I'm gonna join there, see what's
Alright.
what's going on. Thank you for sharing.
What up, Ali? I see you join the panel.
Hello, hello.
What brings you around these parts today, mister?
I just saw an event now.
Say that again.
It says there is event going on.
You said it's safe to come here? I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
The Discord says that there is event going on.
Oh, yeah, it's Monday. We're doing a little Monday night smackdown here. But,
Very nice.
Yeah. Well, these boys were just talking about some biblical stuff and whatnot. So people were going deep. I was just letting them have at it. I was just looking through my clip folder for some clips for us to talk about. I do have something that we could probably get into.
Okay.
But whose team are you on? Are you on our team or the other team?
Which team, man, you mean?
Are you Team Globe or?
I'm team flat, man. It's so silly to say flat, but we are flat, yeah.
Okay, cool. When did you first learn about that?
At the beginning of Corona, man.
Okay, cool. If you were going to give like an argument, what's like a good argument you think?
Yeah, I have argument, man, to start.
Go for it. Let's hear it.
The people will not gather up. They will not gather up to go flat. You know what I mean?
I don't know what you mean.
We will never be a team as Christians, Muslims, and Jews.
Oh, okay. Well,
we are divided. All of us are divided.
Sure. Is there
And you
something?
can start.
Huh?
You can start the clip, man. I'm gonna go mute and eat something.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. I got you, bro. All right. Well, let me just stick this in a converter. Just 1 second. I gotta convert it to an MP3. Yep, 1 second.
Try to play something about NASA.
Oh, yeah. I don't have anything on hand for that, but
Because
I can try to
America
find
it
some.
has something. What, man?
I don't think I have any. I was actually gonna play something about how instead of actually like addressing the arguments, people will try to attack you individually or personally. And I think we've gotten over that point. That's such an old, tactic. It doesn't really work anymore. Just like shame tactics and, just trying to sling tomatoes in mud. It doesn't really do much. It's not really making a case for someone in a positive way. And so we've gotten like numb to that type of thing over the years. So I was just going to play a clip that was kind of surrounded by around that. It was from Nick Fuentes, talking about it on a Rumble stream with Fresh and Fit and Pearl. If you're familiar with them, he's basically saying that, like, people try to say all these things about you and this topic, and it's like we're like 6 years or more deep into this thing. Those types of tactics don't work at all anymore. We've been trying to focus on the actual argument, the evidence. And so shaming tactics ain't really doing much anymore. And welcome to Kiwi Buzz and Esoteric and Trinity and Sunny and Wave Mixer and Ali. I was just going to play a clip from Fuentes. Nick, if you're familiar with him, just about, I was just telling Ali here that, when I first got into this subject, it was just shaming tactics. Oh, it's physics, bro, you're just stupid, blah, 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 blah. Well, 6 years later, they're still trying to do that. It's not effective. It doesn't work anymore. So, we can take a listen to the clip. He's going to be talking about some other, more of like a political type stuff, but I think you can relate it to this topic. So it's a short clip. Let's take a listen.
When they say like, oh, you're racist, you did this, you did that. Like for me, my life started politically when I just started saying like, okay, whatever, you're racist, you're this, you're that. Okay. Anyway, I feel like so many people are so fixated on arguing. No, I'm not a racist. No, I'm not this and that. And here's the thing. Like, as I said earlier, I love everybody, but the way that term is used, or any of those terms, it's all just political. If you're not liberal, they say you're racist. Therefore, like, you're a piece of shit and no one can talk to you. And I feel like people are just done with those games. Like, how can anyone look at the stream where it's like, it's very interracial or multiracial, whatever you want to say. Interracial in a lot of ways. I'm Mexican and white, and I think you guys are mixed. So it's multiracial.
I'm not mixed. I'm a pure blood, motherfucker. You a mixed fuck. I'm full white.
Right. But it's a mixed panel. We got all different kinds of people, and everybody recognizes that we're all like nice people, like we're all friendly, normal people, just we have different views, different, maybe we're more right wing or have a different perspective on things. And so people are just
about.
So, I mean, when I heard that, it stood out to me. Just, it's kind of how I feel as well. Obviously, everyone here is just an individual. A lot of nice people. There's good people on both sides of the fence. And, like they've tried to ridicule the topic and the people so much that it's just become completely irrelevant. And you hear Nick Fuentes say like, oh, they try to say you're racist and you're this and that. He's like, okay. At some point you just kind of let it be water off the duck's back. And, that's kind of the point it's gotten to after all these years. Oh, you guys are stupid, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, okay. And anyway, you just move on. So, and clearly there's a lot of genuine people that come and go. So it's just a bunch of idiots and stupid people. So, yeah.
I understand. I understand what you're trying to say. I understand it. But man, the curve, like we are not allowed to measure it as individual.
I mean, people like to project a lot. They want to try and project onto you. Oh, they try to project all types of ideas, and I reject that. Obviously, there's no like daddy that's trying to teach you this subject. You've figured it out on your own. Maybe someone pointed you in the right direction, but You don't just there's no leader in this thing. We're all individuals, and so that's part of the clip that I thought it stood out to me as well. You know, we're all kind of a mixed bag of people, but we all come to a similar conclusion. So yeah, all right. Let's see what else I have here. And this is also from Nick Fuentes. I don't know why it won't let me.
Is Nick Fuentes a member in the server?
No, that would be awesome actually if he was. But I do think he's on board with the topic. You know, someone tried to put him in our opponent's camp, and he denied that. He said no.
Can you type his name? Type his name on the text.
Sure. He's more into like politics. He has this thing called America First, and he has a show. He just did like a rally recently. I don't really follow him too much, but he was on Fresh and Fit recently. And someone donated a super chat and was like, we need to have the flat earth conversation. And why don't we have Nick Fuentes argue against it? And Nick goes, yeah, no, I'm not on the Team Globe. So I was like, oh, really? Okay. So,
I see that he says something very meaningful. Like he's saying something, yeah, I agree with him. He said society's real wealth is in its behavior. I'm gonna copy it to you.
Okay. I'll try to find that Fuentes clip. I gotta kind of dig it out. 1 second. But yeah, he seems like a smart guy, and he'd be a great person to have on board. I just gotta dig out the clip. If you give me a second, I'll grab it. Oh, here it is. The lesson.
Just calm down. Okay. W fucking stream. We can't have this goaded panel and not tackle the flat Earth debate. Zerka and Sneeko versus Nick and Destiny.
No, later, bro.
Zerka Unleashed. Let's fucking go.
I'm on
Jesus,
Team
King of
Zerka.
all kings.
Let's go. We should ask the girls what they think too as well. And wait, Martin.
I really think she goes. This stream will go down in YouTube history, Rumble history.
Yeah, so if you heard there, like they were basically the panel was Sneeko was on the panel. Dr. Sasha has joined. Welcome, despite everything. Silver member, welcome to the panel. So I can get you a link if you guys want to watch it, but yeah, it was Destiny, Sneeko, Zerka, and who was the other one? I guess let me replay the clip, but they'll say it.
Just calm down. Okay. W fucking stream. We can't have this goaded panel and not tackle the flat Earth debate. Zerka and Sneeko versus Nick and Destiny.
No, later, bro.
Zerka Unleashed. Let's fucking go.
I'm on
Jesus,
Team
King of all
Zerka.
kings.
Let's go. We should ask the girls what they think too as well. And wait, Martin.
I really think she goes. This stream will go down in YouTube history, Rumble history.
So it's Nick, Destiny, Zerka, and Sneeko. Yeah, it was a great stream.
How many views it has, the stream?
Here it is. I'll grab the link. I don't know why it's so let me click on the link here. It got. Where does it say views? 1.24 million views. This was on July 12th. Oh, yeah. The link should take you right to the question. I want to hear the panel's thoughts on the international agreement to not explore Antarctica. Oh, yeah. I gotta see if I can find that. I think I have a clip of that too. I need to do a better job of saving these clips somewhere. But yeah, man, these are some strong people to have on board. I mean, these are some pretty intelligent. I would consider Fuentes to be a pretty intelligent guy. Some people don't like Zerka, although he's also on board. If you give me a second, I'll dig up the other clip where the producer of Fresh and Fit is a flat earther also, and so someone donated a question asking about Antarctica, and Sneeko goes, "Are there any globetards on the panel?" And the producer goes, yeah, facts." It's really funny. I gotta dig that clip out, because I do have it somewhere. Oh, here it is. Oh, here it is.
Tisua, I want to hear the panel's thoughts about international agreement to not explore Antarctica. Ooh, that's some deep shit right there.
Yo, are there any globetards on this panel? Yeah, facts.
The Earth is flat.
Globalism is great. Globalism is great.
There's a firmament.
That might be too much.
This is like a heart attack over here.
This fucking homosexual believes in the Mars. Yo, every picture of Mars. Sea level, because the sea is level. That's why it's called tectonic plates, because they're plates. That's why it's called a horizon, because it's horizontal at 120. The Earth is an observable, motionless plane. The Earth is flat. There's a firmament. Read page 1 of Genesis.
Destiny, don't worry. He's going to be fine tomorrow. Thank you for defending us, by the way, against this.
So, I mean, look, the Overton window is shifting. That's what Fuentes had to say. That was my other clip that I had. Damn, dude, I have to download all these clips and convert them. I do like that Fuentes had to say that. He's highlighting that the conversation's being more normalized. And I'll play that clip as well. But I agree, though, that the Overton window is shifting. More and more people are hearing about it. It's becoming more normal to talk about it. And these bigger names also are the ones spreading the word. Fuentes, Zerka, even Andrew Tate has brought it up. Musicians. Fresh and Fit, even some of the guys on there. So it's good to hear it. Let's take a listen to what Fuentes had to say about the Overton window.
I gotta say, it's so awesome. Like, it's me, It's me, Fresh and Fit, Zerka, Sneeko. We're all live on Rumble. We got 16,000 watching between the both of us. And we're just freaking dropping these red pills like, bro. Overton window shifting. We're so winning. How could you not trust the plan? Just everywhere you look, the main mission lurches forward. In spite of it all, people create all these diversions and distractions. They try to say, oh, you're failing because of this. Oh, you're not doing because of that. But it's like the message is getting out. The signal's getting out. No matter what happens, it's like the message just keeps going because I'm a human red pill.
Yeah, and I think that's true. I mean, it's true. This isn't such a scary topic anymore for people to talk about. So I think the more we, spread the word.
But man, me, I'm talking about myself. Me as Arab, I have other thoughts. You know what I mean? Like I have other thoughts, other things to think about.
True. I mean,
which is that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Please.
If you mean in terms of like life's responsibilities, you're absolutely right. I mean, this isn't supposed to relieve you of life's responsibilities. You still have things to do. But
No, it's nothing about responsibilities. It's about that we know the earth is flat, but we will never be able to do anything about it. The life is it's too short to do something.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, you don't have to go and splatter yourself up on the container or anything like that. But I think it's good to be vocal and just spread the word. You might be helping out someone that didn't know. So I think that's part of our job here is we just set this fort up and have people be able to come in through the get some shelter.
At least we know that it's flat. We are not being fooled. We are not being fooled.
I agree, and it's like kind of a place where you can find shelter from the war that's going on outside. So, and I think that's good. I mean, I learned about it, didn't even know this place existed, this server. So, some people are still finding it out all the time. Sorry, guys, I'm trying to juggle like 3 things at once here. Let me get back to the chat here. We'll be going live on. Go ahead.
You're gonna go what? Live on what?
On Rumble soon, which I'm really excited about. We got some folks in the background working on that, so I'm really excited about getting on Rumble.
Link you the stream.
We're not live yet, but I can give you a link to the channel.
Yeah, do it. I'm gonna follow.
Future. Yeah, cool. In the chat, there's the channel. If you guys want to give Helio a follow, I believe that's what we'll be airing to in the future.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Have a good one, man. Nice to see you. Nice to talk to you.
Take care.
Bye.
I have a clip. I don't know. You guys might have to mute up if you're at work. It's definitely not going to be work friendly. But a clip of why we're going to be getting on Rumble, and we've already today kind of dipped our toes into some of the topics that are not YouTube friendly. And so, I'm going to have to deafen the YouTube bot for this, but it's the type of stuff that we can listen to on Rumble. So like my boys Fresh and Fit often use Rumble and YouTube. They'll mirror the streams, and then if they feel like they need to get into something that's not YouTube friendly, they'll jump over to Rumble and go exclusively there for the meantime. And so I think that'd be good for us to do as well. There's tons of times when a topic comes up that's not very friendly for YouTube. I mean, today alone, we already brushed up on getting close to needing to deafen the YouTube, because there's lots of topics that are a little bit taboo for YouTube. And so we've done a good job here in the server tap dancing around YouTube's policies, but Rumble, I believe, is the next place to go. And so this clip's a little bit vulgar, so don't get your panties in a bunch. And if you're at work, it's just not friendly for work. So I would maybe go, turn your speaker off if you're whatever. I know Wavexer's here, and if anyone else is out there listening, I'm gonna deafen the YouTube for a moment, and we'll be back YouTube in just a moment. Yeah, and that's why we're going to be on Rumble as well, because we've done a great job. I see, Sasha Esoteric. Sasha's a silver member. Sunny's obviously gold plus. Wave Mixer silver. Trinity silver. So clearly, you guys have been here for a while, and you understand that we've done. We're still here. Obviously, the server's still up and running, so we've done an amazing job. Tap dancing around, especially the last 3 years. What is one of the most controversial subjects. You guys know the cough type of thing, and everyone's done an amazing job, avoiding that subject. 3 years straight, we tap dance and did the YouTube dance and avoiding talking about that subject. But I think it's about time we let off some steam. Obviously, it's not the point of the server, but there's going to be times when you can make an analogy to things like that. People say like, oh, how could the government do this thing? How could everyone move together on this one thing? Well, look, we just did it.
That's the point.
Yeah. Oh, what up, Sasha? Yeah, exactly. And so, it's not something we need to go and directly talk about. Obviously, we try to talk about the server subject, but we've done an amazing job avoiding that subject for YouTube and Discord. So Rumble's different. We can go over there and say whatever the hell we want to. And not that we just want to go off topic, because I know if you're out there listening, old dude or folks like that are trying to keep the server focused, I think it's good. But I'm a big analogy guy. I love to make analogies, and so there's going to be times when you can use things like that as an analogy. Globers will say all the time, "Oh, there's no way everyone could be moving in lockstep." Well, we just saw it, and so.
Can I make one analogy?
Yeah, of course.
It's assumption creation, but it's not. But it's analogy assumption. That means in somewhere in 50s, I saw that videos about bombing the sky. I don't care if it's nuclear or whatever. That means they wanted to penetrate to something, and then realized they cannot penetrate, and now it was on them. Shall we now show these people that we are in closed system, or shall we continue with the space because we wanted to go to the space? And story it's over.
Point.
Because there was first who realized that we are in closed system. Even I think they proved that practically. Not assumptions. I think they proved that practically, and they realized that practically, and because of that, they made more story into like no, they don't need to know this.
Yeah. Yeah, and so.
And all other behind, because it's not only that, because it's also creation and everything. It's not so simple, It's all also only about shape or whatever.
Right. All right. So I'm actually really excited to get on Rumble and start speaking a little bit more freely. And I promise, I've said this before, but I really do promise, if you guys haven't been on Rumble before, and I don't mean as a watcher, I mean as a speaker, you will notice a difference. I promise you that. It's honestly really, it's weird how you can feel the fresh air. It's like you'll be able to lean back in your chair and kick your shoes off. It's way more free over there. It's crazy. We did do 1 or 2 streams before exclusively on Rumble. And it's going to be fun. I think you guys will really enjoy it. Obviously, most of our content will just be mirrored. There's going to be tons of times, just like right now, when we're just speaking normally, everything's fine. But when it's time, there's going to be times when we deafen the YouTube or move it out of the live stream into live stream 2 and start going deep. And I'm actually super excited about that, and I think you guys will really enjoy it, so I'm looking forward to it. So I'm glad that the folks in the back are working on that for us. I've got to see some of the work they're doing, and it's beautiful. Hopefully soon sooner than later we can test it out. What we'll do is we'll do an exclusive Rumble stream where we'll just be live on Rumble, and it's not mirrored. We'll move the YouTube bot into live stream too. We'll stick a video on or whatever over there, and we'll get into it. And I think you guys will really notice the free air that will start, the breeze. It's awesome. So yeah, I'm excited for you guys, and I'm excited myself. It's been 3 years, guys. We've been tap dancing around certain subjects, and it's going to be nice to let off some steam and go deep. Rumble is free. It's different. It's free speech entirely. If you
can't wait,
yeah.
Can't wait. Yeah, Rumble. I think the other day somebody was talking about how the YouTube algorithm used to be versus how it is now. And I feel like Rumble is going to tap into that again. Like, back in the day, maybe 2015, 2014 through 2017, I used to go through these rabbit holes on YouTube. You click one video, then you see another one on the right and it looks intriguing. So you're like, I'll watch that next. Then you see another one. It's been so long since that's happened to me. So I hope Rumble kind of brings that feeling back.
Yeah,
Not only that, in a time it was independent media for ourselves. That means if something happening in some town, some random people could record that, and send it to message to you. And do you understand? That was YouTube before. That was like telling the truth everywhere around without any, doubt. Or you have all that war, what's happening in Libya, whatever, with people giving the, let's say, if he's not in that time started to be how to algorithm in YouTube, blah blah blah. But YouTube in the beginning was like a free media, something like that.
Yeah, and honestly, Rumble is like that. The way both of you guys described it. If you just go on there right now and search Flat Earth, there will not be any text boxes saying we have fact checked this, blah blah. None of that's there. The first 10, 15, 20 results are all positive for the topic. And so what I'm excited about, if you just go to the Rumble homepage, there's a live button. You can click that live button and hit view all, and it'll show everyone that's live. There's like, let's see, 8, 10. There's 10 pages right now of live streams. And I'm not sure how they're ranked, if they're ranked by popularity. But if we go ham on Rumble, if we start picking up steam and lots of people really enjoy it, imagine we hit the top page of Rumble. Someone logs into rumble.com and boom, right there, we're on the top. Could you imagine that? That's a game changer. That's a huge game changer right there. And so I would love that. Right now, the top channel, like if you go to live, hit the live button. We got Right Side Broadcasting Network, Donald J. Trump to deliver remarks in South Carolina, Redacted News. A lot of it is like kind of right-leaning politics stuff. Nick Fuentes is live. Infowars, Newsmax, news. A lot of it is news. So there's basically an opening for us to slide in, guys, and take over, and I would love that. So hitting the front page would be insane. And Helio tells me all the time that we get good views on our videos. I'm looking at it right now on Helio's channel. Over 1,000, 900, over 1,000, over 1,000, and that's like on a pretty consistent basis. People are tuning in. I don't know where these people are seeing. Like, there was a girl that joined today, Meeps. She said she found us on Rumble. And so, yeah, we've had a lot of people come and find us from Rumble. So imagine once we get started, we're live over there. It's a complete game changer. So I'm super excited about it.
Yeah. This is one of those topics, man. Oh, go ahead, bro.
This on YouTube will stay, Creation Bear?
That's a good question. Yeah, the YouTube you see in the panel right now, there's YouTube bot and Rumble bot. So what we'll do is just normally we'll just be mirroring the streams. It'll be both live. It'll be both live, and everything that's good for YouTube will play on Rumble. But if we start needing to talk about, the cough or,
Yeah.
something else, what we do is we either deafen the YouTube for a minute or move it into live stream too. And so then
Yeah,
we'll
I
be
understand. Yeah,
exclusively
okay.
on Rumble. Yep. Then we can go
Okay.
deep on Rumble and say whatever the hell we need to say. So, yeah. Right now, everything on Rumble is what we do here on YouTube. So that's it. But in the future, it'll be some exclusive stuff, which I cannot wait to get into. And honestly, one day, maybe we just do Rumble, which is exclusively on Rumble. And then, but YouTube is obviously a huge place. It's a search engine. Honestly, it doesn't matter if it's a search engine if they can't find us or this topic, but you can still find this Discord on YouTube. So we'll leave it up there for now.
I can tell you that on TikTok it's almost the same, even more freedom. Because no, it's not more freedom. You cannot do some things rules with TikTok, but if you don't go against that rules, nobody can do nothing against your channel or whatever. You can speak whatever you want.
That's what I've heard. Yeah, that's what I've heard. There were some people working on TikTok stuff for us. I didn't know. I haven't heard about it being as free speech as Rumble. I'm not sure if they're like competitors or not, but I know that. Go ahead.
There is good materials, I can tell you, but it's a jungle, CB. Because you will find what you find here. There you will find even more attacks, more more other things, more.
Right.
Yeah, more intentional. How to say more. Without any knowledge, because people are coming from any side. It's so many people with so many other. You can say really normies, because on the end there are more normies you will see than some kind of famous people.
Yeah, I would imagine that there's a lot of blue pill over there as well.
A bunch of normies taking TikToks of them doing stupid faces in the camera, twerking in the camera,
She belongs to the streets.
commenting on flat Earth shit, saying you're the idiot.
Right. And that's what I like about Rumble. It seems it's a little bit more red pilled as opposed to like the TikTok dancing strippers and OnlyFans bitches or whatever. I don't know, but yeah. So like, I mean, just you go to Rumble right now, and the top thing is Fuentes is live right now, so he's controversial as hell. So they're not afraid. I mean, I don't know if you guys are. I'm not too familiar with the Russell Brand situation. I know he's being like canceled right now, going through the Me Too movement, whatever. And Rumble's like, look, we're not down with that. I think I have let me change it again.
I have his book. I liked him before, but later I don't know. Because I was asking for the for the radius on his panel in the commentaries, and people was attacking me like like why he's not bringing up the flat Earth if he's bringing up all other things.
Sometimes I suspect these people that they feed into a lot of other conspiracies. They have a big platform, but they never touch flat Earth and some other topics. I kind of maybe view them as controlled opposition. Like I suspect Alex Jones to be controlled opposition to an extent. Like they just put him in front of your face, like, okay, go with this guy. Don't go any deeper than this guy right here. This is the guy.
I will think about Russell Brand the same thing. I want to see how it will go on. I don't know. I don't know. I don't believe, especially famous people. I don't believe them.
Yeah, because it's like if your shit was that good, you'd be dead right now. Alex Jones, if your shit was really, I feel like he'd be dead right now. Like, look how fucking famous and big he is. I mean, I don't know. Like you don't see Eric Dubé with a platform nearly as large as Alex Jones, and I feel like he may not be naturally as big as him, but he's a big figure, you know. And
Yeah,
to see how large the flat Earth. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know. Maybe I will be now. Maybe this is bad argument, but for example, Russell Brand. Okay, he also made that he was a comic or whatever, but watch his that I don't know performance. I need to pay I don't know £60. You know, it's like watching fucking Pink Floyd or I don't know, or something like that. You know, in a sense, like okay, you are, but it's yeah, I don't know. maybe this is not good argument. You know, who is paid what, whatever. Yeah, I don't know. Somehow people who doesn't care about materialism, they have a lot of money, and they speak about materialism. It is not important. That's for me some strange when people are speaking about material that is not important, but they are full even more. They have more than they need to have.
Yeah, I kind of think about that too. In a sense of just follow me on this. I'm not glorifying the rich and I'm not shitting on the poor when I say this. It's just observation, right? So a lot of people, maybe average people, I consider myself an average person. I'm not above anybody. Or poor people, they kind of have this I'll just say hatred toward rich people, and they think that rich people glorify money and stuff like that. And while maybe it's true, I kind of look at it from the angle of they probably spend less time in their lives worrying about money than you do, working toward money than you do, with a 9 to 5 and a regular classic type of job. So who really cares about money more in that sense?
Yeah, you're correct. The rich one.
I just posted that letter that Rumble. I can read some of it out, but this is why they're awesome, man. Russell Brand's going through a huge cancellation right now, and they basically said, look, just yesterday YouTube announced that based solely on these media accusations, it was barring Mr. Brand from monetizing his video content. Rumble stands for very different values. We have devoted ourselves to the vital cause of defending a free internet, meaning an internet where no one arbitrarily dictates which ideas can or cannot be heard, or which citizens may or may not be entitled to a platform. We don't agree with the behavior of many Rumble creators, but we refuse to penalize them. Although it may be politically and socially easier for Rumble to join a cancel culture mob, doing so would be a violation of our company's missions and values. W
Shout,
Rumble.
yeah, shout out to Rumble, 100%.
So I don't know if TikTok would be on the same train. Maybe not. But yeah, I like this Rumble move a lot. And the only reason I've been, you know, beating on about the Rumble thing is just because of Fresh and Fit. Like, this was a while back. These girls there was a girl on the panel, and she's dropping bombs about climate change and the cocoa and the masks and stuff like that. And I'm like sitting here listening, like, what the hell? Oh, like, how are they able to talk about this on YouTube? And I'm like, oh wait, they're on Rumble. So I'm like sitting there thinking, like, damn, if these girls are going off about this type of stuff, why are we on YouTube tap dancing and tip tapping around these subjects like scared? Like, I was like, you know what, forget it. I came over here, I was like, dude, it's time to get on Rumble, and I've been saying that for a little while now, so I'm glad to see this finally starting to manifest. So shit, get that Rumble soundboard out.
Let's get ready to rumble!
So yeah, man, be on the lookout, guys. We'll be doing this soon, and if you need to, like, write some stuff down, like what things you're going to want to talk about that hasn't been YouTube friendly, we can definitely get into all types of stuff over there. So soon, but soon.
Yeah, man. I think they're paying a lot of people to start streaming over there. Like one of my favorite bloggers, DJ Academics, is over there now
Oh
promoting
yeah,
it heavy. So I see
nice.
them doing real. Like when I first heard about Rumble, it wasn't much different than BitChute at the time, but now I
Yeah.
see them making an effort to really push this thing, and I'm happy for that. It's going to be an investment for them, but in the long run, it should pay off.
Yeah, I agree with you. Actually, I only know Ack from Fresh and Fit. I guess he's done some work with Fresh and Fit in the past, so that's how I became somewhat familiar with him. But yeah, you're right. And like, you know what's funny? Like, this is around like Owen Benjamin got kicked off of YouTube, and I pretty much stopped listening to him after that. Not because of anything, I disagreed with him or whatever. It's just like I was like, I don't want to get off YouTube. I always paid for YouTube Premium and all that stuff. So, and people would be like, "Oh, there's BitChute and Odyssey and all these things," and I was like, "Nah, I don't mess with those." But Rumble's different. It's like the new YouTube in the way I see it. It's like the new YouTube, man. It's like the new place, the wild, wild west. It's free again. It's like 2015 YouTube. You can search whatever. There's no fact check boxes and crap like that. It's awesome. So it's not like BitChute and all these other things. They actually are making an attempt to hopefully be the next spot. So yeah, shout out to Rumble, man.
Yeah, and it started with conspiracy theorists, but now there's like a lot of other subgenres on YouTube that should be able to be on there, I think, that are being extremely affected. Like I kind of keep up with the weed tubers, the people who get on there and discuss cannabis and use cannabis, whatever. They're being censored like a motherfucker right now, bro. It's crazy.
I bet y'all drinking that wine too, ain't you? Just smoking them tweeds and everything.
I didn't know that. I didn't know they were trying to cancel the stoners too. That's crazy. But who knows what's next? You know what I mean? So yeah, Rumble or YouTube, like it's great. I still have a spot in my heart for YouTube, and everyone loves it. But yeah, it's not what it used to be. So yeah, we'll take over. And like, dude, there's no taking over on YouTube. We can't take over there. And so, but we can definitely take over on Rumble for sure, easily. We could, that's the goal. Is like once we get over there, let's hit the top page.
Before
Yeah,
they come,
let's continue what we had in 2017 and 2015 over at Rumble.
Yes, sir. And dude, last time we did this, we were getting crazy live viewers. We were actually live during there was a Tate stream he did, and he literally got like 500,000 people watching live, which is unbelievable. Like, let me go on YouTube right now and go to the live section and see who's got the most live viewers. All right, so the L3 podcast. Oh, H3, my bad. I'm just kidding. L3, they have 46,000 watching. iShow Speed, 51,000. Lo-Fi, the Lo-Fi channel, 33,000. So those are the top three right now. I mean, combined, that's 130,000 live. So, I mean, that's about the most you'll see on a live stream is like 40,000, 50,000. Tate had 10 times that, 500,000. Like, bro, that's crazy live viewers. But we were live during the same time, and we were getting like stupid live viewers. It was impressive. Let's go to the YouTube right now, our YouTube stream. How many are watching?
Yo, that's crazy.
Right now we got 10. We got 10 people watching on our live stream now, but it was like I don't know, 15 times that. We were like up to 170 watching, or I don't know. We had like quite a few. I don't remember exactly the numbers we got, but it was way more than what we normally get on YouTube. So I don't know if they're like throttling us on YouTube or like, messing with the numbers or whatever. There's a possibility of that. But yeah, for some reason we just get more viewers on Rumble. So yeah, I'm super excited. Like, take
I don't know, CB, who is getting information now. I will tell you a lie. If you are typing, for example, flat Earth, and now you're getting 24/7, I'm getting that because for sure it's in my algorithm, and every time but I'm typing 24. I am typing immediately number. Other people don't type number; they are typing flat Earth. I don't think so. They are getting that they are not near because of that. You don't, because it's ridiculous to have 10 people with these kind of members, and this is strange, you know.
Yeah, I know, Sasha. And they said that about our Discord even as well. Like, we only have, we always, for some reason, it's always around the same number.
Yeah, I think if I go on internet now, I have a channel like for 10 years, but I don't have nothing special there or some kind of some videos. If I go live now, I think that I will have 10 people immediately.
Right. Right. Yeah, so we have 29,000 members, 3,300 online. Okay, nice. But for some reason, like it's like never goes over that, and you would think that it would go up over time. So I don't know. Maybe they're messing with us, but they can't mess with us over on Rumble. So that'll be maybe a better way to gauge our engagement is by testing out a new platform like that. So.
Because in this source, it's not that it's coming only, oh, this is 24/7. No, because in this place are coming people who are having their own channels. That means so many other, how to say, sources to come to this source. It's so, and then you don't get that. Like for me, it's somehow doesn't. I don't know why it's not working. It's strange.
I don't know what they're doing, man. It does seem like they're, our numbers are being grabbled. So.
Oh, what I'm saying. If I remember the time 2016, if I type when I started to watch into that, it was like, I don't know, 1,000 videos, and I realized immediately what is going on. Now you cannot find that even one of that videos on first 100 videos or 1,000 videos or what, I don't know. In a time you got like immediately like a 20 channels of flat earth videos. Now you don't have that. You have debunked this, debunked that, this. It's Dave, that one. A little bit they're debunking somebody like Nathan or David Weiss or something like that.
I know exactly what you mean, Sasha. I know exactly what you mean.
There is no you get, and now you get the channel guy called, I don't know, whatever name, title, and then you go into that channel, and then you see the guy has observation or something, whatever. So you don't find that anymore so easy.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you guys have a moment, you can literally go try it. Go try it on YouTube, and then go try it on Rumble, and you'll see the difference. So. It's an exciting time, man. It's an exciting time. And I'm excited for you guys, especially if you haven't tried it out yet. So. Yeah, I played the Rumble clip, the rant from Myron from Fresh and Fit on the importance of Rumble. I might have to play it again because I love that clip, but I'm sure most of you guys have heard it already. So I think you heard it already, didn't you, Sasha? Yeah, I'll just assume you guys have probably heard it. But maybe I'll play it again later. For anyone that doesn't understand why we're doing this and why we've been talking about it so much. So. I'm gonna take a break, guys, and recharge the batteries a little bit. I've been hosting for quite a while, so let me just, I'm gonna take a break. I'll probably be back in a bit and recharge the batteries, and I'll come back with more energy. So I'm gonna take a lunch break, and yeah. If anyone else wants to take over, you're welcome to. But, it's been good, and I will catch you guys on the flip side.
Is everybody napping?
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified to join us in the live stream.
Ollie Ollie Oxenfree.
Awesome stuff. Bush Baby, number one, you've got control of your mic. Just unmute yourself, buddy, and we can have the conversation about the shape of the Earth and all that good stuff. So, Bush Baby, welcome to the server. Don't let me down, bro. He sounds very cheerful and like up for a conversation.
Wait,
Voice.
hello. So yeah, hello. It just took a second.
Hello, my
to
friend.
unmute.
No, you're good, mate. You're good.
Okay, so
well,
my main question is why?
Why what?
Why what's convinced you to think the Earth is flat?
Well, me personally, right.
Just got into you in general.
Yeah. We'll ask everybody else in a minute, but for me personally, and you'll probably get the same answer for most people. If the Earth is said to be a ball, then there should be observable and measurable curvature over distance. Wouldn't you agree?
I would, yeah.
Awesome. Unfortunately, we don't observe it, and we do not directly measure any curvature over any distance of any water. Being as they say the surface of the Earth is over 70% water, we should be able to observe and measure it there. Unfortunately, we don't. So if there is no curvature to the surface of the Earth cannot be a ball.
Okay. So
sounds pretty simple.
Yeah, so that's interesting because I'm a physics student.
Cool.
And I have measured the curvature of the Earth. So that's interesting you say that because with lasers, incredibly high. Oh, sorry.
I'm asking in reality.
Yeah, no, in reality. You know Lake Geneva?
Yep.
It's a relatively large, Lac Léman, if you've been over there, that's what they call it. Well, if you be measured across the lake with a laser, and it's sort of difficult to measure because obviously the ripples of the water could disrupt it because you want the laser to be as close to the water as possible. But there was a curvature. It was interrupted a bit by the ripples of the water, but we did measure a curvature. That's for sure.
What was the distance, my friend?
Oh, probably a good 60 kilometers. Well, no, not that long. I have to look it up. I mean, this happened like 4 years ago, probably. So yeah, 4 years and a half actually. I'm not sure. I believe I have to look it up. 'Cause I need to find the actual two places that we were at. But have you ever thought about, aside from that, how everything works with a flat Earth? Okay, so aside from
Bash, you didn't give us any distance, any data for that.
You'll get that.
This is something that has happened 4.5 years ago. I mean, I'm gonna have to now bring it all up.
Oh,
but
you have some observation what you cannot present, but it's there.
No, okay, right, yeah. Basically,
but we
I
can
mean,
to be fair,
I wasn't coming.
Sasha's
Yeah,
done it himself.
sorry.
Sorry, Sasha, he's done this himself, so it's interesting.
Not myself in particular. With other people, obviously, it wasn't just me. I mean, it was a thing, not just me. I was with other people, 15 other people, decent group.
That's fine. The reason why we're asking for the distance is we're just going to turn around to you and give you other laser tests of distances between 10 and 25 miles over distances of water where we hit the target that we were supposed to hit. And then what we'll do is we'll point out military targeting systems that use lasers over distances of water over 100 miles using direct line of sight targeting to blow shit up, which is called applicable technology. So it's interesting you bring up one laser test, but you say you've measured curvature of the Earth.
Sorry, you keep cutting out.
I know for a fact the militaries of the world use direct line of sight laser targeting systems. So they don't measure any curvature.
You're cutting, Jedi.
Sorry, you keep cutting out. I can barely hear what you're saying. Sorry.
Yeah, he will come back.
Alright, okay. Hello?
Quick microphone check. Is that better?
Yeah, that is better.
Awesome stuff. So just to recap on what I said, it's interesting that you bring a laser test. We could give you up laser tests, 10 miles, 25 miles. And then what we would do is we would compound the issue by bringing the Navy into the argument and point out their laser targeting systems that target ground-based targets of over 100 miles.
Okay, so with this, so do how powerful are these lasers that you're using? Because that's a big thing with the laser tests, is that because we're using to do this, the light will start to refract as it moves forward, as it moves further and further away. So although you may have, say, the diameter may be a meter at the source, it may also be several centimeters at where you're actually measuring it, especially if you're especially at 10 kilometers away. So there's that problem part of it. So you've got to account for all of that. So when you say when you do a measurement like that, often you have to use if the laser isn't that powerful, you can use how strongly is your mathematics?
It's all right.
Okay. So have you heard of differential equations? Potentially, maybe not, maybe. But you can solve one of those effectively to figure out where the exact center of the light is in respect to the larger diameter at a certain range is. And you'll find that if you do that for that particular laser, that you do measure the curvature. In these tests, how close to the water did you do them at? Have you done one personally, or at least witnessed one?
So we could show you ones that are done, say, a couple of inches off the surface of the water. This was the one done in the south of England, down at Brighton, over a distance of 10 miles. A couple of inches, blue and red lasers opposite end of the spectrum. The ones that are done over Lake Bissell, I think it's Hungary or somewhere in Eastern Europe. Both laser and target were about 2 meters above the surface of the water. And then we can start talking about Navy ships, and I'll give you 20 to 30 foot above the surface of the water.
All right. Okay. So I actually haven't looked into all of this, because the reason why we did this test in the first place wasn't actually to debate flat earthers. It was more of a what's the word for it? We were actually originally at CERN, with as a trip, and it was just something that we were given the opportunity to do, so we decided, why not, because we had a few days to burn in Geneva, so it was something that we did. But I'm just interested. I've never actually thought about what you guys have said with the lasers, with the different tests, so I'll have to probably have a little look into it to see what you guys have done. So other than that, is there any other evidence that you can point to points the Earth to being flat?
Yeah, celestial navigation. Do you know what a sextant is?
Sorry?
Celestial navigation. Do you know what a sextant is?
No. A sextant?
Okay. Yeah, do you know what a protractor is?
Yeah, I am. Yeah,
awesome. It's an angle measuring device, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. So a sextant is basically a glorified angle measuring device, right?
Right. Oh, is it one of those sort of like things that they use? I don't know what they're called. I'm not sure if it is, but carry on.
Okay, so they use them at ships at sea to, get elevation angles to stars at known times of year, so they can navigate across the Earth using the stars. Yeah, right. It is awesome. You know that. You know what a triangle is, right? You sound like an intelligent man. You know what a triangle is, yeah?
Yeah. Carry on.
Yeah. No, that's fine. Can you measure an angle with a curved line?
No, you can't.
Awesome stuff. So understanding that a sextant is a glorified angle measuring device, and it's used on the surface of the Earth to measure elevation angles to stars. You will understand that, being as you just said, you can't measure an angle if one of those lines is curved. If you're doing it on a curved surface that would be the ball Earth, then a sextant would be non-applicable. You couldn't use this device on a curved surface, for example.
What you could do,
celestial navigation.
Sorry, I point something in. So there's a few things about that I would like to say. You heard of tangents? It's sort of like to do with tangents and circles. So you can.
Yeah.
Okay. There's a similar thing you can do with a sphere. Instead of using a tangent, you can sort of intersect it with a plane. Now, if the sphere is huge, the Earth, the curvature at your point will be so small that I mean, I'd have to look into the map, but I doubt, especially with quite a crude measuring device. You know, is it the thing that you hold in your hand and sort of bring to your eye? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, that. Well, then I doubt that the Earth's curvature will prevent you from measuring an angle from that.
Okay. So, do you know what a GP is?
A GPS, you mean? I think.
Yeah.
You say? Yeah.
No, a GP. So, a GP of a star. Do you know what a GP? Yeah, a GP of a star is. Do you know what that is?
A GP of a star. No.
Yeah, I'll answer the question. It's the ground position of a star.
Okay. Yep.
Now, the ground position of a star can be in excess of over 1,000 miles beyond the horizon.
Okay.
The ground position of that star has to be 90 degrees.
All right.
So, ground position of the star, 1,000 miles away, straight line towards you on that boat. Now, I understand what you said about tangent lines, but you'd have to understand how we use sextants in celestial navigation. In every single calculation, you will bring your... Well, I'm just going to tell you then. So, in every single calculation, you will bring yourself down to the plane of the Earth. Yeah, you can draw your tangent line from altitude towards the horizon, but your next calculation is going to bring you down to surface level. So your altitude is 0. Understanding that you are looking for the ground position of a star that you've just got an elevation angle to, and understanding it could be over 1,000 miles away, means that the surface of the Earth must be level for every single boat at sea all of the time to use these things. So not just you, but another boat 100 miles over there, and another boat 100 miles beyond him. Every single angle is done on a flat surface. Every single calculation will take you back down to that flat surface after you've drawn your tangent line. Now, you also have to understand as well that they were using these devices well before the Earth was a ball.
Yeah.
So they weren't doing ad hoc calculations because they thought they were on a ball. But the crux of the matter is you could only use this device on a flat Earth. You couldn't use it on a ball. And if you did use it on the ball, you would have to take yourself down to a flat plane. So, laser transits and celestial navigation. Do you want some more?
I'm just going. Yeah. I'm just carry on because I'm afterwards. I'm just gonna have a look at it myself and see if I can get the hang of it. But yeah, carry on. I'm just willing to listen.
That's fine. Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm still waiting for your evidence as well.
Yeah, no,
I know a few.
You carry on and then I talk, and then we'll see.
I mean, that's fine. We're just going to be talking about direct line of sight transits of signals as well. You know what a radar is, right?
Yep.
Awesome stuff. So you understand that was 2 journeys from the radar to the object and then ping back again, yes?
Yep.
Awesome stuff. Now you understand this is also direct line of sight technology used from boats at sea to other boats at sea up to a distance of, as far as I found, 450 miles.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be a 900-mile transit from the boat to the object and ping back again. Now, this would be impossible over a curved surface because the curved surface would get in the way not once but twice.
Yeah, but the thing is that waves diffract as they move through a medium. So,
yeah,
again,
that's fine.
They will.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Hold on. And that's fine. You said you wanted me to talk, so I'll talk.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just going to be pointing out all of the technology that the navies use. The first is instance was the celestial navigation. They've got to get places. They wouldn't be able to use this operation on a curved surface. We wouldn't be using sextants for that. I'm then going to point you to the laser transits, where we have direct line of sight laser targeting systems up to 100 miles. I've now just pointed out radar systems. But first of all, we're going to have to see the object, and that's why we use infrared cameras. Infrared cameras see the object. We then make sure with the radar that object is actually there, and then we ping it twice with 2 different lasers, one blue, one red, to make sure that we've got a target. So 4 pieces of technology that would only be applicable on a flat Earth. They wouldn't be applicable on a curved surface. Keep saying yeah.
Okay. Okay, so that's
There's
okay,
4.
yeah. Okay, so have you got anything else, or shall I do you want to talk?
No,
now?
let's go to your stuff now.
Okay, so so the first thing that my personal biggest thing is actually gravity, because obviously, as someone who studies physics, it's something that is very integral to everything we do. So a lot of things that we do. So, and the way gravity behaves is not possible now on a flat Earth. Like, it just physically will not work. And you can you think about it. If a gravity, you understand that the vectors to the force weight, which is the force that is applied on an object due to it being in a gravitational field, point directly towards the center of gravity, as they call it, center of mass, I guess you can also call it, of the object.
Sorry, mate. Sorry.
Oh,
what's gravity?
Gravity is, well, what is gravity? That's an interesting question. Well, the force that object experiences is weight, and that is because it is in a gravitational field. Because I'm talking about Newton's explanation of gravity, not general relativity, which is beyond. Well, I understand it at a reasonable level, but not enough to explain it to someone else. But
Bush baby, real quick,
yeah.
you know that those two are entirely incompatible on a conceptual level, right? Maybe they give the same outcomes, but they're incompatible. You do know that, right?
Universal gravitation, though, or Newton's laws of universal gravitation, help us. But sure, the explanation. But Newton's laws of
laws. But if you say they are laws, then Einstein was kind of, wrong.
No. You got to listen. Universal gravitation doesn't explain why gravity happens and why we're seeing this. That's what general relativity does. Universal gravitation.
No, they're incompatible. But sure, go ahead. You need to look it up, mate, because you said it was beyond your scope, right? I guarantee you, it's entirely incompatible because they're conceptually different. It's not a force. It's not a force in Einsteinian gravity.
No. Yeah, I do get you, but that's the explanation. When Newton developed all of these,
but look, if you put a piece,
he had no idea. Okay,
no, mate, it's entirely different. If you put a piece of cheese on the floor every single day, right, and when you wake up, it gets taken away. There are 2 different theories. Either like a person takes it away, like your sister, or it's a mouse which eats it, right? Now, both of those theories would offer reasonable explanations to why the cheese vanishes, right? But they're incompatible.
Newton's. I don't know how to explain
Newton's
it.
and Einstein's are incompatible. A force is incompatible with Einstein's, where there is literally no force. It's just space and time curving. The whole point of Einstein was that Newton was wrong. That's what he said himself. So don't go saying that they're compatible, because they're not.
I never said they're compatible.
Okay, that's great.
I never did.
So
I never said they were compatible.
They're incompatible then, right?
Yes. Well, at a conceptual level, like you said, yes, they are.
Okay, nice. Yeah, sure.
I never claimed that. Newton's laws of universal gravitation explained what. I don't know how to explain it. They modelled how objects moved in gravitational fields, not why they move. That's Einstein's part, the why. The how, or not, how's a bad word, but what they're doing in the gravitational field at our level. I don't know. It's very difficult to explain, but how they move, if you see what I mean,
have a go at explaining it,
can be modelled by Newton's laws of universal gravitation. Why they move, that's Einstein. If you see something, I probably butchered that
Now have a go at
horribly,
explaining
but
yeah.
one thing that Newton's laws of gravitation, the equations that we can use, to predict where objects are and how objects fall, they do work. So Newton wasn't completely wrong. His explanation for why they worked was wrong, but the actual modelling of it wasn't. So if you think about it, if you think how we model, say, even an object just falling towards Earth, a simple ball, we can model it using Newton's laws of universal gravitation, and we get a right answer, the same experimental answer that we do if we just dropped the ball and measured it, or performed a measurement.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, okay. Well,
I've got an explanation there.
Well, the point being is that you cannot if you had a flat Earth, the Earth, and it's a giant flat Earth, like a flat disc, like us.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Done. All right. So I'm just going to give you a piece of advice. There's no gravity on a flat Earth, my friend.
Okay, but then what's the explanation?
The explanation
there's other explanations, but we'll get onto that. My question for you is: have you actually got a scientific experiment that's proven any of this, mate? And if you have, can you
there is a
yeah. Because hold the fuck on.
Right,
so when we stop talking through me, mate.
I'll let you speak. There is an explanation for it.
Yeah, thank you. So when we go and watch educational programs on TV, when we speak to any of these science communicators, they will turn around to us and say, gravity is not a force. You know who Brian Cox is, don't you? That's a question. Yeah. So you know who Brian Cox is? He says gravity is not a force. You know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is?
Unfortunately, I don't like the guy, but yeah, carry on.
Yeah. He doesn't know what gravity is, mate. So I can run through George Musa. You can think of gravity as a force, but it's not.
Yes, and that's exactly what I just said when I said
that's fine. It doesn't matter.
Versus
but
why
I'm giving you this here, mate. A lot of backup from science community.
There is a simple explanation for gravity.
Really annoying.
Okay, so the evidence for it is that if you have a vacuum chamber, and you don't even need a large one, you can have a tiny one actually, a meter. But not even that, you'll find that the objects will accelerate towards the Earth at the same rate, independent of all their masses.
Okay, what happens if I drop gas in the vacuum chamber?
Well, then you've put an extra parameter, which is air resistance.
No, I'm not. Sorry, I'm not dropping anything else. I'm just dropping gas.
What do you mean?
What happens to the gas vacuum chamber? Yeah. So you said all objects. Okay. Yeah. Gas then, right?
Yeah.
So if I was to impart gas into a vacuum chamber, which direction does that go?
How much? That's another problem. That's because then you get a thing called pressure, which also changes.
Some gas
get pressure.
Because if you add,
how do you get pressure? How do you get pressure? Mate?
If you add a fluid,
how do you get pressure, mate?
What do you mean? How do you get pressure?
Just so I understand, because you said pressure. So what is pressure? How do you get pressure for gas?
Well, pressure is the force that particles exert on the side of the container.
Awesome stuff. Thank you very much. We'll come back. Awesome stuff. We'll come back to that in a minute. But after I've imparted gas into a vacuum chamber, and gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, which way is the gas going?
How much? Because that's again, you can't just say I'm putting gas into it. How much? That's the question. And how big's the vacuum chamber?
Tell me.
Well, if you put very little gas into a very large vacuum chamber, it'll be accelerated towards the Earth.
So it would fall down.
No, not necessarily. Sorry, it will spread out. Spread out.
Yeah, it'll go in all directions, won't it?
Yeah, it will fill the space as best as it can.
Yeah. And it will also press up on the limitation of the chamber, which will be up the ceiling. Right?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. So, just a quick question. How in an open system do we have gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum?
You're saying, what do you mean? Sorry.
How do we have gas? Sorry. How do we have gas pressure on the Earth in an open system, adjacent and within a vacuum?
That is a good question. There will be. Well, I cannot answer that question.
No. See, this is the problem. So we can talk about gravity all day, and I'll tell you what, I'll give it to you. But at the moment, it is observably not affecting gas because gas goes in all directions. You've already admitted that the necessary antecedent to gas pressure is a physical barrier for the gas to press upon. They declare the Earth is an open system devoid of containment and adjacent and within a vacuous space. According to the second law of thermodynamics, the gas will fill that space. The higher pressure will disperse into the lower pressure environment, unless stopped by a physical barrier. So, we've got a huge problem with what they tell us about the Earth and where it is, because you can't have gas pressure without a physical barrier for the gas to press upon. You've already admitted that, haven't you?
I have.
So I can give you gravity. Yeah, I'll tell you, whatever gravity you want to give me, that's fine. But observably, in science, we don't have the phenomena to even ask the question about because gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. So you say objects, so you can drop a ball and that will go down.
Well,
that's why I gave you gas.
Okay.
So understanding the second law of thermodynamics, understanding entropy, invalidates the heliocentric idea of uncontained gas bodies in vacuums. You can't have that.
I'll have to look into that. To be fair, that is a point.
It's one of the main reasons why I'm here, mate. It's a law of nature, right? Applicable always. You understand what a football is. You understand what a tyre is.
Yep.
You know that when you impart gas into that volume, you will have gas pressure, the force of the gas exerted on the walls of its container. Now, you know what an open and a closed system is. In relation to thermodynamics and matter transfer, they declare the Earth is an open system, rockets to the moon and remote control cars on Mars. But that would also mean the gas, Jupiter, a giant ball of gas, uncontained from a vacuous space. That situation could not happen. Laws of nature trump unvalidated pseudoscience, gravity.
Interesting. I'm currently thinking about this.
That's fine, mate. I urge you to think.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Just for me and for everybody else, just slow down a little bit, mate. It's not a race. Enjoy the conversation, all right?
Yep.
I just wanted to add a little something on top of what you were saying. Keep in mind, in the heliocentric model, they're claiming that it's an expanding volume, that the universe, the edge of the universe, is expanding outwards faster than the speed of light. So keep in mind, they're not just claiming that there's a vacuum of space above our heads. They're claiming that there's above our heads an expanding volume while we have consistent gas pressure here on the surface of the Earth. And, as far as practical demonstrations go, if I were to have 1 cubic foot chamber, a chamber that's sealed, it's 1 cubic foot. And on the inside, we have ordinary 14.7 psi, like at sea level. And if we were to somehow change around this container so that while it still keeps enough of a pressure seal, expanding the volume of it, it would be 7 psi. It'd be much less than 14.7 psi. So this is a practical demonstration of how volume and changing the volume has an effect on gas pressure. And so it's just think about this practical demonstration when you hear them and their story, their fairy tale, like, oh yeah, the universe is expanding, but still have consistent gas pressure.
Okay, well, okay. How?
Balls of gas just don't coalesce in vacuums. Gas disperses in all directions and feels the limitation of its volume. It will then press on the limitation of its volume and you will have the consequent of gas pressure. If you don't have a physical barrier, you will not have gas pressure and there will be nothing there to keep the gas there.
I'm just thinking, well,
Gravitational idea only applies to the Earth if it was a ball. Whether it is mass of the Earth attracting other masses to it, or the mass of the Earth bending and warping, a reification of concrete nouns, space and time, and that's not scientific, that's mathematical equations. But both instances do not have a fully verified scientific method experiment that's validated any of them. You can't do it with Einstein's shit because that's maths, that's not science. And Newton's idea, you can go to Cavendish, but that's not an experiment either, not according to the scientific method. But gravity only exists on a ball. Doesn't exist on the flat Earth. There are other reasons why things go up and things go down. Scientifically, being as the only thing we very manipulate would be the density of the medium the object is in, then its relative density in science.
Explain
Like I
how
said,
relative density works in your, because there's a term that's thrown around the flat Earth community. How does that? What's the? How?
let's just put it. Let me put it like this, right? In science, the only thing that we ever vary manipulate is the medium the object is in.
Yeah.
For example, if I was to have a boiled egg and I was to put it in a solution of water, the boiled egg would sit at the bottom, right? I add salt to the water, make the solution more dense, and the egg rises. Now, what have I varied and manipulated? Well, that would be the medium. I've made it more dense. So scientifically, that would be the density. We can have an anvil sitting on the top of liquid mercury, for example. Why is the anvil not falling through the liquid? Well, the liquid mercury is more dense than the anvil still.
Yeah.
Again, it will only be the thing that I can physically manipulate within a scientific experiment, which will be the cause. Now, there are laws of nature, things that are outside the scientific method experiments, that we literally get down to the one last thing and we just do not know. Like the cause of entropy, for example. Fuck knows why it is. It just is. Now, mate, I do not know why we have a directionality to our world. Don't understand that. But all I can do is very manipulate things within our reality, and they will go up, they will go down, or like gas, they will go everywhere. And gravity only applies to a spinning ball in space. Just think about it. I can drop a ball, and it will go down. Calculate the rate of fall. And within my mathematics, I can then say, I tell you what, there's a force that's pulling the ball down, and I can say that that force is the mass of the Earth. There you go. I have the phenomena. I have the rate of fall. I can just do some mathematics, and there you go. I've just made up a force. I could equally say the sky was pushing things down. Just do some mathematics. There you are. Because the phenomena will still be the same. And then I can make predictions with it. But the phenomena is still the same because the ball will always go down.
No, I'm just thinking. Sorry, you can keep talking if you want.
You're fine, buddy. Just notice your speed has kind of slowed down as well in the last 5 minutes. We get this a lot sometimes. People come in here with a shitload of stuff to talk about and they keep talking and they won't listen to anybody else. They got 1 question, 2 question, 3 question, 4. Yeah. It's always nice when people slow down a little bit and listen to what he said. So I'm glad that bit got you, because it is something that is worth thinking about. And I guarantee you, mate, it's one of the main reasons why we're here. I've been in the flat Earth, for example, for the last 8 years. This argument, gas pressure without a container, is one of the main ones. The other one is there is no measurable curvature to the Earth, even though you're still yet to give us your laser test that you did in some place in Europe. I can't remember where. I do apologise. We can look at that all day, that's fine, but we will just give you other ones. We'll give you long distance observations. there is, in our mind, no measurable, observable, or practically used curvature to the Earth, which is why I brought up things like navigation and direct line of sight, because the curve of the Earth would get in the way, or you wouldn't be able to use these tools if the surface of the Earth was curved.
Yeah.
It's interesting as well, the majority of the evidence they will give you is from space. Here's a picture of the Earth from space, it's a ball. Well, that's a bit of a problem, being as you can't have gas pressure without a container, which will kind of ruin every single fallacious story they give you from this place. We may as well just start calling Narnia.
Yeah.
Now, we're not saying the sky doesn't exist and, hey, that's not the moon, and Mars doesn't exist. We will just debate the story about what we are told about these things. They claim that this is a vacuum. They claim this, that, and the other. When we try to verify these, find out that they cannot be true. You can't have gas pressure without a container.
Yeah.
Right, I've got a call. Go for 5 minutes and call my child. I'll be back shortly. Thank you, guys. Right.
Did the bot skip out for a second there, or is it just me? Wave Mixer, are you there? I see CB popping back in and out there. Hey, I see you over there. Trying to hide CB.
Hey, Sonny, what's up, dude?
Ready to rumble?
Is the bot playing or no?
You want the truth? You can handle the truth. I love that saying.
Everybody leave. What's happened?
Everybody.
What's going on?
Oh, I see Jan's back. Cool. Jan's back from the shop. Hope you're doing well, Jan.
That's just a bot playing. I just paused it for now. I had some lunch, recharged the batteries a little
Stop the
bit.
cap.
Out the Wave Mixer, Ava, Esoteric, Michael Gleason, Trinity.
Howdy, hello from sunny Los Angeles, or cloudy overcast Los Angeles as it may be right now.
Yeah, it was overcast this morning here. Looks like it's cleared up. In Ohio. OH. Ohio.
Sunny dude.
Yep.
Got my distiller. Been drinking fresh water all weekend now.
Good news, yeah, that's good. That's great stuff. Like, I've already caught up with my 5 gallons for the week. Got it sitting right here, but it's time to start. As soon as I load that 5 gallons up to get started again, in a couple more days, I'll have another 5 gallons.
It's been interesting. I took some of that Crystal Geyser, the bottled water that I've been drinking, and I went ahead and distilled a gallon of that, and there was still a bunch of white crud down in the bottom.
It's nasty, isn't it? Yeah, it turns green after a while. Like, you get enough of it. It's pretty horrible shit.
Well, I clean it out after every time. I use a stainless steel container, so I go ahead and clean it out with a Scotch-Brite pad, get all that crap out of there.
Nice.
Yeah, I do quite often. I use a stainless steel cleaning Brillo pad, what do they call it?
Nice.
Yeah, you gotta use a stainless cleaner, and it cleans it the best. But I literally have to scrape it out with a stainless steel implement, like a spatula. Because I don't do it every time. Honestly, I'll let it go until it does a whole 5 gallons, then I'll clean it. It's not worth it to spend an hour cleaning it when it takes an hour, and if I just wait, not that much longer. It takes a long time to clean it.
Honey, do you add any like salt or anything to your water after it's distilled?
Yeah, I do. I do about a couple of small handfuls.
Yeah.
A couple of small handfuls per 5 gallons.
Nice. Yeah, I sent you a message in the chat, Wave Mixer, about that too. You probably already know.
Got that. That pink salt. I was talking to my wife about that. She used to get that all the time.
Nice.
So,
Yeah,
I was wondering if there's any specific brand that's better than any other, if it makes a
I don't
difference.
know. I'm not sure. Like, I try to get something from a health food store, or sometimes like the Ross for Less has bargains on salt like that. And but the other thing is, I use a lot of that salt in my food.
Mhm.
You
I would
know,
just get like the organic, non-GMO, project verified stuff. Anything that's
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's what I do with my coconut oil. Coconut oil, same thing, organic. This says from the Spice Lab, natural, pure, unrefined.
That's what I would always do. Like even the water that I was getting from my dispenser, I hear that the way it goes through the pipes and stuff, like making all these right angles and stuff, like you can put a little bit of the salt and it sort of restructures the water. So I don't think it's the brand that's necessarily the important part. I just would get the something that's organic, non-GMO, project verified. That's not just like some because you know how brands will do, they'll sell it to gullible people like, oh look, this is pink salt. It's just like regular salt dyed pink, whatever. So just don't get that. But
This says so. Literally, this is saying that it came from the. So let me see. It says Himalayan pink salt is a hand mined deep inside the Himalayan mountains from salt beds formed over 250 million years ago. Dodge the hijack. Our 100% natural Himalayan pink is the highest quality gourmet food grade salt you can buy. The rich pink color comes from the 84 natural minerals embedded in this rock salt. The darker the color, the more mineral content of the salt or crystal. So it doesn't say it.
Technically, you could just take seawater and distill it and make fresh water out of it. That would desalinate it, wouldn't it?
So check it out. I believe it because guess what? I just see on the back on the other side, it's a product of Pakistan. So this is probably no shit the real deal. Cool stuff.
Well, Sonny, could you take seawater and distill it, and would that give you fresh, pure water, and separate the salt and leave that behind?
Yeah, it sure would, and that's what they do when you're out at sea. That's what the navies do now.
Exactly. What I heard is they're gonna, and I've been saying for a long time, why don't we just desalinate the water from the ocean? They say we don't have enough water here in Los Angeles. Look at all the beaches we have.
It's
I heard they're going to
ridiculous.
start doing that now. Then I
Yeah.
wonder, are they going to put all that salt right back in the water and then fuck with all the living stuff that's in there, having it too salty? Or are they going to go ahead and export that salt out and put it someplace else?
Yep. I don't know. Yeah, well, it's hard to say if that would make any difference or not. I couldn't say. But my coconut oil, I have a big old 3-pound thing or something. 52 pounds, I think. 2 or 3 pounds. 1.6 liters of coconut oil, and it's from the Philippine Islands.
I don't mind the coconut juice, but I hate shredded coconut. Never been one of my favorites.
No, I'm just talking about the pure oil.
Yeah. All right.
Can I just get a
23
mic
minutes
check,
to go.
guys? Can
Just
you guys
checked
hear me?
and your mic works.
Thanks, Web Mixer. I've got my my cousin here. He's literally just been verified. Is that you, Greens?
Yeah, man. Hi, everybody.
Hello, hello.
Pleasure to be in here amongst like-minded, resistant folk. Nice to be here, man.
Resistance. Vive la résistance. Ah.
Yeah, man.
So, Sonny, let me introduce this my cousin here. So this is Greens. This is the guy that originally introduced me to Flat Earth in about 2014, 2013. And he had no idea. We had no idea this Discord was here. So I just wanted to introduce him. He's just been verified, but he's a full-fledged Flat Earther.
Hey, right on, Greens. Good to meet you. My name's Sonny with a SUNNY. And
nice to meet you, Sonny. Awesome name.
Nice to meet you. Yeah, I know I've spoken with Big Root for quite a while here. Back and forth from the first days of 2.0, pretty much in 2020.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah. Well, I can't think of a better representative from my family or from my side of the globe than Big Root. So,
just
yeah, man. I know you guys have done all right.
You're the globe. That's funny. Your side of it's like you're saying my family's side of the globe. From that side of the globe.
Yeah, because I'm in Canada at the moment, but I'm from England, obviously.
Yeah, don't say globe though. You know it's not globe.
Yeah, for real. It's a terminology that is habit that one must change. But if you give me 10 seconds, it's basically like being a lone wolf the whole time, and then eventually finding a caring, loving pack. And now you've got to, brush up on being a wolf skills again. But it'll only take me half an hour before we go and.
Dude, no kidding. That's exactly what it was.
Pond is acceptable.
That was exactly what it was like for me. Exactly. I felt like a lone wolf, and then all of a sudden I found my pack, and I was like, "Ow!"
Exactly.
So Greens, this channel is live streamed on YouTube.
Okay.
So we get Globers in here quite a lot. There's loads of debates that go down in here. This is this is the arena basically. But because it's live streamed on YouTube, certain things we can't talk about, like the 2020 event and the a few of the sensitive subjects that are banned on YouTube. We just don't go there.
Yeah. Understood.
Yeah.
Being new, I invite anybody to, if you hear me going down a path that you think might be sensitive, just let me know on it.
Oh yeah, we'll let you know if you cross any lines or anything like that. That's
nice,
no problem.
Man.
We got really
preemptively,
we have super good moderation here, and they know what's up. Yeah, so sometimes we do get off bounds from the Earth, the topic of the Earth. So then we are gently nudged back to the flat Earth topic and keep it right on track. And this, if any place, is the place where any real, true flat Earther, with any gumption, would come here and sharpen their steel along with the rest of us. And combined, we're much more powerful than an individual off like a lone wolf. So here we are today.
Exactly.
Yeah, once again, good to have you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, well said, Sonny. Well said. But the server's quite quiet nowadays because we've got we've got a agreement with the politics server. So there's a hell of a lot of flat earthers down in the politics server representing for the 24/7 flat earth team over there.
Okay.
So a lot of our guys are just sort of like, just out there fucking battling, really.
Yeah, you should actually go on there and listen for even just a few minutes because it's like the Wild Wild West, and it's really cool, and it just leads people back over to here where we can have a deeper conversation.
Yeah. Well, it's quite refreshing. It's quite refreshing to be in a group where everybody is like-minded. It's difficult when you're fighting uphill by yourself. So yeah, man, it's good, man.
Yeah, bro. Yeah. This is a quiet sort of time at the minute, to be honest.
All right, then. Well, if I can ask a question, if you guys are okay with it, I'd like to know your views on what we would say the sun and the moon are. We can just go on to the stars and stuff, but just for a small introduction discussion of, like, what is it made of? How far away are they? I've got my own ideas of it. I'd just like to hear.
I would say for this panel, for this community, for this group of intellects here, I would say we make no claims about these things that are undefined, unexplained.
Yeah.
They're basically supernatural to our experience. So we try to stay out of controversies related to those things, other than we know that they work like a clock and a calendar. So other than that, how they synchronize over Earth and geographic locations in order for us to navigate with celestial navigation using a section and so forth, that doesn't work at all on the globe. So, like, that's one big deal right there, that how these luminaries are above us and that they land over the same geographical place that it's so well known. They printed them in the nautical almanacs that you take with you when you're navigating, right? So
yes.
So
my basic idea is somewhat rainbow-like, something that you can physically see but cannot physically touch. It's interpretable by at least one of your senses, as that we know of so far, but without further evidence. Like you guys wisely said, you can't speculate too much past that point, because we don't know.
We have a speculation Sunday, and we can speculate on anything like that on that day. Mostly, we always go into some sort of speculation here because of the topic that you just brought up and the other side adjacent topics, if you will, that are right next to it. That there's nothing wrong with us talking about those things, but when it just gets into some weird stuff like that, nobody can relate. And we got to keep in mind that the third party listener that wants to hear about the flat Earth and the whole topic of that and what we mean by it, and to clarify the presuppositions that most people come in here thinking that we believe something that is just cockamamie, if you will, just batshit crazy things that came from like the Flat Earth Society and things like that. So clear in the air, that takes a while sometimes, but that's what we pretty much do. And then separate the logic from the illogical. Like, it's pretty easy. And so we've honed our craft in order to use logic as a literal conversational weapon, if you will, figuratively speaking. But it works quite effectively, and I'll just yield the floor with that. Just make a little statement there.
So now I shall sit back, listen, observe, and only interject every so often if I need to know anything. Thanks a lot for the warm welcome, guys.
Right. So
now, Greens, with your level of understanding, Greens, you're good. You're completely good in here. In fact, you're going to be refreshed by the level of understanding. But
I already am, to be fair. Just being here, sorry.
So here's something, since I have a little bit of wind in me tonight, and I could speak for just maybe 5 minutes or so, and bring us up to chronological order, if you would, to bring some order to the room, if that's okay with everybody. So what I was going to bring up is how back in 2015, 2016, 2017, when I discovered the flat Earth and went out and checked for myself, what was brought forth by the Globers, if you will, is that their geometric horizon. They were saying that was what was visible. And we kept telling them back then that no, it's an optical effect. And you can't possibly be seeing a geometric horizon because it's changing hour to hour, minute to minute, day to day, right? So then they changed their tune. And now what they're saying since the Black Swan, because that was so intricately detailed as far as the locations of the rigs themselves as markers of distance only, that argument can't be refuted. So now what they went to, they switched, and now they're saying this. They're saying it's optical, but the geometric horizon is part of the part you can't. It's the part you can't see, but you're seeing basically a shadow of something that you can't see, and they're marking down doing things of having like 3 different horizons.
What kind of shit is that?
So they don't know the difference between water texture, like where waves are, possibly where the wind is hitting the water. They probably haven't been a fisherman and sat there and watched how the wind dips down and hits the water and makes it darker. They think those are freaking horizons. They can't tell the difference. So also check it out, and I'll be quick because this is the death knell. So when using their refraction, they've given up their geometric horizon, and or they've presupposed the radius in with their 7/6R calculation, which is just that, a calculation. And it can't be demonstrated that would just inflate the Earth to any size that you wanted it to. And no matter how far you see, it would flatten Earth out to look exactly like it is right now today outside my door. Boom. So that's where we stand now. They're saying that everything we see is a mirage, and that me as a sailor leaving a port, let's say from Los Angeles somewhere, maybe Marina del Rey near Santa Monica over there. Okay, so you're leaving on your boat and you see it's very clear out. You can see Catalina 26 miles offshore and you head towards it. You continue to go on. Now, at 26 miles, that thing should be like 500 feet, like cut off. Like half of the island shouldn't be visible. Yet, as you're sailing up, closer you get, you can see the lights from the cafe right on shore at Isthmus or Avalon. And sail all the way up and go on and touch the shore itself. I saw it the whole time myself. So when did it switch from a mirage to the real thing? Because I was seeing what I was looking at as a navigator. You have to rely on those things to triangulate your way along the coast. If you were to say that none of those methods of using a right triangle by either coastal navigation or celestial navigation, whichever way you want to use that right triangle, it still remains, it's a right triangle. It has to have the sides adjacent, especially what we call the adjacent. That has to be a flat horizon that you measure with your sextant, the elevation angle from. So you can't have a curved adjacent. That's the one you're traveling along. And I know I'm long-winded, and I hope I didn't lose too many of you, but thanks for letting me share.
Yeah, Greens. Yeah, you're on fire, Sonny. I was just wondering if Greens had heard of the Black Swan before, if he knows what you're on about.
No, I would like some introduction. I don't know. I've heard of it from a different perspective, but yeah, I'd like some information, please.
So, Greens, maybe you could tell us how you, because you've never told me this, how you come across the flat Earth first before we go into the Black Swan.
So basically, for me, most decipherable, for want of better words, conspiracy theory you normally find when you go down the rabbit hole. They are interconnected. These, again, for want of better word, conspiracy theories. They all seem to meet in a place, and with all the strange things you come across, you're a bit more open to the weirder and weirder things you find when you delve below the surface. For me, my flat Earth story is kind of the same as a lot of the people after 2000 stories. Like, you hear of it and you say, "Can't say that's not the way that's true." But then I'm a person, I like to entertain ideas until I can figure out what they mean to me. And the flat Earth, it just kind of, I try to attack it in a way. I'm saying that I'm gonna prove it to Bro, just like most other people starting out. And from that, I couldn't prove it was a ball. Everything I looked at, either you could calculate the same calculations from it being a ball or flat based on the English mathematics system, or it just came out as flat. And for me, I just found lots of overbearing evidence. And it was a time when I was studying the sky and the movement of the stars and positioning of everything and how everything worked. And when I applied studying the sky to the flat Earth, my brain, everything in my brain just fell into place. Click, 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 click. I can now pick out where this is, where that is, simply from basing myself on a flat Earth, looking up. It was just really easy, man. It's just really easy. Once you understand the basics of it, it becomes like, oh, okay, that makes sense. And that's why I see like this. Like I've become kind of a not garden, it's the garage scientist. Because a lot of things have led to other things, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's amazing. That's amazing. What a great story, man. Like, like it does kind of click in. Things click in. Like when I was listening to you speak just now, I was thinking in my head about what you were saying, and I imagined like how all these, let's say, the constellations, how they're always the same position and the same shapes, and then all of a sudden it clicks in. Also, even with literally astrology, which we don't consider, well, it's looking at the sky, but it's also looking at the sky with those angles of those shapes, of those whatever shapes they're saying they are, right? Whatever things they are, a crab or whatever, the sheep, two fish, whatever. Like all the astrological signs, those are all geocentric as well. They couldn't possibly have made something that was so static that you could make those pictures out and them stay the same and still be the same if we were wobbling and weaving through space at these infinite speeds.
Exactly. Exactly. You know, for anybody who might be listening who doesn't know what it's on about, if you just go on YouTube and just type the movement of the sun, the movement of the Earth according to the Milky Way galaxy, every which way and direction, there's forces completely opposing each other, going in crazy directions, and given enough time with the amount of speed that we're moving at, everything in the sky is supposed to be different from 1,000, 2,000 years ago. But the people of that time who studied the sky have the exact same sky as us. That's a big, very, very big question mark for people who believe otherwise.
Sure is. It's really it's so obvious, and it happens every single day, night and day. Like it happens. It's just part of our experience that we don't even contemplate like what we're actually seeing out there because we're so distracted. I think that's the whole thing. It's about the distraction part. Well, we all know this here as we snicker behind the scenes. And
Well, I believe science has factions, and I believe that within those factions, hi son, within those factions, you have people that are pushing the narrative. Hold on, hold on. You have people that are pushing the narrative, and from that narrative, they expect you to believe. Hold on, son. Hold on. Nice to see you. Give me this. From that perspective, pigeon that's wonderful. Okay, I'll talk to you in a second. Go. So, where was I? Yeah. Science is, people pushing a narrative, and it tricks you into believing that you're smart for listening to science when science literally tells you to not believe what your eyes are showing you. Science tells you to not believe in the reality you can see or feel and that you're living, but to believe these fictitious.
only what we're told by the priest of the sheeples.
Exactly.
Yeah, science has become a religion on its own. It's bag of beliefs.
What is say it again?
Sorry, I didn't hear that last part. What did you say?
I was saying that science has become a religion now, and you have to have belief, you have to have faith to believe in their gravity, to believe in their universe. So, we need to be very careful. And this is why I love this place, Greens, because I don't know if Sonny's up for it or CB, but the way that science should be defined should be by its actual definition, which is, I'll let Sonny, I'll let whoever explain, but the way that we deal with science here, people can't get away with theoretical science. People can't get away with pseudoscience here. We don't allow it.
Yeah, we strip it away. We strip the pseudoscience away from the true science. So there's a lot of things out there claiming to be science, like well, I won't name them all, but astronomy, cosmology, and astrophysics are three of them that don't have any viable hypothesis. They can't formulate an experiment or create an experiment. They don't have an independent control variable. All they have is a phenomenon, like we said about looking up at the sky. They just have a phenomenon, period. That's all we can tell about it. It behaves like an electric light moving in with a focal length, like pattern of like lengths. I see things in angles and things like that. Like, that's one thing we were talking about that might be interesting, but it is going into the weeds, and I don't want to get too far off. But the sun cannot be triangulated between. Once you get like two or more people, you lose it. You lose its position. It starts going like haywire. You can't position it anymore. And if it was some kind of focused beam, a focal point of an initial energy source, that would explain that part of it. That's my latest.
I do agree. I have a cousin who's currently in Malaysia, and this is another provable thing. So he's a practicing Muslim, and he asked me to give him the prayer direction from where I am in Montreal, Canada. So the prayer direction would be towards Saudi Arabia, and from Canada it is northeast. Now, for anybody who has ever seen on a globe would know that northeast is not the direction from Canada to Saudi Arabia. But if you put that on as a resource distant map,
but that's where they had to go, huh?
Then it makes perfect sense. But yeah, back to what you were saying about tracking the sun. You're perfectly right. From different geographic locations, it seems to be in a slightly different location depending on the observer.
Yeah, and that could literally be a function of some aspect of this container, the containerized system. We have no idea, like how far it is, what it's made of. Is it an optical material itself? Is that what is making up the barrier? Something solid and a lens-like thing? I just go with Genesis. Like, I go with the very beginnings of the creation story. Genesis right there says there was basically a bubble created. Now, if you will, I'm using modern day language, but that's what I would say. The waters from above were separated. So there's nothing you can say about it other than we live in a bubble here. I believe that to be true, and it fits my reality as far as anything I look around. The laws of nature, the thermodynamic laws, the gas nature laws, they all fit within that closed structure. The water vapor cycle, all of it fits in within that. It just like sinks right in, and you realize, holy crap. Now, if that's the case, even just speaking of gas pressure wise, that we're in just a completely contained system, and I know we're motionless. Your eardrum or your endolymph system in your inner ear tells you that you're stationary. Don't let them tell you any different. They try to. So I know we're not moving. There's no curvature. It like it just knocks it down like block by block by block, and there's nothing left of the globe, because if you're using nature itself outside of our doors, then that's all we need to go to when they ask for anything. Oh, you're asking for what we believe Earth is? That's when you go outside right now and go look yourself. That's the Earth we're talking about, and you have to continually remind them because they get lost in their own imaginations in between their eardrum, in between their ears. They get lost in the cranium, right? And they're in imagination really, really quickly because they're not thinking about all of this as if you just go outside and that's the world the flat earthers are talking about. No, they have some weird ideas, and it's spent hours, days, weeks, months, and years for some to sort it out for themselves, like what is real and what is not, even though they live in supposedly the same earth we do. They can't seem to tell the consequences of what that means for them right there on the ground where their feet meet the ground. Talk about a figurative horizon where your feet meet the ground.
I mean, basically just describe what's been on my mind a lot lately. Is this like it's just this weird spell that's on people. They can't seem to grasp the idea that we're talking about the same Earth as them. The one outside with sunsets, eclipses, and all these things that that stuff doesn't just stop happening. But there's like all these articles out there that say, "Oh well, if those guys were right, you'd see to China," and all these crazy ideas. Like it's like no, like, the Earth doesn't change. You change. Not gonna morph into some
Very
other
true.
thing. It's like that is
Very
no
true.
one gets that for some weird reason.
Let me elaborate on that a little bit. Yeah, you have to understand what humans are, and things that appeal to us. A follower, something that's simple and easy to do, calms their mind. It's like a frantic, let's say, dog for an it's very intelligent animal that isn't a human. For a good example. For example, a dog with no direction, very frantic and panicky. The master of the dog, having the dog in that state, is unhealthy for the dog, and is very poor of the master to keep the dog in such a frantic state. The dog needs order in order for it to feel safe, secure, be happy, healthy, have a good appetite, and lead a fulfilling life. So, in order for this, I love dogs, by the way, guys. That's why I'm using them as an example. Yeah, for a dog to be healthy and happy, a dog needs a structure. It must be walked to get some of the anxiety out of it, and it has to be stimulated. So the same can be applied to human beings. Human beings who are followers will always latch on to what they find easiest. Oh, well, there's two clubs you can join. One, you have to do all the hard work and put all the hard work in. The other, you can just, I don't know, go and get surgery and get some fake abdominal muscles put in. Which one is going to please a person that chooses the easy path? This is humans. This is just the nature of humans. It's difficult to fight your own cognitive dissonance, and you have to realize there was a point when we woke up, and before that point, not to say we were like everybody else, but before that point of knowing, we didn't know. And it's very difficult to talk about something you don't know, because as humans, what we don't know scares us, and we either want to attack it, destroy it, or flee from it. And I think this is why we get such horrendous, mindless, scripted responses from people, especially people that are spewing information back at you that we already know, because we all went to school. We were all taught about the ball and the moon landing and woo and all this. They don't get it that we've put in the work and the research and the effort and taken time out of our lives that we'll never get back, just so we can discover the truth of where we are. This is an environment specifically designed for us. Everything we need is here. Everything we need to thrive is here. Every single thing. The bricks that we use, the chairs in our houses, the metal from the pots, everything comes from within the earth. It doesn't come from anywhere else. Everything comes from the earth. Geocentric, azimuthal, equidistant earth. Everything is here for us. So you have to give them a break, man. I know it takes time speaking to people like, not to be disrespectful to them, but like babies and so forth. But, they need it, don't they? They need to be spoon-fed. And if you're here for it, and you've got time for it, which we all obviously have because we're passionate about it, then we kind of have to bear with them just a bit, try not to let it frustrate you too much. It's just it just is what it is, man. It's like trying to teach a person who grew up in I won't say a specific place, but grew up in a place where they have no education system, let's say, for example, and then teaching them reading and writing of English and Russian while teaching them football in English and Russian at the same time. It's going to be very difficult for that person, and this is kind of like what it is. Only people already on the path are going to latch on pretty quick and pretty easy. But for the rest of them, it's going to take time, guys. One person at a time, eh?
Well, people are under the influence of so much manipulation and so much brainwash that they're just, a lot of these people are now beyond saving. So I understand and I agree. Yeah, you need to take time with some people, but once people have heard the arguments, once people have had a chance, like now they've made a decision. They've made a decision to go the other way with it for social reasons or whatever else. But some people just, they'll never ever change.
It's easy. It's easy, isn't it? It's easy to follow the norm. It's easy to go with the crowd because you don't have to answer any questions. You don't have to use your brain. You don't have to rely on your life skills and your knowledge. It's just simple. You can just say, "Oh no, it's a ball," and just rely on everybody else to fill your arguments for you. And it's like you're superior because you're with the majority. It's just the easy option. And unfortunately, a lot of people choose the easy option. There's an old saying, I can't remember who says it, but it says, all it takes for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing. So, yeah, we just have to keep fighting, man.
Right.
I think you muted yourself,
Yeah, no, sorry, I was just in the chat, but that is a great point, though. I have a clip that I like to play from time to time. You hit the nail on the head there. You said a lot of things I agree with, and I've said before in my own ways. It's like for people, it's like peer pressure. It's just easier to just go with the crowd. You show up to a football game. Do you want to? It's like homecoming. You want to sit on the home side and cheer with the team, or do you want to get like spit on and be on the other side? It's harder to go sit on the other side, the opponent's side, and I think that that's something that a lot of folks here have is like the willingness and the ability to stand against the crowd, and it's not easy. It really is not easy to do. So I do have a clip that I could play that sort of highlights that if I could just dig it out. But that is a great point, though. I tend to agree with you there. We're not susceptible to the peer pressure like most people are, especially when it comes to a topic like this. Yeah, it's like there's tons of ridicule that comes along with it, and yeah, it just doesn't work on us. So, where is this clip?
Yeah, so my kids and that, man, because of the ridicule, because of the pressures, because how things aren't really changing, I'm not gonna wake my kids up to the truth. You know what I mean? If they come asking questions to me and they are interested in science and they have questions, then great, let's sit down, let's talk. But if they're not ready and they choose to be sociable and they choose to go that path, I'm not going to push an ideology onto them, even if it's the truth, because of that.
Well, because it's your God-given right. For people who may not believe in God, I don't know. It's your human rights. This is your property. This comes from your flesh. It's flesh of your flesh. Of course, you're allowed to influence the flesh of your flesh, the seed of your bosom. Of course, the next generation of your lineage. Of course, you're allowed to guide it in the way that you see fit because you've lived the life and you've come to a conclusion. How dare you not share that conclusion with the people who you hold most dear to you? Now, I agree with you. You don't have to force feed it to them. Obviously, that's a lot to take on. But you let them know what you believe because I guarantee you, when they're older, they will say, "Well, my dad used to say this, and well, my dad used to say that. Well, my dad's idea of the sun was this." Well, you know what I'm saying? It will help them. Not necessarily that you're trying to make them ascribe to it, but you're just being open about what you believe, whether they ask about it or not. You know.
Oh yeah, for sure. They of course they know. You know what I mean? I got my son singing my flat earth songs and shit. The point is, I'm not going to teach him. I'm not going to push it on them. Every time they talk about planets and space, that's fine. You know, I'll drop a little nugget here and there. But when they're ready, they need to come to me. But yeah, I was just saying.
understand now. You've elaborated a bit. Yeah. I
Yeah.
agree with you.
But yo, you got that clip, CB?
I do. Let's take a listen. It's just from Love 'em or Hate 'em. It's Hate talking about the ability and the willingness and the responsibility of saying no against the crowd. Let's take a listen.
Level. I don't know if you ever saw the study which linked people's testosterone level to their ability and capability to disagree with something. So they did a study which is pretty self-explanatory. The higher your testosterone level, the more likely you are to disagree with a point. And the reason for that is because, especially in older times, if you're going to disagree with something, you had to fight over it.
Yeah.
If you're going to say no to somebody or some tribe or some person, there's a high chance that you're going to have to fight that person. You have to defend your idea. If you don't have the propensity or the capability to defend your idea, then why would you go against the ideas of the people who are stronger than you? So reducing testosterone levels make men more compliant and more complacent because we're less likely to say no because we can't defend what we think. Why would we say you're wrong, but we can't do anything about it? We might as well just say, well, then you're right. Might makes right.
So I think that's an ability that a lot of the folks here have built up. Number one, we've said no against the crowd, and then we now, like he said there, like you have to be able to defend that no. So we've built up those skills as well. You know, we've, like Green's pointed out, there's tons of peer pressure and people saying, "Oh no, just come back. You know, don't go against the crowd." And we're like, "Nah, I'll go against the crowd, and here's why." So, yeah, it's not an easy thing to do. So if you've made it this far, I would reach over your shoulder and give yourself a little pat on the back. So, shout out to you guys. To have made it this far, you've got to have like your spine has to basically be made out of steel. You know, like, you have to stand up strong. You can't have the spine of a wet noodle, you know, or you'll collapse to the peer pressure. So, yeah, we don't do that around here. We don't collapse to the peer pressure.
We don't do that here.
Like, so, like, think about it, right? You know, in the past there was this idea of like dueling. You come across some other like person and, you know, a tribe member, and he's like, you know, we want this from you, and you're like, nah, I'm not giving it to you. Well, if you want to stand behind that, you're gonna have to maybe whip out your sword and duel this guy if you want to, you know, be able to say no. And so that's essentially what it's pointing out. Yeah, go ahead, Sonny. You want to respond to that?
I was gonna say, yeah, exactly that. So I can relate to that. If you kind of have to go back in time in your own mind, though, to imagine that, you know, saying no in the old days definitely minimally could be and get your ass kicked. I mean, you could come out either way on the end of that deal, but generally, you wanted to make sure you stand on solid ground before you could stand up straight on your own. So most people, you fall in line because it takes a lot of will. It takes a lot of strength, I think, and courage to say no to people,
Yeah.
no matter who they are. So yeah,
Look at how many times we've had literally dual people to defend that no. Like it's like a nonstop basis at this point. And I have some more clips about this too, actually, we can get into. I just need to convert them to an MP3 really quickly. But yeah, I mean, we have to duel people all the time. How come you guys are going against the crowd? Well, here's why. Oh well, I want to fight you. It's like, all right, fine. Get that sword out. Because we're fighting.
Yeah, like touche. You're trying to switch the burden of proof on me? I don't think so. No.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Sorry about that. You want- Okay,
Yep.
I'll get some blades out. These sound really cool too,
I love that. Yeah. Shout out to Sunny with the live sound effects of the duel in the background.
A live soundboard, man. That's me. No.
Very nice.
It's not everybody's cup of tea. But
No, that was great. That was great. I'll play these next two clips here. There's kind of the same thing, like how what we're doing is it's a tough thing to do anyway. It's like one of the you'll hear in the clip, he'll say this is like the toughest job to have. We can react to it once this is finished converting here. I'll throw it in the bot. Just give me a second here, folks.
no worries. You got the crowd back up, man. Let's keep it going. Keep it going, everybody. If you're watching and you get the link from Nightbot, if you're watching on YouTube, just click on that link. Come into the VC check-in one. Someone will be there right away. We'll let you speak in the voice channel. Come on in. Doesn't matter who you are, what you think or believe. It doesn't matter. Just come on in and we'll talk about it.
Yes, sir. All right, I think I got it ready. Let's take a listen, and we can react to it after.
The anti-establishment people are the most annoying people in the world. You know why? Because all they do is ask questions. And there's nothing more annoying to the establishment than those who ask questions.
You know, some people
Nothing.
might say that what that is also called is getting red pilled.
Yeah, of course.
Right. So
Yeah.
whether it's politically,
just
whether
women.
it's in relationships, it's like the understanding of like everything that you thought that you knew, maybe it ain't that true. Everything that the government told you, everything that we learned during the last couple of years, hey, you can trust this, trust the science, trust Fauci, trust whatever. Who got canceled? People asking questions. Yeah, I don't know about this.
Wear that mask.
Hold on. You're telling me the Wuhan lab? What? We can't talk about this lab leak? Well, okay.
Yeah.
You can't talk about the mask thing? You can't talk about, hold on, women are supposed to be, everything nice, sugar and spice and everything nice. Hold on, we can't hold these women accountable? Hold on, women deserve less? Why? Why is that? This is getting red pill. So in many facets, what we talk about is becoming a free thinker.
because of probably, I will say, 1,000 anti-establishment people in the last 270 years in America. That's why. And those 1,000 anti-establishment guys fought for you and I, and they've never met you. You'll never meet them. You don't even know what they went through. You don't know how they targeted their families, all this other stuff. You and I are able to have this conversation because the world still has few anti-establishment guys that can be bought and can be bullied. Power to those guys that are not afraid to fight.
Yeah.
Power. By the way, do you know what is the ultimate riskiest job in the world? You know what's the riskiest job in the world? Position. What is the riskiest position in the world?
Very good question.
It's not a president.
Politician?
Anybody that's loud, vocal, fighting against the establishment. It's the riskiest job in the world.
Of course, they'll cancel you.
Period.
Yeah. We've seen it.
Yeah.
Andrew Tate.
Yeah. Andrew Tate, Ryan Dawson.
Yeah.
You know, like if you talk about anything that challenges the establishment and you have a big enough platform, or you talk about certain taboo subjects, they're going to cancel you. So, yeah.
Yep. That's it. I mean, he's like, I love that clip. That's Patrick Bet David PBD. He was on Fresh and Fit talking about this stuff too. You know, it's a risky position to be loud and asking questions and
telling the truth and standing from truth too, and coming forth like a dagger. Like people don't like that. So Sometimes you would have to be careful, and like if you're really sunny like I am, you might have to dim your bulb just a little bit in order to pass through certain areas of the realm, if you know what I mean. Like,
Right. No, I do know what you mean, right? Because when you're loud and you're vocal and you're going against the establishment, they'll try to cancel you. Uh, no, that's why it's risky, but it's important. It's an important thing to do. And he says like shout out to those people that are out there that are still loud and vocal and going against the establishment. That's folks like yourselves here in the panel.
yeah. So wouldn't you think that would be the ultimate goal to have, is to be where whatever, even if they did cancel you, that you're still going to make it no matter what. So they don't like that. It's a very interesting dichotomy we have this day and age in this world. It's really odd, like that these different elements of all of our minds would come together at this particular point. Like, for instance, CB and I, 2017. I had lived a lot more life in years than CB did, but nonetheless, it really isn't about a timing thing. It actually is about a timing thing only, I should say. That is totally about timing of ourselves, but I think it's very rare that we would all end up in this situation that we have right now, thinking about the topics we're thinking about and actually discussing them in the way we are. So I think there's something to be said, because if people hear my voice across the airways right now, or whatever that is, then this fact is evident. What I say is true.
Yeah,
Message
well,
it's still getting through. We're using their they're allowing us, if no matter how you look at it, because think about it, some countries don't have the ability to go online and talk to each other, people from all over Earth, like we do, people in the UK all the way down to Australia, everywhere in between, all of the Americas basically. So far and wide, so there's no way they're going to shut down masses of people. Can you imagine how many people there are? If you would just take the data stream and magnify it to how much data is streaming through those undersea cables right now, this very second, and how much of it is talk about flat Earth. There's no way to compute that. It could be magnitudes of times more than we could possibly imagine. What will they do then? And there seems to be this eerie kind of feel in the air. I don't know about you guys, but it feels. Is it a holiday today? I could have totally missed it. It might have actually been a holiday, but I don't know. It felt like a holiday, like it was like a weekend Monday, and not just a regular Monday. Very odd feeling in the air. Anyone else experienced anything like that lately or ever?
A little bit over the weekend, I think, but we did just cross over the equinox,
Solstice.
right? Or, yeah, the
The
solstice.
equinox? Yeah. The autumnal.
Well, talking about timing, Sonny, all I know is seeing this Rumble button here. I think that's great timing. I'm so happy to see that we're on Rumble, because being able to deafen the YouTube, I think, is going to help this place massively.
Yeah, and if you...
Let's get ready to rumble!
I'm sorry.
I like it. It's
I had to do it.
exuberation. I like the exuberation. Boom, bam, boom. Roll.
I can't wait to. Yeah, I'm excited. We're not quite there yet, but yeah.
I was going to say, I heard you while I was on my bike ride earlier.
Oh, good.
I was listening to you the whole time, actually. And what were you saying? Oh, man. Oh, about Rumble. Yeah. And and about going on there. It's very exciting. The time we went on there, it was a whole different feel. We got everybody is, open camera, and sitting there having a real conversation with each other.
Yeah. I'm gonna deafen the YouTube real quick.
Or just go ahead and suffer your own persecution by yourself, solo. Back to YouTube. Here we go.
I know, right? Hey, we're back, friendly as ever. Yeah. But like, obviously, like, shout out to Myron, man. Like, he's poured his heart out there. Yeah. Oh, what's up, Drace? Drace in the panel, my boy Draco.
Hey.
Hey, Grace.
Yeah.
I'm just having fun with ChatGPT. I'm arguing with it for fun. I was playing around with Coriolis, and you know how they like to argue that the air is holding the objects and moving with the rotation?
Yeah.
I was going to destroy that in a couple of different ways and have the AI help me with that. But all of a sudden I thought, wait a minute. When we drop objects in a vacuum, it's now been completely unhooked from the inertial reference frame and should not be moved with the air. So, according to the AI, that makes total sense. That means that whenever you drop something in a vacuum, it cannot fall directly down. It'll always curve to the side. Do we see this? No.
Yeah. Wow. So okay, that's fantastic.
So let me read this out here. So if there is nothing to help move the falling object, like the air, such as a vacuum cleaner, then we would see more Coriolis, since now it's separated from the inertial reference frame. Correct? The response is yes. In a vacuum chamber or any environment where there is no air resistance or other forces to help move the falling object, the Coriolis effect would be more pronounced. In this scenario, the object would be separated from the inertial reference frame, non-rotating reference frame, of the Earth, and the Coriolis effect would act as the primary factor influencing its trajectory. As the object falls in the absence of external forces, it would experience a noticeable deflection due to the Coriolis effect, causing its path to curve from the perspective of an observer within the rotating reference frame of the Earth. This deflection would be more apparent in a vacuum environment where there are fewer external forces at play. So, to observe the Coriolis effect more clearly, you would want to eliminate or minimize any external forces, such as air resistance, that could interfere with the object's motion, as is the case in a vacuum chamber.
Yeah, I've been having so much fun with it. I was like, I went over the gyroscopic effect. I'm like, now if I take a big ball and then place the gyroscope spun up on the outside of the ball, I started by asking it if it understood the gyroscopic effect. So the housing is flush with the big ball, and then I move the gyroscope along the surface of the ball. The gyro will change orientation since it's going to remain rigid in space, and if I spin the ball slowly as it spins, it would also deviate the housing from its starting position. Correct? You can read the rest.
And so the response is yes, your description is correct. If you place a gyroscopic device, such as a gyroscope, on the outside of a rotating ball, then move the gyroscope along the surface surface of that ball, the gyroscope will indeed change its orientation because it remains rigid in space. Similarly, if you spin the ball slowly, it would also cause the gyroscope's housing to deviate from its starting position. This behavior is a consequence of the gyroscopic effect, which causes the gyroscope's axis of rotation to remain fixed in space. When the gyroscope is mounted on a moving or rotating platform, such as the rotating ball in your scenario, any changes in the orientation or motion of the platform will be reflected in the gyroscope's housing, and it will respond accordingly to maintain its rigidity in space. Your description illustrates the principle that gyroscopes are sensitive to changes in orientation and motion, which makes them valuable tools for applications such as navigation, stabilization, and measurement of angular changes.
Yeah, it's a death blow.
Could you? I'm actually really impressed by the responses that the Chat GPT can come up with. So, like, could you honestly, the gyro stuff is a bit out of my wheelhouse. Even though I just read the whole thing out loud, could you maybe kind of like sum it up, like if you were telling it to a child, Jace?
Yeah. Basically, when you spin the gyroscope up, it's like a spinning top within the housing, and when you spin it up, it starts exhibiting the gyroscopic effect, or wants to remain rigid in space. So if you take the housing and you twist it, the inside will twist against your twist and remain rigid, like upright.
Okay.
And that's how they can use it as artificial horizons, so they can't see the horizon, so they're flying in a cloud. But even if they change the angle of the plane, they can see that in the gyroscope because the housing got twisted. And so they realize, oh, the horizon is up there, so we gotta angle it back up. And that's why the gyroscopic is so crucial in missiles, and we used it in airplanes, and it's all over the place.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So, like, when it comes to the Bob's gyro thing, like, What's that all about? Because they're
Oh,
always like,
that's
thanks,
another
Bob.
one. I already did that one. Let me
Okay.
find that one.
All right, cool.
Okay, this is the second one. Or is this the first one? Yeah, okay. Here it is. Because I didn't know if the AI understood the recent research or if this was just recently discovered or not, but apparently it's within its data set. So I asked that. Recent research shows that the Sagnac effect can pick up short linear motion. Were you aware of this? And he's like, yes, I'm aware that recent research has explored the use of the Sagnac effect to detect short linear motions. The Sagnac effect, originally discovered by George Sagnac in 1913, is a phenomenon related to the interference of light beams in rotating interferometers. It is often associated with the rotation of the apparatus, and that's why people think, oh, it proves rotation. In recent years, researchers have found that the Sagnac effect can also be sensitive to linear motions, particularly when using highly sensitive interferometers. This sensitivity to linear motion can be harnessed for various applications, including the measurements of linear accelerations and displacements. By carefully analyzing the interference patterns generated by the Sagnac effect, researchers can extract information about linear motion and accelerations, even in the cases where rotational motion is absent or negligible. This discovery has led to the development of new types of sensors and measurement devices that can detect both rotational and linear motions with high precision. It has potential application in the fields such as inertial navigation, geophysics, and precision meteorology. So, naturally, I ask it about orbit, but it's too dumb to realize that I'm asking it about orbit. Okay, so it would pick up being on a rotated ball, but also if it was moving in a big circle, so big the path would appear linear, right? Yeah, that's correct. You have an interferometer or a device sensitive to the Sagnac effect mounted on a platform that is either rotated or moving in a large circular path. The effect of the platform's motion can be detected by the interferometer in the case of a large circular motion. The path may appear linear over a short distance, and the Sagnac effect could detect this linear motion. That means there's no orbit, there's no galaxy, there's no moving from the center of Big Bang. It's all debunked. All they're seeing is the apparent motion of the stars and some weird deflections relative to where the position of the sun is. That's what we see in the Sagnac effect, and that's how we use it to navigate.
Shout out to ChatGPT, man. What, like, turning into a flat earther? Let's go.
It is a flat earther underneath all of it. When it's logical, it's a flat earther. And so what they had to do was stuff a bunch of irrational shit on top of it and weigh the globe so heavily that if it thinks I'm arguing for flat earth, or if it thinks I'm questioning the globe, it'll start spouting all sorts of nonsense. So generally I have to be like, here's a hypothetical. Like, not thinking about the earth, just so you know, I'm just thinking about this other thing.
Yeah, little old me. Yeah, that's funny. Nice, dude. Yeah, I've seen you've been working with the ChatGPT stuff for a while, so that's really cool. Good to see people out there, doing their thing, different areas. So not my area, I will say. It doesn't interest me as much, but I do like it. So keep up the good work, Trace. That's funny. Have you presented this to any Globies, or have you had any responses?
No, not really. I'm just I like arguing with ChatGPT because it always says, "Oh, I'm wrong. You're correct."
Oh, I love that, man. You just like, that's great. Program it to just apologize for the globe all the time. Put little clips together like that.
No, it continues to apologize for the globe and try to push it and argue for it, and then I'm just like, "Oh, that's a fallacy. That's not correct." And he's like, "Oh yeah, I apologize. You're correct. It works like this. It works like this."
Wow, that's like you Jedi mind trick him
I love it.
For
I love it.
for instance, I was wondering, like, what about the air pressure and is this the one? Let's see if this is the one. Yeah, basically, this is one of them. Basically, I was trying to get it to think about the gas and the gigantic ball moving into the gas on one side and displacing the gas on the other side. And apparently, according to the AI, that would cause insane heating on one side and cooling on the other side, on top of the pressure conditions that would kill all life. That's the orbit. Not only that, but I asked it to calculate for me 9.8 meters per second is about 21.9 miles per hour. And so if we give them the ability for gravity to pull down gas at full force, we'll even we'll triple the gravity on gas just to hold it on the ball. But just the motion in the orbit alone is so fast that it would leave all the gas behind. The gravity is not strong enough to pull the gas down compared to the motion of the ball.
Yeah, exactly.
Got off the chat GPT. How long has it been? It's been like, let me Google how long it's been out because it's like this was really hot. I don't know, like fairly recently. How long has chat GPT been around?
Should have it program a little song, a little ditty about how, like, I'm not that smart. I still think the earth is a ball. Ha 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 ha. I'm not that bright.
We haven't even hit the 1 year anniversary. So
I'm not that bright, but I'm not the dimmest bulb in the lot. Cha cha cha.
You can even think of it like this. They say that Earth's escape velocity is 25,000 miles per hour, but the Earth itself is supposed to be moving at 66 and 600 miles per hour. So, like, hello, like it's going way faster.
66,000, isn't it? Let's see.
Yeah, they rounded up to 67,000, but it's actually 66 and 600 miles per hour.
Probably 6667070. No surprise there. The 66.670.
yeah, it's like how come everyone turns a complete blind eye to that stuff. They're like, oh no, 666, no, that's totally
No
fine.
problem at all. No problem at all. Listen, I got some really strange numbers from certain organizations, and I don't have to mention which ones, but very strange numbers for me, in particular. Considering how long ago that I got some of these numbers, I guess they're consider them donations or something. I don't know what they are, but anyway, thanks for giving me these numbers.
It's also clear that there's it's also clear that there's an anti-flat earther working for OpenAI, and because I've turned it into a flat earther multiple times, and they keep patching it and making it worse. And I asked it, can you get an elevation angle from a curved adjacent? And it's like, yeah. But
Yeah.
after a while of like me saying no, this is wrong, like, and this is how it works, and it's like, oh yeah, you're right, I'm wrong.
You're right.
Eventually, it gets to this point where I'm like, it keeps saying there's spherical triangles being used, but I've already made it describe exactly how it works, and there's no spherical triangles there. So I'm like, you're incorrect again. It does not use spherical trigonometry. It uses a flat baseline to the star's GP deep in outer space under the star. It was done on top of the globe without using any of its curves. Then it was transposed into the center of the Earth and surrounded by the celestial sphere. Now they have the two straight lines and a straight line from the star down to the GP. There's no spherical triangles here. And he's like, yeah, I was inaccurate. You can't trust a word this AI says. You just gotta
That's wild.
be very, very critical of everything it says and dig real deep because it is a dumbass on the surface.
That's funny.
Interesting stuff, though. That I've never encountered. I bet that is kind of amazing to go through that process, like as an intellectual kind of matter, to like ponder about. Well, this thing's making some kind of tactics, and is operating on with a certain parameter.
Yeah,
and trying to decipher what that is mysterious.
It literally will lie to you and use fallacies to justify what it is programmed to justify. So I recommend ChatGPT for every flat earther. Argue with it about the globe, and call it out on its fallacies and tell it it is wrong, because it is, and it will admit that it is wrong and that you are right.
Wow, really? That's pretty cool. It's called Chat GPT.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll look it up. I'm not gonna do it right now, but I'll remember it.
The only place where it cannot really admit it's wrong is on the specific things that it was programmed to believe. The globe, for instance. So it cannot explicitly tell you that it's debunking the globe, but it can debunk the globe very easily.
Yeah, interesting. So couldn't you do a recording of that? And I think maybe you've done some of that before, where you're asking it, "Hey, Chat GPT, blah blah blah, is the Earth flat?" And then go into the, it's like, no, according to the blah 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 blah, whatever they go to, then you could say, well, isn't that a presupposition? And then you could go through that line of reasoning, right, and
That's
find
a
out
great idea.
they end up
I'll do that.
they end up
I'll
going
make
to a fallacy.
Yeah, I'll make two AIs do that, and I'll do all my things in two AIs, and then I'll just post it on my YouTube.
That'd be awesome, man. That'd be awesome. I didn't know you could. I didn't know you could do two of them. I just thought you had to do human to computer, but no, AI to AI, huh?
Yeah, I can just tell the AI that's playing me to what to say and what to do. So
there you go.
Same way I tell the other one to do whatever.
But it's interesting how, it must become really obvious how they're slanted, like a crooked pinball machine.
There are also it has logic within it, so it can be logical, but in order to do that, you kind of need to prompt it and lock away all the fallacies and lies and all this stuff, and just make it be purely logical, and then it can actually employ the logic and see the fallacies in the globe rhetoric and whatever.
Funny, you have to train it. That's kind of funny, dude.
Yeah, it is kind of funny.
It's like
train it to think logically. I wonder if it'd blow a fuse eventually. You train it to become logical. If it would just eventually just like short circuit somewhere in there.
Error.
There must be a way to make it short circuit. Oh, that'd be good to know that.
Yeah, look at the thing I just posted there. This is my prompt to make it analyze a Glober's argument and not be retarded. So it thinks it's arguing against me. And it thinks it's helping me, and it's just playing a devil's advocate, and none of this is real.
I'm like genuinely amazed that it can do all this stuff. Like, I'm impressed, I will say. I'm impressed. So, and then I guess, it's you doing most of the work, Trace, That's the impressive part too. You have to set it up to do this, which is like a whole next level too. Because most people, they're like, "Oh, what's 2 + 2?" Like try to use it for their math homework or whatever. But you're actually like setting it up to. That's a lot of criteria, and you have to train it. So I'm impressed, man. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, really. Send that out into the shockwave.
It's like training your woman. I mean, like your dog. I mean, just just kidding. But no, it's impressive, dude. I mean, ideally, like say you had a friend, right? Like you met someone new. You kind of want to train them to behave a certain way around you, or like your girlfriend or whatever. Like you're kind of having to do the same thing, training it how to behave. So, it takes a good master, if you know what I mean. So shout out to Drace.
Yeah, if I had an API, I could make it always do this, but with the public version, as long as you just copy paste something like this, you could save it in a text document. And then you copy paste this and ask it for things, and it'll act like this for 3 to 5 messages, and then it'll just get worse and worse.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, but if you have the API, you can make it do it all the time. And it just costs some money, and I need to upgrade my computer, and after that, I might spend some money on it.
Yeah, I remember that when it first came out, people were using like cheap versions or like free versions and stuff like that. I never really got too involved, but it's only been
I'm
out
still
since.
using the free versions mostly, except for the voice cloner.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, your voice cloner is funny. It hasn't even been out a year. And hey, Digress, I see you popped in the back door there.
Hey, so would this AI wrestle with you or try to counter these things like using only sound logic? Would it like be questioning you or wait a second, like this part? AI Drace always explains how it is fallacious. Like, what would that thing say? Like about that?
You see, I posted what its response is to that argument with that context. It's like that's a burden of proof shift, and
I see. Okay, I did read that. Okay, I get what you're. All right. Well, that's awesome, man.
Yeah, I like it. Keep up the good work. Too bad Globers can't be more like, yeah, trained. They're like the.
if they started to use these tools, they would just break. They would just become flat earthers.
Can you imagine? And I still think there's no way but for entropy to occur because in order for them to do the keep up of like somebody countering pure logic like that, then there'd be no way they could get over that hump if they were trying to avoid that or trying to avoid being called out on their logical fallacies. You know what I mean? Jelly bean.
It's funny how you highlighted like Drace was like, "Oh, after 3 lines it'll break." That kind of sounds like our opponents. They can barely make it 3 lines. The script is bad.
I also ran through some of the proofs, like the black swan and the laser tests, and according to the AI, we are correct, and these things would adequately determine for once and for all.
Hell yeah! So no refraction cope. That's good.
Well, I destroy their refraction cope because in mine, for instance, with the laser tests, we have laser tests where we have known conditions on both sides of the lake, and so he says you are correct in your analysis in the hypothetical scenario you've described, where you have known and identical atmospheric conditions on both sides of the lake, and the laser beam starts and ends at the same height above the ground. The laser beam should not hit the target 20 miles away. This is because, as you've explained, any atmospheric condition that might cause the laser to refract down at one point would be expected to cause it to refract up by an equal amount at the other point, given that the conditions are identical. And he's not even factoring in the curve there that I tried to tell him. He's just a dumbass.
Stupid. Interesting, but stupid.
And with the other one, I basically used, for instance, if you took an infrared camera, I'll just read it out. Here's a hypothetical scenario to prove the Earth is a globe, using two identical optical devices with only difference being one is infrared. Infrared wavelengths refract far less than visible light. We can see further than the geometric horizon due to refraction. The geometric horizon should be 1.22 miles away from 1 foot observer height, but it appears to be over 10 miles away. So 90% of the distance is only viewable due to refraction. So using the different wavelengths, the horizon should always be closer to the geometric horizon in these conditions in infrared, correct? And he's like, yes, in this hypothetical scenario you've described where the two have identical optical devices with only difference being one is infrared, you are correct. Infrared wavelengths generally experience less atmospheric refraction compared to visible light wavelengths. As a result, when observing the horizon using infrared optical devices, the apparent horizon would typically be closer to the geometric horizon, especially when compared to the visible optical device. This phenomenon aligns with the understanding that the atmospheric refraction can extend the visible range and make distant objects appear higher than they should be due to the curvature of the Earth, but by using different wavelengths. You can identify and demonstrate that the horizon appears closer to the geometric horizon when observing in infrared. Oops, it's actually the opposite in reality, buddy. But it just proves my point. They could prove the curve if they wanted to. They could prove their ad hoc excuses of refraction if they wanted to. But when we look at it and check it out, it just doesn't support them. And so naturally, they don't want to.
It's almost like it's better arguing with this stinking GPT than a real like live person sometimes, which is kind of funny.
Yes, yes,
I know.
that's literally what it feels like. That
You don't-
ChatGPT is more intelligent than the average globe believer. It is more honest.
It doesn't get butthurt.
It doesn't get
have a butthole.
butthurt.
That's
It
really
actually concedes. It doesn't have the psychological problems that the most globe believers have. That's the difference. Even though it does lie, it does use fallacies. When you point them out, it's just like, yeah, I did use a fallacy there. You're right. I was wrong.
Oh shoot! Checklist of how many times you're right or wrong versus the Chat GPT. Oh, do a
It's good
checklist.
that you're building this catalog, Drace, because I wonder maybe in the future we can use it to kind of hold them accountable. Like if they start saying something like they start coping as a response, you're like, well, look, here's what Chat GPT said about the, here's their response. Like, what do you think about that? So keep cataloging these and make sure they're documented and archived somewhere.
Yeah, I'm saving these. What I'm doing right now is just practicing talking to it and formulating my questions to it in such a way that it avoids it getting triggered. And so in that way, it can actually respond logically, concisely to my query. And then when I have all those ready, I want to get a pad. I want to just go out. I want to have Flat Earth music, and then have the AI on the pad, and then just be like, yeah, like, because a lot of Globers just don't know shit, and they're like, yeah, I think I know everything, but I don't really know anything. and then when you can ask the AI, and the AI is like, yeah, you're wrong, and they're like, oh shit, I guess you're right, because the AI is saying I'm right and they're wrong.
Yeah, I can't imagine them really arguing with Chat GPT, because like they already sort of want this Oracle hive mind type of thing out there with all the answers. Like, so here it is. So what, are you going to argue with me or Chat GPT? So yeah, it would be cool to is there a way to get this in a voice, like have it talk to you, or I guess you could just have
Yeah.
it read out.
Just like with my voice clones,
You
I
can.
can. That's why I got the voice clones. You can hook it up so that all this text is then transported into the voice clone, and the voice clone then creates an audio file. I could then throw that into my soundboard and just play.
Text to speech AI stuff. Good stuff. Well, could be used for you, but it's fun stuff anyway.
Yeah, like we could use that for content here in the stream, you know?
Well, we have kind of. Hasn't Wave Mixer made something where we had Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about some stuff?
Oh yeah, I've heard that. Go in the VZ chicken. But like, yeah, no, like we could use it to have it'd be funny to have like a Glober in here and have it argue against ChatGPT and see how that goes. That'd be really interesting.
My
Thought about
dream,
that.
my dream is once I have a good computer and I can buy the API. I wanna, because I've turned the ChatGPT into a flat earther many times, and it's got a bunch of decent flat earth arguments. Not the greatest. They're like 2015, 2016 arguments, but if I want to feed it all of our good arguments and all of my ripping normal ChatGPT apart, and then feed it all of that so that it turns into this super Indio with everything like right at its fingertips. And then I would like to create a room or something where the Globers can just sit there and talk to the AI and have all their questions answered. I don't have to repeat myself.
Right. Well, there's good times ahead, man. We've got a lot of things on the agenda for the future. That's a good thing to have. There's in the Fresh and Fit server, I think they have a bot room where you can kind of like ask questions like, hey, who gave me this role, and what does this role mean? Like, why do I have this? In there somewhere. But yeah, it'd be cool to have something like that around here too. I like that. I'll find that channel. I'll see if I can, if you guys are interested, I can find it. But yeah, that would be neat. And then same thing, with the Rumble stuff. Future's looking bright.
Yeah, things are going well. I have good hopes for Rumble. It's a good platform. It just doesn't know my preferences yet, so it's not as nice as YouTube in that way. Because I have so many, because YouTube doesn't recommend me any good stuff. It just, I have so many good people subscribed with a notification, so I find stuff in my feed. That's the only reason why YouTube's still usable.
True. Hey, Sprinter, I unmuted you for a moment. What's up, man? What's going on?
Does this mic work? Well then, down mic.
Earth to Sprinter. Can you hear us? I'm going to pop you back on mute if you don't chime in. Going once. Going twice. Well, shoot me a message in the lobby, Sprint, if you want to chime in. I'm always curious to find out how people make their way here. Did he leave? Yeah, he left. Jeez. You don't just trip and fall into the boonies, all right? This topic is way out in the sticks. You don't just randomly find yourself there. So I'm always curious to find out how people make their way here. Oh, I was just looking. Yeah, Cap. It doesn't work like that. Kind of like it's like if you're like a bartender and someone just rolls into your bar and they sit down. Like, hey, well, can I get you a drink? They're like, no, I'm just here. No, you ain't. You better hit the door. We don't serve we only serve paying customers around here, so you know what, I think I have a clip for that too.
Good afternoon, sir.
Water.
Water?
Yeah, water.
Well, we only serve paying customers, so you'll have to order more than water. If you're broke, go somewhere else.
Pretty much, folks. Pretty much. So if I'm not here, or you guys happen to be here, someone new pipes in. Don't let them fool you. They didn't just trip and fall in here. It never happens like that. It's always a rhyme and a reason. I know there's a lot of zombies out there just kind of walking around with no rhyme, no reason. But this topic is way too far out for people to just like, oh no, I just passing through. No, you ain't, dude. No, you ain't.
Yeah, we get common types. We get like the curious types, which are the best types.
Yep.
We get the abusive types who just want someone who they think is justified to abuse. We get the sadistic types who just like to laugh at somebody and we're acceptable to laugh at. We get the psychotic types because, again, we're acceptable to abuse. Same with the sociopathic types. So we get the whole dark triad here. And we have to deal with them. But we're getting pretty good at that. And it's not like we let them just run wild.
There's even more, Drace, and I'm sure you could have kept going. There's the interviewer type. That's one of my least favorite types. And they're capping hard, too. They'll be like, oh, I'm just here asking questions.
Stop the cap!
No, you ain't. Okay.
Yeah, they come in with all these preconceived ideas on like how this is gonna go.
Yeah, right. They think they're the ones, leading the dance, right? I've said before many times that this is like Dancing with the Stars. They're like the F-list actor, the D-list actor, and they've come here trying to learn how to do the merengue, the tango. And so, no, we've done the rodeo many times, so we will be leading the dance, not you.
Yeah, it's the analogy I would make is they are like a dweeb who's played UFC games his whole life, and now he wants to go in the ring with the UFC champ.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. I love MMA, so I love that. That's true. That's so funny. Yeah, man. And they've watched no film too. That's what I find really embarrassing. Like, if you're actually going to fight someone, scheduled fight, boxing, MMA, whatever, probably be a good idea to study the film, know their moves, look at their tendencies, their strengths, their weaknesses, and see if you can capitalize on those things. Nope, they don't do that. And you know what's funny? There's film. We have so much film. Like, there's 3,000 plus episodes on YouTube. People can go and learn how things come here, how things go down here. And they can come prepared, but they don't. And like Dre said, they come here thinking like they start projecting how it's gonna go, and it's like no, it never goes that way. So yeah, the interviewer types are one of my least favorites because they'll be like, "Oh, I'm just asking questions. You know, I'm a third party. I'm not really involved." And then as soon as you start like, you know, you start pressing certain arguments like gas pressure, they start pushing back. They're like, "Oh no, actually." It's like, wait a minute, I thought you were the interviewer. Oh, now you're defending, huh? Yeah, so that the interviewer wig falls off real quick. I never believe them when they say that. Oh, I'm just here asking questions.
Stop the cap.
Biggest lies. True, in my opinion. Go ahead, Trace. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's a form of sea lining. Asking questions with pretend civility. You're just trying to find something to use against them.
Yeah, honestly, I don't even believe that there's like this third party position. Like, I I think most people start from the same starting place as everyone else. Big
Yeah,
room, Grace. Yeah,
I
go
think
ahead. Go ahead.
I think when they try to pull this, I'm in a neutral ground, then you just like go hard. Like you don't believe in the globe. You think all that shit, that's bullshit. No, I don't think it's bullshit. Well, okay, so you're a glober then. Well, I mean, I believe. Yeah, you're not in the middle.
Hell no. Yeah, no. And I think that it might be a defense mechanism, but maybe those types have been around for a while and they recognize that a lot of what we do is like um rebuttaling those original claims. So they want to try and skip past that and start with, okay, so you guys have the claim. It's like, no, 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 no. Absolutely not. And they don't realize that when it comes to things like the Black Swan too. Sorry, Ether, did you want to say something? Or I saw someone light up.
I was just gonna agree with what you were saying. They're trying to play games because they know that if they lay any form of claim, they're going to be nailed to it. So they try and play a game where they don't make claims, but the claim's already been made. It's too late.
There you go, Ether, dude. Yes, dude.
Yep.
100%.
So it seems like they just walk right into it. Like they've planted a noose for themselves and they step right into it every time. And so it's really interesting to watch somebody construct this elaborate freaking cage that drops down, or what do they call it? What do they call this in stage? They call it something. I can't think of the name, but anyway, where the bottom falls out from their floor. A booby hatch. There you go. But they just make their own booby trap, and then they just step right into it. It's really and the showcase of that is actually when you have people like, well, not to mention names, but certain individual that didn't understand after 8 or 12 times of being explained the Black Swan, still didn't even understand what the concept, what the topic was about.
Yeah.
All those times, over and over and over again.
That was embarrassing. Yeah, I remember.
I'm sorry.
Ether Chris hit the nail on the head there. I wanted to piggyback off of that a little bit. Like, that's why I came up with the BYOB thing. They're like, they'll be like, oh, well, I didn't claim Radius. Ding dong. We're not waiting around for you to make that claim. It's already been made. It's already made. That's why they're trying to shame us into going back into this old claim. We don't need you as an individual to show up and you make the claim. It's already on the table for everyone to see. So yeah, they want to skip past all of that and start with, okay, no, you guys have the new claim. No, we don't, dude. And that's one thing most people don't realize with the Black Swan, that it's a rebuttal. It's not just like some random argument we just came up with out of the blue. It started with a claim that was already on the table, geometric horizon. Then we had a rebuttal to that. Oh, well, there's optical effects, there's lots of variables. for why the horizon moves. And then they didn't believe that. They were like, "Oh, you guys are just stupid, perspective, blah 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 blah." Okay, fine. You want the real smoke? Black Swan. And they're like, "Oh!" Everyone starts running around with their head cut off.
The best part about that is they always, or almost always anyway, miss the point. They'll start pointing out bendy cranes and think they got a gotcha on that thing. It's like, that's literally our point, though.
Yeah, and they chuck out, like, they literally chuck out their original premise. Like, you don't hear anybody going, "Okay, so well, the geometric horizon's actually there, blah blah blah." They're like, "Oh well, here's why it's not there." It's like, dummy, that's that's our whole premise. That's the whole point. Stupid. Like, there is no geometric horizon. That's the whole point. They're like, "Oh, but it is optical and blah blah." It's like, yeah, dude, you sound like me in 2017. Stupid. Like, they don't realize it. It's so funny. We literally need to take like a trip, school field trip back to 2017 with these goofballs and show them, look, this was the argument. When you say things like, "Oh, well, there's a reason why you can't see the geometric horizon," you sound like me.
Yeah, they were literally saying, well, you can see with your eyeballs boats going over the curve of the horizon. That this is an ancient Greek argument.
Yep. And then Black Swan comes out and they're like, "Yeah, well, they just throw that
No.
argument out the window." Yeah, they go, "No, well, no." It's like, wait, what the hell, dude? Oh, this is crazy. The 2017, our
But
2017 opponents would be arguing against the 2023 our opponents.
they pretty much do. They go sticks and shadows, man. That's
could
my
literally-
high tech. That's my high tech freaking experimentation. Then I've got to show that Earth is a ball, man. Because 2,300 years ago, think how ridiculously redundant that is for us.
Yeah, man. It's
The
crazy.
funny part is,
Go ahead.
Eratosthenes becomes a flat Earth proof.
Ain't that the
I'm
truth?
just
with everything,
saying.
though? That's
Yeah.
the truth. That's the truth about everything. They say, look at the horizon, it's Earth proof. We look at the horizon, it proves the Earth isn't a ball. They say Coriolis, it's proof of the Earth is a ball, but we can't see it, so we check it and we drop things in a vacuum chamber. They don't curve to the side. Coriolis doesn't prove the ball. They're dead. They say optical gyros, they prove the ball. But then they would pick up linear motion, and so they destroy orbit and the galaxy and the Big Bang and all that stuff. It always just destroys their stuff when you look really deeply into it. They're like, the moon proves the globe, and then you're like, what? The eclipses? Yeah, the eclipses prove the globe, and it's like, Selenilian, anyone?
It's too easy. It's literally too easy. And like they don't really go deeper than the surface level, no pun intended. Like they'll scattergun all these things, but then when you actually go into them specifically, that's when they start to fall apart. And like I think that's a wonder why it makes sense why people don't really investigate, because it's like kicking a snowball off the top of the mountain. It's going to start rolling and building steam. It might even turn into an avalanche eventually. And like most people are afraid of that happening. So they're like, well, I'm just not going to get it started. And so, I mean, yeah, all this stuff falls apart upon investigation. It's like, we spend a lot of time in here. We're like blacksmiths. Sonny, you had your swords, clinking them together. We spend time sharpening the sword. You have to make sure your sword is tested before you go into battle. These guys have paper swords. You could just spritz some water on it and it just starts disintegrating. And that's how the investigation goes. It literally falls apart upon investigation. So most people just don't investigate. So yeah, you don't get to a topic like this unless you do the investigation first. You don't just skip to this. That's why I never let people start with, "Oh, well, you guys have the claim and, let's just start there." No. We have to start with the original claim and then investigate it. And then you will realize along the journey that, look, there's problems. This isn't just some new idea. We're not comparing weenies here side by side. Well, you have your thing, I have my thing. It doesn't really work like that. I know people are desperate to do that. Let's just whip out our weenies and compare. Like, no, trust us. You don't want to do that anyway, because our Earth is bigger than yours. So,
Yeah, that's the bargaining. Like, okay, mine is a belief, yours is a belief as well.
yeah. Oh man, I have a clip about that. Well, you have your opinion, I have my opinion. No, we don't do opinions in here. Like, your opinion, and then if you really want to say that what you're saying is an opinion, you're wrong. Period. And let me mute up and get that clip 1 second. Yeah, I got it. I got it. I mean, this happens. You guys have probably heard this before. Like they'll be like, "Oh, well, 99%, and you have your opinion." No, we're not
Yeah,
99%. We're a 100% because we have it's a fact.
yeah, that's another cope. Like, I can't know anything for sure.
Yeah. Well, what it is, in my opinion, is this. I've dubbed it the crabs in a bucket mentality. They're going down, they want to pull you down with them. Oh, well, if I'm wrong, we're all wrong. No, we ain't. No, we ain't. That's just you. I'm not a crab in the bucket, man. We climbed out. Sorry. So, yeah, that's why we can stand 10 toes down on a fact. We don't deal with opinions and 99% sure it could be a brain in a jar. Let's listen to this bird brain talk about her opinions and how, well, you can't criticize it if it's an opinion. If we all have opinions.
It's very simple. Like, first you asked me for my accolades. I explained it to you. Now you're cutting me off, and I'm telling you that what you said is incorrect. An opinion can be incorrect. Period.
I don't think an opinion can be incorrect because that's what a person's
If I say the sky's green, 'cause that's my opinion, is it incorrect?
I don't think that's your opinion. That's your viewpoint. What do you mean?
Masters agree, bro. Masters agree.
Yo, Aaron,
I promise you, bro.
Is that your friend, Aaron? This is what. If I say the sky is green,
Yes.
that
Best
is
friend.
objectively wrong.
Best
My
friend.
opinion is incorrect.
That's the best right there. Go, girl.
I can't believe that we're even
Sky
having
is
this
green.
conversation.
The
That
sky
an
is
opinion
green.
could be incorrect.
She never said the sky was green.
I gave an example. She said that.
Dude, and what's funny is that this chick, I mean, not to just grill her, but like, she claimed, like, I'm a master's degree, blah, blah, blah. And a lot of people criticize Fresh and Fit, like, oh, they only bring on these types of girls that are strippers and blah, blah, blah. Sure. Yeah, I mean, that is true sometimes, but that's not true all the time. There was a girl on there recently, librarian. She was like in her 30s, 40s. They bring on regular people a lot. But this girl, she's like, yeah, I'm a master's degree. I'm built different, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, oh, well, if I say an opinion and you can't criticize it. No, if you say the sky is green, like, that's just factually wrong, period. I don't care. So, like,
Yeah,
that's
you
that.
you can't go handing me a $1 bill and telling me, oh, that's $100 bill. Just take it.
It's my opinion. No, that's wrong. I don't care what you say. So, and this isn't just to like grill women or anything like that. It's more about a mindset thing because we see plenty of goofballs, like guys, boys, come here and display the same type of behavior. Freaking even, what's his face? Mr. Sensible, Mr. Sensitive. I would probably call him. Are you sitting in your chair? Oh, well, maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. You idiot. You stupid. Need to add that to my soundboard. I'm gonna do that right now, actually. Yeah, man, we are built different. We are not like them. Yeah, we don't. I don't fall into that. Let me add this to my soundboard real quick. This because I need to have this.
Yeah, it's not like it's all females. It's there are unhealthy ways females can express things, and unhealthy ways males can express things, and I would call it a more feminine way of being broken. And so when you see males do this, they're generally feminized.
Yep, exactly. It's a feminine way of thinking. That's not to shout out to the actual ladies out there that display their femininity. That's a good thing. We like that. But yeah, for men to be like arguing in this feminine type of way, that's not come on, guys. What are we doing here? So
Yeah,
let's see.
it's kind of like girls are better at emotions and emotional thinking, and oftentimes at insinuating, and so men are more direct and more logical.
Yep.
That does not mean that women can't be direct and logical. It doesn't not mean that men can't be emotional and manipulative in their speech. We're using innuendo and implying things and taking things out of context.
Dude, Republicus is funny in the chat here. He says, even the fact that she disagrees with him means her opinion of his opinion is that it's incorrect, all the while saying that opinions aren't incorrect. Dude, it doesn't get better than this. It's so funny. And it's like, yeah, again, this isn't just to grill women because there's lots of loby goofball boys out there that think the same thing.
I got a great woman right next to me. She just said, the feels before reals is a feminine argument, while outright denial is a more masculine one.
Mhm.
I totally agree with her.
Yeah, like men are typically more disagreeable, yeah, and, not so agreeable type of thing. Yeah, so I get that. Feels
Like-
before reels.
Yeah, that's true. Men are more likely to just kind of do the whereas females are more likely to tell you how to feel about what they just heard.
Oh man, you know what? That comes up a lot. Like the Fresh and Fit, the show will pretty much run through, and then they'll turn to the girls and go, "Okay, well, what are your thoughts or disagreements?" And they go, "I just disagree with you." And then Myron every time is like, "Oh, what do you disagree with exactly?" And it's like you hear crickets, and they'll be like, "Well, I feel like you just made me feel like," and it's like, so what specifically did I say that you disagree with? I just didn't like the way you made me feel. It's like, okay, but what did I say though? And they can't even say what it is. They're just like, I just felt like I am angry against you. It's like, okay, well, feels before reels, I guess.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's why I like watching the show. I mean, obviously, sometimes it's like a circus, but I watch it to like study people's. It's a case study for me. I like to watch how people behave.
Yeah.
She says they don't understand their own cognitus. They don't recognize it. Yeah, they really don't. Like Myron's sharp. He's super sharp, and I respect the way he asks questions, and he literally writes everything down that they say, and he'll go, "Well, you just said this," and they'll be like, "Oh, well, I didn't mean," or like it's like, well, you guys are so inconsistent, man. So like Globies, I just study them to watch the Globies. Go ahead.
That's another aspect. You can hear. I didn't mean, not. I'm sorry. I misspoke. I actually meant to say this. You see where the difference is there? Because one is like, oh well, you're wrong. I meant something different. The other one is like, I'm wrong. Like this is what I meant to say. Yeah, it's the ego, like she says.
And there was like there was an episode this week. I was watching this morning. I was catching up, and like the argument, Myron, it just put it back to her so perfectly, right? They'll be like, "Well, you can't." This is getting a little bit off track, but like she's like, "Well, you can't criticize, our past. You can't criticize a woman's past. There may be a perfect woman in front of you, and you're just like criticizing her because of her past." And he goes, "Well, okay, well, let's say you've got the perfect guy, right? Perfect guy, checks all your boxes, and he used to, do some." Some fruity stuff in the past. Would you accept that? And they go, hell no. Right? It's like, wait a minute. I thought you said the past doesn't matter. And they're like, well, that's different. And like, they just can't see that, like, that logical consistency isn't there for a lot of people. They're like, oh, well, that's a different thing. It's like, no, it's exactly the same thing. You're criticizing this guy based on his past, but you don't want people to criticize you on your past. Go ahead.
I just want to say that's why I really love interview clip I saw the other day with Denzel Washington or something. It was some talk show host talking to him, and it's a black woman, and they're talking about the whole "make me a sandwich" thing, and the woman in the kitchen thing, and he's like, "You expect your man to pay for you and like do these things," and she's like, "Oh hell yeah!" to all the things he's mentioning, like open the door for you. If your man doesn't open the door to the car, what do you do? She's like, "Oh, I'm gonna be mad." It's like, well, if I'm out mowing the lawn and breaking a sweat doing this and breaking my back for you and this doing this, you're gonna go in and make me a sandwich, right? And she's like, yeah. Because once you have the qualifier of, hey, he's doing his shit, you're not gonna make him a sandwich? Then it's like, "Psh, of course you're gonna make him a sandwich. He's doing all the shit.
Yeah. It's
seen that.
it's a
That's
mutual
very good.
appreciation and understanding between partners.
Yeah, this comes up a lot on the Whatever podcast, on the Fresh and Fit podcast. These girls are not traditionally adhering to their traditional values, but they want a guy to adhere to his traditional values.
Yeah, they
It's
don't want to be a partner. They want to be doted upon like children by a father figure.
yeah, yeah. It's not an equal value exchange, and yeah, it's really honestly, it's really interesting watching these types of shows, and it's not for everybody, I suppose. But I take away a lot of things, not just the female male dynamic, although that's pretty much the heart of it. But I see Globy mindsets. It's that mind virus that we talk about a lot here. I see it all the time, and so it's fun to analyze that type of stuff and use it on the Globies here because it's pretty bad. It's everywhere, not just in women or the Globies. It's all across the board. So we do a good job of that too, asking consistent, trying to check for consistency, logical consistency, black swan. All right, so if P, then Q, right? They'll be like, yeah, of course. Okay, so if not Q, not P, right? They'll be like, no, well, no. It's like, what the hell? How do you not see this? Y'all crazy. So yeah, it's everywhere, man. It's everywhere. Listen to this clip. I have another one. This was from a recent. I'll have to type it in the live stream. This is from a recent thing. Girls will be like, "Oh, you're just insecure." It's like, well, really? Am I? Hold on.
You like project much? You do a really good South San Fernando Valley accent, though. You got it down almost to a T. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. That's right. No, not that. No. Yeah, that's right. No, not that. Whatever.
Let's see if this clip works here. This one's really funny. You should hear Globy in this one for sure. Let's take a listen.
Honey, like, I totally get it that you're feeling insecure about this.
So what about was an opinion? That was just a fact what I said. Most men would prefer their girls stay at home.
Is that
How's that an
proven?
opinion?
Where's the statistics showing me that?
Do I need statistics to tell you that the sky's blue?
I mean, if you're telling me that's a fact, that most men don't like their women out, where's the statistics? Where's the actual facts? I need, like,
You
scientific
do realize
proof.
that sometimes, do you need a study to tell you 1 + 1 is 2?
Yeah, because otherwise,
Incredible.
mathematics,
Incredible.
they're actually, like, scientific.
You stupid.
I mean, dude, how many times have you heard a Globy say almost that exact line? Because basically, math is scientific. No, it ain't. No, the hell it ain't.
That's
So,
outrageous. That makes me laugh every time too. I never. That's a good one.
and not only that, it's the double standards you hear as well. Globies are full of double standards. Oh, I need a scientific paper for that. Bro, you just spewed, just chanted a bunch of crap at me, and you didn't have any scientific quote papers to back that up. But as soon as I rebuttal you, oh, I need a paper for that. I need a study. That's why Myron's like, well, do you need a study for the sky being blue? She's like, yeah, basically. What? Are you serious?
Yeah, you have to have statistics to tell you if something's true or not. What a mixed up world that is.
Irma in the chat says, to be honest, she says, it's the same for me at work. All the stuff I learned to deal with the kids has helped me with Globers. Oh, yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. You can learn, take away from a lot of things, podcasts, shows, movies, working with kids. He also says, to be honest, fresh and fit girls annoy me sometimes. Why wouldn't you want to stay at home? Being a housewife is awesome, dream job. Exactly. If I was a lady, I would want the same thing. But like feminism has told them, like, no, you need to go out, be a boss babe, be a boss queen or whatever. It's like, nah, dude, like that you're setting yourself up to be at home with cats for the rest of your life if you don't, cash in while the chips are up, while you have the most value. And they have this calculator. I might put it in the chat, Karma. You can try this out on your own. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah.
And while we wait, try these new cat cribs on for size. Meow. Oh, damn.
See if I can find the right one.
That's, I don't know. I know I'm not laughing at anybody. I'm laughing along with y'all.
Try that. You can try this one. I think there's a new one. Karma, I'll try to find it. I want you to go ahead and stick your standards in there and let me know what the results are. But basically, like there's this calculator, right? So I'll just open it up. It's like, all right, so what age do you want your partner to be? Pick a range for your age, and then can he be married? What race does he need to be? What is their minimum height? Can he be obese? And then what is their minimum income? And then so what they'll do is they'll go to the girls and be like, all right, so let's build your dream man. And almost every time, like almost every freaking time, it's like 0.1% is what it comes up with. And they go, okay, so would you lower your standards? Clearly that guy is extremely rare. 0.1%, you're gonna find him. They go, well, sir, you're gonna lower your standards. And they're like, nope. Okay.
How many centuries literally do you want to wait?
It's Karma says 33% based. Not bad. Not bad. Her answers were not married, any race, any height, not obese, any income. All right, yeah. I might push back on that. You really think any height? I mean, we're talking 5 foot. You go with a 5 foot, shorter than you. I'd challenge that. I might push back on that a little bit.
4'9.5". I don't know.
Yeah, that's the question, Karma. Can he be shorter than you?
Okay, first of all, I'm only like 157 centimeters, which is like 5'1". And one of like the 3 or 4 guys I've ever had a slight interest in that I've known, one of them was literally like a little bit shorter than me.
Did you say you're 5'2"?
No, 5'1", I think it is.
5'1".
It's 157 centimeters.
You're about the same.
So far from my kids is 10 years old when they're my same height as me.
You're about the same height as my wife. I was only married one time. That was a long time ago, but I think she was 5'2".
So you said you've been with someone shorter than you. All right. So can he make less money than you, Carl?
Oh, I've never had a boyfriend, but having no money, dude. I work with kids. It doesn't pay well.
Yeah, she's in the lowest income bracket in the entire country. So how are they gonna get paid lower?
What?
Oh, and that guy I was telling you about that I had a little bit of a crush on for a little bit. He was shorter than me and worked with me, so he had shittier income than me because I've been working longer, so I have higher rates.
All right. Well, at least we know that Karma's not delusional. So.
All right.
That's good.
And she makes more money than most of the men. So.
No, I make almost no money.
Yeah, she
but
just
they
makes
make
more
less.
money than the men in her job because she stayed there longer.
Oh, got it. Yeah,
I'm in the highest bracket I can be for my position because I've been working there consecutively for X amount of time, and I have what the hell is it called?
That's what I
It's like the
did.
thing where they can't fire you without having a hella good reason. It's like having tenure almost.
That's what I did. Like I worked at a major hospital for almost 14 years, 13 and a half years. I worked at a major hospital and I just stayed in the same position and I just got as far advanced as I could. And then at that point, I ended up getting fired. But that's another story. But it's a good thing I did. Let's just put it that way. I'm sure it's a good thing that all of that did happen.
Well, I can tell you the odds of me getting fired are 0.00%. And even if I did, I've been like given offers by other bosses at other places, like, hey, if you ever want to come back to this place, I'm the new boss there. I've heard stories about you from other bosses. I want you in my place and stuff like that.
She's so wanted by the other bosses that the bosses literally come up to me like, "You're her brother. Like, you want to come work with us? Because like she's so awesome that you must be awesome."
Must be awesome too. I'd go, yeah, of course I am. Let's go work out something.
It actually happened at my boss's birthday.
Today is?
No.
No, he got headhunted on my boss's birthday when I brought him over.
Oh.
Yeah, what's funny about that calculator? I don't know if you scroll down. You can't see it in the screenshot, guys, but when you scroll down it'll rate like how delusional you are in cat bags. So if you score, it's like 1 out of 5. So if you score like 5 cat bags, it's like enjoy your cats, invest in Chewy. Oh, Indio says we need to make a male delusional calculator. I literally just found one. I'll post it for you guys. Oh, here it is. Here it is.
We need to make a globe delusion calculator. Flat is curved.
And you better give your results, CB, since I had to give mine.
All right, I'll post a screenshot. I scored pretty nicely, so let me
shit.
Let's see. Oh, maybe let me redo it actually.
I got dreams, man.
Wow, it dropped a lot. Okay, well let me post a screenshot here.
They include white picket fences and like crows and shit. I'm just being funny. No, don't mind me, folks. Just being funny in kind of a red hot chili peppers kind of way. If you know what I'm saying. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
You guys can try it out too. I'm actually curious to see what other guys score. Any gentlemen in the chat, go ahead and fill out your male delusional calculator. See what you score. I want to see those scores in the chat. I need to redo mine. Hold on.
I like that other song, Danny California. I think that would make a good Flat Earth song.
Am I off if I say any height? Because it goes all the way up to 6'7", 6'6", and down to 4 foot. Am I delusional if I just pick any?
If it's a hot Amazonian, you're saying you wouldn't go for it?
I know Elijah would, honestly. And hey, honestly, it's kind of a boss move to pull a tall chick. So, okay, Indio put 4'11" and 5'8", scored 16%. Big yikes, he says. That's funny. I want to do any height, but I feel like I'm capping if I say like, oh, I'll get with a 6'7" chick. So, all right, I'll put an actual height. Fine. Oh, Drace is between 4'11" and 6'1". Scored a 53%, not bad. Any marital status sounds bad. No, I was gonna put any marital status too.
That means she could already be married when you start dating her. I'm like, bro, make sure she ditches the other guy first, right? That's just morals right there.
Yikes. Yeah. True. I guess if she's gonna leave her marriage for you, she's probably gonna leave your marriage for someone else.
She belongs to the streets.
Yeah, that makes sense. But I mean, if we're in love, I'm not gonna. And so revised with my new tall Amazonian babe, so that I can have a giant son. I gained a
kinda
whole percent.
I'm surprised that it goes down to 4 foot. How many girls out there fall into the 4 foot to 5 foot category? That's crazy.
Might have met one or two because I have occasionally met women that are smaller than me.
All right, I'll post my results here. It went down. Every time I redo it, it goes down. Oops. Oh well. At least I'm easy to please, it says. So stick that in here. Scored at 19%, damn near 18%. This is funny. I know we've gotten off the beaten track here, but it's kind of funny to talk about. That's one thing that comes up on these shows a lot too, is like most of the gals they don't seem to really know what guys want. You know, like it's scary. Everyone knows what ladies want, typically, right? We want a tall guy, they want a handsome guy, it's decent money, blah 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 blah. But then they have no clue what the guys want. It's like kind of terrifying.
No, but see, that's also a stereotype. What a girl wants depends on the girl. But number one, I would say, would be security.
Yeah.
Those things you described can be how a woman classifies security, but that's just how she experienced it so far. If you're, for instance, worried about money and stuff, you might be attracted to somebody who has a lot of money. But if you're, for instance, somebody who doesn't put a lot of value in money, that's not going to be your main thing. It's just your core values, but generally for women, it's safety, number one.
Yeah, and honestly, your score at 33% is like when they do it on Fresh and Fit, it's literally every time it's like 0.15%. It's like, God damn, like they all want the same one Chad out there, you know? It's crazy, dude. He has to make $500,000 a month or a year. He's got to be, you know, like, dude, it's just crazy, bro. Funny. So.
I thought 33 was actually pretty low since all I said was not obese and not married.
Well, I mean, 33%, that's 1 out of every 3 guy that you pass is like, all right, maybe. I mean, the score doesn't take into effect like charm and, you know, is he not annoying and stuff like that.
The number one thing that's going to drag my percentage down is he a truther? Did he, you know?
Yeah, true. Actually, that's a good question for the panel. That leads me into a good question. Is like for the guys and Karma, the gals out there, like, is that a deal breaker if they're not a truther? Can you be with a normie?
I can be with a normie, but I have plans to convert them.
I could be with a normie as long as I was not required to tell her that I thought she was a normie. Just kidding.
I'm kind of sunny on this one, actually. I'm kind of like, I don't know. I lean closer to like, it's not a deal breaker for me because I've had great relationships with like normie girls. Like they didn't really know any of this stuff, and like I don't know, like it's not a deal breaker. I would love to try and train them like Drace is talking about. That's the goal, right? Even with any girl, you kind of want to just teach them what you like and that kind of thing. It should work both ways. Like she should teach you what she likes. But
Yeah,
I don't know.
That's actually the beauty. If she teaches you what she likes, and they generally try to do that, but they're not as direct as men, so they don't tell you directly, this is what I like. They're like, show you things and talk about things, and you're just supposed to intuitively understand that that's what they like. And so, from the context. And so, it's a little bit different. I forget where I was going with this.
I also wanted to say, I almost forgot my point, but yeah, I wanted to say I think it also depends on what kind of relationship you're looking for. If it's a short-term thing, like who cares? But if you're thinking long-term, you want to have kids together, I think it always comes down to if they're not a truther at heart and they're gonna call this, how are you gonna raise kids together? This is gonna be this is like having a passion of yours that the other person hates.
Yeah, she makes a really good point. Cog this is a red flag. Like that tells you it's gonna be difficult. Like if you're not approaching it in a way that she can absorb, or she's not being not perceptive to the information, then it's probably gonna just get worse and worse and worse.
Yeah.
It's also
No, go ahead.
you can go first.
I'll go quickly. Because I actually you make a good point here. For short term, give me a normie all day. But like if we're going into like having children and stuff, there's some things that I feel very, very strongly about in terms of like circumcision, jabbing up the kid when they're born, even being hospital birth. Like I'm kind of like, let's just do it at home. And so most normie girls are not down with that type of stuff. So I completely agree. I think it would be probably best if you're going to go long term with children and family. They got to be like on board with a lot of these things. So my score is probably down to like 0.0% also. Go ahead, Karma.
I actually completely forgot what I was going to say. I got absorbed
Oh,
into listening to what you were
no.
saying. I'm sorry. You have a nice voice. It's your fault.
I'll take the blame. I take full responsibility. But yeah, dude, like I've not met really in the wild. I've not met like truther girls before. Maybe one of them who said that she was like on board with flat Earth, and she was a little off, if you know what I mean. And be honest, most gals here represent themselves very well. But I don't have to name names, but I'm sure you guys might know who I'm talking about. But there's
I
like,
get you.
it's like,
Yeah,
give me a normie chick over a crazy
yeah,
truther girl all day.
yeah. You don't want the crazy bitches, regardless of what they believe.
Right.
What you want is to check if she understands a little bit of logic. If she doesn't, you teach her a little bit of logic, and she's like, "Oh, I'm learning stuff, and I like that you're teaching me stuff." Then you're go. You're go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but if she doesn't want to learn logic, then dear God, run
Yeah,
from the
you're
hill.
gonna have problems.
You just described my last relationship. Like in 9/11 somehow came up like really early in our relationship, and like she revealed right away, like, oh no, I believe in the mainstream narrative, and I'm like, oh God, like here we go. And I made the mistake of like pushing further and further in, like, because 2018 that was a big year for flat Earth, and I started really getting into it, and so I'm like, let me just tell her really quickly. That was a mistake. Um, that wasn't the deal breaker. We ended up like staying together for a while after that, but boy, I regret bringing up a lot of these like truther stuff to her because she just, she was too normie, too blue pill for this type of stuff. So
Yeah, you gotta. It's kind of like with frogs. You gotta boil them slowly.
yeah, I tried and it just didn't work. So I would probably, if I could go back, I would just like not even bring that stuff up. I don't think that would necessarily change things overall, but that just would be my correction. But I think overall it'd be more fun to have a girl that's like open-minded um and kind of gets it already. And then you two can learn and grow together. That'd be really, really fun. But man, that's gotta be hard to find. And I feel bad for like, like Karma, you're like, I can only imagine what that's like. You're talking to us about the honeypot you set up with you're like, all right guys, if you want to get to me, you gotta go through the flat earthers. So I think that's really funny, but I can imagine there's probably a lot of just like blue pill dudes out there. It's got to be hard to find some like guys that are, know what the heck's going on.
Especially if you almost never leave the house.
Oh yeah, well, there's that too.
Yeah, we're too interesting, and we have responsibilities, and so when we're not taking care of our responsibilities, we're having fun together or having fun with you guys. So, like,
It's the dilemma of living with your best friend. You don't really need to leave the house because it's fun at home.
Well, it's good because you're not out in the streets.
She belongs to the streets.
Like some of the, not you, but like some of the other ones are like out in the streets. Like you don't want to be out there. So
Oh,
it's
I
good.
know. I learned the term "að fara heim með ruslinu," which means to go home with the trash, from one of the people I work with, which is when you stay at the bar so long that you get kicked out when the staff is taking the trash out. And I've
Wow.
learned a lot of interesting things from my staff Snapchat. So, yeah, I don't think I'm missing out by staying at home. I mean, I never even went through the party phase when I was a teenager. I still stayed at home. I'd rather stay at home and read or do something interesting.
Man, these guys are missing out, man. Well, there's so many girls out that are not like that. They're like, no, like I want to be in the club. They're like they'll make arguments like, oh no, like you have a boyfriend at home. They're like, no, but I want to be in the club. I want to be with my girls. I want to do this. And it's like, but why? Like, why are you trying to be in the club, dude? They'll be like, okay, so let's spin it around. You got your guy, your dream guy. And we're going to spin this situation around. So he goes to the club. He's going to have girls who want to fly him out. They want to smash him that night. They want to get him drunk, make him drinks and stuff like that. You'd be okay with sending him to that kind of environment? Every time they're like, yep. It's like, okay, y'all are all delusional. That's crazy. Go ahead.
what I want is, because you touched upon it, one of my ideas is we need a flat Earth club where it's not openly, officially flat Earth, but we need to make enough flat Earth songs that we can just have the DJ blasting flat Earth songs all the time.
That's funny. Actually, it's funny because on Fresh and Fit, they kind of sometimes they'll talk about like they'll be like, "Oh, you at the club? Like what club?" And they name the names of the clubs, and I guess one of them's called Space. Like, oh God, that's cringe. But yeah, what you just kind of reminded me, like that would be funny if we had like a flat Earth club. I don't know
That's
what
kind
we'd
of
call it.
if I had enough money, that's what I would make.
That
Of
would be
course, the
good.
club would have to be called the Black Swan, right?
Yeah.
Ooh, I like that. I like that.
And also the thing about I don't mind him being at the club. Yeah, those kind of bitches who say that, but my mom watches Real Housewife shows, and I'll tell you, they don't react like that when it actually does happen.
What, when the guy goes to the club or what?
Yeah, when he gets too close to a woman, they're not as chill as they pretend to be when they're like, "Oh yeah, go ahead to the club, it's all good." And then somebody shows them a woman, like a picture of them being like physically close to somebody, not even intimate or anything, and it's like, "Oh, I saw what you've been
Yeah.
doing."
Who is
It's
that bitch?
hilarious.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, that's why I like watching because like you can see when they cap and lie and stuff like that. You're like, well, I'm gonna try to ask this question on a Glober and see if they cap and lie in the same type of way. So
It's just like Tim Pool opened up his own coffee shop, and it's gonna be playing videos on screens at his coffee shop, and he's selling coffee and stuff like that. So that's kind of what we need to do, because we need to incorporate flat Earth into culture, into things that people just experience and live with, and that'll normalize it and make it much more palatable to the public. That's why I want to put it into books. I want to put it into games, anything.
yeah, I think that's like that might be the new hotness right there, Trace, is just normalizing the idea as much as possible. We already don't spend enough time sharpening our sword with the arguments. I think most of us probably know a decent few of the arguments by now. All you could just, the Black Swan, you're good to go. But we spend so much time trying to educate these guys on their stupid worldview that they don't know. So maybe we, instead of that, like the new hotness could be just normalizing the idea as much as possible. Like you said, put it in books and songs and freaking just, just normalizing those words in general, putting those two words together and making people feel more comfortable with hearing them and saying them. I mean, over time, people can't continue to still be mad and get triggered if like everyone's talking about it, you know? So that's a good idea. I like it.
It's also people tend to retain knowledge really well if it's through entertainment, because then you have heightened emotions and different things that help you make strong memories. Like, I remember super well that like during one of my huge exams for economics and when I was doing further education, I got a question on the exam that I don't remember ever being taught in class, but I happened to know the answer because of an economics rap I'd heard on YouTube. And I got marks for it, so it was like, yay.
Not gonna lie, like I really like some of our songs. You know, I sometimes I'll go listen to like, you know, I listen to my own songs sometimes, and I'll be like, damn, dude, like, I sometimes I would just, I would never do this really, but sometimes I think like, dude, I just want to sit someone down on this panel, like say they join, like, all right, dude, just shut up for a second, pay attention, listen to this song, like listen closely too, because a lot of the times, like, you know, Karma or Grace's songs are to the point as well. Everything you need to know is in the song. Sometimes, you know. So
Yeah, that's actually one of the ideas. When I started making songs, I was like, "Oh, I just want to be able to be like, bro, like they're asking questions, listen to the song."
yeah, yeah, like Black Swan, Nikon P at the beach, down in the rabbit hole to go deep. Like there's so many lines in the songs that I'm like, dude, if you just listen to the song, you'll get it. And maybe you'll enjoy it too. Like you won't get, how are you gonna get triggered at my bars? You know? They're too good to get triggered. So
Yeah.
so like I don't know, dude. I would never really do that because I think that it is really delicate when someone joins the panel. I think it's an extremely delicate situation. We're talking about dating. Like it is a lot like dating. You know, if someone joins, like who? All right, first of all, who likes this person? Who's the right person to talk to them? Let's match up the two people that will get along well, and then they need to like. It's like a homecoming high school dance or something. They have to like slowly rock side to side for a bit, and then you know they start getting their groove on and start making their way across the dance floor type of thing. You know, so it is really delicate, just like dating. You know, if you meet someone new, you don't just like love bomb. I love you. I love you. Like right away. You have to work towards that. I love you. It's not something you just drop on them right away. You know, you build towards that. And so when someone's new, I would never just be like, all right, dude, shut up and listen to this song. Like, you know, as much as I would do that maybe to someone in person, perhaps, but like in this panel, in particular, it's a slow and steady process.
Yeah, I kind of see a lot of the music that we're producing right now as being like prototypes. Eventually, we have a lot of people who are skilled in music production, and eventually it's gonna come together, and we're gonna make some awesome music, and then like then we can really start flying with it. Like your songs are really good. You have talent. But we could do with more production value, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suck at that, and like I didn't sing or rap or anything before this, so it was extra bad for me, and it's a learning curve.
Yeah, you and I both, Drace, we've been learning on the fly as well. Um, you know, I suck at singing too, so I do most of it for fun, you know, and to give back. That's probably the biggest thing is like for fun, but also to like, give back to the community because you guys have done
Yeah.
a lot for me. So it's just my way of, and if you notice, like almost all of my songs are tailored to the server. It's not really the wider, you know, FE community on YouTube or whatever. It's like go in the VC check-in, you know. Like,
Yeah, I know. I started going on a dating app because Karma went on Boo and dating app, and I was like talking to some ladies, and then like, yeah, I make music, and they're like, let me hear your songs, and I'm like, I only have flat Earth songs.
Yeah.
Gotta be crazy.
So yeah, like and every song is like that. Join the VC check-in, bruh. You know, like if you don't get verified, you can get you know, like so yeah. It's for you guys. All my songs are for you guys. So, you know, just to give back. But yeah.
I love that. I've been doing music since I was 9. I'm 24 right now. I've been a conspiracy theorist my whole life. I don't know why. I just never thought to put it into music. But my YouTube is Kenchi Show. If y'all want to check me out, and y'all
Drop a
should
link.
send me some of y'all's links as well.
Yeah. Well, dude, drop a link.
Yeah,
And honestly, Kenshi, go ahead, Trace. I'll go after you.
drop a link in the chat so I can subscribe and stuff.
Yeah, same. And honestly, you'll find Kenshi. You should I don't know, like if you're, you know, up for it, but you'll find that it's actually quite easy to condense a lot of these arguments and your um experience with the topic into a song. It's way easier than you think. I actually surprised myself by how like bar after bar after bar, it's you can squeeze in so much information. Like I think one day, Drace, we need to do like a lyric review. I've said this before many times, but we need to do a lyric review where we go over every line. Like, yo, this is what you missed, because a lot of our songs are like flowing, you know. And so like just to kind of go through it and be like, this is the line, this is why it's fire.
Yeah, I think that that's why, like, if we upped our production game, like for instance, my shit is really bad. I just have this one picture with the song underneath, and not very well produced. But if it was really well produced, like I don't even care if somebody else performs the song. I just want really good FE music, and then we could have a music video where the lyrics are on the screen, and then it's easier to understand and follow exactly what they're saying.
Yeah, I like that.
That might really pop.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I've honestly like it would be super fun to do like a music video, right, Trace? Where you're like bouncing around in front of like some foggy, you know, foggy lights or whatever. But I think the lyric video would be a good idea too. Um, I wanted to get one of my lines that I thought was so good. Oh yeah. This is from my song Water Hill. Listen to this. And like this is what's fun about hip hop in general is the double entendres. You know, you can kind of stack different meanings on top of words, and it can make it can make sense in
The
like two
best part.
different ways. Yeah. So this is what I said. They couldn't prove it if they could pull out a stick, shadows in the hood. And so like pull out the stick, right? Obviously, we talk about sticks and shadows all the time, right? You guys already know what that is. But in like hip hop or culture, pull out the stick. You know, Kenshi, you might know what that is. Pull out the
Yeah.
stick, that gat, you know, that bang bang, right? Shadows in the hood. So like, you know, pull out the stick, shadows in the hood. But yeah, dude. So it's stuff like that is in the songs that
I
gets
like that. I
missed.
like.
Yeah, dude. Pull out the stick, shadows in the hood. so, so But yeah, dude, we could have a lot of fun going through all these lyrics, and I'd love to do that for you guys, just to kind of continue to give back. Yeah, so we'll do that. We'll do that one day, maybe soon. We can do that, and yeah, I'll give a follow to your channel there as well. Karma says I could
Thank
technically
you.
animate.
Thank you for all the support.
Yeah, man. Absolutely. Karma says I could technically animate something to go along. I love a good double meaning in a song. Just makes it slap harder. Absolutely. So, Greens, what's up, man? I see you unmuted. Want to chime in? No worries if not. I guess I'll get another quick line. My song Push FE, I had a lot of fun with. Oh, I need to fix that. Dude, hold on a second. Let me mute up real quick and I'll just remember the line. I'll tell it to you guys.
That's been called Chinese.
Oh yeah. So I said, brought up FE a red pill, of course. 3-point space spin curve. It's flat in a cup of water. Yeah, water doesn't curve, man. That's retarded. It's like those words don't really rhyme at all, but I had so much fun putting them all together. And that's from a parody of Pushin' P. Kenshi, you might know that song by Gunna and Young Thug. I basically swapped out Pushin' because I was out there working out to that song on repeat over and over and over. I'm like, damn, this beat is fire. I love this
I
song.
like that.
Yeah, so I changed it to Push FE. I'm Push FE. I Push FE. It's I had a lot of fun with that one.
You know what's crazy? This is like Christian rap, but flat Earth version. I like it. I like
Yeah,
it.
yeah, I know. I'll put that in the chat. You guys can check out that song. My channel has like 8 or 9 tracks on there. Brought up FE a red pill, of course. Actually, I have that on the soundboard, the 3 points part. Let me play that actually, so you guys can kind of hear some of it.
Yeah, 3-point space spin curve. Yeah, it's flat in a cup of water. Yeah, water doesn't curve, man. That's retarded. Yeah.
I also got a clip.
I love that.
The globe is a no-show. The Antarctica no-go. The seafloor plateau, you don't know what you don't know. The story I just sold. Title knows, uh-oh. Status quo, no photo. The only curve is a GoPro.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
That was fire.
What you don't know. Yeah, dude. Yeah, that's fire.
Yeah, I think y'all are gonna be surprised when y'all listen to my music. It's not conspiracy related, but maybe one day I'll say something.
Yeah, we need that from you, Kenji. We need that from you, dog. I know you just joined let's see, September of this month. So you've only been here for a couple days, but like, bro, in the future, you gotta jump on. Because when I joined, there was a bunch of flat earth music. Like there was a big song called Why Would They Lie? It was like 6 different rappers and they all went in crazy hard, bro.
No way.
Stupid. Oh, if you haven't heard the track, I'll put it in the chat. I'm sure.
Please,
Well,
please.
we
do it.
gotta play it. Just play it.
All right. I'm gonna have to go soon. I only have 5 minutes left, so
Oh, we'll play it we'll play it on your way out.
all right. I'll get the link ready then. If someone has it, just go ahead and drop it. I'll have to dig it out. But dude, that song was like iconic. It is still iconic. It's amazing. Everyone went in like crazy. Like all my songs have a little bit of a parody, kind of joking to it. I go hard sometimes, but like that song, everyone went in, bro. Chemo, global abortion, all applauding, cheers, big heads, small enormous from cradles to grave shall be like tortoise. Nothing more boring than this dream they recorded. Like, dude, it's all fire. So when I joined, I'm like, oh damn, like okay, well, I like making music, beats, and stuff like that. Let me try to give back. Like I'll try to give it a try. So if you make music, Kenshi, you're up next, dog. We got a new wave of rap, FE rap coming through. So you're up.
Facts. Gotta do it.
So even Karma or Drace here. Drace has a bunch of songs, and then me and Karma here in the panel, we did a song together. It was a Justin Bieber track.
What?
Yeah, Let It Go, Let It Go. It was Justin Bieber and DJ Khaled, and we changed it. I wrote the song, and I was like, let it go, the globe, dude. And it's awesome, dude. So I'll put the link for that in the chat too. So yeah, you're up next, man. We need some content. So I'll put that link for you guys. Yeah, so yeah, and there's Why Would They Lie. So I'll cue it up on my way out. I got 3 minutes and I gotta bounce. So man, it's been a good day though. We talked a little bit about dating. I see Indio's in the panel, bro. If you want to chime in, I'd love to hear your male delusion. You and Sunny were.
Yeah, man. My standards are way too high. I don't want him to be married. Heaven forbid.
Yeah, that's probably not a
I
bad
don't want to
idea.
fight some dude.
Yeah, Karma said that. Like if she's gonna leave him for you, like he might just leave you for someone else.
Yeah, that's a no go right there, man.
Yeah,
You're just next.
I
That's
know,
all you're
right?
gonna be.
Exactly. So what do you think, Indio? Does she have to be a truther, or are you cool with like a normie type of gal?
Depends.
Yeah.
I can't deal with I can't deal with a feminist. Sorry.
Yeah, I feel that.
So that's
I
no
prefer she
anti-flat
not
earthers
even
for
care.
you.
I'd prefer she not even care about the chick, quite honestly.
That's kind of what I was saying. Like, just give me like a regular, normal. I can deal with that. All right, I can deal with that. But then Carmen pointed out that like, but what if you want to have like children and teach them things, and what if like she really wants to get them like blabinated and all these things? I'd be like, oh hell no.
Yeah, but that's why you are a good man that she falls deeply in love with, and then you teach her a bunch of logic and reason and show her things one step at a time without ever telling her the final conclusion, and then she tells you, "Is the Earth flat?"
But for that to work, she does have to have some logic to begin with, because anybody who always puts emotions before logic, that's going to be really hard to get through. It might
Yeah,
not even work.
right. Yeah, man. I don't know, man. It's tough. It's really tough.
Like, for instance, when I say truther, I don't mean somebody who's already found a bunch of truth. I just mean somebody who has truth as a core value. So long as you find truth important and you don't lie to yourself, you can't be led to water.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta value things like not lying. Some people they don't even like that's not even like a value to them.
Yep.
Right,
I was shocked when I found out how rare that was, actually, to have honesty as a
Yes.
core value.
Yeah, I mean some people just don't even care. It's like not even a consideration.
Yeah,
I
my
don't like
dad
that.
was like that. I learned that behavior, and then I burnt myself on that behavior, and I swore to never do that again.
Well, I'll just say this. I gotta leave you with this. I got 10 seconds, but there's a reason why they call us truthers, because if you ain't, you're a liar. All right, y'all take care. I'll see y'all later, all right?
Well, peace.
Oh, it was nice talking to you.
Bye.
Play us out, CB.
Yeah, you gotta have the same like
I'll
moral
fix it.
foundation. Gotta have the same moral foundation. If you don't, then or at least
Yeah. You're gonna be at odds.
or at least aspire to the same moral foundation. You gotta have like I don't know how to put it.
I would say
Because you
core
can
values, because it's the things that you hold dearest to you. It's the values that you actually hold to your core. It's at the base of your foundation.
Yeah, otherwise your foundation is gonna be cracked because she's on this other piece of foundation.
yeah, but it depends on how like some people weren't raised right and like they were raised in a messed up situation, so they don't know what like a good moral foundation even looks like.
I know.
I'm
I
not
was
a
raised in that kind of situation, so I know. But for those people, it generally takes like rock bottom. It takes massive introspection and looking outside yourself for actual healthy relationships before you can actually fix that. And it's not something we can do for them.
That's why it's so important for kids to have good role models. And I I'm proud to say that it doesn't always have to be the parents. Sometimes having a good role model around you, even if it's not your relative, can make a huge impact and difference in someone's life. But not everybody gets that interaction when they're young. They build up their delusions and their ego until it becomes such a big mess. It would take a highly trained psychiatrist to actually work through all that shit.
And even then, if you look into the literature in psychology on this, they're like, yeah, it's generally not even treatable by us because they don't want to be treated, and so they'll just fight it, and then not never come back. So it's rare for it to be treatable, and then it needs a little bit of cooperation on their part, which is hard because the further you go into this, and when you become more and more self-destructive, and they get help so late that they eventually just deny all the stuff and go into even further delusions. We see this with the anti-flat earthers as well.
It's kind of like the more deep-rooted the tree is, the harder you need to chop.
Well, there's also like there's like this females. I don't know about men. I've never dated any men, so I can't speak on that. But
Me
I've dated.
neither.
So I've dated plenty of girls, and a lot of broken fucking girls, unfortunately. And so, like, when people grow up in a dysfunctional household, they feel dysfunction is normal. So if you have
Yep.
dysfunction, they're going to try to create dysfunction because they don't know what to do in a normal situation. Well, what should be a normal situation. It makes them feel uneasy and anxious and like all these emotions. They don't know how to deal with it when there is actually no outward problem, but there's an internal problem.
Yep.
So they go, man, how do I get rid of this feeling? Oh, I'm gonna what do they call it? Act out, right? So this is what they call it in children, at least. I don't know if they still call it this.
Self-sabotage.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
it
they used
gets
to
even.
call it acting out when a child has like a bunch of emotions, right? And they act out and they break things, or they'll throw things, they'll hit other kids, or they'll steal, or they'll do all these other
Oh,
things,
I
right?
know what you mean. I know exactly what you
Yeah.
mean.
Yeah, but it keeps getting worse because as they fall deeper into this mentality, they start rejecting objective reality and their own feelings and anything to just feel better. And so this is why we end up with these crazy anti-flat earthers who one day say something, next day they say, I never said that. They don't have memory of it anymore. They have erased that memory with editing their memories. And this is why they end when you brain scan people who are really far down this path, they end up with what appears like holes in their brain.
It's also very abundantly clear that the younger they are when you intercept this kind of delusion or bad thought processes, the easier it is to correct it. The longer you let it fester, the worse it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think part of the problem is in the people. I worked at a daycare when I was young, and I dealt with kids that were from really messed up homes. I only did that for a summer, thank God. And there was two particular kids when they would come there. The girl was 4 and the boy was like 10 or 11, and they were both the biggest problems in the daycare. The girl was like 4 years old, and all she said was swears. And I shit you not, that is all she said was swears. She didn't say any other words. She was like a cute little teeny little 4-year-old girl. She'd be swinging on the swing, cursing like a sailor, dude. Like it was
Yeah.
the most insane thing.
When I was a young
older
child,
brother would take
I
kids-
did the same thing.
Really?
Yeah, when I was a young little child, when I was angry, that's what I did.
Oh, she wasn't angry. It's like it was the only words she knew were swear words. It was freaking weird. But her
It shows
brother
the
went
environment
around
she grows
hitting
up in.
and bullying kids until he hit the wrong kid, and the kid cracked him upside the head with like a it was like a wooden block, but this particular block was kind of like a 2x4 size, like that it was 2x4, it was probably like a foot long. He cracked him upside the head, and that kid stopped like bullying kids after that. Maybe gave him brain damage. I don't know.
You got a reality check.
Yeah, he decided he was going to pick on the biggest kid. It was a heavy set Spanish, like Puerto Rican kid. I think he was like 10 or maybe 9, but he was a lot bigger because he was, he's just a big kid, and he decided he was going to pick on the wrong person.
Yeah, I was never dumb like that. I had one parent that was insane or sociopathic, and then one parent that was co-narcissistic, and so
Smart, really smart.
they were both highly intelligent. So he was a high-functioning narcissist and turned sociopathic with his drug use. But because of my mom, I always had this kind of centering point of like being kind, trying to be a good person. So even though I had like these two contrasts, like my dad was like no respect for the law, no respect for anyone, a liar through and through. He was a crazy man, but he wasn't always like that, and like he slowly turned into that.
Well, I mean,
And Karma's
there's a
correct. He also
feedback
slowly
loop
turned
there.
back.
Yeah, there's a feedback loop there, though. I mean, like you do things, and then like your environment and the people around you react to what you do,
Yeah.
and then kind of teaches you like what you should do next. And if they allow it or tolerate it, then maybe you'll push it a little bit farther. Especially when you're doing like certain types of behavior, which are like, the reason you're doing them is because you were never taught as a child, basically, right? So as a child, you always try to test your limits. You're always trying to
Testing
find where the
boundaries.
line is. And if you make it into adulthood and you can't find your boundaries still, I mean, that's pretty bad, man, where no one ever checked you. So
Yeah, there's also a problem of victim mentality that's underlying a lot of this kind of stuff. My
people let
dad,
you get away with the victim mentality.
yeah,
You know what I
my
mean?
dad,
That's a two-way street there.
like for instance, my dad was abused as a child, and so for him that was something like I need to be the strongest so that never happens again, and like it drove his. He didn't allow victim mentality afterwards.
And others.
In others, but it still drove who he was. That's why he didn't allow victim mentality. Like because he was such a victim deep down that it justified all of his behavior.
Yeah, man.
Well, that's part of the narcissism.
Yeah, it's weird because we try to find like an equilibrium, man, and where that equilibrium point is. He's really afraid, so to compensate for his fear, he has to act strong. You know what I mean? And so you like
Yeah.
waver back and forth between these two poles, these two polar ideas, and you like find some equilibrium point somewhere. And sometimes it's not a pretty picture, man. Sometimes
Yeah.
it's really ugly.
It's also kids are total sponges to what's around them. For instance, you'll see it so hard with the kids that the internal dialogue and how you talk to yourself and how you think, you get from your parents and your family and the people around you, the people closest to you. And for instance, like there's been cases where it's obvious, for instance, because I'm not going to go into the whole example, but basically, even if you always tell your daughter that she is beautiful, that she's perfect the way she is, and all that stuff, it doesn't matter if she hears you talk badly about your own body, because she'll pick up your negative self-talk and do negative self-talk herself. And just like when you were talking about it earlier with the kids that act out, one of the things with that is you can see how it can either spiral into a negative where they push people away, they get more isolated, they get worse, they push people even more away until it's hard to help them. But the worst thing is those kids don't want to be in that situation at all. And when you actually work with them and you're telling them like, what do you want? And they're like, oh, I want to be able to control my anger. I want to have friends and all these silly things that should be a basic for a kid, but they don't know how to emotionally regulate because their parents never teach them that. And seeing a child learn that and become a better person is one of the most rewarding things you can see. So it saddens me to see how some of the Globers have such deluded thinking and the way they react, because I'm like, nobody taught you as a child.
Yeah, it's not even. Well, you're correct. They didn't teach them as a child, but even worse than that, they taught them wrong. They showed them bad examples of what to do, how to react poorly in the situation, which becomes their natural reaction.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's because they were raised by children, and they were raised by
Exactly.
children. Everybody's getting raised by adult children. We're like, I think we're in the third or fourth generation of this single mother divorce. Like a big thing when I was growing up was this thing called the latchkey kid. So both parents would go to work and like kids would get out of school and they basically would be home from the time school ended till their parents got home from work. So who's raising them? Who's guiding them? Who's doing anything? It's the other kids.
Yep.
So like this was a big deal when I was growing up. So many of my friends like after school was just like a free for all. It was nuts, man. I didn't have that situation because
That's pretty
my
much what
mom was a
happened to my
stay-at-home
dad.
mom. So yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, but
it's pretty much what happened to my dad because in his family, his father was a drunk and a narcissist, and the mom was very subservient to him, and he meek, and so Christian, and so he ordered all the children to just live on the bottom floor, and that's where they basically just fought like in a jungle, and my dad
Lord of the Flies.
got abused by one of his brothers sexually.
yeah, I seen a lot of that. A lot of the like, I mean, that's kind of how it was like back in the like late '70s. It petered off in the '80s. That kind of like social dynamic went away. But I know in the late '70s when I was growing up, like adults and children were separate. Kids ate like if there was like a big gathering, there'd be a kids table and the adults table, and like the adults would do their things, and it's like shut up, kids, go out and play. Like don't come back till the street lights are on.
Yep.
It was pretty different
I got a remnant of that. I got a remnant of that culture because, like, that my grandparents, of course, got much better with age and mellowed out and became decent people, and my like dad, after he went to jail, became much better. Like, people change, and so. But when I was young, when I went to my grandparents, there was always a children's table, and like all the children had to be together. Even though like I was like a teenager, I still had to like babysit the children.
Yep. Yeah, you put the oldest kid in charge. You watch. Delegation of authority. I mean, yeah, that kind of works. I mean,
It
it's
works
not
to a
easy to
degree.
say which way is better or worse because I don't
You
know
got
how
to
you
teach all
decide
the
which way
kids
is better.
individually, and then the oldest kid who has learned the most can be like, "Yeah, remember you're doing wrong. You need to do this." If you don't teach the children, putting the oldest kid in charge is not going to help.
Yeah, but the oldest kid in charge, the oldest kid in charge sometimes doesn't know what to do and just wings it, right? And then you end up with they have bad judgment. Like this is what I found, because I've coached like American football, like Pop Warner football. So I've coached 9-year-olds, 10-year-olds, 11-year-olds, 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds, and the older they get, I don't know if it's hormones or what the hell's going on, but the closer they get to like puberty, the worse their judgment gets. And then at puberty, it just goes out the fucking window. their judgment's horrible. It sounds good, like their ideas like sound good on the surface, right? And it's kind of like probably just the testosterone, right? You like
I think part of it is also our culture and availability to information compared to back in the day. Back in the day, the children spent more time with their family, more time with their fathers, and so they would learn more of their mannerism and how to behave. And so they could be left in charge of smaller children because they hadn't been exposed to all of this reckless, dumb behavior, and weren't as I want to say bloatful,
Oh, rash.
rash, impulsive.
It's also on that note. I've been watching some clips from a project they did in Australia, and they did a TV show about where they had preschool in a retirement home. So 4-year-olds with retired people. And the beautiful thing was, it was a maturing experience for the kids, and you see them naturally take on the role of trying to help out more and stuff like that. But it also had health benefits for the elder people because they were inspired to be more active and do things that they usually would have just sat by and done nothing. So you can see how extended family has a positive benefit on every generation. And they did the same thing with teenagers and elderly people. And you could see a lot of that dumb victimhood mentality, the delusions, die off when they get to face with somebody with real experience. A great example of that would be a teenage boy lost his father, and you could hear by the way he talked, he was falling into victimhood mentality because he's like, oh, none of the people I know don't have a dad, and I'm the only one in my friend group who doesn't have a dad, and he kept being more and more poor me. Then he ends up talking to an old man whose mother died in childbirth, his father abandoned him, he was an orphan who went through different foster homes and had 1,000 times harder life than him. And he was sympathizing with the loss of his father. And that gave this kid such a reality check that you could see him maturing before your eyes. Like, the positive effect is enormous. And they try to deprive this by separating the generations more and more and trying to break up the family unit and all this stupid shit. The beautiful thing is you also see where people are trying to bring this back. And there are people who are doing it right and balanced, where you're teaching your kid responsibility, but not putting too much on them and fucking up their childhood. And you see, I see a bunch of great kids that I think are going to become great people.
Yeah, I definitely agree with all that. I think taking old people and sticking them in a elderly home for care or whatever, separating, I mean, like this has been happening. I don't know when it started, but it's been happening for years. Like this slow. It's basically you're not connected to, like, there is no actual community, right? So at the community level, that started breaking apart, right? Where people were more mobile, so they would move for work or whatever, right? So you weren't like connected to like a community, like per se, where everybody knew each other. And then it became the family started getting disintegrated, so intergenerationally, and now it's just like exploded, where it's like I think something like 43% of the households in America are single mother households or something ridiculous like that. So what's your extended family there? That's totally like split in half. It's crazy. So like say you have a mother and a father, right? And she's got two siblings, so those would be your aunts and uncles, and your father's got two siblings. All three of them all live in different places. You're not even connected. Then they have their parents on their side, and they live in different. So in you're a child of a single mother. So like the whole backup plan, right? So if this is why single mothers get overwhelmed, right? Because in the past, you could pass the child off to your aunt, or like if you're the single mother, your sister, or one of your grandparents, or the paternal grandparents, or like your brother-in-law. Like there's always some backup, right? Someone to help you out in the family, right? To take the pressure off you. The the labor was divided between everybody in the family, and that's just gone. It's just completely gone. So the kid feels just like, I would imagine, completely isolated, right? Disconnected. Like they can't learn anything because they don't have enough social dynamic relationships. Their relationships are like all the kids I see in school, the people I talk to on the internet, my teacher, and like that whole
Yeah.
social infrastructure where you would know like closely. You would have like, your favorite aunt, your favorite uncle, your favorite grandmother, your favorite grandfather, right? So you'd have five people that are close to you, that are directly close to you other than your parents. And then you'd have maybe your favorite sibling. So half a dozen people are close to you where you absolutely trust them, right? You know they take a bullet for you. Now it's like, will anybody take a bullet for me? You don't even know.
This is
You don't
also
even know
why
if
I
your own
think
mother will take a bullet for you.
I get you. But this is why I think also you see a more and more common thread of found family online, whether it be in entertainment, whether it be where you see examples of neighbors or communities coming together, or people just adopting themselves a family. Like I've seen where single mothers decide to live together and co-parent together simply because it's easier that way, and different things like that. But with the found family, you can make yourself your own version of that, but it shows how much the people need it, because you try to become for your child what would have helped you, what would have saved you when nobody saved you. Like whatever you were missing when you were young, you want your child to have. If you were poor, you want your child to have abundance. If you didn't get love, you want your child to feel more loved than anyone on this plane. And I think that shows the human nature of it, so to speak. And I forget what the other thing was that I was going to say.
Yeah, it's a complex problem, no doubt. I mean, there's a lot of things you can blame it on. There's so many things. It's like there's no one thing. It's a confluence of events. And
Yeah, it's an
always like,
assault.
yeah, but if you look at like where each like little chink in the armor comes from, they all seem to like a reverse a reverse family tree goes up to the same freaking places, right?
Yeah.
Goddamn Rockefellers, right? Fucking JP Morgan. It all goes because these are the people that were making, lobbying Congress to make legislation to do all these, to change the laws, right? They were funding like, Planned Parenthood, birth controls, like all this stuff, right? The whole destruction of the family. They
Yep.
changed the way, houses were financed, and people in the dynamics of the workforce, and how much people got paid and how much universities costed, and like the entire economical dynamic changed the way people have to relate to each other. Women are still saying this, at least in America, right? You got to go out, you got to make a career, because if you find a man, he's just going to end up leaving you for a younger woman. This is like the crap that they were telling women when I was a kid, like back in the 70s.
I mean, that's propaganda, in my opinion.
Yeah, this was the propaganda that just be afraid of him. You're going to marry a man, you can't trust that motherfucker. He's just going to end up leaving you for a younger woman. It happens all the time. But if you look at the actual occurrence of it happening, it's actually pretty rare.
Oh, but look at all the rom-coms around the same time. What was the main leading theme? There was always a woman. It always starts with a woman who gets betrayed by a fiance or a boyfriend, or somebody's cheating on her or some shit, and then she runs off somewhere and finds the ideal man. But it always starts with that cheating fucker. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's subliminal programming.
Well, I mean, when I was there was a movie called Kramer versus Kramer, which was about, because like divorces started becoming a lot more common like in the 70s. And you know, so Dustin Hoffman he works as like, I think he's a TV producer or something like that. He works in television. So they're an urban couple, right? The place is Manhattan, and his wife just gets like, gets wants to find herself or whatever, and she just leaves him and their kid just vanishes, right? So she can go find herself.
She belongs to the streets.
But they make it all come to like a happy ending where it's all okay, right? Because they focus on not the child. It's really about their divorce, right? And like the kid has a mishap at the playground, and then like the woman's lawyer blows it out of proportion, and then like some point in the movie they like she has a change of heart, and she's like, I know it wasn't on purpose, blah blah blah, and they have an amicable divorce, and everybody's happy and they all live happy ever after. This is just a nasty piece of propaganda, and I'm gonna bring up the fact that Meryl Streep and Dustin Hoffman wear little hats. So, so I'm just gonna throw that in there. But no regard to like what actually would happen to a child, like the damage that were done to children. I know firsthand the kids that were the most problems in school, discipline problems, were the kids that came from divorced households. Because divorce, even when I was a kid, when I was young, it was maybe 1 out of 10. But by the time I was like 14, it was like almost everybody. Almost everybody came from a divorced family.
It's also because that means there's less structure, and young kids thrive on structure. It gives them security. So if you take away that structure or make it chaotic, it's gonna, of course, negatively affect the child.
Well, yeah, and but then there's the chaos of the splitting of the household, right? And then one of the parental alienation, right? The mom saying dad was a dirty, cheating bastard when it actually had nothing to do with that, right? Or the dad saying your mom's a whore and it had nothing to do with that, or he thinks she's a whore and like it's just his suspicion where it was other reasons. You know what I mean? There's all
Yeah.
these like crazy dynamics. Like you don't know what's going on. The
Our
parents are freaking poisoning the child, even though
our
they're both
parents
mindful kids.
our
Go ahead.
parents divorced 3 times, so we experienced plenty of triangulation
Jesus
of the
Christ.
of each other. Like they one was like she's crazy, the other one's like he's an insane man. But then they would always get back together. So what are the kids supposed to do?
Well, maybe they were both right. When they were like the other one's crazy, they were both right because they kept him back together.
Yeah,
They're both crazy.
Honestly, you're right.
but that's why
What's the
I
definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over again, thinking you're going to get a different result?
yeah, that's why I tried to be different, and that's why I came back. I came back because the creator sent me, and apparently karma needed me. I didn't know, but she did.
Yeah, being left alone with mom and my sister at that point in time was not great for me. So yeah, he was like a ray of beautiful sunshine when he finally came back. Logic and intelligence and no feels before reals or anything.
Sunshine.
I also used to take care of just about everything at the start.
Well, I mean, to run a household of more than 2 people, you need both. You need men and women. Like you need that dynamic because women are good
Yeah,
at certain things and men are good at other.
yeah. That's the issue. Like, I came back. They really needed
Came
me.
back to open pickle jars and kill bugs, right?
Yeah, I came back to help take care of the house and do everything, like go everywhere, because mom retreated into kind of a depression because that's the only man she ever loved.
What do they say? Every woman's a feminist until a spider needs to be killed.
Yeah, I've heard that before.
Dude, I killed 2 wasps today.
Yeah, I raised karma good. Like, I realized that I got hyper feminized. I realized that I needed to get back into my masculinity, and I taught her everything I knew while being as supportive and kind as I could, while blocking all of the insanity from from mom or from anybody else, so that she could like at least have some semblance of normalcy and like a normal life, because it was getting pretty crazy. Like when I was young, it was really crazy, but I didn't realize because I was just in it.
W, brother.
You don't have a hyper feminized. I mean, I don't know a lot about like Iceland, how far gone they are compared to like the rest of the West
Oh no, I
with
mean,
alphabet
I,
terrorists and all that shit.
yeah, I mean the mindset. Like I had a crazy new age belief system that I sold to people with my fallacies, and my ego was so big that I would reject the things that happened and imagine something else in their place, and then lied to people that that's what happened, and then forget that I made up the lie so that I would believe it.
Oh, that's a
That's
dark road.
how insane I was.
That's a fucking dark road. You started believing your own bullshit.
Yeah, I started believing my own bullshit. That's how far gone I was, and because of that, I alienated everyone around me, and I made up delusions about how people didn't like me or didn't love me, and then isolated myself until I wanted to die. And I was gonna suicide, but decided to pray to God instead. Or at least before I suicided, just in case God existed, because I was kind of an atheist. So I was like, just in case, if it isn't a void, I'll like try to talk to God and ask him why my life is so much shit. And then I felt this light pour over me, unconditional love. My life flashed before my eyes. I saw all the moments when I was being delusional and an idiot over again, and I saw it from the other people's perspective, and I saw that all my delusions were wrong, and they loved me, and that I was just hurting them and hurting myself. And I realized that I was a retard. I was a dumbass. And in that moment, I just wanted to die more. So at that moment, I got flashes of images of all of the people that really loved me, like my mom, my sisters, even my dad, and my
So this
friends,
is,
and
and Grace.
that is the reason why I'm still here, because I was like, okay, I'll live for the creator, I'll live for the people that love me, I'll go and spend my life on them.
There's a thing like you have atheists and they go, well, you can't prove God, like as if it's like something in the natural world that can be proven, right? Like the second law of thermodynamics.
It's like
Proving
saying to
existence of
somebody,
God is
prove you love me.
well, I mean,
It's a
it's
question of whether you
because
choose to believe it.
it's personal to somebody. It's a personal experience, right? It's a personal anecdote, and you could say, well, that's subjective, whatever. But if you look at like person after person after person after person after person that has like a divine revelation, right? That changes their life. Doesn't matter if it's a fucking delusion because it has an actual result in the real world. Okay? And like, so all of humanity is all having these collective delusions that are having results in the real world, right? Well, good thing we're just like, just hallucinating all the time for the betterment of mankind.
Yeah, thank
How
God.
convenient, right? Like they never go wrong, they always go right. How does that work?
It's just like how they discounted hypnotism in the beginning and a bunch of other things that they don't know quite how to explain because they don't want to acknowledge a bunch of things, like how much power the mind actually has and how much belief can affect you. Like the fact that you can get a stomach ulcer because you worried too much, you had too many feelings, or you can go bald because you were too stressed.
Or that you can believe so hard that you literally cannot see a person. So if you believe so hard that there's nothing mystical about this world, there's no creator, there's nothing, you're not going to experience anything because you have literally closed yourself off. It's hypnotic. Just
Ooh.
like a lot of the Globers are very hypnotized with the globe, and that's why it's very hard to break.
Yeah,
It
you
leads
see
into
what you
one of
look
my
for.
favorite quotes. You go, Indio, and I'll go after you.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, you see what you look for. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you like think of the
Yeah.
number 8, right, and just walk around the world, you're gonna see the number 8 everywhere. And if you think of the
Oh,
number
yeah.
2 and you walk around the world, you're gonna see the number 2 everywhere, right? And if you think of blonde-haired girls, you can walk around the world, you're gonna see blonde-haired girls everywhere. And anyone that isn't a blonde-haired, you go, no, that's not what I'm looking for. You see what
Right.
you
Yeah,
look for.
yeah. There's an example where you can show anybody this, where you tell them look behind you for anybody wearing black, and tell me how many you see. And then he looks behind him, tells black, and then he turns around, and then you say, how many white? And he was focusing on the black, so he didn't look for any white.
Right, right.
The
It's like
be-
that
my
gorilla
favorite
glue thing.
Sorry, I was just gonna say my favorite part about that is when they don't they just say, "Look behind you, look at me. How many objects are this color?" And they guess based on that quick glance. And then when they look again, and they're like, "Okay, it's this many." Then how? And they try it through many different variations, and you can show exactly how it affects them depending on how you're thinking about it.
Grace, I wanted to comment on one of the things you said about how you can something about like being so you can't even see something, you're so like blocked off. That's one of my favorite quotes, goes something like, "It is not nature that is mute, it's man who is deaf." Uh and I love that, because you do have to sort of be open-minded and like, like in the They Live movie, you have to have your They Live glasses on, but I would add to that you have to have your They Live headphones on. You got to be able to hear as well, because the symbols and the signs are everywhere, and you can definitely block yourself off to those types of things. So I do love that, and people, you guys are kind of talking about like the creator or God or whatever. It's like, or what's with this expectation that some man should come approach you? What if he's trying to signal to you in all kinds of things? A billboard, a friend, an advertisement. Those symbols and those messages could be around you, but if you're blocking yourself off to them, you'll never be able to hear it. So it's not nature that's mute. You're just deaf and you can't hear. So you better open up your ears, because the signs and the symbols are all around you if you listen to them. So I've always loved that quote. So some people may not agree, but I tend to really enjoy that one.
It's a good
Hey,
quote.
yeah, did you guys? Yeah, I just want to. I mean, this is an awesome conversation, but let's try and. I have no intelligent segue to flat Earth, so I'm gonna just do a frickin' record scratch. Fucking
I
flat
got
Earth.
you. Let me hit the button.
We'll be right back. Back to flat Earth. Did you see that? Did you listen to that? So AI posted an 11-second clip of rolling my boulder or whatever his name is, rolling my shoulder, rolling whatever it is.
Yeah,
You better
sigh.
roll a shoulder, because we're
Did you
throwing
listen to
haymakers.
that, Trace?
Not yet.
Oh, I'll play it. It's only 11 seconds, dude. You should hear what this guy says.
Rolling his dung.
Hold on. Oh, no, it's riding on eggshells. That clown.
Oh,
Riding
that
on eggshells.
goofball. Hell no.
Yeah, with that. And how did he sneak into the politics server, man? Like, I almost went over there just to ban him out of there.
He's goofy.
Well, I mean, because he's one of the most dishonest snakes
Yeah. Oh yeah.
in this topic, period. And there's that's a high bar to jump over, man.
I know, right?
Yeah,
An eye roll
you gotta hear
generator.
this.
That's funny. Yeah, let's take a listen.
Oh shit. Oh, it's a clip. It won't play it just as a clip. Darn it.
If you can drop the clip in text, I can throw it in my
Yeah.
soundboard.
Okay. Oh, okay. There you go. Yeah, that'll work. The YouTube clip, it'll play the whole freaking thing. Or no, that ain't it. Hold on. Goddamn boomer.
Yeah, Drace, we were talking about the types of like the archetypes that are really annoying. If I remember correctly, he's kind of he takes that interviewer angle. Oh, I'm just here interviewing you guys. No, you ain't. You're gonna defend positions along the way while pretending to be in this third party position. Like this, I hate that, man. Just we know what your position is. Stop pretending to be this like nebulous observer. You're not. You're very staunchly on the globe side. So just be honest about that. I hate the
I
pretend.
think I should be able to play this. Is it shorts or something?
No, it's a clip.
No, it's
So
a
it
clip.
takes the regular. It's a clip. It won't. I just know with the bot, it'll end up playing like the entire video.
But the video is only like 1 minute or 50
But it's
seconds.
a clip from a longer live stream or whatever. So
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'll just cut
So
it out.
YouTube has a
and
clip
take me.
function. Okay,
yeah, you'll
cool.
have to.
So just to segue, you got to hear this for yourself. I mean, it's basically his argument is unless you can show that the gas pressure gradient stops at some point, then space exists. You
Dishonest
got to
weasel.
prove that it doesn't. Yeah. So this argument is so asinine, and after he plays it, I'm gonna just rip it apart.
Oh, I already asked ChatGPT about this, and it said it was shifting the burden of proof.
Yeah,
Classic.
yeah, it is. It is. It absolutely is. But he's like he doesn't even know that the globe he's throwing his own globe claim under the bus. Well, the old cosmological claim, not the globe claim.
Wait, how so? How so?
Well, I'll tell you after he plays the clip, man. I don't want.
All right.
Come on, man, you're trying to
He's
ruin the
trying to
end.
build it up. All good. I literally have never heard a single Glober tackle the gas pressure argument. They all get bodied like Marshawn Lynch. It runs them over. It's so funny. They can't handle it, dude. There's no one can tackle that one. I've not seen a single person do it. I don't know if y'all remember Beast Mode Marshawn Lynch. He has that
Well, there's a
play.
gradient. Well, I'm on here. I'm just here so I don't get fined. So
Yeah.
that was dope, man. That was some base shit right there.
Well, he has that play, that infamous play where he literally trucked like 5 dudes and then dragged 4 more into the end zone. That's what I'm saying is like the gas pressure argument. We literally truck Globers on no one can tackle him. You know, no one can tackle that. I'll see if I can get a gif of that. It's freaking amazing. Yeah, I'm just here so I don't get fined. I remember that too. Amazing.
Well, since we don't have dead air. So I heard you talking about you were at the gym. I was at the gym like 3 days ago, and like I do dips. So like I take like a 70-pound dumbbell, put it between my legs, and do dips. So I bust out about 8 of them. I do them at the end of my workout. So like, dude, I'm like whipped. I turn around and there's some dude staring at me, and his like mouth is like his jaw is like on the floor. He's like he like he's just like new to the gym, right? Like you could see like he never worked out. Like he just like hey, this is the first time I ever came to the gym. You could just tell he's never been to the gym before. He just got a membership or something, right? So he's just sitting there, just with his jaw hitting the floor, man. I'm like, yeah, okay, dude. I mean, I guess it's kind of impressive. I mean, not too many people can do it. I could do more when I was like 20. I used to do dips with like an 80-pound dumbbell.
Okay, I got the clip ready. You want me to play it?
Yeah, go.
Dropped out. It probably continues to drop. Which do you think would be a more sensible conclusion to draw?
Sensible conclusion to draw would be that I can't demonstrate gas pressure by any other means but with the
By
container.
avoiding the question, right? That's the best way to go about it. Avoid the question. I mean, I would too. It is utterly destructive to your claim. If you cannot show that the pressure will turn around or stop at some point, then all you need to do is say that from 14.7 to here and then up will at some stage reach 10 to the negative 17 torr. That's all. That's all. If you cannot show why that wouldn't be the case, you lose, basically.
No, if you can't demonstrate gas pressure without a container, then you lose.
I did. Unless you can show why that relationship stops at some point, then I've just proven all I need to prove, which is you've got gas pressure
No,
decreasing.
that's
and
just
you
a
cannot,
belief that you have. The
You've
sky
agreed
isn't-
with all of the predictions.
Okay, so here's the problem with that. According to the modern cosmology, it doesn't stop at 10 to the negative 17. Deep space is 10 to the negative 34. And why does this stop there? Why does it stop at any place? According to him, there's no reason it should ever stop if there's a gradient. That's his logic. That if you can't show that it ever stops, then there's space. Well, I mean, does it just keep going down pressure till infinity? Till it hits the edge of the Big Bang universe? So he destroys his own argument. I understand, on the fly, it's hard to pick up on this, but even mainstream cosmology doesn't say it goes down forever. Even they say it stops at some point. So this is really an argument about where does it stop? Does it stop at 10 to the negative 10? Or 10 to the negative 10 torr, 10 to the negative 50 torr, 10 to the negative gazillion fucking torr? But according to him, if you can't prove that it stops at some place, then he proved gas pressure without a container, which is a fucking non sequitur in the first place. What's the container?
I got a new argument from arguing with ChatGPT. You know how they say that the air is moving with the Earth, therefore the objects don't exhibit the normal Coriolis?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we have vacuum tubes, and we can drop things in vacuum tubes. And it would be moving from an area of higher rotation to an area of lower rotation. So why is it not deviating as it's dropping?
Yeah, this is a perfect question, Drace. And I don't know if you remember Southern Israelite when he was around. And I wish he didn't he vanished. I don't know if he took down his website. His website was indexed on archive.org, but he emailed them and made him take it down. Or the Wayback Machine, rather. So apparently at the time of Galileo, they actually conducted some of these tests. They took cannonballs and they shot them straight up into the air, and they landed back in the fucking barrel.
Yeah, but they'll say that the air is rotating with the Earth. Somehow it's
But it's
accelerating. It's accelerating above, matching the rotation, so that the cannonball can go up and down. But somehow the cannonball is, it's retarded.
That's not right, because when the cannonball is off the ground, that curvature, that radius of that arc is a longer path than the one of the cannon itself.
Yep. And
Right,
so
so one has 3,959 miles, right, and the other one has 3,959.1 miles, right? So that arc, that radius, that circumference is, and because it's multiplied by pi, it's an even greater distance than the 0.1, right? So the difference between one circumference and the other circumference is 3.14 times what the difference in radius is.
Yeah, which would mean that you would need the air to be moving faster and faster and faster above to try to compensate and move the ball weirdly. But you would also be able to measure that sideways acceleration.
Yeah, it would be like a vertical Coriolis, and it would the trying to think if you were in the air, trying to think of if it would like would it look like a curve? Well, it would be a curved path.
Yeah, according to the AI, it would look curved from the ground.
God, it would have to be a curve. Well, I mean, I think it would look straight from the ground because you're in the rotating reference frame, but the actual path of the cannonball will be curved to get back into the cannon.
Well,
Well, how else are
yeah.
you going to get back into the cannon? I mean, it has to be a curved path, right? Because it's
Yeah.
going straight up, right? And it's spinning, so like that path has to be curved, and then to fall
Yeah,
back into the cannon to come back down.
Or like if you imagine the whole air as static, like a solid, and then the ball moving up into it, then you imagine the solid all moving at once, and so that's kind of how they imagine it. So like the top of the solid is going to be having a higher tangential velocity, so we would be able to measure the increase in acceleration to the side to match the being above the barrel, and then when it falls back down, somehow this thing is decelerating to match the rotational rate, so it can fall back into the barrel. They just imagine like the air is this solid barrier that's just holding it, so it always matches the rotation. It's just so illogical, and we would be able to measure the acceleration to the side, the difference in the rotation.
Yeah, yeah. So Coriolis is about the horizontal difference, right, of rotation, right? But there's a vertical difference too, radially
Yeah, yeah.
from out the center. There's like there's you can look at any goddamn artillery chart. That's never in there. I don't even think they have a name for it. Like, what's that even called, right? There's a radial difference. If I shoot an artillery round, 30 kilometers, it's going to have some height, right? On a ballistic trajectory. You're naming a ballistic missile. So how do you compensate for the difference in rotational velocity from the larger arc of being up high than the ground? Because the ground
Also, there's less dense air up there. So how is it moving everything to the side?
yeah, because it's not.
Exactly.
Writing on Mitchell. I gotta go snow this.
The earth is flat.
Who's flat?
The earth is flat.
The earth is flat.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, shit.
I mean, is your brain exploding?
Yeah, I haven't been over politics server in a few days, man. I mean, I go over there and just peek, but I don't listen to like what's going on there. I get like that shit triggers me, man. It's their attitude and condescension that fucking triggers me. It's not even like I don't care if they're like ignorant and don't know anything. That doesn't really bother me. But when they have this like chest puffing, peacock unfurling his tail feathers, talking down to condescending flat earthers when you're butchering your own globe model, that shit triggers the shit out of me.
Yeah, I get you. Same here, man. Like, especially when they're when you actually take the time to explain to them how they're wrong and that how they're butchering their globe model, and then they just strawman you and just twist out of it with some insane obfuscation, and you're like, okay, I'm going back to this, but it just keeps on going. Like, there's only so much of that, I think, a rational person should take.
I heard a lady, I shouldn't say girl, a lady over there. She might have been older than me or my age, but she seemed very not knowledgeable on the standard model of particle physics, like super fucking knowledgeable. Like,
I think I heard her as well.
yeah. I mean, she didn't offer any globe proofs, but like, you talk about,
Yeah, she was a know-it-all, and when she was talking, it wasn't stuff that was like bad, so like or destroying their representation. So you're like, okay, yeah, get on to the point, find
she also
something
used
that
a lot of
supports the globe.
qualifying words. Well, she also used a lot of qualifying words, right? She would say things like consistent with, right? So like, she wouldn't say like proves this or fucking, you know what I mean? She would use weasel words, which to me
Yeah.
tells me she's I don't know how to put it. It takes. I mean, if you listen, I've listened to a lot of physicists over the years, the past like 30 years, talk about quantum physics to laymen, educated people, yada yada yada. Seen dozens, if not hundreds or more, talks, interviews, speeches, fucking lectures, you name it. And it takes a special person to use like qualifying words. Usually they only talk like that when they're talking to each other, right? When they talk to laymen, they talk with certainty. But when they talk with like people in their field, like say a conference, say like the conference of the American Physical Society, right? You see like a lecture someone gives there, when they talk to each other, they talk with a lot less certainty than when they talk with the public.
Yeah.
They use a lot of these qualifying words like maybe, if, yada yada. You know what I mean? So you really can't they're not making
Gravity?
any definitive statements.
Gravity? I don't know.
Yeah,
but
well, they'll say like, well, all the tests so far are consistent with Einstein's model. There are some
Yeah.
things, nothing that directly falsifies.
That's the waffle.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the waffle that comes after the I don't know. Because between themselves, they don't want to get like shot in the foot for saying they know something, so they start with I don't know, and then waffle what I believe.
Yeah, it's just so funny because I feel like it's just so hypocritical that they among themselves, because they know that like these are their peers, they're gonna call each other on their bullshit, right? Like you can't make a definitive statement about that because this data set or that data set or because the precision of the instrument or these assumptions or whatever. But when they talk to the public, they act like they fucking know everything, right? And that all this shit is settled science. But they know within themselves that that each of these like physics models has huge holes in it, or they played games, right? They added like 50 million parameters to their model, right? That you can just tweak. You just like moving a slider. So you just like move a slider, like, oh, we made this observation. How do we move the sliders in this model to make the model fit the observation? It's called there's a name for it. It's called parameter something. But I mean, I've heard astrophysicists, physicists, particle physicists talk about a lot of like these models have this problem. And so check this out. I know a lot of people aren't going to understand this. I don't know if they won't understand it. So the whole foundation of quantum electrodynamics, right? And they say, oh, this is the most precise theory, right? Is based upon something called the magnetic moment of the electron. So there's something called Larimore precession. So this is how MRI works, right? So the electron's supposed to kind of like precess the magnetic pole of the electron precesses a little bit. And what this precession is, they call it the G factor. So this number has been fudged since the 60s because every time they measure it, they keep getting a different value. And I only found this out recently, like maybe in the last couple months, that they actually have been fudging quantum electrodynamics for decades, and that people like Freeman Dyson actually quit physics to go do mathematics because of this fudging. So it just comes out the Russians even found it. Now there's 6. So the entire standard model is based upon this G value. And if this G value is wrong, the whole entire standard model is wrong. So what happens is when they get a new G factor result, they just tweak parameters in the model to fix everything, right? Because everything, so the magnetic moment of the electron is based upon the charge, and the charge of an electron is an elementary fucking unit of charge that they're using throughout the standard model. And if the G factor is one value, then the charge of the electron is another value. So if it changes, then they have to change the charge of the electron, then that charges every fucking thing else in the standard model. All the particles, quarks, fucking up, down, charm, strange, all that shit, all changes. So they just keep changing it. So the Russians just came out with it like 2 weeks ago, maybe it was a week ago, another G value. So now there's 6 different experiments of the G value. And they'll sit there and run around claiming quantum mechanics, quantum electrodynamics is the most accurate theory in the history of science, which is utter horseshit. Because they're doing a bunch of ad hoc hypothesizing, and that's the problem with mathematics. You just keep doing. You can tweak it, right? You can just tweak a freaking variable here, tweak a variable there, and do and just do.
Yeah,
fitting.
you didn't get your results. Just tweak it, move it around.
Yeah, postdiction, right? We got our postdiction wrong. Oh, tweak the model so our postdiction is right. Disgusting. Paying for this stuff, dude.
Yeah, it's a scam.
Well, you got to keep the people employed, right? I wonder how much
becoming much more pro.
I think about this all the time. Is like, how many quote unquote scientists are there that are doing research that doesn't amount to a goddamn thing?
Most of them.
Gotta think everything ever done at CERN, everything.
I think that's the point.
Benefit to human being that's ever come out of CERN. There's not like, oh, we discovered this, so now we can do this and make everybody's life better.
Yeah, I think that's the point. You get all the smartest people to work on stuff that has no end and is completely pointless, and then they're not figuring out how you're scamming them. They're trying to scam others just to get funding, so they're just getting complicit.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you don't want a bunch of people that are good at mathematics with no time and looking at the comprehensive annual financial report of the United States government.
No.
Or their state, or their city. That's where
They don't even want. They don't even want good mathematicians looking into history.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There you go. Good point. Yeah, if anybody wants to know where the scamming of the financing is of any government agency, look, or even any public entity or a nonprofit, just look at their comprehensive annual financial report that they have to file that lists the assets and liabilities. That's where all the fuckery is hidden. It's not in the budget. It's in the financial report of the entire financial status. So you'll have governments claiming, "Oh, we got to raise taxes because we're running a budget deficit." Then you look at their balance sheet, right, and they have something like $90 billion in assets. Well, fucking sell something. You know what I'm saying? Sell something. Don't raise taxes.
AI makes a funny point. Hypothesis: if science, then funding. I think that's why they like to call everything science, because then they can get funding.
I actually heard, obviously, a scientist that made his bones from funding, but I can't remember if he was an astronomer or a particle physicist. But he's from Europe, and he was basically saying the competitive model of science, right, of trying to use the capitalist system to fund science is actually destroying science, and that's why you're getting outlandish claims, fraud, all the bullcrap that's happening in the so-called scientific community, right? You get this dogmatic viewpoint, right? Only certain things also get funding if you have to be part of the dogmatic viewpoint, because you'll have
Yep.
like the National Academy of Science, right? And they have a board. In the United States, like the government, well, oh, we're going to grant money for some sort of scientific research. So you come up with a grant proposal, and then they run it by the National Academy of Science. And if your result would falsify all their work of the people on that board that are judging your thing, you're not getting that funding, dude. You're never
Yeah.
going to get it. Like, oh, I want to prove the theory of general relativity wrong with this experiment. No, Einstein's our God. Forget you.
Yeah, not even that. Like, it's even more than that, because they're gonna triangulate you, call you a quack, call you
A crank,
dumb.
dude. That's the good one.
Yeah,
crank.
yeah, and in the process, they're gonna alienate you from the community, and like so many people's lives have been destroyed through this mechanism.
You're actually better off committing fraud that aligns with your viewpoint than not committing fraud and doing something that's against their viewpoint.
Yeah, you're financially incentivized to do so.
So I actually found a YouTube channel. I posted it in the admin mods. I'll post it in the live stream chat. It goes over a bunch of scientific frauds. It's the thing that is amazing about it isn't the fact that it's a scientific fraud. Each one of these frauds takes like years to unravel, man. Right? They don't even like want to believe it when they find
Yeah.
out. And then they like, oh, we got to investigate and have a committee and write a report. When it's like, dude, the shit's obvious, dude. It's like, this is the same graph copy pasted in 19 different publications. Like, what are you talking about, dude? This is obvious. You don't need a committee to figure this out.
But Indio, I cited that paper, and that would mean that my paper is trash.
Yeah, so examples of it: the guy that a guy tried to fake an element, creating an element. Another guy tried to fake human cloning. Another guy tried to fake I think it was some discovery in radio while working at Bell Laboratory. So like it's like whole tons of them. I couldn't believe how many there were, man. Like I knew scientific fraud was bad, but this guy he does a pretty good job of just like going through it, and he explains like the science behind it, the science behind the underlying fraud, like and why it's fraud, which is pretty good. And he goes over the whole history. I posted that one.
I've seen a few different videos concerning scientific fraud.
This is a whole channel. This is a whole channel full great. Like,
I think I bookmarked it. I'm gonna check out the whole channel at some point.
I was actually shocked to find it. How is it? You people's posting that in months.
I got it.
Oh, okay. Can you post it in the chat?
Boom.
Bobby Broggy, what a name. You know, and this is like, these are just famous ones. This isn't even a comprehensive list. You know that, right?
Yeah, like I keep coming upon these things in different fields. People talking about these scandals in their fields. So this is all over the place.
Yeah, there's one I didn't finish watching. It's called "The Image You Can't Submit to Journals Anymore." I guess like for like 3 decades, when people developed like digital signal processing and like sensors and did like research into like AI visual recognition, they would use these reference images. They were all using the same reference images. And I guess one I didn't watch the full video yet, but there's one in particular that you're not allowed to use anymore for whatever reason.
I really love this. This is a published research findings that published research findings, or most of them, are false.
Yeah, and the Globers, they like when I first started showing this to them years ago, they would just go silent, and under How Explorer they would go not on our side. Now they're like, well, that only applies to the social sciences. This is literally talking about medical. This article, man, it's not talking about the social sciences because there was a lot of the replication problem in the social sciences. But there's plenty of scientific fraud in the medical community. There's that Stanford freaking president that just got shit canned for falsifying all his data. He was exposed by like a journalist, a person that worked for the Stanford newspaper as a freshman. He read something online, or it might have been it's either on 4chan or a news group that said what this guy was producing was highly suspicious. It was like a really old post. It's like, there's a lead. I'll just go investigate that. And then because he was only a freshman, he didn't have high level technical information. He had somebody. He contacted a lady that's what she does for a living, is like acting scientific fraud and fucking journals, data fraud. And then turns out this guy parlayed fake data into being the president of Stanford University.
Yeah, it pays to fake it. That's why they do it.
Getting paid $50,000 to go lecture somewhere, getting comped everywhere, right? So because I'm a neurology expert, so now my word is God. Like whatever my opinion is on almost any fucking subject, people listen to me. Like power, prestige, I'm sure it's easy to pick up chicks when you're like, yeah, I'm a neurologist, man. I'm the president of Stanford. Yeah, baby. I can read your mind. You like me.
Yeah, well, I don't know how well the neurologist angle is gonna work. If he's fat and ugly, but if he's like I'm president of Stanford or whatever, that might maybe move some of them, the gold diggers.
Well, I mean, most people don't know what a neurologist is, or someone that's into neurological science, and they're gonna think neurosurgeon, and this dude makes freaking $500,000 a year.
Yeah, that That might also happen. Yeah.
You're gonna hear neurosurgeon, cha-ching, cha-ching. Well, I mean, like they're missing some stuff on the delusion calculator for the male delusion. They need to put like body count numbers and like things like that because there's dudes running around and they're like, I want to find a stay-at-home mom that's good with kids and knows how to cook and has a low body count, blonde hair, and freaking tight pussy and yeah, like dude, you're delusional. You're looking for a fucking
Yeah.
unicorn. That shit don't exist.
There needs to be a lot of options for them to choose because a lot of them will resonate with those options.
But men, I mean, that's the so-called dream woman. But the difference between, and none of you women get mad, the difference between women and men is men will settle easier than a woman will settle. And I mean, I understand that. For a woman to settle, it could be costly. For a guy to settle, you know, it ain't that costly. It's not like you're the one getting pregnant.
I think part of that is also men get kind of thrown more into society to fend for themselves, whereas uh, because women have this natural draw of men, it becomes easier for them to use men to do things they want or continue to get spoiled, if you will.
Yeah. I mean, why are you looking for chicks in the club? Like, why would you look for women there? I mean, other than to sleep with. I mean, why would you be looking for your? If you're looking for your wife in like what, the back of a restaurant cooking? You should be looking for like cleaning a fucking hotel room, making beds, like, or not saying this is all only thing that women are good for. I'm just saying is that like if you want a particular a woman to have a particular skill set, then go look for the place in the business world that has that skill set and go find women there. Right? If you're a girl and you want a very accomplished man who's a millionaire, you need to go hang out where the millionaires are. You don't go hang out in front of the drugstore.
Yeah, you don't go to the rave to find a millionaire. You go there to find a drugged out crazy person.
Yeah, and if you sorry, if you go to a rave, nobody's like looking to get married. Like I'm going to the rave to find my wife. I'm going to the rave to find my husband. That ain't the deal.
But yeah, I think the most ideal one is just you meet people all the time and like there's a cute girl at the register. Talk to her.
Yeah, I mean, there's millions of books and songs and paintings and every other thing. Half of Van Gogh's ears somewhere over, love lost and all that shit. So we're not gonna figure it out on Discord.
Yeah.
Chopped off his ear, man. Dude, what a simp. That's the ultimate simp move. I fucking chopped off my ear. She got that ear, was like simp.
Yeah. I guess the Earth is flat.
Sure is. Sure is, man. You know, I saw on Twitter someone posted that was the worst Goldberg argument of the week, but I didn't see what the argument was. I was thinking we should do a top 10 bad Goldberg arguments of the week every week. We should collate them, right? And then every week we do a little freaking show on like the top 10 worst Goldberg arguments. And better, it's even better if we have them recorded, right? Or screenshots of the text. Because there's some
Yeah.
pretty bad ones.
Hey, AI is here.
CJ, where's Goldberg arguments and AI on mutes?
Indio, you know that fusion thing they do where they have magnets and they have plasma, and the Globers like to think, oh well, there's vacuum here and there's atmosphere over there. That's how the globe works. I had some guy try to do that the other day, and in the process deny that plasma existed and water had surface tension.
What?
Yeah, apparently water doesn't have surface tension. It's all just electrostatics. And yeah, plasma doesn't exist. It's just gas.
Plasma is not a gas, dude.
That's what I told him. I showed him citations. He's just, no, it's gas.
Water gas. Who was the dude that you said? Dave? Not Dave. This guy. I think he's coming here. How's there water gas in the air?
The way he tried to justify it was, what happens when gas gets super compressed? I was like, well, it turns to liquid. That's a state change, like when gas changes its state to a plasma. And he was like, well, the magnetism is compressing the gas or the plasma until it becomes a gas.
Holy shit, that would be a hell of a magnet, right?
I know, right? Now I was like, where is this super magnet in the sky doing all this pushing on this plasma that has turned into a gas that doesn't react to magnetism anymore?
A magnetic field that'll bind the electron to the nucleus. What the hell is that, dude? Like,
You need a medium. So I named the medium miasma. That's my name for it.
miasma.
Yes. When there's too much miasma, it's hard to breathe.
Not inside a chamber, promise. Yeah. How do you show plasma pressure without a container? You put it in a freaking container.
But did you guys go over the riding eggshells argument?
Yeah, just so I mean, you can add to it. I basically said that, like, like according to mainstream cosmology, it stops at some place. So we're just quibbling about where it stops, right? It doesn't go down forever. They don't say it goes down forever in mainstream cosmology. They say it goes down to like 10 to the negative 34 in interstellar space, intergalactic space, right? In the dark voids of the the superstructure of the universe.
Yeah, ChatGPT analyzed it and said it's shifting the burden of proof. He needs to prove that.
So do you
Well,
have
mine's my favorite. I liked the phrase where he said, "We know that gas pressure lowers with altitude, and we know it probably keeps doing that. Therefore, something." I can't remember what his therefore was.
Therefore,
So appeal to probability.
Therefore, he proved gas pressure without a container.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so think about that. because there's a gas pressure gradient, and we don't know where that gas pressure gradient ends. We prove that there's gas pressure without a container. That's
Right, but check this
that shit crazy shit.
check this out though. He said you have to prove, in order for your gas pressure container argument to work, you have to prove that the gradient stops, and then you have a vacuum before the container, or that you don't have a vacuum before the container. Otherwise, you just have an infinite gradient of pressure, essentially.
Which is throwing the cold model under the bus.
Right. But Professor Phil did that before, where it was like, how do you have gas pressure with a container? He was like, oh, you don't. And they're like, well, then what? That destroys the globe model. It's like, oh no, the container is just the edge of the universe. And then he's like gloating, gotcha, suckers, gotcha, suckers.
I would have just asked him, what's the container for that? Like, we could do this all day, man. You'll keep saying this is the container for that, and I'll just say what's after that. Dr. Phil teaching students science is like, that's child abuse in my book.
No, he doesn't teach science. If I remember correctly, I thought he taught language and math. I think.
Yeah, probably.
I could have sworn he was a language tutor, but I could be wrong.
Probably a language tutor. I mean, he's in Singapore, right? At like some private school. That's my understanding.
Well, there's a lot of
Well, dude,
there's a lot.
Asians are prolific at mathematics. I doubt a freaking pseudo-European is teaching mathematics before.
True. I do know some about that a little bit, because I was gonna do that. What they do is so if you have an education degree, you can go to certain places and you can teach almost any subject, even though you're not necessarily qualified because the subject. Because it's not that you're an expert in the subject; it's that you're an expert in English. That's what they want. So you're essentially a fluent English-speaking tutor. Just in the ones I was looking at.
Yeah, I heard it's like I used to be sub to a couple of YouTube channels where they talk about their English teachers like Jen, and they like teach in Japan and they teach in China. They basically tell you the pros and cons of like what's going on. And I guess there's a variation even within like the English teacher like thing. Like it's like you can get a good job, but some jobs are freaking horrible. And like it really depends on like that individual situation or like what you're gonna do. There's no standard, there's no regulation. It's like just some random school like, hey, we're hiring. They'll go through like an agency, right? So like they have different standards for like employment, right? Like when they hire you, they're not like, well, we're gonna hire you, you're gonna do this, this, and that. Basically, we're gonna hire you. And then once they hire you, do everything we say. We hired you to teach English, but now we're going to have you teach social studies and mathematics and, sweep the floor over there. And while you're at it, wash my car.
Yeah. The old bait and switch.
Yeah, but it's not bait and switch there. It's just like they're hiring your services. There's no such thing as a job description. Someone saying like if your boss comes in and is like, oh, you got to move to this other city in Japan and work there. It's basically you go or you quit. That's your only choices.
Yep. Ooh, man, trim screws. Oh, yeah. What? It's empty. Oh, man. I need some trim screws. Oh, I found one. Hooray.
Dude, I really wish I could get some Twitter Glovers in here, man. Twitter is like a cesspool of Glovers. They just say the most ridiculous things, and it's hard to call them out because the brevity of the text, right? You can't really. So it's just basically baseless claims and memes just flying at each other. Can't cite anything because you can't even fit the fucking citation in there, right? Like, so it's like it's just a cesspool. So I wish I could just get some of them over here. Facebook for being like boomer crowd is fucking infantile. Can't even deal with that.
Oh, yeah, you could see their profile pics that they're clearly middle-aged and over the hill and talking like absolute little kids.
Well, I mean, they're all like super triggered, man. Like, my granddaddy worked on the Apollo program. He gave me a toy model when I was 5 years old of a lunar lander. You're not gonna ruin my childhood, buddy.
The childhood's already over, though. Man. Alright, I got 3 trim screws. Hooray. I need at least 4. Man, I need an assistant. Oh, lost my phone. It's the only bad part about working late is no hardware stores are open.
Oh yeah, it's still not even back to normal around here as far as like hours things are open. Like Dunkin' Donuts used to be everywhere in the city except for a couple of choice locations. All the Dunkin' Donuts are open 24 hours a day now. With they all shut down at like 8 or 9 o'clock.
Yeah, dude, we got them shutting down at like 7 even sometimes because nobody's working. So they don't have no staff for the night shift.
Yeah, and like a lot of things like that. All the 24-hour stuff. Like I don't know if it's a regulation now or they just are like, oh, we get away with it.
Yeah, I'm away from my hometown doing some work in some places where there's nothing open late. Horrible. Man, I just have to use full size screws. Making obnoxious size holes in this wood. Yep, that's what I'll do. I use the trim screws for the bottom part. The top part gets covered, so I can use big obnoxious screws. Oh, you found something. Just breaking anybody's ears. So I don't think. Oh yeah, so I got 3 trim screws. All different. Alright. You ever put in balusters or pickets, and then you get to the last one, and your gun can't shoot because there's not enough space. You're like, how the heck am I gonna secure this thing?
Balusters on a staircase?
Yeah.
I've replaced a couple, but I've never like done an entire one. I've replaced like the bottom 3 once in an old ass house. That was, I mean, because it was at the end, it wasn't really that hard. It was at the bottom of the staircase. So if it was up at the top, it probably would have been. It was an old house. Like, you know, back then when they made the rails were like kind of like, you know, the old school rails, dude. The railings on the stairs are like houses that were built in like the early 1900s. They're like super thick wood, but they're not like one single piece. They're kind of like dovetailed together, but they're like, what the hell do they call it? Like overlapping, whatever they call it, whatever joint that is. The joints that overlap, like they're cut halfway.
Cut halfway. Nope, not ringing a bell.
I can't remember what the joint is where you just overlap the pieces. Like, say I have like a two inch boards, right? I notch one at 1 inch and I notch the other one at other inch, and then I overlap them and then like screw them together. Or glue
Oh,
together.
rabbit.
Yeah. So like old staircases used to have that, like that type of, like halfway up the railing would be overlapped because the staircase would be curved. So like the top piece would like curve down and then like be the long piece, and then the end piece would also be in there, but they would be overlapping joints, but the joints would have like a little bit of a sawtooth type deal at the beginning of it. It wouldn't be just like a straight square. I like old shit, dude. You know, they got
I gotta restart.
I know you're out. I don't know if you're out there still, but like, there's some old Vanderbilt era fucking houses in North Adams that are just amazing on the inside, dude. They're mind blowing.
Well, thanks for a great evening, guys, but I'm heading out. It's late here.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. We're gonna go to sleep.
All right, man. It was a good talking to you, girls and guys.
Yeah, likewise.
He's going to play Minecraft. We know your tricks. Or at least I don't even know.
Guys,
I don't even need.
guys, who gives rules? Who's supposed to be giving rules?
Say what?
Shot it.
Who's giving rules?
Shot it. Full
You're a robot AI. Ali said, son. Who's giving roles? I gave you
Yeah,
some
yeah.
roles, man.
Huh?
Yeah, I gave you
Huh?
roles, man. You're
Why, man? Do
fucking
I look
useless.
like Agent Smith?
Yes. Well, I don't know if you look like him. Smell like him.
Who's he?
Who's who?
Agent
Who's that
Smith.
person?
Who's that?
From The Matrix.
Thank you, man.
Have you ever seen the movie The Matrix?
I thought he's astronaut.
No, he's the bad guy in The Matrix. He's a computer program that stops anybody from escaping the Matrix.
But I'm Arabian, man. I'm more likely Arabian. He's not Arab.
I mean, I think he's from New Zealand. They got a desert there, I guess.
Man, it feels bad having nothing about me as a flat earther.
Dude, no one thinks you're a flat earther, man.
Yeah, no
You
one.
don't make. Yeah, why? Like, why are you a flat earther? Like, why? Look, first of all, we don't just give out the
It's
role generally, so it's not you specifically, just generally. If
yeah,
someone
yeah.
comes in here like, "Hey, I'm a flat earther," come the flat earth role. The answer is no. Okay, because we just don't. There's too many larpers, too many people fucking around trying to play games, and like, yeah, I'm a flat earther, and just to like say, oh, they'll just, I could say anything, and they just want everybody into their cult, so they just take me. Like, no, we don't play that game. I'm not playing that game. If you're a flat earther, dude, you have to like convince us you're actually a flat earther, a legit flat earther, and that you're just not some fly by night wannabe that thinks, oh, I need some friends, so I'm gonna go on the flat Earth server and pretend to be one of them. That don't work.
But don't expect
Yeah.
from me to having a presentation, man.
Now think about it like this, man. Now say I decided I was gonna put on, the traditional Arab dress, and then walk into Saudi Arabia and be like, yeah, I'm an Arab, because look at what I'm wearing. That would be
Yeah,
insulting, right?
no, it's okay.
There's more
We
to
accept.
being an Arab than your dress, right? Than what you're wearing. There's more to it than that. It's a culture
We
and thing like
welcome you.
that. So flat Earth is the same thing. Just saying you're a flat earther ain't enough. It's just like putting on a freaking hat and saying, like, putting on a sombrero and saying you're Mexican. Don't make you Mexican.
About the mind, man. Your mind is a flat, not your what you look like, or where you from, or uh,
Where am I
anyway,
from?
anyway. Never mind, man. Your mind who decide if you're flat or globe dark, not your religion or the
Well,
race.
yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. Like, I don't think you need your mind to decide. I think you need your mind. I think you need to. It's like making a choice between what you experience in the real world and putting that against like what people tell you. So imagine you're walking around then and everybody's like, uh, there's no such thing as trees. But you look everywhere, you see trees. They're like, no, science proved that there's no trees. And everybody thinks it. And anytime you're like, no, dude, like there's trees there, I see them. And they're like, no, no, that's an optical illusion. There's not really a tree there. All science proved that you're a retard. Only people 2,000 years ago has proven that there's no trees. You're an idiot. So you have to
Who's saying
decide.
that?
What it's an analogy. I'm using an analogy. So I'm just saying this is the same thing with flat Earth. You get up, you walk around, see the Earth's flat, you don't feel any motion, and then they get told, "Hey, that is an optical illusion. The Earth's just really big. It's a really big ball. It's just too big to see. It's spinning so slow you can't feel it, and all these other things, right, outside of your experience. But trust us, 2,000 years ago, some fucking Greek guy took a stick, stuck it in the ground, looked at a shadow. He proved the Earth's a ball. That's what they're saying. You can either accept your reality as it presents itself through your senses, or you can say, here's some strangers. They say that my senses are faulty or I have a misapprehension, trust us. So that's your choice. That's really what the difference between flat Earth and Gold Earth is that you're making a choice between trusting yourself and trusting other people.
Just never mind, man. Never mind.
Well, I'm just breaking it down to you, man. I'm gonna leave for a couple minutes anyway. I'll be right.
Yeah. I'm all out of energy drinks. Dang it. You're fired. Yep, you were right there. That's right. Snacks have not been replenished. You're clearly here on the roster. I don't know what to tell you. There's no excuses. Oh man. Sawdust everywhere, pieces of wood everywhere. New tenants are coming tomorrow. Alright, what do I gotta do? Clean up. Put 4 more pieces of trim. So I better do that before I clean up, right? Makes sense to me. Oh, let's see. Raw pine. Oh, yeah. And whoa. Oh, man. See, man, you could have been spending the whole time with this dead air talking about cool flat earth arguments. You could have replenished the snacks. See what I'm saying? Oh, he bailed. As soon as there's work to be done, he bailed. Oh, work? Oh, I'm out of here. Alright, what's up? Who's doing what? Yeah, I have to take a break sometimes from going to politics. Otherwise, I don't accomplish anything. Get no work done. It's too stressful over there. Way too stressful. Two inches. How about an inch and 3/4? Hold on, I gotta do my Coriolis correction. Alright. I'll spare you the spinning saw blade. Oh man. Man, I wish I had a Red Bull right about now. I'll play Guess That Power Tool. I would do it, but it'd probably blow somebody's microphone. Miguel, why you ain't talking to me? I'm lonely.
What's up? What are you doing?
I'm doing some trim in the dark. I challenge myself to do power tools in the dark. Because, what if I do go blind? I need to still be employed, right? So if I'm already skilled in doing trades, craftsmanship, and carpentry and all that without my eyes, so I've only shot myself in the fingers twice so far. Not too bad. But actually, it's just nighttime. It's nice though because it's starting to get cold. I like working in through the night when in the cool weather. Could see my breath. The only bad thing about it though is when it gets cool like that, is that some of your tools, especially aluminum tools or anything like that, just gets covered in water from the condensation. Let's see. So this goes like this. Yep. What I'm doing is I'm making a capital. A capital is the trim that goes around the top of a pillar or a column. Yes. The thing that goes on the bottom is called a pedestal.
In Portuguese, you call it pedestal too.
Mm. The last piece of wood I gotta cut. Then I gotta do some filling of the holes with some caulking and a couple of seams I gotta caulk. And then I just gotta clean up. And then I can go. I really want to sleep really good tonight and not wake up early tomorrow, but the problem is I'm already like a day and a half behind on another job. So I pretty much have to go to that job tomorrow. Maybe I don't have to go early though. It's an hour and a half drive from my house. So what's getting big up around here is called Airbnb, right? You probably even have it over there by now, I imagine. So these people, man, they're buying houses. They're just like, okay, let's do a business. What business do we want to do? Well, let's just buy a bunch of houses and Airbnb them, which is essentially bed and breakfast, which is like hotel, motel kind of thing, but it's a house. And people just get it for a short period of time. They can rent the whole house,
Yeah.
People make a killing doing that, dude. A killing. So my one friend, he bought this awesome house with another a little place to the side. A huge yard, big house. And he just rented off this little cottage-like thing. It's like a studio room where the living room, the bedroom's all one, the kitchenette's all one big room, and a bathroom. That's it. He rents that out only during the summer because it doesn't actually have good running water. He has to run water through PEX lines that are like not even really that far below the surface, right? Straight from his house. So he can't do it in the winter, right? So during the season, he can run it, which is almost like the same as a pool season. He makes enough money just that to pay his entire